Chapter 99, Great Battle in the Barren Mountains, Part 7. The grand formation was broken. The 7 sex core formation cultivators were dumbfounded, and the demonic path side was even more astonished beyond measure. The black-robed youth's face flushed then paled, and he suddenly gritted his teeth, roaring, "Stop them!" Dozens of the nearest demonic path foundation establishment cultivators swarmed forward, but the next moment, dozens of light beams shot out from the sky filling crimson flames, like a giant dragon, accompanied by nearly 100 magical artifacts attacking the demonic path. Caught off guard, almost half of the demonic path foundation establishment cultivators were instantly reduced to ashes. The fire dragon coiled, tearing through the demonic path's defense at an extremely fast speed, and flew towards the 7 sex grand formation. Seeing this, the black-robed youth leaped, transforming into a black escape lights, and went straight for the fire dragon. His escape light speed was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, he flew in front of the fire dragon, and behind him, the 9-headed giant serpent coiled up, a black light shooting out from his hand, transforming into a massive saber aura that chopped down directly. Within the fire dragon, Liu Yun stood at the head of the dragon, watching this scene with indifference. Behind him, dozens of dark beast-shaped puppets and over 100 foundation establishment cultivators were already poised for action. Attack! Liu Yun's roared. Dozens of light beams converged into one, forming a mighty, scorching white light stream that burst out from the fire dragon's mouth. Over 100 magical artifacts' spiritual lights lit up simultaneously, like ribbons of light entwined around the light stream, directly clashing with the impressive giant saber aura. In an instant, dazzling spiritual light erupted, and the black saber aura let out a mournful cry, actually being sent flying head-on. The fire dragon let out a long roar to the sky and instantly flew in front of the black-robed youth. Liu Yun stood within the dragon's head, gazing at the black-robed youth through the crimson dragon eyes. One resentful, one calm, 2 pairs of sword-like brows and starry eyes met, yet they were completely different. Boom! Dozens of puppets charged again, and the mighty light stream surged out once more. The black-robed youth was greatly alarmed, and the 9-headed giant serpent behind him instantly enveloped him within its massive body. Scram! Liu Yun's roared, and the puppets behind him exerted force a second time, the light stream instantly increasing by a third. The black-robed youth, along with the giant serpent around him, was struck down to the ground, and the powerful light stream seemed endless, driving him deep underground, leaving a giant pit several tens of jong wide on the ground. The fire dragon flew towards the 7 sex grand formation again, and just then, a loud laugh came from the sky. Ha 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 ha! Junior! Do you take this old fellow for a dead man? Mysterious Fireboy let out a wild laugh, and the sky full of black clouds transformed into a giant evil ghost several tens of jong tall, grabbing at the fire dragon. Humph! Only a furious roar was heard. The fire dragon instantly disintegrated, and hundreds of escape lights fled in all directions. Liu Yun's, leading dozens of puppets, soared into the sky, rushing straight towards the giant evil ghost. Ha 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 ha! What a courageous junior! Mysterious Fireboy let out a long cry, and the evil ghost immediately grabbed down at Liu Yun's. Liu Yun's watched this scene indifferently until dozens of puppets met it head-on. Mere foundation establishment stage puppets. Mysterious Fireboy suddenly paused halfway through his sentence. Looking closely, each puppet held a top-tier magical artifact in its mouth, emitting rays of spiritual light. A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Liu Yun's mouth. The magical artifacts temporarily requisitioned from the 7 sex disciples' storage pouches, though hastily acquired and without time to fully grasp their usage, didn't require precise methods for now, simply channeling the puppet's spiritual power into them was enough. For a time, dozens of multicolored spiritual lights lit up, some flying swords streaked across the sky, some round beads glowed, and there were also many magical flags and blades, shining like stars in the sky. Looking at the giant evil ghost that seemed to connect heaven and earth, a hint of maniacal laughter appeared at the corner of Liu Yun's mouth. Explode for me! A shocking explosion reverberated through the heavens. The self-detonation power of dozens of foundation establishment stage puppets and top-tier magical artifacts, at this moment, even far surpassed that of ordinary magic treasures. The giant evil ghost was pushed back several jong, its tough body was blasted full of pits and hollows, revealing the refined corpse inside, and Mysterious Fireboy standing on the evil ghost's head. Junior! You! Before Mysterious Fireboy could cry out in alarm, a golden light, accompanied by the explosion, flew towards him at extreme speed. How dare you! Mysterious Fireboy roared, raising his hand, and a ball of demonic fire shot straight towards the golden light. The golden light was instantly reduced to ashes, but a faint, indistinct shadow had already reached his chest while his attention was diverted. A black needle suddenly appeared, stabbing down fiercely. Mysterious Fireboy was greatly alarmed, and a ball of demonic fire instantly ignited on his chest, but within the demonic fire, the black needle showed no sign of turning to ash. Instead, it trembled slightly, and a large amount of black chi emerged from nowhere, tightly wrapping around Mysterious Fireboy like tentacles. Humph! Mysterious Fireboy roared, and demonic fire erupted around him, stubbornly holding its ground against the black chi. Good, good, good! Mysterious Fireboy glared fiercely at Liu Yun's, but saw that Liu Yun's had an additional formation plate in his hand. Senior brother Liu, it's done! A surprised shout came from below the sky. Mysterious Fireboy looked down and saw that hundreds of foundation establishment cultivators had somehow secretly arrived on the ground, each holding a formation flag, looking up at the battlefield in the sky. Liu Yun's mouth curved upwards. In the past period, he was the one who directed these people to set up formations, he was the one who deployed troops, and he was still the one who inquired about all matters, big and small. Now, this experience had become the possibility of turning the tables. Liu Yun suddenly threw up the formation plate, and the hundreds of formation flags on the ground transformed into hundreds of light beams, enveloping the many exposed refined corpses along with mysterious Fireboy. The formation was not some extraordinary grand formation, but set up by over 100 Foundation establishment cultivators together, it was enough to trap them for more than 10 breaths of time. Junior. Accompanied by an extremely venomous roar, the black-robed youth burst out from underground, the 9-headed giant serpent behind him roaring to the sky. Just then, more than 10 magic treasure spiritual lights instantly lit up, sending him flying far away. Taking this opportunity, everyone released the formation flags in their hands, and after injecting enough magical power, they flew back into the grand formation. Within the formation, the plump elder squinted his eyes, his expression unreadable. Good. Very good. Ha ha ha. Feng Baiyun was overjoyed and couldn't help but laugh up to the sky, which made Liu Yun's confused. He and this junior martial uncle had hardly met, so why was she so excited? To be able to carve out a sliver of hope in such a desperate situation, truly worthy of junior martial uncle Kaiyang's disciple. Feng Baiyun said with a joyful face, patting Liu Yun's shoulder. Junior brother Feng, don't be too happy yet. The plump elder said calmly, his gaze fixed on the giant evil ghost in the sky. The demonic path people are about to attack. At this moment, the skinny old man from Yuling sect caught the black-robed youth who had been sent flying, and turned his head to ask. Fellow Daoist Wang, this 1000-spirit blood fiend grand formation doesn't seem as powerful as you described. The black-robed youth's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He snorted coldly and waved the formation flag in his hand. The grand formation on the ground suddenly trembled, and then successive screams echoed within the formation. Thick blood mist spread out, turning the entire grand formation into an ominous blood red. The grand formation gradually contracted inwards, accompanied by piercing ghost wails, transforming into a blood-red orb about a foot in diameter, strangely suspended in the air. Having absorbed the primordial spirit and vital blood of over 1,000 Foundation establishment cultivators and 7 or 8 core formation cultivators, this blood fiend orb is complete. The black-robed youth, with a gloomy face, pointed forward, and the blood fiend orb instantly blurred, as if formless and insubstantial, transforming into a faint blood shadow. After a few flashes, it arrived before the 7-sex grand formation. The plump elder's pupils constricted, and he ordered, activate the magic array with full power. Although he didn't know what the blood fiend orb was, seeing the black-robed youth's solemn demeanor, the plump elder dared not be careless in the slightest. The blood shadow lightly landed on the grand formation's light barrier, shattered with a bang, and turned into wisps of blood chi, dissipating into nothingness. Everyone from the 7-sex was stunned. Just then, a touch of blood red suddenly appeared on the grand formation's light barrier, spreading out at an extremely fast speed. Ah! Many Kingsu sect deists controlling the magic array simultaneously let out a painful roar. Everyone's hearts trembled, and they quickly looked over. They saw that hundreds of Kingsu sect Foundation establishment disciples controlling the formation, for some unknown reason, suddenly turned completely blood red, and at the same time, their bodies swelled eerily, like flesh and blood balloons inflated several times over. Bang! Only a muffled sound was heard. Hundreds of Foundation establishment cultivators exploded into a pile of minced meat just like that. Before the 7-sex people could recover from their terror, the grand formation, which had already turned blood red, abruptly dissipated. Each formation flag and formation plate emitted a low hum, and were all corroded by the blood chi, losing all their spirituality. These several sets of formation magical artifacts were completely destroyed just like that. Retreat! The plump elder roared, then transformed into a streak of escape lights and shot through the air. Retreat? Where do you plan to retreat to? Mysterious Fireboy roared, his entire body erupting with demonic flames, transforming into an evil ghost once again. At the same time, more than 20 high-level refined corpses, no weaker than core formation cultivators, carrying heaven-reaching corpse chi, exerted force together, instantly breaking free from the unattended grand formation, and fiercely pounced on the 7-sex people. Many 7-sex core formation cultivators gritted their teeth and activated their magic treasures to meet the enemy. And the hundreds of surviving Foundation establishment disciples looked at the demonic faction army surging like a tide, all terrified and pale-faced, turning to look at Liu Yun's. Senior brother Liu, what do we do? Lin Xuanyu asked in horror. Liu Yun's gritted his teeth and roared, everyone scatter and flee. As many as can escape, escape. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly flew on their magical artifacts, dispersing in all directions to escape. Liu Yun's also transformed into a golden escape lights, wrapping Han Li and Dong Xianer, and fled backwards. At the same time, seeing mysterious Fireboy getting closer and closer behind him, the plump elder's eyes flashed with a fierce glint. He pointed his hands backward, and 2 rings, one gold and one white, flew out of his hands. The golden ring did not protect the elder's entire body as it did last time, but instead trembled slightly, instantly appearing above the evil ghost's head, and swiftly dropping down. Amidst the flashing golden light, the golden ring tightly trapped the evil ghost, preventing it from breaking free no matter how much demonic fire erupted from its body. However, the evil ghost did not panic, instead, it sneered and opened its large mouth. Mysterious Fireboy's small figure instantly flew out of the evil ghost's mouth, heading straight for the plump elder. The plump elder was also experienced in combat, the phoenix ring, emitting white light, had always hovered around him, precisely to prevent any accidents. Now, seeing mysterious fire boy flying towards him, he immediately pointed his finger, and the phoenix ring transformed into white light, shooting out. Mysterious fire boy's face showed no unusual expression. Demonic fire burned from the lotus at his glabella, turning his entire body into a purplish-black fire person, allowing the white light to pass through his chest. The fire person, formed by this demonic technique, directly ignored the large hole in its chest and lunged at the plump elder. Humph! The plump elder roared in terror. A large, white glowing seal burst from his mouth, and as it grew against the wind, it became several tens of jong in size, pressing down on mysterious fire boy. A purplish-black lotus floated out from the fire person's glabella, instantly transforming into a fire lotus of the same size to hold up the large seal. At the same time, he circled upwards, heading straight for the plump elder behind him. But when he bypassed the large seal, he only saw a streak of escape lights flash several times in the distance, then disappear without a trace. This plump elder, in order to escape, had even abandoned his life-bound treasure. Humph! Quite decisive. Mysterious fire boy emerged from the fire person, his face pale, and he looked somewhat dispirited. After the previous series of battles, his consumption was not light, and even his origin chi was damaged. However, mysterious fire boy beckoned backward, and purplish-black demonic fire enveloped 2 rings, one gold and one white, flying towards him. To obtain these dragon phoenix twin rings, it's not a loss after all. Mysterious fire boy smiled triumphantly, opened his mouth, and swallowed this pair of ancient treasures, then turned and flew towards the core formation cultivators battle group. At this time, the skinny old man from Yuling sect and the black-robed youth from Ghost Spirit sect came together, smiling as they watched the many refined corpses besiege the 7 sects cultivators. Oh my, these refined corpses are truly formidable. I'm afraid they are not ordinary silver-armored corpses, but refined corpses specially cultivated with some secret technique. The skinny old man said with a smile, his small eyes darting around the black-robed youth, as if there was a hidden meaning in his words. The black-robed youth appeared unconcerned on the surface, and even turned his head to look in the direction where the Foundation Establishment stage disciples had fled. I've already ordered all the Foundation Establishment cultivators below to go and hunt down those 7 sects disciples. However, some people might not be easily stopped by them. Perhaps, it's time for the 2 of us to stretch our limbs. Chapter 100, Battle in the Desolate Mountains, Part 8. Upon hearing the black-robed youth's words, the skinny old man's expression remained unchanged as he said with a smile. Is fellow deist referring to that young man? That person is truly extraordinary. At such a young age, he has already cultivated to the late Foundation Establishment stage realm. His divine abilities, methods, and courage are all top-notch. In my opinion, even among our 6 demonic sects, it would be difficult to find a Foundation Establishment cultivator who could rival him. The black-robed youth sneered, a hint of ferocity in his tone as he said, precisely, which is why he cannot be allowed to return alive. The skinny old man lightly stroked his beard, his hand imperceptibly brushing a spirit beast pouch at his waist, calming the restless spirit beast within. Fellow deist speaks truly. How about this? My Qing Feng bird's escape lights are extremely fast, making trips back and forth very convenient. This old man, shall go deal with that boy, and fellow deist can wait here for a moment. The black-robed youth's gaze flickered slightly, but he said, that would be good. Then I'll trouble fellow deist. Oh. We of the 6 demonic sects are like brothers, why is fellow deist Wang so polite? This old man, will go first. The skinny old man chuckled. The green giant bird beneath his feet moved its wings slightly, instantly transforming into an incredibly fast green escape lights, heading straight for Lu Yun's. Watching the old man's receding figure, the black-robed youth couldn't help but let out a cold sneer. Just then, an indifferent voice came from behind him. Fellow deist Wang, it seems this battle is going very smoothly. The black-robed youth was startled, and he abruptly turned to look at the masked stranger who had flown behind him without him noticing. Gu. Fellow deist Gu. The black-robed youth's hair stood on end, his expression instantly stiffening, becoming incredibly rigid and unpleasant. However, he was a man of deep cunning, and immediately realized his gaffe. He quickly composed himself and said. It's good that fellow deist Gu is all right. The giant sword sect sword cultivator's desperate strike just now was too astonishing. I was almost severely injured as well. I didn't expect fellow deist Gu's divine abilities to be so amazing, remaining unharmed under that one sword. I truly admire him greatly. The masked stranger waved his hand, looking with interest at mysterious fire boy and the refined corpses besieging the 7 sects core formation cultivators. Fellow deist Wang is joking. I am only proficient in some escape techniques, what kind of divine ability is that? It is rather you fellow deists who have truly opened my eyes and greatly broadened my horizons. The black-robed youth gave a wry smile, a glint in his eyes. Fellow deist Gu, I wonder. Before the black-robed youth could finish his sentence, the masked stranger suddenly raised his hand to interrupt him, turning his head to look in the direction the skinny old man had left. Fellow deist Wang, I saw that the young man who used the golden escape technique also showed a fire escape technique earlier. He should be a late Foundation Establishment stage cultivator whose main cultivation technique leans towards escape techniques. It might be difficult for fellow deist Wu alone to catch him. How about I go and lend him a hand? The black-robed youth frowned, just about to say something to decline the offer. Suddenly, the masked stranger turned his head and gave him a cold glance. The black-robed youth instantly felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, his entire body's magical power congealed, as if he were in 10,000-year-old profound ice, unable to move even a single finger. The masked stranger had no intention of waiting for his reply. He transformed into a pink escape lights and chased in the direction the skinny old man had left. Commander? Commander? After an unknown amount of time, the black-robed youth vaguely heard someone cautiously calling him. Commander, something's happened. The black-robed youth's expression suddenly changed, revealing a cruel and violent look, his eyes fierce and inhuman. He slowly raised his head, then suddenly struck out with a palm, turning the ghost spirit sect disciple who had bravely come to report to him into a mist of blood. Then, with incredible speed, he reached forward and grasped a faint black ball of light in his hand. Commander! Commander, spare my life! The light ball flickered continuously, pleading for mercy with a voice filled with terror. The black-robed youth looked at him expressionlessly, black demonic fire rising in his hand, refining the primordial spirit of this fellow disciple into nothingness. After doing this, the fear in the black-robed youth's heart finally dissipated considerably. He then looked up, instantly understanding why this person had reported to him. He saw that in the battle group where Mysterious Fireboy and the refined corpses were besieging the 7-sex core formation cultivators, the supposedly foolproof situation had unexpectedly changed. Silver flying daggers crisscrossed in the air, their dazzling blade light forming a giant silver net, protecting the 7-sex core formation cultivators within. 7 or 8 refined corpses, relying on their bronze skin and iron bones, charged through the blade light. However, several silver lights flashed by, and these refined corpses, which were usually difficult for ordinary magic treasures to harm, were directly cut into several pieces. Zhou Chengxian snorted coldly, raising a finger. More than 30 silver flying daggers immediately hovered around him, sparkling with incomparably sharp spiritual pressure. Mysterious Fireboy in the air couldn't help but be greatly shocked. He quickly ordered the remaining refined corpses to stop, his eyes filled with suspicion as he scrutinized Zhou Chengxian. Seeing this, Zhou Chengxian couldn't help but curl his lips slightly, letting out a mocking cold laugh. The only reason he, Zhou, had survived until today without being killed was because of these 36 heavenly gang flying daggers. To think of killing him with this group of refined corpses was truly a huge joke. Fellow Daoist Zhou, you, Feng Baiyun looked incredulous. You're so absurdly strong, why didn't you do anything during the battle just now? What do you mean, me? In a losing situation, are people not allowed to hold back a trump card? Zhou Chengxian rolled his eyes and said self-righteously. How was I to know you bunch of people were so useless? Losing when you are supposed to lose, running when you are supposed to run. Is this all the Anya sect teaches you normally? If the situation and their strength hadn't prevented it, Feng Baiyun would have really wanted to fight this bastard to the death. Are those human words? The other dozen or so core formation cultivators also looked at each other, their faces growing uglier by the moment. Ha ha ha. Good. I never expected such a character among the 7 sects. Mysterious Fireboy laughed wildly, his face ferocious. Powerful spiritual pressure wantonly crushed everything around him, causing the air to emit bursts of explosive sounds. Zhou Chenxian's eyes widened, and he said impolitely, that's because you midgets are ignorant. Looking at your crippled appearance, how are you worthy of meeting the true experts of our 7 sects? Mysterious Fireboy was stunned. Since he formed his golden core and refined the netherworld profound fire, who had ever dared to speak to him like that? What? You shorty, you have nothing to say. Zhou Chengxian raised an eyebrow, continuing his relentless taunts. Midget, shorty, Mysterious Fireboy's body trembled slightly, muttering to himself in a low voice. Good. Good. Mysterious Fireboy roared, and purplish-black demonic fire shot into the sky, revealing a tall, fierce, and hideous evil ghost. If I don't grind you to dust today, and extract your soul and refine your essence, then I, Xianhuo, am not worthy of being human. Bah! With that appearance, are you even worthy of being called human? Zhou Chengxian spat. Rage instantly overwhelmed Mysterious Fireboy's reason. He raised his hand, and an overwhelming surge of demonic fire poured forth. The 36 heavenly gang daggers around Zhou Chengxian moved rapidly, forming a complex and profound formation. Illusions of blade light appeared out of thin air. As the silver blade light flickered, it actually managed to block the surging demonic fire. If you don't want to die, help me block that demonic fire for a while. Zhou Chengxian's voice transmission echoed in the ears of the 7 sex core formation cultivators. Zhou Chengxian didn't even turn his head, silver light flickering in his eyes. He took a step into the void realm, and his entire being transformed into a silver light, vanishing into the formation. Mysterious Fireboy had almost completely lost his reason, only focusing on manipulating the demonic fire to refine him into ashes, unaware that a slender silver light was gradually approaching with the myriad blade shadows. Die for me. Mysterious Fireboy drew out his remaining magical power and poured it all into the demonic fire. Just then, a silver blade light suddenly erupted, piercing through Mysterious Fireboy's body with one strike. Chapter 101, An Overpowered Opponent. Liu Yun's fully utilized the Golden Escape technique, fleeing desperately with Han Li and Dong Xianer towards the heartland of Yu State. Suddenly, Liu Yun's face darkened. Under the perception of his divine sense, a vast and terrifying spiritual chi was rapidly approaching. Someone is chasing us, Liu Yun said in a deep voice, then dropped downwards. As soon as Liu Yun's feet touched the ground, he immediately flipped his hand, stuffing a stack of intermediate talismans radiating astonishing spiritual chi into Han Li's hand, while the formless needle talisman treasure was already in his own. 10 breaths. Alright. Han Li readily agreed. He was also aware that activating a talisman treasure required time. Dong Xiener, you. Senior brother. Dong Xiener's body trembled slightly, but her voice was surprisingly calm. She raised her head, looked directly into Liu Yun's eyes, and said firmly, if we cannot defeat them, kill me. Do not let me fall into the hands of demonic path cultivators. Alright. Liu Yun's nodded and readily agreed, then formed a spell seal with his hand and chanted a spell incantation, beginning to activate the formless needle talisman treasure. At this moment, a green light escape light sped from the horizon. In less than 2 breaths, it stopped above the 3, revealing the massive form of the Qing Feng bird and the skinny old man on its back. Oh, well done, you are indeed a good junior, the skinny old man praised with a smile, then his gaze involuntarily turned to Dong Xiener beside him, a glimmer of brightness flashing in his eyes. Yes. What a naturally charming physique. I didn't expect such an unexpected surprise on this trip. The skinny old man's face was all smiles, with a strong hint of greed in his eyes. Dong Xiener's face paled, and she lightly bit her lower lip, stubbornly standing her ground. Little girl, this old man's cultivation is at a critical stage recently, and I happen to lack a good cauldron for dual cultivation. Why don't you return to Yuling sect with this old man to cultivate? It's better than staying in Yu state, where you might perish at any time, dying in vain on the battlefield. Dong Xiener glared at him, not saying a word. Then she suddenly thought of something, and her lips curled up. Her charming, star-like eyes lightly glanced, revealing a beautiful, blooming smile. For a moment, 100 charms blossomed, boundless spring light, with 1,000 graceful manners and 10,000 alluring charms in her eyes and brows. Senior's esteemed word alone demands this little girl to serve him, which is far too impatient. You must at least tell me your name, where you cultivate, and if you have wives and concubines serving you at home? Only then can this little girl feel at ease, and it would also complete the etiquette. Her charming, low voice was like a cat's paw scratching at one's heart, burrowing straight into one's innermost being. The skinny old man's eyes widened, and he kept repeating, good, good, good. Then, as if unable to wait, he took a step forward. The Qing Feng bird's eyes suddenly flashed with green light. As its wings flapped, hundreds of green wind blades shot straight towards Liu Yun's. Fortunately, Han Li had been cautiously on guard. Seeing the old man's unusual movement, he immediately raised his hand and released several intermediate talismans. A sky full of fire crows mixed with thunderous boulders met the hundreds of green wind blades head-on. For a moment, the sound of exploding spiritual light resounded for 100 miles. Amidst the bursting green wind blades, they were slowly pushed back. The skinny old man frowned, letting out a surprised hum, then opened his mouth and spat out a small green sword. It transformed slightly into a 10-foot-long green rainbow, slashing downwards. The sky full of spells could not stop this item for even a moment. Han Li suddenly gritted his teeth, a mouthful of vital blood sprayed onto the talismans in his hand, then he scattered the majority of these intermediate talismans out. Thunder, blazing fire, wind blades, freezing ice, giant rocks, various phenomena stacked together. In an instant, it was as if heaven and earth changed color, and the sun and moon lost their light. The skinny old man's brows were tightly furrowed, and he somewhat unwillingly recalled the green rainbow. No matter how confident he was in his life-bound treasure, he wouldn't be so foolish as to directly clash with so many powerful intermediate spells. Anyway, these spells were all formed from talismans and would dissipate on their own after a short while, so he didn't need to rush. Indeed, the spells gradually began to dissipate. Han Li seemed to be fighting like a cornered beast, gritting his teeth and activating spells that surged towards the skinny old man. Humph! A strange glint flashed in the skinny old man's eyes. He took out a fist-sized round pearl from his storage pouch and gently tossed it forward. The round pearl shot into the spells. The next moment, a huge tornado rose from the ground. Various intermediate spells were swept by this tornado, and their spiritual light immediately disintegrated, disappearing into nothingness, leaving only a faint, 7-colored small needle, firmly trapped by the tornado. The formless needle of Yunyu Sec's Kyang Wuji is terrifyingly famous, how could this old man not know? A mocking smile appeared at the corner of the skinny old man's mouth. He suddenly formed a hand seal, and the tornado contracted inwards. The countless wind blades hidden within instantly cut the formless needle talisman treasure into a sky full of light specks. Liu Yun's face paled, and he looked at the tornado with a bitter expression. An ancient treasure. Oh. The skinny old man raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised, and said, You junior do have some insight. That's right, this hurricane pearl of mine is indeed an ancient treasure from the primordial era. To die by this treasure is also your fortune, junior. The skinny old man laughed proudly. What he didn't make clear was that this hurricane pearl wasn't exactly his. Instead, the higher UPS of Yuling sect had temporarily entrusted it to him for use when they assigned him the important task of conquering Yu state. As for whether he could keep this treasure in his hands in the future, that would depend on his performance and whether he could seize this territory for Yuling sect. Liu Yun's gave a bitter smile. A middle core formation stage cultivator wielding an ancient treasure, this opponent was truly excessively overpowered. Senior, can you at least let this junior die with understanding? With your status, why do you pursue and kill us 3 foundation establishment cultivators? Liu Yun's asked earnestly, at the same time his finger moved slightly, and the soul-seizing needle was already in his palm. Hee. Kid, you'd better remain a confused ghost. The skinny old man sneered and was about to activate the hurricane pearl to kill Liu Yun's and Han Li. Just then, Dong Xianer suddenly shouted. Stop! The skinny old man turned his head to look, only to see Dong Xianer holding a short sword, its tip pointed directly at her own throat. Don't you want me? Dong Xianer asked with a smile, her body still trembling incessantly. Let the two of them leave, or I'll commit suicide immediately. The skinny old man looked at her with some surprise, then let out a cold laugh. Little girl, do you really think such a tactic can threaten this old man? You are far too naive. If this old man wants them to die, they will not live. If this old man wants you to live, then even if you wish to die, you must wait until this old man has completely harvested you and grown tired of you before you die. The skinny old man roared, causing a buzzing in the three people's ears, and they couldn't exert any strength in their entire bodies. At the same time, the tornado formed by the hurricane pearl instantly expanded, knocking all three of them flying. A fierce glint flashed in the old man's eyes, and a green light shot out from his mouth, heading straight for Liu Yun's and Han Li. Clang! Han Li endured the piercing pain in his mind, gritted his teeth, summoned his armor, and rushed forward to block. He was struck by the magic treasure and sent flying dozens of feet away, his fate unknown. Liu Yun's held the crystal ball, gritting his teeth, preparing for a final struggle. Just then, a pink escape lights broke through the air, instantly arriving beside the old man. Before anyone could react, the newcomer raised a single hand, releasing a large swath of pink auspicious light. As the auspicious light swept past, the hurricane instantly froze in midair, and even the green light was fixed, revealing a short sword shimmering with spiritual light. The skinny old man was startled and quickly looked at the person beside him. Fellow Daistgu, what is the meaning of this? The masked stranger ignored him, instead fixing his gaze intently on Dong Xianer. After a long while, the stranger turned his head to look at the skinny old man, and asked indifferently. What did you, just say? Chapter 102, Startling News. What did you, just say? As soon as the other party spoke, the skinny old man's alarm bells rang, and he forced a smile, asking nervously, Fellow Daistgu, what do you mean? Could it be that you also fancy this innate charm physique? The skinny old man chuckled obsequiously. If so, then this woman is yours. With the joyful union sex wondrous techniques, she will surely be put to good use, far better than in my hands. Liu Yun's and Dong Xianer struggled to their feet. After hearing the conversation between the two in the sky, Dong Xianer looked at Liu Yun's with a pale face, her eyes full of pleading. Liu Yun's remained silent, slowly pouring his internal magic power into the soul-seizing needle. The masked stranger looked deeply at the skinny old man, then turned his head to look at Dong Xianer. Little girl, are you willing to come with me? The masked stranger asked calmly. If you are willing to return to the joyful union sect with me, then I can guarantee that these two will be spared. Dong Xianer's eyes widened in surprise, and she quickly asked, are you telling the truth? Of course, this immortal master always keeps his word and never breaks a promise. The skinny old man beside him wanted to say something, somewhat unwillingly, but upon seeing his life-bound treasure and hurricane pearl fixed in place, his eyes narrowed, and he remained silent. Dong Xianer lowered her eyelids, the past events at Yanling Fortress, where she almost became someone else's slave, flashing before her eyes. Before Dong Xianer could finish her sentence, Liu Yun suddenly raised his hand and released a blue flying needle, which shot straight towards Dong Xianer's throat. Hat! The masked stranger chuckled softly. Without him seeming to move, the blue flying needle was abruptly frozen in place. Good courage, a good magical artifact, and well timed. Unfortunately, you chose the wrong opponent. The masked stranger sighed, as if genuinely feeling pity for Liu Yun's senior brother Liu. There's no need. Dong Xianer smiled, but tears welled in her eyes. Perhaps this is fate. My cultivation technique and physique are just like this. Without master's protection, even if I return to the seven sects, my fate wouldn't be much better. It's better to accompany the senior to the joyful union sect and save your two lives. It's already worth it. Liu Yun slowly stood up, the remaining dozen puppet beasts holding glowing orbs in their mouths, ready to strike. Powerful five-element spiritual energy surged within him, and two talisman treasures appeared in his hands. Humph. Overestimating yourself. The masked stranger said with a laugh. The skinny old man also smiled, just about to say something, when he saw a flash of pink light before his eyes. Both of them widened their eyes in horror. The skinny old man from the Yuling sect and the Qing Feng bird beneath him were both cut in half by the masked stranger with a single raise of his hand. Weren't they allies? Boy, do you really want to fight me? The masked stranger landed lightly on the ground, his voice containing an unconcealed amusement. You. Before Liu Yun could finish his sentence, he saw the masked stranger raise a finger, and immediately felt his spiritual energy drain, collapsing weakly to the ground. The masked stranger slowly walked a few steps to him, extended a finger like a spring onion, and gently lifted Liu Yun's chin. What the hell do you want to do? Good looks, decent cultivation, and not bad aptitude. The masked stranger nodded in satisfaction and chuckled softly. This laughter carried a effeminate chi, making Liu Yun's break out in a cold sweat. Damn, this devil head is lusting after my body. Don't worry. Seeing his reaction, the masked stranger couldn't help but sigh softly, saying with some nostalgia, I haven't done that kind of kidnapping and harvesting for a very long time. How the hell am I supposed to be at ease? Liu Yun's almost popped his eyeballs out. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Liu Yun's reaction, the masked stranger laughed happily, then stopped teasing him and turned to look at Dong Xianer. Little girl, Did your mother not tell you anything? My mother. Dong Xian'er was stunned. My mother was just immortal, and she died a long time ago. The masked stranger was visibly stunned, then lowered his head, muttering in a complex tone, so that's it, that's what she told you. Dong Xian'er looked at Liu Yun's, somewhat flustered, unsure of what to do. Child, don't be afraid. That was just a little joke with you all. The masked stranger took off his mask, revealing a neutral, exquisitely beautiful face. If this face were on a woman, it would be a peerless beauty capable of toppling kingdoms, if on a man, it would be world-shaking handsomeness. Dong Xian'er subconsciously put down the short sword in her hand. She suddenly felt that the senior probably had no ill intentions. A beauty lover, unrepentant. Child, your master didn't tell you the truth. The person sighed softly, walked to Dong Xian'er, and smiled as he tidied her messy hair. My name is Gu Xian, and my deist name is Immortal Master Yunlu. I am your biological father. Dong Xian'er's face instantly changed, and she subconsciously retreated several steps. Old devil Yunlu of the Joyful Union sect, rumored to be yin and yang in one body, lustful as his life, and indiscriminate of gender. He specialized in abducting handsome and beautiful male and female disciples from various schools, wantonly harvesting them, and then releasing them. How could she not know such an infamous reputation? Such a person actually claimed to be her father. Impossible. Both my parents are mortals. I come from the Dong family in the mortal world, and I am a descendant of my master Immortal Master Hungfu's elder brother. Immortal Master Yunlu shook his head, saying with some helplessness, Hungfu left home when she was young, how could she have an elder brother? She is actually your mother. The amount of information was too overwhelming. Dong Xian'er's face was filled with shock and confusion, and she stood rooted to the spot. Immortal Master Yunlu formed a hand seal with one hand and pointed at Dong Xian'er's glabella. Streaks of pink spiritual patterns extended from Dong Xian'er's glabella, gradually transforming into two wing-like patterns that covered her entire forehead. At first glance, it looked like an extraordinarily beautiful headdress. This Yi Mengju was personally planted by me before you were even born. With this technique, as long as you begin to cultivate cultivation techniques related to charm technique, it will naturally come to fruition, achieving twice the result with half the effort. Immortal Master Yunlu smiled, and said gently, what? Still don't believe it. Dong Xian'er's face was pale and bloodless. She seemed to have taken a heavy blow, staggering back several steps. No wonder she didn't acknowledge me, no wonder she hated me so much. Dong Xian'er suddenly looked up, her eyes red-rimmed as she glared at Immortal Master Yunlu. It was all because of you. Immortal Master Yunlu was stunned for a moment, then shook his head helplessly, looking directly into Dong Xian'er's shocked and angry eyes. Your mother and I are not what you think. Immortal Master Yunlu said calmly. Not what I think. Dong Xian'er sneered, just about to say something more, when she heard Liu Yun's calm voice from not far away, all right, calm down first. A parent's love. Enough, Liu Yun said calmly. Junior sister Dong, please calm down and think carefully. These matters are probably not as simple as you imagine. Dong Xian'er gave a bitter laugh. Senior brother Liu, what do you know? If my master truly is my mother, then why has she refused to acknowledge me all these years? Isn't it because she's ashamed to admit it? Immortal Master Yunlu remained silent, his gaze deep and unreadable. Liu Yun sighed. Dong Xian'er, calm down first and think carefully, how old are you this year? Dong Xian'er was startled by his words, somewhat confused about his meaning. Think about it, 20 years ago when true person Hungfu was pregnant with you, she was already a cultivator in the late core formation stage. Even if Immortal Master Yunlu genuinely abducted people for dual cultivation, would he target someone so difficult to get his hands on? Not to mention that the Yi Mengju was cast before you were born. Think carefully, how long does a 10-month pregnancy take, and how long before that? It's not so easy for a high-level cultivator to have offspring. Liu Yun looked at Dong Xian'er's incredulous expression and rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. Do you still remember what kind of people true person Hungfu dislikes the most? Dong Xian'er's eyes widened instantly. Immortal Master Yunlu's expression shifted, and he turned to look at Liu Yun's. What kind of people does she dislike the most? Immortal Master Yunlu asked, somewhat nervously. Everyone in the seven sects knows that true person Hungfu of Yellow Maple Valley dislikes handsome, glib-tongued young men the most. Liu Yun smiled and said calmly, it seems Immortal Master Yunlu, you are quite skilled at charming women. Immortal Master Yunlu's lips instantly curved upwards, then, as if remembering something, he shook his head and gave a bitter laugh, appearing very helpless. This girl. Dong Xian'er stood rooted to the spot, at a loss, her mind in a chaotic mess, feeling as if her entire life had been turned upside down. Her master was her birth mother, and her father was a notorious devil head of the demonic path. So, you and my mother truly had a romantic past. Dong Xian'er's face was taut, her foxy eyes, which usually seemed to be smiling, drooped coldly. They were neither gentle nor alluring, but rather resembled a broken statue in a snowstorm, full of indifference and detachment. But you're a notorious devil head, lustful, an abducting lecher who performs dual cultivation. How could she have had any interaction with you? Hee. Before Immortal Master Yunlu could answer, Liu Yun's laughed first. Junior sister Dong, how could you forget? You're also a notorious slut, and I'm a notorious madman. Liu Yun smiled as he looked at Dong Xian'er, whose face had suddenly turned pale, a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. Is what everyone knows necessarily true? For a moment, everyone fell silent. Dong Xian'er pressed her lips tightly together, her whole body seemed to have lost its bones, and she sat weakly on the ground, covering her face and letting out suppressed sobs. Immortal Master Yunlu sighed deeply. Remarkable. I haven't seen a young person like you in a long time. Lu Yun's waved his hand noncommittally. Senior is joking. It's just simple logical deduction. Besides, this matter isn't complicated at all, a little thought makes it clear. A little thought? Ha ha ha. Immortal Master Yunlu couldn't help but burst out laughing. Do you know that just on this point alone, you have already surpassed the vast majority of people in this world? Seeing Lu Yun's puzzled expression, he gradually reined in his smile, a hint of loneliness appearing on his exquisite face. The world is full of mediocrity, a single leaf in front of their eyes obscures the major thousand worlds. To be able to think independently without prejudice and reach a conclusion is already a remarkable feat, Immortal Master Yunlu said with a smile. Lu Yun's rubbed his chin and tentatively asked, Senior, I have a few questions I'd like to ask, if it's convenient. Had. Immortal Master Yunlu chuckled softly and nodded. Ask away, I guarantee I'll tell you everything I know. Lu Yun's was made uneasy by his overly accommodating attitude, but still continued to ask. Senior, if I'm not mistaken, Tian Buke, who went to Yanling Fortress last time, was sent by you, wasn't he? Dong Xian'er suddenly raised her head, her reddened eyes mixed with a look of astonishment. Immortal Master Yunlu nodded, turned to glance at Dong Xian'er, and said calmly, that's right. I received a letter from her mother, which is how I learned she was going to Yanling Fortress. So I sent Tian Buke to bring her back. I didn't expect you all to ruin things and even cost Tian Buke his life, leaving me owing his father an enormous favor. At this point, Immortal Master Yunlu gave Lu Yun's a helpless, exasperated look. Lu Yun shrugged bitterly. Senior, you can't blame us for this. That Tian Buke immediately used an extremely malicious charm technique on junior sister Dong and threatened to kill us. We were forced to kill him. Immortal Master Yunlu raised an eyebrow, a doting smile playing on his lips. He looked enchanting and exquisitely beautiful. Don't worry, I have no intention of settling scores with you. Otherwise, I would have already slapped you to death. Dong Xian'er stood up excitedly and rushed a few steps closer to Immortal Master Yunlu. You said this was my mother's intention? That she wanted you to find me. Immortal Master Yunlu nodded, gently patting her shoulder. If it weren't for your mother's wishes, I wouldn't have disturbed your lives. Dong Xian'er looked at him incredulously, speechless for a long time. Lu Yun's tapped his temple, and connecting it with the previous events, he instantly understood everything. Junior sister Dong, think carefully. Your cultivation technique has reached a point where you must perform dual cultivation with someone to advance, but your reputation in the seven sects is so poor that not even a male cultivator with low aptitude and plain looks would consider you. In this situation, if you want to advance further, you can only change your cultivation technique. And with your physique combined with the Yi Mengju, isn't the Joyful Union sect's cultivation technique the most suitable for you? From every perspective, returning to the Hehuan sect with your father is the best choice. If I'm not mistaken, true person Hungfu severing ties with you earlier was also to cut off your escape routes, to make you honestly return with your father. Lu Yun sighed. What a parent's love. Dong Xian'er pursed her lips, tears slowly streaming down her delicate and charming face. Immortal Master Yunlu gently placed his hand on her shoulder and said softly, this is your mother's intention. Everything she did was for your own good. The Hehuan sect is more suitable for you than the seven sects, and it also offers you opportunities to advance further. He raised his hand, wiped away the tear stains from Dong Xian'er's eyes, and said with a smile. Once we return to the Hehuan sect, I will publicly declare you to be my bloodline descendant, ensuring your mother's reputation is not harmed. Dong Xian'er choked back a sob and nodded. Immortal Master Yunlu smiled brightly in excitement, then gently patted her shoulder with a hint of heartache, until Dong Xian'er's emotions gradually calmed down. Lu Yun's, is that right? After comforting his daughter, Immortal Master Yunlu turned and smiled at Lu Yun's. His captivating peach blossom eyes scrutinized him from head to toe, and a look of satisfaction unconsciously appeared in his eyes. Are you willing to become my disciple? The choice. Are you willing to take me as your master? As Immortal Master Yunlu spoke, Lu Yun's immediately froze in place. Dong Xian'er also instantly stopped her sobs, looking at Immortal Master Yunlu in surprise, a hint of expectation in her eyes. After a moment of silence, Lu Yun shook his head. Senior, I have a master. Immortal Master Yunlu nodded. I know that. Qiang Wuji of the Unyu sect. He's considered one of the best among core formation cultivators. Immortal Master Yunlu smiled confidently and continued, but how can he compare to me? I hail from the Joyful Union sect, a leader of the demonic path. I've cultivated for hundreds of years since childhood, and my cultivation has now reached the middle stage nascent soul realm. Looking across the human realm, I'm considered a top-tier existence. Within the Joyful Union sect, I am second to one and above all others, holding a revered position. Moreover, I have no disciples. If you are willing to become my disciple, you would be my only true disciple. Your status would be far more exalted and prominent than your current one, by an immeasurable margin. Putting everything else aside, at least no one would dare to send my disciple to the front lines as cannon fodder. As Immortal Master Yunlu said this, a suppressed anger flashed in her eyes. Lu Yun's was first startled, then shook his head helplessly. Senior, Junior thanks you for your kindness. However, No matter what, he is my master. This has nothing to do with cultivation or status. Immortal Master Yunlu chuckled softly, have you thought it through? The 7 sects are now in grave danger, and no one knows when they will be completely annihilated. You are currently at the center of the storm, and a moment's carelessness could lead to your complete destruction. As my disciple, you can escape this great battle now and continue your cultivation peacefully. I can assure you that the resources and environment I and the Joyful Union sect can provide you are beyond your wildest dreams. Liu Yun's expression remained unchanged, his eyes still as calm as water. Immortal Master Yunlu didn't mind. Instead, she walked a few steps in front of him, half-crouched slightly, and looked directly into his eyes. Kid, do you know what you'll face when you return to the Unyu sect? Liu Yun's eyes held a hint of confusion. Immortal Master Yunlu smiled and continued, there are countless people in this world, and the vast majority of them are just ordinary, unremarkable individuals. These ordinary people aren't afraid of you being strong, nor are they afraid of you being weak. They are only afraid of you being different from them. A gentle breeze swept across the grass, carrying a few wisps of floral fragrance. Immortal Master Yunlu's gender-neutral, exquisite face revealed stunning contours, and her captivating peach blossom eyes smiled gently, her rosy lips slightly upturned, showing a faint hint of sarcasm and self-deprecation. To these ordinary people, you don't have to do anything wrong, simply being different from them is the greatest sin. If you are weak, they will trample you, bully you, humiliate you, and try to keep you in the mud, never to rise again for a lifetime. If you are strong, they will slander you, defame you, ostracize you, and try to make everyone hate you just like them. As Immortal Master Yunlu spoke, she simply sat down cross-legged like Liu Yun's, completely devoid of the usual reserve of a nascent soul cultivator. Kid, what you did on the battlefield earlier was remarkable, anyone would think so. But the better you do, the more different you become from those ordinary people. They won't let you go, even if it means utter destruction, a mutual demise. They will drown you in the filthiest mire. This isn't necessarily out of hatred, it could also be out of fear. In front of you, everything they had to accept because of their mediocrity suddenly became worthless, even lowly, like dust. This kind of fear is enough to drive people to do many irrational things. Immortal Master Yunlu sighed deeply and asked with a smile, Kid, do you believe that before long, at least half of those Foundation establishment disciples you saved will want you dead? Liu Yun's remained silent, not uttering a word. It seems you are aware of these things as well. Immortal Master Yunlu looked at him with complex eyes, her bright gaze like a still pond, calmly reflecting his silent expression. Senior, when I was 10 years old, my master personally brought me into the Unyu sect. This year, I am 29, having been his disciple for 19 years. In these 19 years, though he is not my biological father, he has treated me like his own son. Liu Yun spread his hands, calmly saying, Senior, I understand what you mean. It's just that in my life, I've never cared what others think of me. In the entire Unyu sect, the only person I truly care about is my master. Thank you for your kindness, Senior, but I already have a master. Immortal Master Yunlu looked at him, letting out a long sigh with a complex expression. Kid, I don't know if you're smart or foolish. She stood up and beckoned to the disappointed Dong Xianer. Girl, let's go. Dong Xianer stared blankly at Liu Yun's, wanting to say something, but not knowing how to begin. Seeing this, Immortal Master Yunlu couldn't help but sigh, and without looking back, she threw a jade pendant to Liu Yun's. Liu Yun's instinctively caught it. The jade pendant was exquisite and translucent, a vibrant green. Judging by its abundant spiritual qi, it was actually a top-grade magical artifact. The character Yun was carved on it, subtly flickering with 5-colored spiritual light. Keep it. If you ever change your mind, take it and find me at the Joyful Union sect. After saying this, Immortal Master Yunlu transformed into a pink escape lights, sweeping Dong Xianer beside her and flying into the sky. Oh, and one last thing I'll tell you, it's about your Unyu sect. Immortal Master Yunlu's telepathic message echoed in Liu Yun's ears. Not long after, the escape lights formed by Immortal Master Yunlu vanished into the horizon. Liu Yun sat blankly in place, unable to recover for a long time. Immortal Master Yunlu's news was truly too astonishing, but it also provided a reason for everything that had happened recently. Like a crucial piece of a puzzle being filled in, Liu Yun instantly understood everything. But this matter was far beyond his capabilities, and perhaps even beyond what Qiang Wuji could handle. After an unknown amount of time, Liu Yun suddenly snapped back to reality and said without looking back. Stop hiding. They're already long gone. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Li poked his head out from the nearby bushes. Actually, I wasn't hiding. It's just that the blow earlier was quite severe. It took some time to recover my qi. Han Li said with a bitter smile, touching the armor on his body. At this moment, the breastplate and arm guards of the armor had already turned into scattered fragments on the ground. The remaining helmet and leg guards were twisted and deformed, no longer usable. Liu Yun rolled his eyes and bent down to pick up the hurricane pearl on the ground. Whether intentionally or not, Immortal Master Yunlu had conveniently taken the skinny old man's storage pouch when she left, but had left behind this hurricane pearl and the old man's magic treasure. Old Han, give me a hand. Liu Yun suddenly remembered something and quickly took out a porcelain bottle, handing it to Han Li. Before that big bird's soul dissipates, quickly collect it. I have a great use for it. Also, the demon core, wings, beak, and claws, don't waste any of them. Han Li looked at him expressionlessly. The wings, beak, and claws are all yours. Han Li still looked at him expressionlessly. I'll help you make a new set of armor later, definitely better than this one. Han Li still looked at him expressionlessly. I guarantee there will be no password. Han Li snatched the porcelain bottle and headed straight for the Qing Feng bird's corpse. Meanwhile, Liu Yun's remained in place, recovering some of his magical power, then turned to look in the direction of the Yunyu sect, his expression gradually becoming solemn. Chapter 106, Internal Strife. On the front lines, mysterious fireboy knelt on the ground, glaring fiercely at the more than 10 escape lights rapidly receding into the distance. On his chest was a saber mark that pierced through from front to back, emitting a faint silver light. The surrounding purplish-black demonic fire wriggled inward, attempting to heal the wound. However, the lingering saber chi stubbornly resisted the demonic fire's erosion. For a time, the saber chi and demonic fire were in a stalemate, neither able to overcome the other. Fellow Daoist Xianhuo, this demon flame sect's secret art is truly miraculous. To be pierced through the chest by saber chi and only suffer injury is astonishing. The black-robed youth marveled, a schadenfreude expression on his face. Mysterious fireboy suddenly looked up, and his refined corpse moved, strangely blocking him. At this moment, only 7 or 8 high-level refined corpses remained by mysterious fireboy's side. Half of the others were destroyed by Zhou Chenxian's 36 Heavenly Gang flying sabers, and the other half were shattered when the 7 sex core formation cultivators broke through, unreservedly wielding their magic treasures with full power, destroying all the refined corpses in their way. What is the meaning of this, fellow Daoist? The black-robed youth smiled politely, his tone filled with deep confusion. Wang Luo, why are you being so hypocritical? Mysterious fireboy sneered. You sent away all the Foundation establishment disciples, and you let that fellow Daoist Wu leave the battlefield. Wasn't it all to wait for this moment? Wang Luo sighed, shaking his head with a bitter smile. Fellow Daoist Xianhuo has misunderstood. Sending out the Foundation establishment disciples was only to expand our achievements, and fellow Daoist Wu also voluntarily requested to pursue and kill those from the 7 sects. There is absolutely no personal motive on my part. He. Who would believe such a clumsy lie? Do you take me for a 3-year-old child? Mysterious fireboy sneered a few times, and the purplish-black demonic fire on his body began to burn slowly. If you think that because I am severely injured, I can be at your mercy, then you are greatly mistaken. Even now, I can still drag you down with me to death. If you don't believe me, try it. Wang Luo lowered his eyelids slightly, his expression calm, a complex and unreadable smile playing on the corners of his mouth. Fellow Daoist Xianhuo has truly misunderstood. As fellow cultivators of the demonic path, how could I attack you? It's just that I have a question that requires fellow Daoist Xianhuo to answer. Once I get the answer I want, I promise to turn around and leave, and will absolutely not stay here to cause trouble for fellow Daoist. Mysterious fireboy's eyes narrowed slightly, and the silver saber light on his chest began to dim gradually. What's the question? Just ask directly, Mysterious fireboy said irritably. Alright, then I won't be polite. May I ask fellow Daoist Xianhuo, where did these 20-odd high-level refined corpses come from? Wang Luo's scrutinizing gaze slowly swept over the several refined corpses, his eyes instantly becoming solemn. If I remember correctly, the demon flame sect seems to be famous in Tianese for cultivating various powerful demonic fire, and does not have any methods for refined corpse, does it? Hat. Mysterious fireboy chuckled. In that short amount of time, the saber light on his chest had completely faded, leaving only a trace of residual saber chi still stubbornly resisting. My demon flame sect has countless miraculous cultivation techniques and methods, but it's just that the method of refining demonic fire is the most profound and mysterious, so its reputation is the greatest. It doesn't mean that there are no other types of cultivation technique within the section. I see. Wang Luo nodded with a smile, seemingly genuinely accepting Mysterious Fireboy's explanation. In that case, I apologize for my intrusion. I wonder if fellow Daoist Xianhuo needs any help? My ghost spirit sex cultivation technique also has some miraculous aspects for healing. Mysterious Fireboy waved his hand indifferently, saying, no need. This minor injury will recover completely after I rest for a period of time. There's no need for fellow Daoist Wang to trouble himself. Is that so? Then I shall take my leave. Wang Luo bowed slightly, then turned and transformed into a black escape light, disappearing from sight. Mysterious Fireboy was slightly stunned. He had prepared for a fierce battle with Wang Luo, but he didn't expect this person to actually leave like that. After a moment of thought, Mysterious Fireboy shook his head with a gloomy expression, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. In this battle, his origin chi was greatly damaged. Regardless of whether Wang Luo had truly let the matter go, he had to find a secret place to slowly recover from his injuries. Once his injuries healed, even if Wang Luo truly noticed something, he could forcefully suppress it with his martial prowess. After all, no matter how potent the poison of the Xiangliu diagram was, it couldn't harm his demonic fire body, and what's more, he now possessed the Dragon Phoenix twin rings. Thinking of this, the flames around Mysterious Fireboy's body suddenly converged inward, and the saber light on his chest let out a low hum, completely refined away. Humph. Mysterious Fireboy's face turned pale, and he couldn't help but let out a pained groan. Such a crude method clearly brought about a significant backlash. I can't stay in your country. I'll inform the sect first. That kid from the Ghost Spirit sect. What's going on? Mysterious Fireboy suddenly looked at the refined corpses beside him, only to see wisps of blood chi spreading over them at some unknown point, rapidly enveloping their entire bodies. Their bodies of copper skin and iron bones began to slowly melt under the embrace of the blood chi, emitting a putrid stench that made one want to vomit. How is this possible? Mysterious Fire Boy gasped in horror, forming a hand seal. Large patches of purplish-black demonic fire erupted from his body, engulfing the refined corpses. However, as soon as the demonic fire came into contact with the blood chi on the refined corpses, it was tinged with a crimson hue, rapidly spreading towards Mysterious Fire Boy. Humph! Mysterious Fire Boy roared, forcefully severing his connection with that patch of demonic fire. As the flames dissipated, Mysterious Fire Boy's entire spiritual chi plummeted sharply, and a mouthful of fresh blood immediately gushed out. Wang Luo! Mysterious Fire Boy roared, glaring fiercely at the mid-air. Wang Luo, clad in a black robe, materialized from the void realm, a disdainful sneer on his lips. Fellow deist Xianhuo is too careless. With this blood fiend chi surge, your refined corpses are probably ruined. This is also my fault for not explaining clearly. The blood fiend pearl formed by the thousand spirits blood fiend great formation is not some one-time formation breaking magical artifact. Within 100 years, the dense blood fiend chi here will not dissipate and can be commanded by me. Mysterious Fire Boy spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm, and the purplish-black demonic fire once again spread from his entire body. Wang Luo sighed somewhat helplessly, shaking his head and saying, "Why is fellow deist Xianhuo so persistent? As long as you tell me where these refined corpses truly came from, I guarantee not to harm a single hair on your body." Hat. Mysterious Fire Boy laughed in extreme anger, his hairless face contorted into a ferocious expression like that of a malevolent ghost. "You ghost spirit sect dog, do you really think you've got me cornered?" Surging demonic fire furiously poured into Mysterious Fire Boy's head along his entire body's spirit patterns, causing his entire head to swell by a circle. His 7 orifices then emitted dazzling purplish-black spiritual light, shooting out more than 3 feet. Ah! Mysterious Fire Boy let out a dying beast's wail, transforming into demonic fire and shooting towards Wang Luo. "Sacrificing your body to the fire. You don't even want the chance of reincarnation." Wang Luo was greatly alarmed, turning to leave, but was directly engulfed by the towering demonic fire. "Reincarnation? Ha 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 ha. We who walk the demonic path kill and harm to preserve ourselves, what need have we for reincarnation? Are we to become pigs and dogs?" Mysterious Fire Boy roared with laughter, his entire being transforming into an ink-black fire lotus, which then violently exploded. The fire lotus stretched for hundreds of feet, and as its petals flashed, it turned everything into nothingness. Chapter 107, An Unexpected Turn of Events. The dark demonic fire gradually dwindled and extinguished, finally transforming into a small, exquisite black fire lotus, upon which rested 2 rings, one gold and one white. The black fire lotus, as if sentient, spun gently in place once before descending to the ground, carrying the 2 rings. Just then, a pitch-black large hand suddenly appeared, grabbing both the fire lotus and the rings. Wang Luo materialized in mid-air, his expression withered, yet his eyes gleamed. The Xiangliu diagram on his body flickered with spiritual qi, and a layer of illusory scales, black as ink, shimmered faintly around him. That mysterious Fire Boy is truly ruthless, Wang Luo gritted his teeth in hatred, raising his hand to disperse the giant black hand, revealing the fire lotus and rings within. Dragon Phoenix Twin Rings, Netherworld Profound Fire. Ha ha ha. Wang Luo was overjoyed, unable to help but laugh uproariously. This battle has yielded quite a harvest. However, I wonder which faction has allied with the Demon Flame sect. At this thought, the joy that Wang Luo had just shown vanished again, replaced by a monstrous, terrifying expression, like a furious beast. His emotions changed so quickly, it was eerily unnatural. After his face shifted several times, Wang Luo abruptly put away the Dragon Phoenix Twin Rings and the Netherworld Profound Fire, transforming into a black escape lights that shot through the air. He had figured it out, as long as he could conquer Yu country, the Ghost Spirit sect's position as one of the 6 demonic sects would naturally be as stable as Mount Tai, regardless of who supported those demonic sects behind the scenes. Instead of wasting time on these clueless matters, it was better to quickly secure the position of frontline commander. Mysterious Fire Boy was dead, the rest would be much simpler. Wang Luo sneered and headed straight for the heartland of Yu country. At the same time, Liu Yun's and Han Li sat on a bamboo raft they had acquired from a group of people from the Thousand Bamboo sect, flying towards the 7 sects allied armies originally designated gathering point. Han Li looked at Liu Yun's, who was happily fiddling with the soul of a Qingfeng bird, and couldn't help but sigh. "Old Liu, I heard everything you said to that old devil Yunlu earlier." "Oh," Liu Yun's replied perfunctorily. Han Li's eyebrows twitched, and his eyes suddenly darkened a few shades. "Now that I think about it, if my senior marshal uncle Hungfu had intended for Dong Xianer to return to the Joyful Union sect from the very beginning, why did she have to bring me along?" Han Li suddenly clenched his fist, saying in a cold tone, "She clearly wanted me dead." Liu Yun's thought for a moment and immediately understood. "It's true. But it's not surprising. For an ordinary foundation establishment disciple like you, with average looks and poor aptitude, to actually reject her precious daughter, true person Hungfu not tearing you apart on the spot only shows how deep her schemes are, and how narrow-minded she is." Han Li took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart. He hadn't expected that even with his cautiousness, he would still invite a deadly disaster due to an inexplicable matter. The weak are truly pitiful. "Calm down, we can't defeat her right now," Liu Yun said very practically. "What if she uses this as an excuse and blames me for Dong Xianer being taken away?" Han Li asked, feeling uneasy. That true person Hongfu had developed a killing intent towards him simply because he refused Dong Xian'er, showing how narrow-minded she was. If she was determined to cause him trouble, Han Li truly had no solution. His master would most likely only protect himself, and even with Liu Yun's strong background, he was from the Yunyu sect and couldn't concern himself with the Yellow Maple Valley's affairs. As a foundation establishment cultivator, that true person Hongfu could toy with him however she pleased. What are you afraid of? We haven't even accused her of colluding with the demonic path yet. Liu Yun's rolled his eyes, taking the jade pendant engraved with the character Yun into his hand. Look, we even have evidence. If she dares to play dirty, we'll just fall out. Let's see how she explains that. Anyway, Dong Xian'er's background can't withstand scrutiny. If she truly had the courage to burn her bridges, she wouldn't have let her daughter be an orphan for so many years. Han Li's heart felt a little calmer, then his gaze shifted, and he asked with some curiosity. What did old devil Yunlu say to you? Why did your expression become so ugly after hearing it? Liu Yun's lowered his eyelids slightly and sighed. It's about the Yunyu sect. I can't tell you the specifics, I can only say. Liu Yun's paused, then said with a bitter smile, the Yunyu sect is about to change. Han Li was startled, then fell silent, lost in thought. With Liu Yun's, a human radar whose divine sense was stronger than that of ordinary core formation cultivators, among them, ordinary demonic path foundation establishment cultivators naturally couldn't detect their presence. After several days of circling around, the two finally arrived at the second line of defense of the Seven Sects allied army. Who goes there? Before the two could even approach the defense line, a loud shout rang out, and at the same time, more than a dozen escape lights shot out, surrounding them. Everyone, junior brothers, don't be nervous. I am Liu Yun's of the Yunyu sect, and this is Han Li, the esteemed disciple of Senior Li Huayuan of the Yellow Maple Valley. We are retreating from the front line, Liu Yun said quickly. Although his magical power had mostly recovered, he didn't want to fight his fellow disciples from the Seven Sects here. Front line. The leading Yunyu sect foundation establishment disciple was stunned to hear this, then cupped his hands expressionlessly. Since it's senior brother Liu, please come with us first. Liu Yun's frowned in confusion, then turned to exchange glances with Han Li. Han Li immediately cupped his hands and asked, Senior brothers, I wonder if I am accompanying senior brother Liu. A middle-aged woman from the Yellow Maple Valley smiled slightly at Han Li and said kindly, Junior brother Han, just follow me. Both were startled at the same time, feeling a great sense of unease. Something was wrong. The attitude of these people was very wrong. After pondering for a moment, seeing the spiritual chi faintly circulating around them, they seemed to subtly want to make a move. Liu Yun's expression immediately darkened, but it was fleeting. With a normal expression, he turned and gave Han Li a reassuring look, then stepped forward and said, Where are you taking me, may I ask? The leading Yunyu sect disciple remained expressionless, but cold sweat was faintly seeping from his forehead. Confronting a notorious and fierce person like Liu Yun's head-on was still a bit too much for him. Senior brother Liu, please don't make things difficult for us. It's Senior Marshal Uncle Zheng, the commander of the position, who wants to see you. Seeing Liu Yun's unfriendly gaze, the Yunyu sect disciple's tone softened, and he quickly explained. Senior Marshal Uncle Zheng. Liu Yun's brow furrowed even deeper. Another Yunyu sect elder he didn't know. After thinking for a moment, Liu Yun's continued to ask calmly, May I ask if the elders from the front line returned safely? The Yunyu sect disciple quickly nodded. Elder Yu, who commanded the front line, returned first, and then the other elders also returned safely. Except for Junior Marshal Uncle Yu, it is said that he perished on the front line. At this point, fear appeared in the Yunyu sect disciple's eyes. He found it hard to imagine what kind of tragic battle it would take for a core formation cultivator to fall. Liu Yun's frowned and sighed softly. Lead the way. Yes, senior brother, please. The Yunyu sect disciple quickly stepped aside, leading Liu Yun's to fly into the large formation. Han Li's expression was calm, but his eyes showed a complex look as he followed his senior sister from the same sect, flying towards another direction. Chapter 108, The Road Ahead. Passing through the imposing grand formation, giant tents almost filled the entire mountain. Their orderly appearance was many times better than the nameless barren mountain before. Liu Yun swept his divine sense, committing the terrain to memory, then followed the Yunyu sect disciple all the way to an exceptionally large tent. Report. Yunyu sect's Liu Yun's has been brought. Come in. Accompanied by a majestic voice, the tent entrance automatically opened. Inside sat more than 20 core formation cultivators, including many familiar frontline cultivators such as Huidao Doc's Zhou Chengxian, Yunyu sect's Su Ruoqing and the Plump Elder, and Yellow Maple Valley's Ming Hui. There were also some completely unfamiliar core formation cultivators who were curiously sizing up Liu Yun's. One of them, a late core formation stage brocade-robed elder, sat in the main seat, his eyes icy cold and piercing, like sharp knives hovering over Liu Yun's, ready to tear him to pieces at any moment. Liu Yun's carefully scrutinized the cultivators inside the tent, and his heart immediately sank. Feng Baiun, Fairy Nishang, Nangang Wang, he didn't see any of these familiar core formation elders. Liu Yun's. The brocade-robed elder slowly began, his voice authoritative and deep, making Liu Yun's bones tingle. Junior Marshal Brother, you said you disturbed morale on the front line and incited 7 sects disciples to desert. Is this true? Liu Yun's turned his head and looked coldly at the plump elder. What deep-seated hatred do I have with you that you must put me to death? The plump elder closed his eyes to rest, not saying a word. Liu Yun's face was taut as he cupped his hands in greeting to the many core formation cultivators, then spoke to the plump elder, Junior Marshal Uncle Yu, how exactly did I disrupt morale? And how did I incite frontline disciples to desert? Could you please explain more clearly? The plump elder opened his eyes, his indifferent gaze sweeping over Liu Yun's before turning to the brocade-robed elder in the main seat. Senior Brother Zheng, at that time, the grand formation was broken, and the demonic faction army had not yet arrived. This person incited the seven sects disciples to desert, leading to a great defeat on the front line. All of us fellow disciples of the seven sects witnessed it personally, there is no mistake. The brocade-robed elder's gaze swept over the many core formation cultivators in the grand tent. Su Ruoqing cupped his hands and said with a smile, Senior Brother Zheng, what Senior Marshal Brother Yu said is true. We all personally witnessed this person instigating other disciples to desert. The other frontline core formation cultivators either smiled without speaking or lowered their heads to drink tea. Although no one else said anything, not a single one spoke up for Liu Yun's. Zhou Chengxian, however, let out a cold laugh, and it seemed he was about to say something unpleasant. You all. Enough. The brocade-robed elder said without hesitation, as if he hadn't heard anything, and looked at Liu Yun's. With all the witnesses present, what more do you have to argue? Liu Yun sneered and looked at the plump elder. If this disciple remembers correctly, Junior Marshal Uncle Yu seemed to be the first to run, didn't he? If I am considered to have disrupted morale, then aren't you, Junior Marshal Uncle, considered to have deserted in battle? Audacious! The brocade-robed elder roared, and a powerful spiritual pressure directly pressed Liu Yun's to the ground. How dare you bite back at a fellow senior? Liu Yun's, how bold of you! Liu Yun's entire body erupted with five-colored spiritual light, and he stubbornly lifted his head against the strong spiritual pressure, looking at them coldly. The plump elder snorted coldly and said expressionlessly, Liu Yun's disturbed morale and bit back at a superior. Senior Brother Zheng, what do you think should be done? The brocade-robed elder calmly glanced at him, then slowly stood up. Now that the demonic path has invaded, the situation is critical. We seven sects have formed an allied army to resist the demonic path together. Since it is an allied army, it should act like one. The brocade-robed elder walked in front of Liu Yun's, looking down at him from above, his eyes filled with chilling killing intent. Liu Yun's has not violated sect rules, but military law. Those who violate military law shall be executed. Everyone suddenly stood up, looking at the brocade-robed elder in horror. This was old freak Kaiyang's direct successor. Kill him? Was he trying to make that old monster even crazier, forcing him to kill people? Su Ruoqing's face turned slightly pale, while the plump elder closed his eyes in contemplation, saying nothing. The brocade-robed elder paid no more attention to others, his spiritual power bursting forth, and a faint spiritual light flickering in his hand. Just then, an incomparably powerful spiritual pressure suddenly descended. The brocade-robed elder's pupils suddenly constricted, and the spiritual light in his hand flashed violently, shooting straight towards Liu Yun's. How audacious! A deafening explosion echoed in the air. The brocade-robed elder was abruptly sent flying several feet, smashing heavily onto the grand tent, and spitting out a large mouthful of fresh blood. At the same time, blood flowed profusely from his entire body, as if he had been attacked hundreds of times by something extremely sharp in an instant. Senior Brother Zheng. Everyone's faces turned pale, and Su Ruoqing and the plump elder were sweating profusely, yet dared not move an inch. Simply because a person had appeared in the middle of the grand tent. The newcomer wore a blue shirt with several patches, had short hair a few inches long, and an oily face that obscured his emotions. Greetings, Senior Kaiyang. The core formation cultivators quickly bowed in salute, cursing the brocade-robed elder in their hearts, complaining why he had to provoke this old monster. Su Ruoqing's legs trembled, and he dared not say a word, keeping his head bowed. The plump elder, however, took a step forward and bowed to Kaiyang Wuji. Greetings, Junior Marshal Uncle Kaiyang. Kaiyang Wuji gave him a cold glance, then turned to look at Liu Yun's, who had managed to struggle to his feet. Injured. Liu Yun's shook his head, no. Do you know why these people want to frame you? Liu Yun's gave a bitter smile, I can guess some of it. Humph. Kaiyang Wuji snorted in displeasure. Then do you know what exactly you did wrong? Liu Yun scratched his head in silence. I shouldn't have been meddlesome. Incorrect. I should have been more discreet. Also incorrect. I shouldn't have sought attention from the beginning, I should have prioritized being low-key and self-preservation. Completely wrong. Kaiyang Wuji sneered, and an incomparably violent spiritual pressure erupted unrestrainedly. Everyone's faces changed drastically, and they were forced back several steps. My disciple just killed the frontline commander of the Yuling sect on the front line, and you people immediately want his life. Kaiyang Wuji turned to look at the plump elder and Su Ruoqing. Junior Marshal nephews, do you think this matter is appropriate? The plump elder swallowed his saliva and said cautiously, Senior Brother Zheng's actions were indeed inappropriate, but... Inappropriate? Not necessarily. Kaiyang Wuji gave a cold laugh, raised his hand, and a spiritual light directly pierced the brocade-robed elder's lower abdomen. Cough. The brocade-robed elder violently spat out a mouthful of blood, his face instantly withered, and his eyes like dead ashes. I suspect this person is a spy sent by the demonic path. First, cripple his dension, then we'll investigate slowly later. Kaiyang Wuji looked at everyone and said calmly, do any of you have any objections? For a moment, there was complete silence in the grand tent. No objections, Senior Kyang did a splendid job with this. Zhou Chengxian suddenly burst out laughing, saying gleefully. Seeing someone take the lead, everyone immediately declared that this person must be a demonic path spy, and that Senior Kyang had done a splendid job. Only Su Ruoking and the plump elder kept their heads down, not saying a word. They appeared particularly forlorn amidst the crowd. Ha 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 ha. Kyang Wuji laughed heartily, looking up at the sky, then turned to Lu Yun's. Do you understand now? Lu Yun's looked bewildered. Kyang Wuji patted his shoulder and said with a smile, all those things you said before, about not being meddlesome, about being low-key and prioritizing self-preservation. I can tell you now, all of that is nonsense. Did they bully you, insult you, and try to kill you because of those things? There's only one reason you were pressed to the ground and couldn't get up, because you are weak. If you are weak, others will step on you and bully you. They will press your head down to climb over you, and then spit on your corpse. If you are weak, your life and death are at the whim of others. You dare not do anything, everything must be thought through carefully. Countless times you rely on luck, and act cautiously. You fear that one day you will be casually slaughtered over a minor matter. This is the so-called prudence, caution, and being low-key. This is the sorrow of the weak. Disciple, remember this. There has always been only one iron rule in this world, the one with the biggest fist makes the rules. Kyang Wuji's entire body erupted with spiritual pressure. His eyes, like lightning, swept across the entire grand tent, and not a single core formation cultivator dared to meet his gaze. As long as your strength is sufficient, you can do whatever you want. If you want to be a saint, be a saint. If you want to be a devil head, be a devil head. If you want to be a madman, then go ahead and be mad for everyone to see. If you are strong, whatever you say and do is right. The whole world will bow to you and admit its mistakes. Kyang Wuji's voice traveled very far, making Lu Yun's mind buzz. It was like a heavy hammer falling, smashing certain things that had always constrained him into pieces. A slightly deranged smile gradually appeared on Lu Yun's lips. For 29 years since his transmigration, he had always been like a child unwilling to accept reality. He despised all the rules in this world, and scorned this group of cultivators who loudly proclaimed that the law of the jungle was natural and right. Perhaps it was because Lu Yun's had already been a madman 29 years ago. Or perhaps, it was because he truly looked down on this world from the bottom of his heart. He could accept the so-called law of the jungle, he could accept the dark forest of intrigue, he could bury all his conscience and humanity. The premise was that he had never seen light. The education and history of his previous life, the great figures who had once changed the world in books, told him again and again. If a world does not allow good people to survive, if a world forces people to become beasts, if a world makes oppression and exploitation into absolute truth, allows power and violence to run rampant, and leaves only naked calculation and antagonism between people, then this world should be utterly smashed. He was not yet strong enough to wield the hammer that could smash the world, but this disciple respectfully accepts your teachings. Lu Yun's bowed deeply to Kyang Wuji, saying solemnly. There would be that day. At least, he had seen the road ahead. Ha 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 ha. Kyang Wuji laughed 3 times triumphantly, then transformed into a 5-colored escape light, enveloped Lu Yun's, and shot straight into the sky. Come on, Master will take you to claim your reward. Inside the grand tent, the many core formation elders, who were usually high and mighty, looked at each other and remained silent for a long time. Chapter 109, Sudden Change. Lu Yun's was enveloped by Kyang Wuji's escape light, flying towards Yunyu sect at an extremely fast speed. Master, how did you know I killed the Yuling sect commander? And that those people framed me by taking me into the main tent for discussion? Lu Yun's couldn't help but ask. Kyang Wuji let out a soft snort. During this time, I was sent to investigate within the Cheki kingdom, which had already been overrun by the demonic path. I accidentally heard that after you ambushed the demonic path, you didn't leave but instead held your ground. I grew suspicious, quickly finished my mission, and rushed back. I happened to meet your friend from Yellow Maple Valley, who told me the whole story, and that's how I managed to save you. Lu Yun's also breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, his heart instantly feeling lighter. This time, I'm afraid I've implicated you, Kyang Wuji sighed deeply, speaking with a bitter tone. Master, this matter isn't that simple. Lu Yun's opened his mouth, then gritted his teeth and pulled out the jade pendant carved with the character Yun. Master, since the demonic path invasion, have you seen the Grand Elder? Kyang Wuji was stunned for a moment, looking down at the jade pendant in Lu Yun's hand, lost in thought. No, since the demonic path invasion, Senior Sister Zhou has always been in charge of the overall situation. Kyang Wuji's brows were tightly furrowed, and he also felt that something was amiss. Master, if the person who gave me this jade pendant wasn't lying, then Yunyu sect is probably about to undergo a drastic change, Lu Yun said with a bitter smile. A glint flashed in Kyang Wuji's eyes. After examining the jade pendant for a moment, he said thoughtfully. I won't ask who gave you this jade pendant. First, tell me clearly, what exactly happened? Lu Yun pondered for a moment, then asked, Master, before the demonic path invasion, our 7 sects nascent soul cultivators first fought a great battle against the demonic path's nascent soul cultivators. They were utterly defeated and were even forcibly agreed that nascent soul cultivators could not participate in this great war. Do you know about this? Kyang Wuji nodded. The Grand Elder and the others told me about this before they went to participate in the battle. And after that, you never saw the Grand Elder again, right? Kyang Wuji frowned, asking with some unease, "What do you mean by that?" Liu Yun's gave a bitter smile. "Master, according to the owner of this jade pendant, our Yunyu sect's grand elder was gravely injured in that great battle, and now, he may not have long to live." "What?" Kaiang Wuji abruptly stopped. Is that true?" Kaiang Wuji grabbed Liu Yun's shoulder, his eyes filled with an incredulous horror. Liu Yun's nodded, calmly saying, "That person had no reason to lie to me." For a moment, all was silent. Kaiang Wuji hovered in the air, his face changing several times, appearing uncertain. This matter was truly too significant, just as Liu Yun said, the entire Yunyu sect was about to change drastically. The recent series of abnormal actions by Yunyu sect also seemed to have an answer, and the information revealed behind it made Kaiang Wuji feel a chill throughout his body. So that's it, no wonder. Kaiang Wuji forcefully suppressed the fear in his heart, muttering to himself with a solemn expression. "Disciple, your intelligence comes at just the right time. At least we won't be led by the nose in a fog." Kaiang Wuji's eyes darted, and his tightly furrowed brows relaxed slightly. "Let's go, first back to the sect to help you claim your reward, then leave it to me." The five-colored escape light that Kaiang Wuji transformed into carried Liu Yun's towards Yunyu sect again, but its speed was nearly half faster, far exceeding that of an ordinary late core formation stage cultivator. In just over half a day, Kaiang Wuji crossed half of Yu Kingdom, bringing Liu Yun's unceremoniously towards the main discussion hall. The disciples guarding the gate had already gained experience and quickly darted to both sides, clearing the way for the five-colored escape light. Inside the main discussion hall, the ice-cold woman sat in the principal seat, emitting an astonishing chill, like a fierce snow owl overlooking its prey on a vast ice plain. 5 or 6 other core formation cultivators were seated in other positions in the hall, all dressed in luxurious robes, with dignified demeanors. However, upon seeing Kaiang Wuji burst in, the dignity in their eyes instantly turned into a sinister glint, as if they wished to devour him, and an indescribable apprehension. "Junior brother." Before Kaiang Wuji could speak, the ice-cold woman said expressionlessly, "You are becoming more and more unruly." Her tone was so cold, it seemed devoid of any emotion. Kaiang Wuji let out a cold laugh. He was also a shrewd old man of several hundred years and wouldn't follow the other party's rhythm. He immediately said, "Senior sister, I suspect that a demonic path spy has infiltrated the 7 sects." As soon as these words came out, everyone in the hall furiously slammed their tables and rose to their feet. "Kaiang Wuji, it's clearly you protecting your disciple and harming fellow sect members. How dare you still try to argue?" A middle-aged cultivator in the middle core formation stage roared furiously, pointing at Kaiang Wuji and cursing loudly. Senior brother Zheng has been stationed on the front lines, working tirelessly, yet you, without a word, injured his Danshan and crippled his cultivation. To attack a fellow sect member so recklessly is simply deranged. Where do you put the sect rules? Kaiang Wuji sneered and gave Liu Yun's a look. Liu Yun's immediately lowered his head and obediently took out a green short sword. As soon as the short sword emerged from the storage pouch, it let out an unprovoked hum and transformed into a green light, attempting to escape. The ice-cold woman raised her hand and pointed, instantly freezing the green light in mid-air. "A magic treasure." The ice-cold woman frowned slightly. "Indeed, do you recognize this magic treasure?" Kaiang Wuji asked with a smile. "This is Yuling sect Wu Suanlin's Azure Gang sword." An old man exclaimed in surprise after carefully identifying it for a moment. "That's right, it's the Azure Gang sword." Kaiang Wuji laughed loudly and said proudly, "My disciple just killed Yuling sect commander Wu Suanlin on the front lines, performing a monumental service. Yet, that Zheng fellow immediately tried to kill him. How dare you say he isn't a demonic path undercover agent?" "Nonsense." The middle-aged cultivator slammed the table. That Wu Suanlin was a middle core formation stage cultivator, with astonishing divine abilities, considered a top-tier expert among cultivators of the same rank. How could he die at the hands of a foundation establishment? Cultivator. Seemingly noticing Liu Yun's late foundation establishment stage cultivation, the middle-aged cultivator paused abruptly, then continued with a sinister expression. Kaiang Wuji glanced at him disdainfully and said expressionlessly, "A mere middle core formation stage cultivator, how could he block my formless needle talisman treasure? If you don't believe me, why don't you come up and try?" The middle-aged cultivator's face instantly paled, and he gritted his teeth, remaining silent. The ice-cold woman's hawk-like gaze swept over everyone, and seeing their expressions of wanting to argue but being terrified and not daring to confront him directly, she couldn't help but sigh inwardly. "Junior brother Kaiang." The ice-cold woman spoke calmly, and the entire discussion hall seemed to instantly drop in temperature, becoming bone-chillingly cold. Liu Yun swallowed, subconsciously leaning closer behind Kaiang Wuji. Junior nephew Zheng's methods were excessive, almost harming a fellow sect member. "I will deal with him." As for Liu Yun's, his merits are not small, but according to the report from the frontline commander, his actions are suspected of shaking morale. It is difficult to judge whether it is a merit or a demerit. Let's temporarily put it aside for now. Kaiang Wuji smiled, slightly cupped his hands in a salute, and said, "As senior sister wishes." The ice-cold woman seemed somewhat surprised by Kaiang Wuji's obedience and was visibly stunned for a moment, then waved her hand at everyone. "All right, this matter ends here. You may disperse." Everyone showed unwillingness in their eyes, but reluctantly cupped their hands in farewell and turned to leave. Kaiang Wuji stood motionless in the main discussion hall. After a while, most of the people in the hall had left, leaving only Kaiang Wuji, Liu Yun's, and the ice-cold woman. "Junior brother Kaiang, is there anything else?" The ice-cold woman asked with a somewhat displeased tone. Senior sister, may I ask where the Grand Elder is now? Kaiang Wuji asked with a smile, cupping his hands. Regarding the demonic path invasion arc. It seems many readers have strong opinions about this arc, so I wanted to explain it here. Firstly, concerning the character Lu Yun's, everyone should be able to easily see that I am deliberately differentiating this character from Han Li. In terms of various settings, Lu Yun's is essentially the opposite of Han Li. The core of these contrasting settings, as I explicitly stated in chapter 107, is that Han Li is a strong person who rose step by step from a weak position. Lu Yun's, however, is strong from the moment he appears. Here, strong and weak refer to a combination of power, cultivation, background, and other comprehensive strengths. And in the more than 100 chapters so far, I have consistently, whether subtly or directly, emphasized through Han Li and Li Wei that the biggest difference between the strong and the weak is that the strong always have choices. Lu Yun's life has been very smooth, everything he possesses destines him to be a strong person with choices. He has sympathy for the weak but cannot empathize with them. He cannot understand Han Li's cautious defenses, Li Wei's determination to embrace death, nor the Li family's mortals' resolve to become slaves for a sliver of immortal opportunity. Lu Yun's cannot understand that the fate of the weak is never in their own hands, unless they can become strong. Actually, it wouldn't be impossible to just continue writing like this, but I am writing a fan fiction of a mortal's journey to immortality, not a rich second-generation cultivation story with a thin veneer. That's why there's the demonic path invasion arc. Everything that happens in this entire arc is to pull Lu Yun's down from his throne of strength. In this arc, Lu Yun's also becomes a weak person whose fate is not his own. So he also starts learning to push others out as cannon fodder, and also starts looking out for himself, just like those people he once didn't understand. This is also why this arc is uncomfortable and stifling. But in the end, Lu Yun's is still a kind person. He ultimately chooses to help others. The fire dragon that flew out of the demonic path grand formation is the first upward turning point of the entire oppressive arc, and also a rebellion against fate after extreme suppression. However, kindness cannot fight against fate, nor can it change this world. What he needs is power. So Kaiang Wuji appeared, ending the entire arc with absolute power. Only after experiencing this arc can Lu Yun's transform from a spoiled second-generation heir into a truly qualified protagonist. When he can genuinely empathize with the suffering of the weak, what he possesses can then be called enlightenment. Everything he is about to do next will then have a reason. So I really suggest that everyone not skip chapters, and read the entire story properly. The above is the meaning of this arc's existence. This time, I also want to thank everyone for their valuable feedback. I also noticed that the story's pacing was indeed too slow, so I have learned my lesson and will definitely pay attention to controlling the story's rhythm in the later chapters. Please continue to offer more suggestions. Thank you all. Chapter 110, The Answer. After Kaiang Wuji asked that question, the atmosphere in the Great Hall of Discussion instantly dropped to freezing point. The ice-cold woman looked at Kaiang Wuji, her eyes as deep as an endless abyss. The Grand Elder is in seclusion, the ice-cold woman said, almost enunciating each word, as she looked into Kaiang Wuji's eyes. During this period, all matters will be handled by me. Junior brother, do you understand? Kaiang Wuji smiled and nodded, I naturally understand this. It's just that I haven't seen the Grand Elder in a long time, and I'm a little worried about him. The ice-cold woman's expression remained normal, without a ripple in her eyes. Seeing this, Kaiang Wuji sighed deeply and said bitterly, Senior sister, my time is almost up. I probably won't be able to see the Grand Elder before I pass away. If possible, I would like to ask Senior sister to relay a few words to the Grand Elder. The ice-cold woman's eyes flickered slightly, and her expression, as if carved from profound ice, finally showed some change. The corners of her mouth curved slightly upwards, and the chill in her eyes carried a hint of warmth. This is my duty. Junior brother, please speak. Kaiang Wuji bowed and clasped his hands, performing a deep salute. Please inform the Grand Elder that Kaiang Wuji has fought battles his entire life, dedicating himself to the sect. Today, he is 500 years old, and his heart and devotion are witnessed by heaven and earth. Now, Kaiang Wuji's time is approaching. I dare not ask for much else, only that the sect can lend a hand to my disciple and bestow a dust transformation pill, to slightly increase his chances of core formation. Kaiang Wuji will be eternally grateful and will not fail the sect's great kindness. The ice-cold woman looked at him with some surprise, then suddenly broke into a smile. The frost melted, and the earth unfroze. That cold expression instantly disappeared, leaving only a faint, almost imperceptible smile. Junior brother's hard work and achievements are well known to me. How can a mere dust transformation pill repay Junior brother's many years of toil? There's no need to inform the Grand Elder about this. I can make the decision. Junior brother, please take this dust transformation pill. If you need anything else, you can always come to me. The woman smiled and took out a small white jade bottle from her storage pouch, handing it over. Kaiang Wuji gave Lu Yun's a look, and Lu Yun's quickly stepped forward, respectfully taking the small bottle. The woman then sized up Lu Yun's, a satisfied expression appearing on her face. Excellent. Truly excellent. To cultivate to the late foundation establishment stage before the age of 30, with such aptitude, not to mention core formation, even forming a nascent soul is not impossible. Junior brother, you've taken on a good disciple. Lu Yun's bowed deeply and said respectfully, thank you, Elder. He deliberately omitted his surname, and Elder Zhou's mood instantly improved. She smiled as she watched the two leave the great hall of discussion. As soon as they exited the hall, both master and disciple simultaneously let out a sigh of relief. Kaiang Wuji turned to Lu Yun's and said, "Later, you see what other materials you need, quickly report them to me, so I can help you get them." Lu Yun's was stunned by his words. "Master, didn't you say my contributions would be discussed later?" Kaiang Wuji rolled his eyes and said casually, "That's right, your contributions to the sect will be discussed later, but these materials are Elder Zhou's personal reward to you, and have nothing to do with the sect." Oh. Lu Yun suddenly understood, then showed a wry smile. "So, our master and disciple pair have now paid our respects." Kaiang Wuji grinned, "Hehe. You figured it all out. Your disciple isn't stupid, it's hard not to see these things." Lu Yun sighed deeply, recalling the recent events in his mind. He had to admit that his perspective was too narrow before. Lu Yun's had always thought that everything that had happened recently was only aimed at Kaiang Wuji or at him personally. But in reality, this was a factional struggle within the entire Yunyu sect. From the initial Ascension Assembly, to the later blood restriction trial, and then to the completely different attitudes of many core formation elders towards him. It was easy to see that the Yunyu sect was actually divided internally. In fact, it wasn't just the Yunyu sect, most cultivation sects had similar situations, where the sect was divided into two factions, the family faction and the loose cultivator faction. In most cases, the loose cultivator faction was simply unable to compete with the family faction. Once these loose cultivators entered the sect, they were either suppressed by cultivation families or absorbed and assimilated into the family faction through various means. It was difficult for them to gather powerful forces to contend with the family faction. However, the situation in the Yunyu sect was slightly different. The Grand Elder of the Yunyu sect was an extremely capable and resourceful individual. For hundreds of years, under her leadership, the Yunyu sect had bided its time, quietly taking over several important territories, and its strength grew increasingly formidable, leaving the other 6 sects far behind. This legendary figure not only sought benefits externally but also consciously suppressed the family faction internally, supporting loose cultivators with excellent aptitude. Nangang Wan, without a family backing her, was able to seclude herself for 100 years, oblivious to worldly affairs. During the blood restriction trial, there were still disciples of loose cultivator origin who managed to gain some benefits. Behind these matters, the Grand Elder had secretly exerted her efforts. With her support, the strength of the loose cultivators within the Yunyu sect grew steadily, with the emergence of core formation elders like Nangang Wan, Fairy Nishang, and Feng Baiun, and even powerful figures like Kaiang Wuji, whose deterrent power was no less than that of a nascent soul cultivator. This also gave the loose cultivator forces the confidence to contend with the family forces. And now, this Grand Elder was seriously injured and not long for this world. The Yunyu sect still had 2 nascent soul elders. One of them was a true ascetic, with no interest in power struggles whatsoever. The other was Elder Zhou, a nascent soul elder from a family background. The heavens of the Yunyu sect had changed just like that. The family forces, suppressed by the Grand Elder for hundreds of years, could finally raise their heads. And the first thing this group of people did was forcibly send Lu Yun's to the battlefield. On one hand, this aligned with Elder Zhou's own intentions. Kaiang Wuji's strength and reputation were extremely high. When the Grand Elder's whereabouts became unknown, he was the natural leader of the loose cultivator forces. This was even unrelated to his personal will, as long as he was there, the entire loose cultivator force could unite as one. This was something Elder Zhou, as the representative of the family forces, did not want to see. Therefore, Kaiang Wuji had to leave, and the farther he went, the better, the more dangerous the place, the better. And Kaiang Wuji, not only was he immensely powerful, but his personality was also quite roguish. His only weakness was Lu Yun's, his successor. Elder Zhou was also able to use this to force him to undertake extremely dangerous reconnaissance missions in demonic path territory. On the other hand, this was also the will of all family cultivators. Kaiang Wuji, a loose cultivator by origin, had an ordinary appearance and ordinary aptitude. His entry into the Yunyu sect was simply a stroke of great luck. Yet, it was such a person who had suppressed this group of proud children from family backgrounds for hundreds of years, making them unable to breathe. How could they not hate him? Now, they had finally waited until his time was almost up, but he had taken on another disciple. This disciple not only inherited Kaiang Wuji's true teachings and had his protection all along, but he also possessed the innate spirit-gathering physique, cultivated top-tier cultivation technique, and was immensely powerful. Whether in terms of background, talent, or potential, he surpassed Kaiang Wuji of yesteryear. Most importantly, he was 29 years old and had already cultivated to the late foundation establishment stage. This outrageous cultivation speed meant that not only would their generation be suppressed by Kaiang Wuji for hundreds of years, but their descendants and disciples would continue to be suppressed by an even stronger Kaiang Wuji for hundreds, or even thousands, of years. How could they not be afraid? How could they not want Lu Yun's dead? After understanding everything, Lu Yun's let out a long breath. He turned to Kaiang Wuji and said, "Master, those things you just said, were they appropriate?" Chapter 111, Tracing the Path. There was no doubt that Kaiang Wuji had just shown weakness in front of Elder Zhou, a weakness that was almost an oath of loyalty. If he only represented himself, then this would, of course, be nothing. But as the default leader of the Yunyu sect's loose cultivator forces, his stance was quite intriguing. This was practically telling Elder Zhou that she could freely incorporate or suppress the loose cultivator forces, and he would never interfere. In fact, if needed, he could even help. The arm can't twist the thigh. Your master, is not a nascent soul cultivator after all. Kaiang Wuji raised his hand and slapped Liu Yun's on the head, a bitter smile playing on his lips. In the current situation, the suppression of loose cultivator forces by family forces is a foregone conclusion. Instead of resisting, it's better to join and find some peace. Besides, I know senior sister Zhou very well. She is domineering, extreme, and extremely ambitious. What she wants is not just the position of Grand Elder and the support of the family forces. She wants the entire Yunyu sect to bow to her and obey her every command. Kaiang Wuji sneered and continued, so the loose cultivator forces will definitely be preserved. Otherwise, if there's no one to contend with the family forces, how can she, as Grand Elder, mediate? What would distinguish her from the puppets propped up by those family cultivators? At this point, Kaiang Wuji looked deeply at Liu Yun's, his eyes filled with pride and glory. His main purpose in doing this was to buy time for Liu Yun's. Kaiang Wuji firmly believed that core formation would definitely not be a problem for his disciple. He was only 29 years old now and had already reached the late foundation establishment stage. As long as the subsequent resources kept up, he even had hope of successfully forming a core before he turned 50. With the help of the 5 elements escape heaven art, coupled with his unreserved support, Liu Yun's strength would definitely far surpass his own back then. By then, what could these fools, who only knew how to vie for power and profit, do to his disciple? In the cultivation world, strength was ultimately supreme. Ha ha ha. Thinking of this, Kaiang Wuji laughed up at the sky, his laughter startling the birds in the mountains and intimidating the beasts in the forest. Let's go. Home. Kaiang Wuji took Liu Yun's and transformed into a 5-colored escape light, flying back to his immortal cave. Liu Yun's directly entered the secret chamber. Since he no longer had to worry about materials, all he needed to do next was to produce the design blueprint. As Liu Yun's eyes flickered, a complex design blueprint stored in his mind began to recalculate. Parts were changed one by one, and designs were overturned and redone. He now had to race against time to complete this mech as quickly as possible. By then, he would truly have the ability to protect himself in front of core formation stage cultivators. In the immortal cave, Liu Yun's handed a newly carved jade slip to Kaiang Wuji. The sight of those precious artifact refining materials made Kaiang Wuji's eyelids twitch, but he still agreed without hesitation, transforming into a 5-colored escape light and flying towards the Yunyu sect's main headquarters. Not long after, Kaiang Wuji returned with the materials, the process so smooth that even he found it hard to believe. Afterward, he immediately rushed off to another country to carry out a mission. However, this mission was much safer than the last, clearly a result of his previous display of loyalty. Liu Yun's also gained a rare moment of respite. Just like that, the secret chamber door remained closed for several months. Until this morning, a sound transmission talisman flew over the Tianmeng mountain range and was delivered directly to the entrance of the immortal cave. Liu Yun's opened his eyes in the secret chamber, surrounded by various parts, all radiating spiritual qi. The most eye-catching among them was a giant tiger head. His eyes were somewhat hazy, and it took him a while to fully awaken, as if from a long dream. He raised his hand, and the immortal cave restriction automatically opened, allowing the sound transmission talisman to enter and fly into the secret chamber. Liu Yun's took the sound transmission talisman, and Han Li's familiar voice rang in his ear. The item has been found. Several days later, 2 escape lights streaked across the sky and stopped above a large desolate area within the borders of Yu country. Old Han, are you sure you haven't found the wrong place? As the escape lights dissipated, Liu Yun's looked at the map of mountains and rivers in his hand, then at the desolate land, his face filled with confusion. Where are the mountains? Where are the rivers? Even a stinking ditch would be fine. Han Li glared at him in disgust and threw the ancient map of Yu country at him. See for yourself. There was a mountain range on this wasteland back then, it just sank underground due to the passage of time. Han Li pointed northeast and said calmly, there's a deep canyon there, 100 zhang deep. It's a spirit stone mine of the 7 sects with a considerable reserve. The distribution of spirit stones there is highly similar to what's recorded on the map. I'm about 70% sure that ancient teleportation array is nearby. Liu Yun stroked his chin in thought, then asked somewhat unnaturally, when you say nearby, what do you mean? Within 100 li, I guess. Do you have some misunderstanding about the word nearby? Han Li rolled his eyes. So many years have passed, mountains and rivers have changed, and the terrain has shifted. It's already good enough to find an approximate location. Besides, don't you know Earth Escape? A mere 100 li, you'll find it quickly. Liu Yun's was almost exasperated to death by him and was about to say something more. Suddenly, Liu Yun's gaze sharpened. His entire body instantly transformed into a yellow light and burrowed into the ground. 10 li away, a figure was startled and turned to cast a spell to escape. Just then, the ground beneath his feet instantly turned into quicksand. Caught off guard, the figure sank into it. Then the quicksand turned back into bluestone, trapping him tightly. A yellow light flashed, and Liu Yun's appeared in front of him. Peak Qi refining stage, good cultivation. Liu Yun's looked at the middle-aged man, whose head was the only part exposed, and a malicious smile played on his lips. The middle-aged man swallowed hard, revealing a fawning smile. Senior, Junior was just passing by coincidentally. I truly didn't know that the 2 seniors were performing official duties here. Junior will leave now and will absolutely not delay the 2 seniors' important matters. At this moment, Han Li also flew over, curiously examining the middle-aged man, a hint of surprise and doubt flashing in his eyes. Passing by. Lu Yun's chuckled, you, a peak chi refining stage cultivator cultivating a demonic technique, appearing near a 7-sex stronghold, and then claiming to be just passing by. Do you think I'll believe you? Senior. Junior is a loose cultivator from Yu country. I am absolutely not a spy for the demonic path. The middle-aged man turned pale with fright and quickly cried out in panic. Junior also has some meager wealth on a small mountain not far from here. Junior is willing to give all of my possessions to the two seniors, only asking for a chance to live. Lu Yun's curled his lip in disdain. To be honest, in terms of wealth alone, some core formation stage cultivators might not even be as rich as him. A mere chi refining stage cultivator actually trying to bribe him was truly delusional. Old Han, what do you think? Han Li squatted down and suddenly reached out to press the middle-aged man's temple. This. The middle-aged man instinctively tried to dodge, but he was firmly sealed by the bluestone, unable to exert any strength. Han Li withdrew his hand, his eyes deep and unfathomable. A superior internal martial art, at least 20 years of foundation. Meeting the middle-aged man's horrified gaze, Han Li smiled coldly, Your Excellency, you shouldn't be alone, should you? Senior, what is the meaning of this? The middle-aged man asked with a fawning smile, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. I once met someone who could simultaneously cultivate mortal martial arts and cultivation techniques, and achieve such a high realm in both. Han Li's gaze was bone-chilling, like two knives slowly piercing into his eyes. His aura is exactly like yours. As soon as Han Li finished speaking, a large cloud of black chi suddenly erupted from the middle-aged man's body, coiling towards the two like a thick curtain. Lu Yun's rolled his eyes, lightly raised a hand, and the ground, which had turned into bluestone, tightened sharply. The middle-aged man groaned in pain, a series of muffled cracks sounding from his bones as they struggled under the pressure, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The curtain-like black chi naturally dissipated into thin air, without stirring up a single speck of dust. Friend, I admire your courage. For a chi refinement stage cultivator to dare attack two foundation establishment stage cultivators, courageous doesn't even begin to cover it. Lu Yun's gave the man a thumbs up. The middle-aged man coughed weakly twice, the fawning look in his eyes vanishing without a trace, replaced only by deep-seated hatred. You mongrels of the 7 sex. If you have the guts, just kill me. Lu Yun's and Han Li exchanged a glance, both looking a bit helpless. You haven't said where your accomplices are, why you came here, or what kind of organization you are and what your goals are. Why would I kill you? Lu Yun's patted his head and said with a grin, Be a good boy, tell us everything clearly, and I'll kill you immediately, I promise. You. The middle-aged man glared at Lu Yun's, not noticing Han Li subtly reaching behind his head. As a silver needle pierced in, the middle-aged man's eyes instantly lost focus. If not for the faint sound of his breathing, he would have been indistinguishable from a corpse at this moment. That's it. Lu Yun's looked at Han Li with some surprise, this move was quite interesting. Han Li gave Lu Yun's a look of disdain, couldn't you have just used your charm technique? Did you have to make me do it? I refuse to use charm technique on a man. Lu Yun said without hesitation. Han Li curled his lip in disgust, thinking the man was truly pretentious. Then, his eyes flickered with red light, meeting the man's unfocused gaze. After a while, a trickle of cold sweat gradually seeped from Han Li's forehead. What are you doing here? Han Li asked, enunciating each word. The middle-aged man tilted his head, saliva drooling from the corner of his mouth, and stiffly said. Guarding the Forbidden Land. Han Li frowned and continued to ask, what Forbidden Land? The middle-aged man did not speak. Han Li thought for a moment, then asked again, where are your accomplices? Forbidden Land entrance. Where is the Forbidden Land? The middle-aged man stiffly twisted his neck, looking north. Lu Yun's powerful divine sense instantly surged out, probing in that direction. His divine sense extended over 20 li, almost reaching Lu Yun's limit, before he finally found something unusual in a depression. Found it. This place actually has a formation. As Lu Yun's divine sense touched it, he immediately detected an anomaly in the spiritual qi. His expression suddenly darkened. That spot was less than 50 li from the 7-sex spirit stone mine. For someone to have set up a formation within such a short distance, what were the disciples guarding the formation doing? Han Li nodded in understanding, then a red light shot from his eyes, directly entering the middle-aged man's eyes. Who exactly are you people? Han Li asked, still calm, but a few traces of chill were irresistibly present in his tone. He had never forgotten the grudge of being hunted down back then. The middle-aged man opened his mouth, his face devoid of expression, but veins bulged on his head, and his face was flushed red, as if he was struggling with something with all his might. The red light in Han Li's eyes wavered, and more cold sweat appeared on his forehead, he was barely holding on. Just then, another massive divine sense rudely pushed its way in, instantly suppressing the middle-aged man's divine sense. Han Li breathed a sigh of relief and continued to demand sharply, speak. Who exactly are you people? The middle-aged man opened his mouth blankly. Black. Lu Yun's face suddenly turned pale. He pulled Han Li to his side, and at the same time, a yellow shield instantly appeared in front of them. Just as Lu Yun's completed this set of actions, the middle-aged man's head instantly swelled several times its size, then exploded. Blood as black as ink shot out in all directions like countless powerful arrows, corroding everything around them, leaving it riddled with pits. Lu Yun's and Han Li both swallowed, then cautiously removed their shields. Blood curse. These people are truly ruthless. Lu Yun's exclaimed with lingering fear. Han Li nodded with a solemn expression and calmly said, let's go check out their forbidden land quickly. Now that this person is dead, it's hard to guarantee his accomplices won't get wind of it. Lu Yun's raised his hand, reducing the middle-aged man's corpse to ashes, then pressed Han Li's shoulder and used the earth evasion technique to escape towards the forbidden land. In just over 10 breaths, the two had traversed a distance of more than 20 li, observing the depression from within the earth and stone. On the surface, this depression looked like a dried-up riverbed in a wasteland. It seemed that long ago, there had been a small river here, but over time, its waters gradually dried up, leaving only oddly shaped sand and rocks, and nests of tenacious lizards. After repeatedly scanning the area with his divine sense, Lu Yun's had to admit that there was a reason why the disciples guarding the mine hadn't discovered this place. His current divine sense was not much weaker than that of an average mid-stage core formation cultivator. Even so, if he hadn't meticulously probed the area with his divine sense, he wouldn't have found traces of the formation here. Leaving aside other aspects, the concealment of this formation alone was comparable to the most advanced formations in Tianxing Sect's Star Pavilion. Its market price was at least 8,000 spirit stones. If it had any other functions, the price would be even more astronomical. Han Li had only cultivated the first layer of the Great Evolution Art, and he didn't have Lu Yun's innate conditions or the ancient jade treasure. Under his divine sense, this place was just an ordinary dried-up riverbed. Did you see anything? Han Li asked. Lu Yun shook his head with a solemn expression and said, this formation is very profound. My divine sense can only detect a few clues, I can't penetrate it at all. Han Li narrowed his eyes, pondering for a moment. Then, wait for them. Lu Yun glanced at him, smiled, and shook his head. No need for that. We'll take another path. Han Li only saw a yellow light flash on Lu Yun's body, and then the two rapidly descended, the sand and soil along the way seeming like nothing, effortlessly sliding past them without making a sound. The earth evasion technique can be used like this. Han Li's eyes lit up. This move is so useful. The two silently burrowed underground like loaches. Not long after, they suddenly felt a void beneath their feet, then lightly landed inside an underground passage. Lu Yun released his divine sense, exploring the passage back and forth. Hey! Han Li was startled and quickly asked, what's wrong? Lu Yun frowned, subconsciously stroking his chin. Why is there no one here? In the dark tunnel, Lu Yun, clad in the blazing dragon armor, walked slowly, his footsteps landing softly without a sound. Han Li followed closely behind, deliberately a body length behind Lu Yun, ensuring he could use him as a meat shield at any moment. He also wanted to put on the armor just in case, but that rabbit tank armor had already sacrificed itself heroically. He could only take out a bronze shield to protect his chest, which was better than nothing. The long, dark tunnel was eerily quiet. Lu Yun's divine sense searched everywhere, but he couldn't find a single person. After an unknown amount of time, Han Li suddenly thought of something and asked with a strange expression, Old Lu, you didn't go too far down, did you? Impossible, Lu Yun was also a bit confused. With the range of his divine sense, he had already explored most of the tunnel, but he still hadn't found any traces. Could it be that their forbidden land wasn't underground, but on the surface? The more Lu Yun thought about it, the more he felt something was off. For some reason, everything that had happened since they came down gave him a strange sense of déjà vu. As if he had encountered a similar situation somewhere before. But where? Lu Yun's brain ached from thinking, wishing he could pry open his head, and then, wait. Lu Yun suddenly stopped dead in his tracks. What's wrong? Han Li frowned and asked cautiously. Old Han. The blue eye lenses of the blazing dragon armor glowed faintly in the darkness. How far have we walked? Hall. Master, the brothers can't hold on much longer. On the surface, in a hidden hall somewhere, more than 20 cultivators in black robes were pale-faced, manipulating a formation. One of them, a black-robed big man of obviously higher status, stood in the center of the room, trembling with anxiety, his face looking terrifyingly grim. What's going on? Why haven't they been moved away yet? The black-robed big man roared impatiently. Hall Master. A young man swallowed, his body trembling slightly from fear. That cultivator in the late Foundation establishment stage has such strong divine sense that most of the formation is within his perception range. We can only constantly move them back to the formation entrance. By now, the brothers can barely hold on. Useless. A bunch of useless people. The black-robed big man kicked him flying, roaring wildly. How can there be a cultivator in the late Foundation establishment stage? How can his divine sense be so strong? The black-robed big man cursed, then turned to the other cultivators and shouted, the Forbidden Land is of great importance. Everyone must hold on. Otherwise, don't blame this hall master for resorting to blood punishment. Upon hearing this, everyone instantly turned pale, hurriedly squeezed out their remaining meager magical power, and activated the grand formation again. The black-robed big man watched the scene, his eyes filled with suspicion. The young man he had kicked flew over, revealing an incredibly fawning smile. Hall master, rest assured, even if we have to risk our lives, we will guard the grand formation and never let those two step into the Forbidden Land. The more than 20 cultivators driving the formation cursed inwardly, but there was nothing they could say. They could only increase their magical power output with resentment. The black-robed big man gave him a cold glance, his eyes flickering as he suddenly asked, did you see which faction those two cultivators belong to? Are they from the Seven Sects or the demonic path? The young man was stunned for a moment, then quickly said, their cultivation technique and magical artifacts are a bit strange, but they don't look like they're from the demonic path. They should be cultivators from the 7 sects. 7 sects? The black-robed big man's expression softened slightly, but it was still terrifyingly grim. Hall Master, there's something I don't know if I should say. The young man bowed, hunching his back, carefully maintaining a fawning smile. The black-robed big man swept a cold glance at him, saying indifferently, just say whatever it is. The young man bent even lower, took a small step, and whispered to the big man. Hall Master, after all, he's a cultivator in the late Foundation establishment stage, and from the looks of it, he's probably an elite disciple of the 7 sects. We might not be able to stop him. Moreover, if the commotion gets too big and exposes our whereabouts, attracting a joint army from the 7 sects or the demonic path, then wouldn't we? The black-robed big man frowned deeply, also transmitting his voice, what exactly do you mean? The young man humbly smiled, his eyes subtly sweeping over the other cultivators. Hall Master, my meaning is that now is a time of war and chaos, unlike before. Both the 7 sects and the demonic path are behemoths we can't even imagine. We should make plans early. After all. The young man hesitated for a moment, then continued, life, you only get one. The black-robed big man's eyes flickered, remaining silent. Seeing this, the young man was overjoyed and quickly continued, with your cultivation of early Foundation establishment stage and all your divine abilities, there's nowhere in the world you can't go. Why must you guard a forbidden land you can't even enter? Besides, isn't there a sacred beast guarding the forbidden land? Those two might not be able to defeat the sacred beast. The black-robed big man remained silent for a long time, then spoke expressionlessly, do not mention this matter again. Go supervise the formation first and stall those two. Your subordinate obeys. The young man was overjoyed, bowing deeply, his attitude extremely respectful. Turning his head, a cold sneer appeared on the young man's face. Quick, continue to increase your magical power output. If those two find their way here, we'll all die. Everyone felt disgusted inwardly, but due to the black-robed big man's presence, they dared not say anything more, and could only grit their teeth and continue to increase their magical power output. After much effort, everyone finally transferred Lu Yun's and the other person out again. However, this time, the situation seemed to have changed slightly. Hall Master, those two aren't moving. The many cultivators driving the formation cried out in surprise. It wasn't easy. If they continued, they would be squeezed dry. Not moving. The black-robed big man was stunned, an alarm bell ringing in his heart. He quickly gave a light cough. Very good. Then you all watch the formation. I'll go back to meditate and cultivate. If there's any anomaly, come report to me. After speaking, without waiting for everyone's reaction, he directly turned and walked out of the hall. Everyone was puzzled, but this person's usual authority was too deep, so even if his actions were unreasonable, no one dared to raise an objection. The young man also rolled his eyes, silently retreated a few steps, and stealthily slipped out while everyone's attention was on the formation. Inside the tunnel, Lu Yun's blazing dragon armor ignited with flames, gradually rising. Sure enough, Lu Yun sneered. He had quietly placed a low-grade spirit stone not far from his feet, and now that spirit stone was 20 li away from him. Universe shift, this restriction is the most disgusting. Lu Yun's cursed in his heart, infuriated. This kind of formation with its own universe shift-like divine ability was extremely troublesome, and much more difficult to break than other types of formations. Generally speaking, there were only 3 ways to break it. The first was to rely on profound formation attainments, searching for weak points to break through. The second was like Lu Yun's did before in the 7 sects Forbidden Land, finding a way to interrupt the formation's activation and then quickly locating the formation core or escaping the formation's range. The last one, and the only one Lu Yun's could do at the moment. Overpowering skill with brute force. Using powerful attacks to exceed the formation's tolerance limit. Lu Yun slapped his storage pouch, and a dozen dark 3-level puppets and hundreds of 2-level puppets simultaneously shot out, almost filling the entire tunnel. Old Han, let's move together. A hint of maniacal laughter appeared at the corner of Lu Yun's mouth. Let's blow this damn place to smithereens. Above the desolate plains, all was silent. Looking out, it seemed as if only rolling yellow sand existed between heaven and earth, forming an unending sandstorm like a giant dragon exhaling mist. Between heaven and earth, only the rumbling sound of the sandstorm echoed across the barren land. Suddenly, the boundless desolate plains began to tremble slightly. This was accompanied by a series of low rumblings like muffled thunder. The next second, over 100 pillars of light burst forth from the ground, shooting straight into the sky. It was as if an invisible curtain between heaven and earth was instantly torn apart, and stone houses abruptly appeared on the barren land. Scatter and run. Accompanied by a hoarse roar, dozens of escape lights flew out of the stone houses, attempting to escape into the void. The black-robed big man led the charge, cursing inwardly as he fled. A bunch of good-for-nothings. You can't even buy that much time. The black-robed big man was anxious, pouring all his magic power into the surrounding escape lights, while also thinking about what to do next. With such a huge commotion, it would be impossible to hide it from the 7 sects. Once they discovered the Forbidden Land, he would surely die, even if others might not. Even if he went to heaven or earth, that cult master would not let him go. Thinking of the cult master's unfathomable methods, the black-robed big man couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart, his back instantly drenched in cold sweat. Should I surrender to the seven sects? As soon as this possibility came to mind, the black-robed big man couldn't help but show a bitter smile, and he gently touched his chest with one hand. With a blood curse on him, his life and death were at the whim of others. What choice did he have? I can only try to escape first, then find an opportunity to send some gifts to that blood attendant adult, begging them to intercede for me. Perhaps I can still save my life. The black-robed big man thought, glancing back. Behind him, pillars of light burst from the ground, easily sweeping down dozens of escape lights, not a single one managed to escape. This astonishing display made the black-robed big man break out in a cold sweat, and he hastily urged his escape lights to go 3 times faster. Suddenly, the big man's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of golden light. The next second, a blue flying needle instantly pierced his dantian. The black-robed big man spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, all his magic power instantly dissipated completely, and he fell straight to the ground, his face covered in blood. Looking at your cultivation, you should be the leader here, right? A slightly frivolous and exaggerated male voice sounded above his head. The black-robed big man barely managed to lift his head. A handsome young man with an extraordinary demeanor floated down to the ground, smiling as he observed him. The black-robed big man had lost all his magic power, and years of hard cultivation were ruined in an instant. In his indignation, he couldn't help but open his mouth to say something, but his throat suddenly felt sweet, and his intended angry roar turned into tragic blood at his lips. This also calmed him down, making him realize that the most important thing now was to save his life. Mere dantian damage was no problem for the cult master's miraculous cultivation technique, which was like a profound creation, to restore him. This, not very distinctive-looking big brother. Lu Yun's patted his shoulder with a grin. Do you mind telling me who you people are and what you are doing here? Lu Yun's grinned, squatted down, and tilted his head, curiously examining the black-robed big man. Early foundation establishment stage cultivation, unstable aura and unsteady divine sense. Although not much magic power was sensed, it gave a strange tearing sensation, as if it didn't belong to him, which was very peculiar. Even someone who had just reached foundation establishment shouldn't be like this. And the cultivation technique this person cultivated, he hadn't looked closely before and thought it was a ghost spirit sect technique. But now, upon careful sensing, it seemed similar yet not quite, as if something was different. Lu Yun's couldn't help but frown, the situation seemed a bit more complicated than he had imagined. Fellow deist, the black-robed big man's expression changed several times, finally forcing out a fawning smile. I am from the ghost spirit sect. Ah. Lu Yun stomped on his finger, rolling his eyes disdainfully. Don't joke around like that. How could ghost spirit sect disciples be as weak as you all? The black-robed big man's face darkened, and through gritted teeth, he squeezed out his words. We really are disciples of the ghost spirit sect, it's just that we've been on an undercover mission in U State for a long time and haven't really returned to the sect. Lu Yun's, with a pair of dead fish eyes, sighed somewhat helplessly. Forget it, I'm really not good at this. As he spoke, Lu Yun's extended his hand and placed it on the big man's back, silently sensing something. Fellow deist, what is this? Lu Yun's ignored him and focused on sensing. A moment later, a glint flashed in Lu Yun's eyes, and the corners of his mouth turned up, showing a smug expression. Sure enough, you also have a blood curse, and both its complexity and concealment are much higher than the others. The black-robed big man's face changed drastically, and he quickly said, Fellow deist, this is actually... Lu Yun still had no intention of listening to him. He suddenly hooked his 5 fingers forcefully on his back, and a 5-colored spiritual light flashed and disappeared. A handful of black blood shot out from the big man's back, and before it even hit the ground, it strangely transformed into a wisp of black chi and vanished. The black-robed big man was stunned, feeling his body unprecedentedly light, still somewhat disbelieving in his heart. This blood curse that had controlled him for over a decade was actually undone just like that. Alright, your blood curse is lifted. If you honestly answer my questions next, I will also fix your dantian. But if you are not honest... Lu Yun's pointed his chin behind him. The black-robed big man looked back and saw a plain-looking young man walking towards them. That person is the notorious soul-reaping little black dragon, electrifying eyes Li Feiyu among the 7 sects. Han Li's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He had a premonition that from today onwards, this ridiculous joke would never go away. However many years Lu Yun's lived, these string of bizarre nicknames would follow him for just as many years. The black-robed big man looked at Han Li in horror. Although he couldn't quite understand what Lu Yun's words meant, he understood that this person was skilled in enchantment arts. Big brother with the unremarkable looks, have you thought it over? Lu Yun's looked down at him from above, his eyes filled with implied pity. Li Feiyu is very brutal when invading other people's brains. So far, there hasn't been a single victim who could still speak. Han Li stood still, expressionless. He was afraid that if he moved any closer, he wouldn't be able to resist fighting Lu Yun's to the death. Fellow deist, the black-robed big man forced out a fawning smile. I thank fellow deist for this act of rebirth. Please rest assured, fellow deist, I will tell you everything I know. Lu Yun's nodded with satisfaction, red light flickering in his eyes. First, tell me who you people are. The black-robed big man endured the intense pain and climbed up, carefully stealing a glance at Han Li, then sat up straight and said to Lu Yun's. Actually, we all belong to a cult called the Black Fiend Cult. Chapter 115, Xian Le. Black Fiend Cult. On the desolate plain, Lu Yun's let out a long sigh. The times are turbulent, and all sorts of demons and monsters are starting to show their faces. Han Li nodded with a solemn expression, stroking his chin and calmly saying, according to that person, they've been secretly developing a new state for decades. How could the seven sects not have noticed at all? Liu Yun shook his head. It's impossible for them not to have noticed. It's just that they're very clever, they've always only targeted loose cultivators. The seven great sects wouldn't waste time protecting the interests of loose cultivators. From a certain perspective, the seven sects might even prefer to see this kind of situation. The weaker the loose cultivators are, the more stable the seven sects' position becomes. This is beneficial to the seven sects' status. It wasn't until recent months, when they started targeting the seven sects Foundation establishment cultivators, that they finally attracted attention. However, due to the demonic path's invasion, this matter was put on hold again. At this point, Liu Yun's couldn't help but frown, saying in disbelief, this Black Fiend cult master's calculations are a bit too accurate. Han Li shook his head and turned to glance at the black-robed big man, who had already been burned to ashes. That's right, Liu Yun's, a disciple of a great sect, had no intention of talking about Jianghu Dao with evil cults. Han Li wasn't sure if it was his imagination, but after the near-death battle in the desolate mountains, Liu Yun's was clearly more neurotic than before. It felt like Liu Yun's used to at least pretend to be sociable. Now, he couldn't even bother to pretend. His entire being seemed to be evolving in the direction of Kaiang Wuji. Just then, a dozen escape lights lit up in the sky. Liu Yun's couldn't help but curl his lips, saying disdainfully, their reaction speed is really something. Everything's done on our side, and they're only just arriving. Han Li gave him a blank look without changing his expression. Who told you to make such a big commotion? If I were guarding the Spirit Stone mine, I'd also prepare for more than a quarter of an hour before coming over. You've improved, old Han. I thought you were just going to run away. Get lost. While the two of them were bickering, a dozen escape lights had already broken through the air, hovered for a moment, and then landed on the ground. As the escape lights receded, the leading cultivator hesitated for a moment, then gave a wry smile and stepped forward to bow. Greetings, Senior Brother Liu. May I ask what brings Senior Brother here? Liu Yun's tilted his head and carefully scrutinized him. I think I remember you. You're that person from the Xian family, that. Liu Yun's memory instantly got stuck, and he thought for a long time but just couldn't recall the person's name. The man sighed with a wry smile, respectfully and calmly saying, Junior Brother Xian Li. I had a brief encounter with Senior Brother Liu before the blood restriction trial back then. Oh. Junior Brother Xian, is it? Liu Yun showed a friendly smile. If he remembered correctly, the middle core formation stage cultivator who was most boisterous during the last meeting was surnamed Xian. Beside him, Han Li's disdainful gaze was almost solidifying. For a proper cultivator, photographic memory was a basic skill. What was wrong with this person? While greeting Xian Li, Liu Yun shot Han Li a triumphant look. His brain, which might be the most genius in the entire Tianese currently, needed to reserve its limited capacity for more important things. Like Gundam. Senior Brother Liu. Xian Li felt a wave of nausea, and at the same time, a little apprehension. If he could, he really didn't want to deal with this madman. May I ask what brings Senior Brother here? Is there anything Junior Brother can help with? Liu Yun grinned and patted his shoulder, incidentally wiping the blood from his hand onto him. Junior Brother, are these people under your command? Xian Li's mouth twitched, and his entire face fell. Before he could explain, a big man from Spirit Beast Mountain behind him stepped forward, cupped his hands, and bowed. I am Liu Tianmeng of Spirit Beast Mountain. Greetings, Senior Brother Liu. I have long admired Senior Brother's great name. It's not exactly a reputable name anyway, so what's there to admire? Liu Yun rolled his eyes, grinning as he put his arm around Xian Li's shoulder. Junior Brother Xian, your guard duty isn't very good. Less than 50 li from the Spirit Stone mine, there's a demonic path cultivator's stronghold secretly set up. You didn't discover anything, did you? Xian Li and Liu Tianmen's eyelids twitched simultaneously, their expressions instantly stiffening. The 11 or 12 Qi refining stage disciples behind them also looked terrified. This was no small matter, if it wasn't handled well, all of them would be in trouble. Xian Li's mind raced, and as his gaze shifted, he suddenly noticed a little transparent beside Liu Yun's. May I ask who this Junior Brother is? Han Li smiled, cupped his hands, and bowed. I am Han Li, a disciple under Li Huayun of Yellow Maple Valley. Junior Brother Han, ah. Cold sweat trickled down Xian Li's forehead. He was less than 40 years old this year and had already broken through to the late Foundation establishment stage, making him a genius on whom the Xian family placed high hopes. He was naturally aware of the struggle between the loose cultivator and family factions within the sect. In his opinion, Kaiang Wuji and Liu Yun's, this master-disciple pair, were now the face of the loose cultivator faction. Now that Liu Yun's had caught him with his pants down, if this matter wasn't handled well, it could even drag their Xian family into it. Compared to him, Liu Tianmeng didn't have as much psychological pressure and even amiably cupped his hands towards Han Li. Junior Brother Han, may I ask where you and Senior Brother Liu obtained this information? And how did you discover this group of demonic cultivators? Han Li subtly glared at Liu Yun's, then politely said, to be honest, Senior Brother Liu and I merely heard rumors in the market that there were suspected demonic cultivators in this area. We felt uneasy, so we came to investigate. Liu Tianmen's eyelid twitched. This lie was so genuine that he had nowhere to verify it. At this moment, Liu Yun's was squatting on the ground, his arm around Xian Li's shoulder, muttering something. After a while, Xian Li gritted his teeth and handed him 2 storage pouches. Liu Yun stood up, satisfied, turned, and walked back to Han Li's side, casually tossing one of the storage pouches to him. Han Li subconsciously scanned it with his divine sense. Inside, there were over 1,000 spirit stones, which would be an incredible windfall for an ordinary foundation establishment stage cultivator. Xian Li gritted his teeth, took a deep breath, and said, "Senior brother Liu, junior brother will take his leave first. As for today's matter, don't worry." Liu Yun's patted the storage pouch on his chest. "We two were never here today." Xian Li breathed a sigh of relief, his heart aching faintly. To be honest, he didn't really trust Liu Yun's, but he had no choice. In that instant, he had indeed considered killing them to silence them. But if his opponent was Liu Yun's, it was hard to say who would silence whom. Well, the one who would be silenced would only be himself. "Senior brother, junior brother has duties, so I'll take my leave first." Xian Li bowed his head, suppressing the anger in his heart, and turned into an escape light, flying away. Liu Tianmeng also laughed awkwardly and led the Qi refining stage disciples to follow him. Han Li watched their retreating figures, smiling wryly as he touched the storage pouch on his chest. "Is it appropriate for you to extort your own fellow disciples? It's not appropriate. How about you return it to me first? Why should I use my spirit stones to pay you back?" The two looked at each other and simultaneously burst out laughing. Just then, a red light shot into the sky not far away. Han Li's eyes widened sharply. "That's the 7-sex signal flare. The demonic path has arrived." Chapter 116, Teleportation Array. Not far away, a thick layer of black cloud enveloped the entire spirit stone mine. The sound of exploding flames rose and fell, shaking the wilderness 50 li away with a slight tremor. "What a lively battle," Liu Yun's exclaimed with genuine admiration. Han Li rolled his eyes helplessly. "It looks like they won't last much longer. What should we do? What should we do?" Liu Yun's looked at Han Li in surprise. "Old Han, what are you talking about? Haven't we never been here before?" Han Li was stunned for a moment, then realized it was true, and immediately felt a sense of relief. "Let's go down and take a look first. Their so-called forbidden land might just be the place we're looking for," Liu Yun said calmly, looking at the dry riverbed beside him. After the Black Fiend cult's grand formation disappeared, a huge crack immediately appeared on the riverbed. It was pitch black below, but a faint sound of wind emanated from it, indicating a very large space. Liu Yun's placed his hand on Han Li's shoulder, and a yellow light flashed over their bodies as they directly burrowed into the earth. The soil layer above the crack wasn't very thick. It didn't take long for the two of them to feel their feet give way, and they fell directly into a huge stalactite cave. As soon as they landed, they simultaneously threw out several moonstones, illuminating the entire stone cave. The stalactite cave was an intricate network, with several winding tunnels of several zhong in size, leading to unknown destinations, spread out in all directions. Liu Yun's released his divine sense, bringing all the underground space within a 20 li radius into his search range. This wasn't his limit, he simply had to sacrifice some distance to maintain accuracy. After a while, Liu Yun suddenly opened his eyes, a glint of sharpness flashing within them. "Found it!" Han Li's heart stirred with joy. Liu Yun still had a few people he cared about, making it difficult for him to leave easily. As for the people Han Li cared about, either they were separated by the immortal realm and mortal realms, or they were simply not his concern, so if he could leave, he truly didn't want to stay. "I found it, but it seems a bit troublesome." Liu Yun's placed one hand on Han Li's shoulder, his tone somewhat solemn. Liu Yun's no longer used the earth evasion technique, but instead transformed into a golden light with Han Li, flying into one of the cave entrances like lightning chasing the wind. In the blink of an eye, the golden light shot out several li away, entering an even larger stalactite cave. As the golden light dissipated, Han Li instinctively gasped when he saw everything before his eyes. A giant white spider, several zhong in size, was sprawled in the center of the cave, glaring fiercely at the two of them. Behind the spider, amidst piles of raw spirit stones, a quaint hexagonal teleportation array was nestled. Beside the teleportation array, a 5-colored skeleton sat cross-legged, floating 3 feet off the ground, holding a brilliant blue token that emitted a faint glow. Ancient teleportation array. Han Li's heart quickened. Liu Yun's, however, frowned, looking at the skeleton suspended in midair, a hint of doubt in his heart. Just then, the white spider suddenly let out a strange roar and charged rapidly towards the two of them. A spiritual light flashed in Liu Yun's eyes, and he stomped hard on the ground. A huge stone cone immediately shot up from beneath the white spider's abdomen, impaling it directly against the ceiling of the cave. A 4th-grade Yao beast, it's going to take some effort. Liu Yun's took a few steps forward and raised his hand, releasing 5 white blades. The white spider shrieked, and its 8 sharp, blade-like insect legs suddenly snapped together, easily tearing the stone cone to shreds. The 5 white blades shot out, and before the white spider could land, they left 5 deep wounds on its abdomen, almost disemboweling it. However, this Yao beast's vitality was truly tenacious, and despite such severe injuries, it showed no signs of weakness. The white spider let out a roar, and its crystal-clear body instantly turned blood red, emitting an incredibly violent aura. Liu Yun's was a little surprised, but his hands remained steady, and he directed the 5 blades to turn and head straight for the blood-red spider. The spider was clearly in a frenzy, but its combat instincts remained strong. Before the 5 blades could reach it, the blood-red spider agilely turned backward with a speed unbefitting its size, spitting out a large amount of white liquid from its mouth. The liquid spread in the air, forming a large white spider web that firmly ensnared the 5 blades. Oh! This was somewhat unexpected for Lu Yun's. The blood-red spider's 8 spider legs sprang, launching it like a giant cannonball directly towards Lu Yun's. Lu Yun sneered, and a 5-colored spiritual light flashed across his entire body. Just then, the entire stone cave suddenly shook violently. Caught off guard, Lu Yun's instantly lost his balance. The blood-red spider, relying on its robust body, charged towards Lu Yun's as if completely unaffected. Fortunately, Han Li had been on guard nearby. He raised his hand and released 2 dragon-slaying cones to repel the blood-red spider. At the same time, he pushed off the violently shaking ground, pulling Lu Yun several jong away to hide behind a giant stalactite. The tremors continued. The blood-red spider broke free from the pursuit of the 2 dragon-slaying cones and charged towards the stalactite pillar where the 2 were hiding. Lu Yun's footing was unstable at this point, and everything in his vision swayed back and forth, making him feel a little nauseous. Han Li, however, was unaffected. While manipulating the dragon-slaying cones to block the blood-red spider again, he raised his hand and released dozens of low-grade talismans to repel it. Lu Yun's also gritted his teeth fiercely, placing both hands on the ground. Immediately, dozens of thick vines erupted from the earth, surging towards the blood-red spider. If precision wasn't an option, then AoE was. Lu Yun's strategy was quite clear. The blood-red spider was first repelled by the talismans, and then it was directly ensnared by the large-scale wood-binding spell. Han Li seized this opportunity, fiercely urging the 2 dragon-slaying cones. They transformed into 2 black streaks of light, directly piercing the blood-red spider's already injured abdomen. The blood-red spider let out a weak wail and completely lost its life. The tremors gradually subsided, and Lu Yun's finally let out a sigh of relief. That was far more thrilling than any roller coaster or pirate ship. If not for Foundation establishment cultivators having undergone marrow cleansing and meridian purification, making their bodies far stronger than ordinary mortals, he would have definitely thrown up just now. What's going on? An earthquake? Han Li asked, surprised and uncertain. Lu Yun shook his head, definitely not. Ordinary earthquakes don't happen this fast. It seems to be an earth-shaking spell. Intermediate spell. Han Li's expression immediately turned grim. Perhaps. Lu Yun shook his head, also a bit unsure. There were simply too many methods in the cultivation world that could cause similar situations. Forget it, no matter what's happening on their side, it has nothing to do with us. After a moment of thought, Han Li smiled with relief. Then his expression suddenly changed. The ancient teleportation array. It wasn't damaged by that shaking, was it? Lu Yun couldn't help but roll his eyes at the remark. What do you take an ancient teleportation array for? How could it be damaged so easily? If it really, holy crap. At this moment, one corner of the hexagonal ancient teleportation array was indeed damaged, clearly rendering it unusable. The 2 of them looked very grim until Lu Yun went up to inspect it carefully. That's not right. Lu Yun touched the damaged teleportation array with some surprise and uncertainty. This damage was left a long time ago, and it seems to be man-made. Chapter 117, Illusions Return. Man-made. Han Li frowned and turned with Lu Yun to look at the 5-colored skeleton sitting cross-legged in mid-air. This thing was simply too abnormal to ignore. Han Li cautiously did not approach, but instead raised his hand to summon a strong gust of wind, blowing away the surrounding dust. This revealed faint patterns beneath the skeleton. Lu Yun looked at the spirit stone raw ore around the skeleton and then compared it slightly with the patterns on the ground. His brows immediately furrowed, as if he had seen something extraordinary. Spirit gathering array. Lu Yun frowned. The 5-colored skeleton was suspended in midair because it was being supported by the spiritual chi gathered by a spirit gathering array. This design reminded him of venerable golden talisman, that grand cultivator from tens of thousands of years ago had used a similar method to exploit a bug in this world, successfully achieving resurrection tens of thousands of years later. This wouldn't be a similar trick, would it? Are all the powerful figures in this world so fond of such games? Lu Yun pondered for a moment, then suddenly raised his hand and shot a fireball over. The 5-colored skeleton was instantly ignited, directly turning into a pile of ashes on the ground. What are you doing? Han Li was startled by his sudden action. Lu Yun was also stunned. This was a bit too smooth, something felt off. I just thought. Wait. Lu Yun was about to explain to Han Li when the corner of his eye caught sight of something in the ashes. He immediately raised one hand, and 8 5-colored round beads and a shimmering blue token were drawn before him, suspended in the air. Great teleportation token, such a thing actually exists. Lu Yun's eyes lit up. Han Li stroked his chin in confusion and asked, what is a great teleportation token? Lu Yun picked up the token and examined it gleefully, not forgetting to explain to Han Li, the great teleportation token is actually an auxiliary magical artifact essential for ultra-long distance teleportation. Without this item, a cultivator would be crushed into powder by spatial pressure during long-distance teleportation. Speaking of which, it was a bit of a coincidence, Venerable Golden Talisman's Jade Slip also recorded a similar item, called a teleportation talisman. However, its effect was not as good as the Great Teleportation Token, and it could only be used once. Lu Yun had also struggled with such space attribute items for a while, but the result was that he lay in a secret room for several days before recovering. From then on, he knew that with his current knowledge and cultivation, he was not yet capable of dealing with spatial matters. Han Li was also ecstatic upon hearing Liu Yun's explanation, but his gaze immediately fell upon the 8 5-colored round beads. What are these things? Liu Yun's also frowned, then slowly said after a moment of thought. This might be the purpose of the spirit gathering array. He scrutinized the 5-colored round beads, and his tone was hard to decipher as he continued, Old Han, have you heard of the human cauldron method? Han Li instantly thought of something, and his face suddenly changed drastically. Are you talking about that secret technique that uses the human body as a medicinal pill cauldron to cultivate medicinal pills? Liu Yun's nodded heavily. It seems this spirit gathering array was for this purpose to nourish the skeleton with spiritual qi and prevent any mishaps with the human medicinal pill hidden within. Han Li suddenly understood. So that's it. No wonder the Black Fiend Cult Master declared this place a forbidden land and had a 4th level Yao beast guarding it. But why would he leave a great teleportation token here? Liu Yun shook his head, casually put away half of the 5-colored round beads, and threw the other half to Han Li. There must be other secrets here that we don't know about. Let's first record the teleportation array here, that's the real priority. Han Li nodded and began to carefully observe the teleportation array. Old Liu, can you fix this teleportation array? Thank you for thinking so highly of me. Liu Yun rolled his eyes and said irritably. This is an ancient teleportation array for ultra-long distances, a strategic level item even in ancient times. Do you really think a mere foundation establishment stage cultivator like me can fix it? Han Li was also helpless upon hearing this. Then what do? We can't just go ask those sects skilled in formation for help, can we? Liu Yun's eyes darted around, and he thought of someone in his mind. Actually, it doesn't have to be that complicated. If it's a formation master who has studied similar teleportation array, it might be possible to fix it. Han Li rolled his eyes at him. A formation master who had studied ancient teleportation array, that sounded unreliable. Those with such qualifications were either the chief formation masters of prestigious great sects or those old monsters skilled in formation. Which of them could the two of them possibly invite? Old Han, you don't need to worry about this for now. I know someone. If I'm not mistaken, she should have encountered similar things. Liu Yun took the jade slip that Han Li had copied. In short, just wait for my news. Han Li had no objections. Although this guy had a screw loose and a terrible reputation, for some reason, he always had a strange kind of popularity and knew quite a few people. Since he said he could handle this, Han Li didn't need to worry. Han Li seemed to catch sight of something from the corner of his eye and quickly bent down to pick it up. Liu Yun glanced at it as well, and his brows immediately furrowed. Insect eggs. Liu Yun looked at the pure white insect eggs in Han Li's hand, somewhat puzzled. With his divine sense, he actually hadn't discovered these two little things? It looks like they should be the eggs of that white spider. Han Li couldn't help but beam with joy. He had personally witnessed the white spider's combat power. Although it seemed to have little chance of fighting back against Liu Yun's, as an old friend, Han Li clearly knew how strong Liu Yun's was. A 4th level Yao beast, being able to hold on to this extent was already quite good. Liu Yun's, somewhat puzzled, tried to take an insect egg. This was an unspoken understanding between him and Han Li. When nothing was agreed upon beforehand, the spoils were divided equally. However, as soon as Liu Yun's touched the insect egg, his vision blurred instantly, and scene after scene flashed rapidly through his mind, at an astonishing speed. His brain couldn't even keep up, only passively enduring it all. In a daze, he seemed to see a giant cauldron enveloped in blue flames, and also a jade ruyi, a huge silver wolf. The silver wolf looked at him majestically, a hint of satisfaction subtly appearing in its beastly eyes, then turned and threw itself into his embrace. After that, it was that familiar void. Scene after scene shattered, the giant cauldron, blue flames, silver wolf, everything before him seemed to be on the verge of returning to nothingness. Just then, Liu Yun suddenly realized that he could actually move. Although the range of movement was very small, it was no longer the completely passive state he was in during the blood restriction trial. Enduring the severe pain in his head, Liu Yun gritted his teeth and laboriously raised his hand. The speed at which the scenes shattered suddenly decreased, and he glimpsed more information. A beautiful woman wearing a golden circlet, a demonic cultivator shrouded in black qi, a ghastly young man, and a strange grayish-white demonic fire. This information was fragmented, brutally crammed into Liu Yun's mind. Liu Yun still wanted to resist, but in that void, a pair of indescribable giant eyes slowly opened. For some reason, those eyes felt both familiar and strange to him, like an old friend he hadn't seen in a very, very long time. The next moment, Liu Yun was directly kicked out of this profound state. Han Li seemed to catch sight of something from the corner of his eye and quickly bent down to pick it up. It looks like they should be the eggs of that white spider. Liu Yun looked at the insect eggs in his hand, his face pale and silent. Chapter 118, Pity Flying Flower. Liu Yun was silent, not saying a word. Han Li frowned, a little puzzled, and asked, "What happened?" Liu Yun shook his head, looking at the ancient teleportation array beneath his feet. "Old Han, do you believe there are omniscient and omnipotent immortals and gods in this world?" Han Li was slightly stunned. What did it mean to ask a cultivator if he believed in immortals and gods? Probably. Han Li said with some hesitation, omniscient and omnipotent might not be true, but those immortals who can move mountains and overturn seas should exist. Isn't our cultivation for the sake of becoming them? Liu Yun's narrowed his eyes, silent for a long while. Not until Han Li began to feel a little uneasy did he hear Liu Yun say calmly. If immortals and gods truly exist in this world, then they must be a bunch of bastards who are selfish to their core. Han Li instantly froze, his mouth agape, unable to speak for a long time. Old Han. Liu Yun turned his head and looked directly into Han Li's eyes. The complex meaning in his gaze weighed on Han Li's heart like a heavy counterweight. If one day, you have the opportunity for immortal ascension and become an ancestor, by then, never forget who you are. Han Li gave a dry laugh, saying uneasily, all right, why are you saying all this? Nothing, just assume I'm having an episode. Liu Yun shook his head. The intense headache came and went even faster, he was completely fine now. It was as if nothing had happened. Oh, right, you keep those 2 insect eggs yourself. I don't really like raising insects. Upon hearing Liu Yun's words, Han Li couldn't help but smile bitterly, placing the insect eggs into a jade box and tucking it into his embrace. Liu Yun looked up, and that somewhat erratic smile reappeared on his face. There's been no movement outside for so long, they should be almost done fighting. Let's retreat. Han Li had completely adapted to Liu Yun's rapid mood swings and immediately nodded. Let's go. First, hide this place, then leave this troublesome area as quickly as possible. Liu Yun smiled and patted his shoulder, then, along with Han Li, transformed into a yellow light and escaped into the rock layer above the stalactite cave. Passing through the not-so-thick rock layer, the 2 yellow lights emerged from the earth. Liu Yun stomped his foot slightly, and the crack leading to the stone cave instantly closed, leaving no trace. Han Li's eyelids twitched as he watched. His Qing Yuan sword art's accompanying divine ability was extremely powerful, but its variety was very singular. According to cultivation technique classification, the Qing Yuan sword art belonged to the type of combat-oriented cultivation technique that was slow to level up but formidable in actual combat. Compared to Liu Yun's 5 elements escape heaven art, a top-tier cultivation technique, its combat power might not be much worse, but its various accompanying functions were far inferior. This is enough. Too much concealment would only arouse suspicion. Liu Yun clapped his hands. Han Li also nodded, he understood the principle of overdoing it. Suddenly, Liu Yun sharply turned his head, a strange expression on his face. A deafening sound came from the horizon. Senior brother Liu, help! The demonic path people are attacking. Xian Li's voice, deliberately amplified by a spell, came from dozens of miles away, echoing between heaven and earth. Liu Yun's face darkened. These family forces might not be good at other things, but their internal strife skills were truly maxed out. Han Li watched as Xian Li's escape lights flew from the horizon, followed by dozens of demonic cultivators, more than a dozen of whom were Foundation Establishment stage demonic cultivators. Old Liu, let's go. That Xian Li won't escape. Han Li's eyes flashed with a fleeting killing intent, and he said calmly. Liu Yun's, however, showed a strange expression, that shouldn't be, there isn't one. Han Li frowned tightly, asking anxiously, isn't what? There isn't even a core formation stage cultivator. This isn't right. Liu Yun looked at Han Li in confusion, Old Han, are we having some kind of hallucination? How come there isn't even a core formation stage cultivator on the other side? Can you stop having an episode at a time like this? I'm not having an episode, this is a deduction based on past experience. Look. Before Liu Yun could finish speaking, Xian Li's escape lights had already broken through the air, and he shouted loudly, Senior brother Liu, quickly go notify the surrounding strongholds that the demonic path is attacking. Humph. A cold snort came from mid-air. A slender, emerald demonic fire flashed and disappeared in the air, appearing eerily behind Xian Li. Xian Li's hair stood on end. He turned and threw out several talismans, trying to stop it, while simultaneously urging the escape lights around him, shooting towards Liu Yun's direction. The emerald demonic fire flashed fiercely, bypassing the activated spells, and silently landed behind Xian Li. A sizzling sound. Emerald demonic fire erupted all over Xian Li, directly engulfing him. Ah! Accompanied by a tragic scream, Xian Li was directly reduced to ashes by this bizarre demonic fire, leaving no trace of his existence. The emerald demonic fire transformed back into a flame, flying back into the hand of a red-clad young woman in the air. Han Li's eyes narrowed. This red-clad young woman was only at the early Foundation establishment stage, yet she could command such terrifying demonic fire, which showed her extraordinary nature. Moreover, seeing the many Foundation establishment demonic cultivators behind her looking respectful, her status was probably not low. Could it be another figure like Wang Chan? The red-clad young woman held the burning emerald demonic fire in her hand, her arrogant gaze condescendingly looking down at Liu Yun and Han Li. I thought that person had caught some kind of lifeline, foregoing a perfectly good underground passage, insisting on flying here. Turns out it's just an early Foundation establishment stage and a late Foundation establishment stage cultivator. I wasted so much time playing with him, it was truly a waste of time. At this point, an expression of displeasure appeared on the red-clad young woman's face. Junior Sister Lien. An old man in the late Foundation establishment stage suddenly flew out from behind her, his gaze solemn as he watched Liu Yun. Be careful. This person is no ordinary late Foundation establishment stage cultivator. If I'm not mistaken, he might be old Freak Kaiang's disciple, the unisex little madman, Liu Yun. What? The red-clad young woman was overjoyed upon hearing this and quickly said to Liu Yun's, "You down there, quickly report your name. I, Pity Flying Flower, do not kill nameless people." Liu Yun's, however, ignored her, his powerful divine sense scanning the demonic cultivators in the air over and over again. "None, there really isn't one." Seeing that he dared to ignore her, Pity Flying Flower's face flashed with evil chi, and she shouted loudly, "You down there, are you Liu Yun's?" The old man looked at her in confusion, his eyes full of bewilderment. "Junior Sister Lien, what are you doing?" "Humph. Killing the little madman Liu Yun's is a great merit. I'll see which old geezer dares to point fingers at me after I return to the sect this time." Pity Flying Flower's face flushed with excitement. "You down there, you." A golden light flashed. Liu Yun's figure appeared before her, his deep eyes beneath his sword-like brows showing excitement, the smile at the corner of his mouth gradually spreading wildly, his eyes and brows full of madness. He saw it clearly. There wasn't even a core formation stage cultivator among these people. No core formation cultivator meant no one could do anything to him. In other words, he could kill wantonly. Chapter 119, Crushing. Pity Flying Flower only saw a flash of golden light before her eyes, and Liu Yun's figure instantly appeared in front of her, so close that the distance was not even 3 steps. The pure and frenzied killing intent made Pity Flying Flower's scalp tingle, and her face instantly turned pale and bloodless. She instinctively tried to unleash the demonic fire in her hand. However, a red light flashed in Liu Yun's eyes, and Pity Flying Flower's eyes instantly became hazy. She felt that this man was full of charm from head to toe, and the demonic fire in her hand directly extinguished. The next second, Pity Flying Flower suddenly broke free, but it was already too late. A golden light gently wrapped around her neck, and her vision instantly became nothing but darkness. The headless corpse fell from the sky, and Liu Yun's casually took off its storage pouch, then smiled at the dozens of other demonic cultivators. Hundreds of puppets instantly filled the entire sky. "Gather together. Form a formation." The late Foundation establishment stage old man roared with all his might. Liu Yun's held the crimson flame banner, unleashing a sky full of red flames, and then, with a dozen level 3 puppets, he entered the flames. The crimson fire dragon reappeared in the world, with ferocious scales and bared claws. The fire dragon violently flicked its tail, directly scattering all the demonic cultivators who were trying to gather, and at the same time, a dozen beams of light shot out from within the fire dragon's body. 7 or 8 Foundation establishment demonic cultivators were caught off guard and instantly turned to dust. Hundreds of level 2 puppets spewed beams of light, firmly suppressing dozens of chi refinement stage demonic cultivators. The crimson fire dragon coiled up and fiercely charged into the enemy formation. Many demonic cultivators were either directly burned to charcoal by the fire dragon or, in their panic, swept into dust by the beams of light. The late Foundation establishment stage old man cried out in alarm, turned into a black escape lights, and tried to flee. The fire dragon instantly exploded, clearing away all remaining demonic cultivators. Then, a golden light shot out, piercing directly through the old man's chest like a chasing wind and lightning. Han Li watched this scene in silence from the ground. In less than 20 breaths, a dozen Foundation establishment demonic cultivators and dozens of chi refining stage demonic cultivators were all annihilated. Having grown accustomed to this lunatic being chased all over the sky by core formation stage cultivators, Han Li had almost forgotten what a Foundation establishment stage cultivator, whom even a core formation stage cultivator might not be able to kill, truly meant. Golden light flickered, and Liu Yun's, with his hands in his pockets and a walk that would make people want to hit him 8 times on the street, slowly approached, casually collecting all the storage pouches and puppets. However, it should be noted here that storage pouches cannot be stored inside other storage pouches. And while storage pouches are not large, dozens of them stacked together make a considerable pile. So, Liu Yun's had to take off his outer coat halfway, wrapping all the storage pouches like a package, and then carrying it on his shoulder. His entire demeanor was infinitely close to that of a thief who had just made a haul, or a divorced single man who had just divided his assets. Han Li instantly couldn't bear to look. "Let's go, old Han. We'll find a place to dispose of the loot, and then we'll go together to find my friend to see if she can fix the ancient teleportation array," Liu Yun said with the enthusiastic tone of someone addressing an accomplice, making his demeanor even more like a thief. Han Li sighed deeply and waved his hand helplessly. "I won't go. You go find your friend yourself. My cultivation bottleneck has loosened recently, and I might advance to Foundation establishment mid-stage at any time. Come find me after you've handled everything." Liu Yun's tilted his head, looking at him in confusion. "Old Han, are you nervous about meeting new friends? Do you take me for a child?" Han Li rolled his eyes dramatically. "Who told you to be like a paramecium all day long, hiding from everyone you see?" Liu Yun said righteously. "You can't always be so reclusive. At least go out and meet more people. You don't know what the people in your Yellow Maple Valley say about you behind your back." "I'm not finished yet." Han Li immediately turned his head and walked away. This person had become increasingly boisterous recently, and ignoring him was the best solution. Liu Yun's pouted, hoisted the backpack onto his shoulder, and directly transformed into a golden light, shooting off. 3 days later, Liu Yun's, carrying a bag of storage pouches, swaggered into the market of the Tianxing sect in the Yunmu Kingdom, under the greedy, surprised, or regretful gazes of everyone. After visiting several larger shops, most of Liu Yun's storage pouches disappeared, leaving only a large bulge in his chest, clearly indicating that several of the most valuable storage pouches were still there. Liu Yun's looked left and right, ignoring all the greedy eyes around him, and walked directly into the Stardust Pavilion in the center of the market. As soon as he entered, Liu Yun's attracted everyone's attention. HE refinement stage middle-aged man was originally greeting other customers, but upon seeing Liu Yun's enter and sensing his powerful late foundation establishment stage cultivation, he immediately apologized and hurried over to greet him. Greetings, Senior. May I ask what brings Senior to our Stardust Pavilion? Looking at Liu Yun's harmless appearance, the middle-aged man couldn't help but inwardly grumble. Their line of work considered being well-informed a basic skill, and they had already heard that some fool was carrying a pile of storage pouches to the market to sell off, without even trying to hide it. Now, personally encountering this person and feeling his powerful cultivation, the middle-aged man suddenly wondered if he wasn't here to fish. I'm here to discuss some business. Who should I talk to? Liu Yun's patted his shoulder, asking with a smile. The middle-aged man had never seen such a familiar person and instinctively took a step back, saying, Senior, our Stardust Pavilion is divided into 9 floors. The first 7 floors are open to the public, but outsiders must stop at the latter 2. With Senior's cultivation, you would likely find suitable goods on the 5th or even 6th floor. As for the 7th floor, it is only open to core formation stage cultivators and never receives foundation establishment stage cultivators. Liu Yun stroked his chin and thought. He currently lacked neither top-tier magical artifacts nor talisman treasures. As for things like Heavenly Thunder talismans, which ordinary foundation establishment stage cultivators considered trump cards, they were merely so-so to him. After all, no matter how strong such things were, they were only equivalent to a single strike from an ordinary core formation cultivator, and he could barely withstand it now if he gritted his teeth. Spending a large sum of spirit stones on it was clearly inappropriate. What could attract him now were only some relatively precious magic treasure-grade artifact refining materials. Tisk. Liu Yun's clicked his tongue and asked the middle-aged man, the 7th floor only receives core formation stage cultivators, right? Reporting to Senior, the 7th floor of Stardust Pavilion has always only received core formation stage seniors, and there has never been an exception. Liu Yun's thought again, what if I pay more? Senior is joking, this is not about spirit stones. The middle-aged man smiled bitterly and helplessly. If the news that our Stardust Pavilion's 7th floor receives foundation establishment cultivators gets out, it will be difficult for us to do business with core formation stage cultivators in the future. Liu Yun's nodded in understanding. People, after they no longer worry about food and clothing, pursue nothing but ideals and a bit of prestige. However, the middle-aged man's eyes darted around, and he cautiously took a small step forward. If Senior truly has such a need, then this humble one does know of a special place. Liu Yun's looked at him deeply, turned around, and leaned close to him. Tell me more. Chapter 120, Secret Shop. Outside the Tianxing sect market, Liu Yun's was completely covered in a black robe, his face obscured. He followed the middle-aged man, who was similarly disguised, at a moderate distance. While his posture seemed relaxed, his powerful divine sense continuously scanned the surroundings, constantly on guard against sudden dangers. Looking at the middle-aged man's back, Liu Yun's eyes narrowed slightly, and his thoughts drifted. Recently, the righteous and demonic Dao of Tianese simultaneously began to expand, causing widespread panic in the cultivation world of the surrounding few countries, and many rare items consequently flowed out. These items were both legitimate and illicit, many were stolen goods that couldn't see the light of day, naturally requiring places for centralized processing. In essence, it was still the same old secret shop model, but these secret shops were special products of a special period, and most of them wouldn't operate for long. The secret shop introduced by the middle-aged man was of a considerably high standard among this batch of temporary secret shops, and it was also one of the forces that, after this period of chaos, was very likely to become a permanent secret shop. Their main customers were core formation cultivators from various countries, and the items appearing in the secret shop were naturally things urgently needed by cultivators of their level. Given this rare opportunity, Liu Yun's naturally didn't want to give up. So, he followed the middle-aged man all the way out of the market. The two, one in front and one behind, walked for another half an hour before stopping in front of a gnarled old tree. Senior, this is the place, the middle-aged man said, his tone a little nervous. He solemnly took out a pale green token from his pregnant, and lightly waved it towards the tree in front of him. Immediately, a green light shone, and the tree twisted, transforming into a wooden door shimmering with green light. The middle-aged man turned and nodded to Liu Yun's, then opened the wooden door first. Inside was a straight staircase leading downwards, dark and unclear. At the top of the staircase, on either side, stood 2 cultivators in black robes with black iron masks, both at the foundation establishment mid-stage. At this moment, they showed no special reaction, merely mechanically taking the token from the middle-aged man's hand, glancing at it, and then returning it to him. The middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief, turned and said to Liu Yun's, Senior, this is it. I wish Senior a fruitful trip. Liu Yun's nodded and walked directly into the wooden door. Before descending the staircase, Liu Yun's powerful divine sense swept over the 2 refined corpses. Liu Yun's eyes narrowed slightly, but his steps remained unchanged as he walked down. He descended hundreds of steps in a row, and Liu Yun's was starting to get a little impatient when he finally saw the end of the staircase. There was a heavy bronze door, faintly shimmering with runes, appearing indestructible. At the entrance stood 4 cultivators at the late foundation establishment stage. As soon as they saw Liu Yun's descend, Two of them immediately turned and slowly pushed open the bronze door, which weighed at least 1,000 catties, revealing a spacious circular hall inside. Liu Yun's divine sense swept across, and he raised his eyebrows in surprise. These four were also refined corpses. Could it be that the owner of the secret shop was a force skilled in the Dao of refined corpses? At this moment, there were already 20-odd people sparsely seated in the hall inside the door. As soon as everyone saw someone else approaching, they instinctively probed with their divine sense, but found nothing, as if the person didn't exist at all. This discovery immediately startled the many cultivators in the hall. A smile appeared on Liu Yun's lips. Speaking of which, the 5 elements escape heaven art and the spirit gathering physique were truly unimaginably compatible with the formless escape technique. Originally, in Kaiang Wuji's plan, Liu Yun's would have to wait until he successfully formed his core before he could begin to cultivate the formless escape technique. Who knew that when Liu Yun successfully advanced to the late foundation establishment stage and pushed the 5 elements escape heaven art to the 6th layer, he actually comprehended some shallow applications of the formless escape technique. Now, with some crude applications of the formless escape technique, coupled with his divine sense which was stronger than that of an average core formation cultivator, Liu Yun's could already conceal his aura under the nose of ordinary core formation cultivators without being detected. Using this ability now should more or less reduce some potential troubles. Liu Yun's, without a word, continued to play the part of an expert, slowly walking to a corner and sitting down. He waited for several more hours, and then more than a dozen people came in through the bronze door. Although most of them were core formation cultivators, there were also some cultivators at the late foundation establishment stage, like Liu Yun's, who walked in cautiously. Dozens of people gathered in the hall, but no one made a sound, they all remained silent. Until the bronze door opened again, and this time, 3 iron-masked cultivators in black robes walked in. Liu Yun's divine sense swept over them, and he was immediately startled. 2 of the 3 iron-masked cultivators were only at the early core formation stage, but the cultivator standing in the middle had powerful spiritual chi throughout his body, he was actually a cultivator at the late core formation stage. Throughout the entire hall, this person's cultivation was the highest, firmly surpassing all others. This was also very reasonable, if he didn't have such strength, how could he suppress this group of arrogant core formation cultivators whose moral standards were generally below average? The 3 iron-masked cultivators walked a few steps to the small table in the center of the hall, and the cultivator at the late core formation stage cupped his hands in greeting to everyone, saying, "Fellow deists, this auction will be hosted by me. The rules are still the same, the first half will be for everyone to bid in auction, and the second half will be for fellow deists to trade privately among yourselves, we will not interfere in the slightest. I also know that all fellow deists are eager to start, so I won't waste any more words. First item for auction, the magic treasure purple luo spear." Liu Yun's instantly perked up. Holy cow! This shop is so wild. They're auctioning a magic treasure right off the bat. Many cultivators also let out exclamations of disbelief, shocked by the secret shop's astonishing move. The iron-masked cultivator chuckled, very satisfied with this effect, and then took out a long spear emanating purple chi from his storage pouch. As soon as it emerged from the storage pouch, the long spear immediately let out a buzzing sound, wanting to break free and fly away. However, it was held down by the iron-masked cultivator with one hand, unable to move. Fellow deists, please look closely. This purple luo spear is made from purple profound iron combined with a large amount of silver essence, and its power is boundless. Its previous owner also cherished it greatly, cultivating it for several decades, raising its power to an extremely high level. If fellow deists can buy it and refine it for use, even if you cannot exert its full power because you are not its original owner, it can still greatly enhance your strength. The starting price for this treasure is 7,000 spirit stones. Bidding starts now. As soon as the elder finished speaking, bidding immediately erupted. In a short while, the treasure was pushed to the exorbitant price of 9,000 spirit stones. Liu Yun's mouth twitched as he watched. This price, in normal times, could buy a brand new, unrefined magic treasure. It was only because the current situation was unstable that magic treasures and magical artifacts could fetch such exorbitant prices. However, looking at the enthusiastic scene, it seemed that no one present cared much about the price. After about half an hour, the purple luo spear was bought by a core formation cultivator wearing a beast face mask for the sky-high price of 9,500 spirit stones. Liu Yun's couldn't help but nervously touch his storage pouch. Judging by this momentum, the spirit stones he had prepared might not be enough. Congratulations to this fellow deist. Next, let's auction the next item. The iron-masked cultivator patted his storage pouch and took out a piece of white, shimmering metal. Earth attribute magic treasure raw material, coagulated jade fat. Liu Yun's abruptly sat up. Chapter 121, Azure Nether Armored Corpse. This coagulated jade fat is a top-grade earth attribute material secreted from thousand-year-old agarwood jade. It can make magic treasure extremely tough and is the best choice for refining earth attribute magic treasure and complex types of magic treasure. The iron-masked cultivator smiled as he placed the transparent, jade-like material on the table, observing the eager expressions of many people in the hall. Starting bid, 3,000 spirit stones. Each increase in bid must not be less than 100 spirit stones. Bidding starts now. 3,005. As soon as the iron-masked cultivator finished speaking, a female early core formation stage cultivator immediately bid without hesitation. 3,007. 3,009. 4,000. Liu Yun's remained silent, watching these people bid the material up to a high price of 4,500 spirit stones, a hint of sadness rising in his heart. Are these core formation stage cultivators really so wealthy? What about the few guys I killed? How did that happen? Did I just happen to run into two paupers? Liu Yun's thoughts had entered a dead end, unable to escape. He didn't consider that any cultivator who would come to this kind of place would have gathered enough spirit stones beforehand before daring to spend. Besides that, what respectable person would carry their entire fortune on them? 4,500 spirit stones, going once. Liu Yun's jolted, quickly whispering, 5,000 spirit stones. The iron-masked cultivator turned to look at him. This fellow deist bids 5,000 spirit stones. Are there any more bids? The hall was silent. The core formation cultivator who had bid 4,500 spirit stones hesitated for a moment but did not bid again. This price had already far exceeded the normal value of this coagulated jade fat, there was no need to continue bidding. 5,000 spirit stones, going once. 5,000 spirit stones, going twice. The iron-masked cultivator paused, then continued with some helplessness, 5,000 spirit stones, going third time, sold. Liu Yun silently stepped forward, took the coagulated jade fat, and at the same time, placed a small pile of spirit stones on the table. Congratulations, fellow deist. The iron-masked cultivator said in a low voice, with a hint of deeper meaning. Liu Yun's heart skipped a beat. His chi concealment technique could only barely deceive a mid-core formation stage cultivator. Since this iron-masked cultivator's cultivation had already reached the late core formation stage, his true cultivation was likely long since seen through. However, there was nothing he could do. His new mech lacked this type of advanced material to refine connecting parts, which were necessary to perfectly assemble all its components. Now, he finally lacked nothing. Liu Yun composed himself and walked back to the corner of the hall, intending to leave directly after the auction ended. Alright, next up is the next item. In the blink of an eye, several hours passed. During this time, the iron-masked cultivator auctioned off more than 20 items, including magic treasures and advanced materials, as well as rare talismans, spirit pills and even a 1,000-year-old spiritual plant, which was bid up to the exorbitant price of 6,900 spirit stones by many core formation cultivators. Liu Yun looked at that 1,000-year-old black cloud Ganoderma and found it strangely familiar. Upon closer thought, he seemed to have seen a similar one in Han Li's medicinal garden, though he wasn't sure if it was that exact one. Soon, the auction came to an end, with only a few items remaining. The magic treasure, Heavenly Origin Sword, refined from a large amount of iron essence, along with Star Gang Iron and Heavenly Jade Stone. Its divine ability is astonishing, and its sharpness is unparalleled. Starting bid, 6,000 spirit stones. Liu Yun's eyes widened abruptly, and he nearly jumped up. It wasn't because he was interested in this magic treasure, but because he had seen this magic treasure before. That was the magic treasure of the cultivator surnamed Yu from the Anya sect. How could this item be here? Beneath his mask, Liu Yun's expression was exceptionally grim. The cultivator surnamed Yu had previously sacrificed himself on the front lines, so the Heavenly Origin Sword naturally fell into the hands of the demonic path. For this secret shop to be able to produce this item, could it be that the forces behind them were the 6 demonic sects? Liu Yun immediately felt as if he were sitting on pins and needles, wishing he could leave on the spot. Seeing that this treasure was indeed excellent, others also bid, and it was finally purchased by a female cultivator with a veiled face for 7,500 spirit stones. Next, is our shop's final item. The iron-masked cultivator nodded slightly to some people in the hall, then clapped his hands, and the bronze door slowly opened. The 4 late Foundation establishment stage refined corpses seen earlier carried a huge, pitch-black copper coffin, walking in step by step, their paces incredibly heavy. Bang! The coffin landed, making everyone's hearts tremble. The iron-masked cultivator formed a hand seal, and the copper coffin instantly trembled slightly. Accompanied by an ear-piercing scraping sound, like fingernails on an iron plate, the huge copper coffin suddenly stood upright on its own. The iron-masked cultivator remained calm, his hand seal changing. Wisps of black chi began to emerge from the edges of the copper coffin. For a moment, a chilling wind swept through the hall, and some Foundation establishment stage cultivators with lower cultivation had to take out magical artifacts to protect themselves. Liu Yun frowned, his entire body flickering with 5-colored spiritual light, his eyes fixed on the copper coffin. Amidst everyone's surprised or expectant gazes, the copper coffin slowly opened, revealing its true occupant. It was an azure-faced, fanged refined corpse. This refined corpse was covered in thick, short green fur, with black armor plates of unknown material hanging on its body. Faintly, corpse chi as black as ink overflowed from its body, making it look like a malevolent ghost. One azure nether armored corpse. With copper skin and iron bones, magic treasures are difficult to harm it. Its internal corpse poison and corpse fire are existences that ordinary core formation cultivators avoid at all costs. When fighting, it is fearless of death, capable of directly confronting a mid-core formation stage cultivator without falling behind. Most importantly, this refined corpse is controlled by a god-forbidding tablet. As long as one holds this tablet, anyone can command it at will. Whether it's a family or a sect, it can be bought back as a legacy item. Starting bid, 10,000 spirit stones. Bidding starts now. Such a high price was naturally reserved for those who were prepared. As soon as the iron-masked cultivator finished speaking, several core formation cultivators who had not bid from the beginning immediately offered unimaginable high prices. Beneath Liu Yun's mask, his expression was exceptionally complex. The fact that such an item could be put up for auction meant this secret shop's strength was somewhat absurdly powerful. Not long after, this azure nether armored corpse was purchased by a black-robed cultivator for 19,000 spirit stones. This fellow deist, the iron-masked cultivator, looked at the black-robed person, his voice a little hesitant. Several core formation cultivators sitting in the hall who had bid also looked at this person, their gazes uncertain and mixed with a hint of killing intent. The black-robed person paid no attention to this, merely calmly saying to the iron-masked cultivator, "What's wrong? Can't this azure nether armored corpse be sold to me?" "No. Of course not." The iron-masked cultivator chuckled, looking at this mysterious person who only had middle core formation stage cultivation, and slightly moved aside to present the azure nether armored corpse. "This refined corpse belongs to fellow deist. This is the god-forbidding tablet that controls the refined corpse." The iron-masked cultivator took out a black iron tablet and handed it to the black-robed person. The black-robed person didn't even glance at it, casually took it, and put the azure nether armored corpse, along with the copper coffin, into his spirit beast pouch. "Alright, next is the time for all fellow deists to trade amongst yourselves. We are only responsible for providing the venue, we will not interfere with anything else. Please feel free to do as you wish." The iron-masked cultivator finished with a chuckle, then looked at the black-robed person. "I wonder if fellow deist would like to stay and exchange ideas with fellow deists. Of course, I'll stay. Such a rare opportunity cannot be missed." The black-robed person chuckled lightly and turned to walk into the crowd. Liu Yun's looked at the black-robed person. For some reason, this person gave him a strange sense of familiarity. Chapter 122, The Blazing Heaven True Scripture. Inside the main hall, a little over half the people had already left after the auction, especially most of the Foundation establishment cultivators, who left one after another with great speed. Only about 20 core formation cultivators remained, gathered together, exchanging their items. Liu Yun's had originally intended to leave as well, but seeing how quickly the Foundation establishment stage cultivators were fleeing, he worried that leaving too soon might expose his timidity. So, he decided to stay and broaden his horizons. It wouldn't be too late to leave later. And indeed, some items were only accessible to core formation cultivators of this rank. Many of the things these people brought out made Liu Yun's itch with desire, but he was short on funds and could only watch enviously from the side. One rank 5 Fiery Tiger Beast Core, in exchange for advanced ice attribute materials of the same rank. A short, stout cultivator cupped his hands slightly and said with a chuckle. Clang. A jade box flew over, landing right in front of the short, stout cultivator. This item should be sufficient. It was the black-robed person who spoke. The short, stout cultivator was slightly startled, then reached out to open the jade box, revealing a white crystal inside. Good. This item is yours, fellow deist. The short, stout cultivator immediately rejoiced, handing over the rank 5 demonic core. The black-robed person looked at the demonic core before him, casually put it away, then scanned the surroundings, saying with a hint of laziness in his tone. Fellow deists, everyone present is either a family old ancestor or a sect elder. It's a pity to only exchange items after such a rare gathering. The black-robed person smiled and said, "How about this, we exchange some information about the demonic path." As soon as these words were spoken, the hall instantly fell silent. The black-robed person didn't mind, calmly continuing, "Since I proposed this, I shall begin. To my knowledge, the Demon Flame sect recently increased its forces severalfold on the U Kingdom frontline and is now sharpening its blades, preparing to invade the U Kingdom and massacre the U Kingdom's cultivation world." What? Impossible. How is there no news at all? Many people excitedly stood up directly, and the rest were all incredibly shocked. "Fellow deist, do you know the cause of this matter?" an old-voiced cultivator urgently asked, his voice slightly trembling, appearing extremely frightened. "I naturally know, but does fellow deist know any other information that you could share?" the black-robed person asked with a smile. The old man paused, then after a moment of hesitation, slowly said, "To my knowledge, the 6 demonic sects seem to have already sent people to contact the demonic path of the Yuanwu Kingdom." Upon hearing this, everyone was much calmer than before. Clearly, this matter was no longer a secret. "Heh, the black-robed person chuckled twice. "Very well, I'll explain why. The Demon Flame sect's action, on the surface, is to reverse the negative impact caused by the death of the frontline commander, Mysterious Fire Boy, but in reality..." The black-robed person's scrutinizing gaze swept over everyone, and he slowly said, "It's because Pity Flying Flower, the only daughter of the Demon Flame sect leader, died a few days ago within the U Kingdom." Liu Yun's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Not only that, but it is said that the sect leader, doting on his daughter, once secretly copied a duplicate of the Demon Flame sect's internal secret scripture, the Blazing Heaven True Scripture, renamed it, and gave it to his only daughter. Now, this secret scripture, which records many of the Demon Flame sect's unique cultivation methods and secret techniques, has disappeared along with Pity Flying Flower's death. The black-robed person sneered, "Because of this sect leader Lian has not been having an easy time recently." Several people in the crowd exchanged glances, and couldn't help but simultaneously look at the iron-masked cultivator not far away. He sat upright in his chair, not saying a word, his iron mask concealing his emotions, as if everything the black-robed person said had nothing to do with him. Liu Yun's also sat quietly in the corner, listening, without any extraneous reactions. He was numb. Wang Chan, Tian Buke, Pity Flying Flower, why were these second-generation demonic cultivators so connected to him? The few people retracted their gazes and looked at each other, all seeing incredible shock and solemnity in each other's eyes, and couldn't help but hesitate. Does anyone else have any information to share? The black-robed person asked with a smile. Everyone remained silent, as if they hadn't heard anything. The black-robed person didn't care, he just leaned forward slightly, looking at the core formation cultivators who had bid for the azure nether armored corpse with him. Several fellow deists have listened for so long, I wonder if you could also clear up some confusion for me. The few people looked at him coldly, not saying a word. The atmosphere suddenly dropped to freezing point, and faint wisps of hostility began to brew among them. What doubts does fellow deist have? Feel free to speak. One of the old men among them said coldly. Then I won't be polite. The black-robed person smiled coldly. May I ask which sect is backing this secret shop? And what is its connection to the Demon Flame sect? As soon as these words were spoken, more than a dozen cultivators immediately stood up and left. Lu Yun's was among them, seeing that these people could start fighting at any moment, he didn't want to get splattered with blood. Before everyone could even walk out the door, they heard the old man behind them sigh deeply. Why does fellow deist pretend to be confused? No one dared to continue listening to the subsequent words, they all sped up, almost fleeing as they rushed out of the underground secret door. Lu Yun's followed the crowd, a cold glint in his eyes. The cultivation world of the Yuanwu kingdom has long been in a standoff between the righteous and demonic factions. The righteous path is led by the Tianxing sect, famous for its formations, the divine weapon sect, famous for artifact refining, and the myriad marvels temple, famous for talisman crafting. The demonic path, on the other hand, is led by the ghost nether sect, skilled in ghost manipulation, the thousand withered mountain, adept at poison techniques, and the heavenly corpse gate, proficient in the art of refined corpse. With so many refined corpses in this secret shop, it was self-evident which power was behind it. Considering that the magic treasure of a core formation cultivator who died on the front line actually appeared here, the heavenly corpse gate had very likely already connected with the 6 demonic sects or the demon flame sect. Lu Yun's cursed inwardly, how could he run into such a thing just by going out to buy something? As soon as they exited the secret door, many core formation cultivators transformed into escape lights and flew away, afraid of being even slightly involved in the matters here. Lu Yun's didn't dare to fly, so he simply used the earth evasion technique to go deep underground and escape. Before he could escape far, a earth-shattering roar suddenly came from behind him. A black escape light shot into the sky, and behind it, a 9-headed giant serpent coiled in the sky, letting out a strange hiss. Lu Yun's instantly stopped his earth evasion technique and fully unleashed the formless escape technique, retracting his aura into his body. Looking at the familiar 9-headed giant serpent in the sky, Lu Yun's face was extremely grim. Why are you everywhere? Several escape lights then rose. The iron-masked cultivator stopped in midair, and behind him, 2 early core formation cultivators were enveloped in black chi, tearing their black robes to shreds, revealing their hideous, green-faced, fanged visages beneath the robes. These 2 were also refined corpses. Fellow deist, why do you resort to deadly force without a word? That is simply too impolite. Wang Luo couldn't help but laugh uproariously at the words, politeness. Do you even deserve to talk about politeness with me? Behind him, the 9-headed giant serpent opened its 9 massive mouths, spewing out large clouds of poisonous mist that spread out, almost blackening the entire sky. I advise you, fellow deist, to come with me obediently, lest you suffer needlessly. Wang Luo said coldly. The iron-masked cultivator looked up at him, and the refined corpse behind him let out a strange cry, its form grotesquely swelling several times, transforming into 2 hideous giants several jong tall. So that's it, your excellency is here for me. The iron-masked cultivator raised his hand and released a jet black bone saber. Then let's see who's stronger in a fight. Chapter 123, The Puppet's Birth. Before the iron-masked cultivator finished speaking, the 2 refined corpses behind him fiercely lunged forward, engaging in a fierce battle with the 9-headed giant serpent. Wang Luo sneered, and the 9-headed giant serpent behind him suddenly coiled its body, tightly binding the 2 refined corpses, rendering them immobile. He himself spun around, releasing a large expanse of pitch-black devilish chi that shot towards the iron-masked cultivator. The iron-masked cultivator, holding a bone blade, fiercely chopped downwards, unleashing a streak of pitch-black blade light. The pitch-black devilish chi met it head-on, suddenly transforming into a black demonic dragon, which opened its mouth wide and bit down firmly on the blade light, refusing to let go no matter how much it struggled. Fellow deist, why persist in futile resistance? Wang Luo said with a smile. At the same time, he rubbed his hands together, and a ball of black demonic fire immediately transformed into a slender thread of fire, bypassing the blade light and the demonic dragon, heading straight for the iron-masked cultivator. The iron-masked cultivator's aura was like a blade, and wisps of eerie corpse chi mysteriously emerged from his body, forming a pitch-black large hand above his head, which reached out to grab the black demonic fire. With a sizzle, the pitch-black large hand was instantly ignited and was burned to ashes in no time. Netherworld profound fire. This is impossible. The iron-masked cultivator finally panicked, shouting in disbelief. Wang Luo was first startled, then a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. You actually recognize this fire? It seems you know more than I imagined. Wang Luo burst out laughing, raising his hand and flicking out another ball of netherworld profound fire, directly dissolving the blade light that was confronting the demonic dragon into nothingness. The iron-masked cultivator retreated swiftly, and at the same time, a spiritual light flashed in his hand, and an iron plate appeared in his grasp. Wang Luo flew in pursuit, and the spirit beast pouch at his waist suddenly swelled strangely. Humph! Wang Luo snorted coldly, and with a backhand, he flung out the spirit beast pouch. The azure nether armored corpse burst out of the pouch, raised its hand, and released several feet of emerald green claw light, grabbing towards Wang Luo's head. At such a close distance, being approached by such an immensely powerful, copper-skinned and iron-boned monster, an ordinary cultivator would surely face certain death. However, Wang Luo sneered, and a golden ring on the azure nether armored corpse's body suddenly tightened, firmly trapping the refined corpse and preventing it from moving an inch. Wang Luo glanced at the azure nether armored corpse, picked up the iron plate that the iron-masked cultivator had given him earlier, and with a flash of black light in his hand, directly crushed the iron plate into pieces. I knew you wouldn't give me a real god-forbidding tablet, Wang Luo said coldly, raising his hand as a white ring transformed into a sharp white light, directly slicing the azure nether armored corpse into two. The iron plate in the iron-masked cultivator's hand immediately let out a mournful cry, turning into a pile of shattered fragments. Who exactly is your excellency? The iron-masked cultivator asked sharply, his voice filled with terror. This demonic path cultivator, who was one realm lower than him, possessed astonishing divine abilities and was definitely not someone he could contend with. Hat. A mocking smile appeared at the corner of Wang Luo's mouth, and the demonic dragon formed by devilish chi coiled downwards, firmly trapping the iron-masked cultivator. While the two were fighting fiercely, they didn't notice that the soil beneath the azure nether armored corpse on the ground subtly shifted, instantly turning into quicksand, slowly sinking the corpse and making it disappear. Several days later, a yellow light flashed in Qi Yongxiao's home. Liu Yun's disheveled figure emerged from the earth, raising his hand to frantically pound on the stone house door. Liu Yun's. Qi Yongxiao pushed open the door, his round eyes looking at him with a wronged expression. Can't you just enter properly through the front door? The restriction token I gave you for this place wasn't for you to do this. Liu Yun's tilted his head and glanced inside the room. Watching Spring Palace pictures. Qi Yongxiao's face instantly turned crimson. You're spouting nonsense. How could I watch such things? I saw it, it's Water Moon 8 methods sold by Unya sect. If I get a chance later, I'll get you some unpublished ones, they're much more exciting than this. You. Liu Yun's pressed on Qi Yongxiao's shoulder, stopping the string of curses that was about to escape his lips. Old Qi, time is short. Quickly clear out an artifact refining room and lend me a hand. Qi Yongxiao was stunned, it was the first time he had seen Liu Yun's look so serious. What are you making this time? Liu Yun smiled and patted his storage pouch, the things inside here will be one of our 2 most peak works. Get moving, the artifact refining room must be the largest one. Hurry, hurry. This is my home. Qi Yongxiao argued weakly, then turned and opened the largest stone room. Liu Yun's walked in, raised his hand, and placed down the red gauze heaven furnace. Hiss. Where did you get such a good thing? Qi Yongxiao was still tidying up the room, but he turned his head and saw the several jung large red gauze heaven furnace, his eyes instantly burning with jealousy. Don't worry, you'll get to use it today too, Liu Yun said, patting his shoulder. How about it? Am I not generous enough? Qi Yongxiao wanted to curse, but he was momentarily at a loss for words, unable to think of any sufficiently vicious golden phrase to give Liu Yun's. After a moment of silence, Qi Yongxiao finally thought of something cutting enough. You. Before he could finish speaking, Liu Yun shoved a jade slip into his hand. This is the design blueprint. Go ponder it for a bit. Once I make the last few parts, we'll officially start assembling. Looking at the jade slip in his hand, Qi Yongxiao opened his mouth in vain, then let out a long sigh, and obediently went to the side to read Liu Yun's design blueprint. An entire day and night passed. Qi Yongxiao removed the jade slip from his glabella, his tired eyes filled with shock and excitement. Liu Yun's, how did you design this? Qi Yongxiao turned his head to look. At this moment, the originally spacious artifact refining room was filled with parts scattered all over the floor. Looking around, there was hardly any place to step. These parts varied in size, the largest being over a person's height, and the smallest only a few inches. At first glance, there were hundreds of parts, shimmering with various spiritual lights. Qi Yongxiao felt a dizzying sensation. When this incredibly complex puppet became a physical object placed before him, the sense of shock was something ordinary people might never experience. Unless you're a particularly wealthy plastic model hobbyist. Liu Yun's, how long did you spend designing this thing? Qi Yongxiao murmured in disbelief. Don't even mention it, I wrestled with this thing for over half a year. Liu Yun's rubbed his temples, just thinking about those dark days made him inexplicably want to cry. Designing blueprints was such a torturous thing. Over half a year. Qi Yongxiao gave a wry smile, then let out a long breath, his eyes showing envy and excitement. Come on, let's get this thing done. Qi Yongxiao rolled up his sleeves. The design blueprint was already firmly imprinted in his mind. Next was the assembly. Time seemed to have been fast-forwarded. Under the complete dedication of the 2 artifact refining masters, more than half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Early this morning, a high-pitched bird cry resounded through the heavens, and in an instant, a dazzling green light shot up into the sky, and the entire artifact refining room instantly exploded. 2 disheveled figures were flung out by the soaring spiritual qi, tumbling over 10 zhang away, landing face down in a peculiar, head-first posture. Liu Yun's. Qi Yongxiao suddenly pulled his head out of the dirt and roared at Liu Yun's, I told you, the timing of placing that soul was wrong. Who said that? How well it fused. Liu Yun spat out 2 mouthfuls of sand, arguing defiantly. Good my ass. It almost exploded. Qi Yongxiao spat, then suddenly remembered something and quickly looked up towards the direction where the artifact refining room had been. The spiritual light receded, and the smoke and dust dispersed, revealing the true appearance of the object. Chapter 124, Tiger King Puppet. Beneath the dust was a gigantic humanoid figure, 3 jong tall. This object was black and yellow all over, with a chain-like tiger tail on its back and a pair of split metal blade wings, revealing a sharp gleam. A large tiger head on its chest was slightly agape, revealing a thick cannon barrel, taller than a man, inside. Each arm had 2 metal claw blades, currently folded on its forearms, subtly gleaming with metallic light. This was the masterpiece Liu Yun's had spent over half a year of effort on, consuming countless precious materials, and finally assembled with Qi Yongxiao. Level 4 Giant Tiger Puppet, Ultimate Modified Version. Middle Core Formation Stage, Tiger King Puppet. When the morning sun shone on the Tiger King Puppet, reflecting a faint glow, Liu Yun's and Qi Yongxiao fell silent. They quietly admired this masterpiece, and for some reason, their eyes were a little moist. Liu Yun's took a deep breath and said with a trembling voice, "It's truly beautiful." "Yes, it's really beautiful," Qi Yongxiao rubbed his reddened eyes excitedly. This couldn't be Liu Yun's endpoint, but it might be Qi Yongxiao's greatest achievement in his life. How could he not be excited? "Liu Yun's, thank you," Qi Yongxiao said gratefully. As an artifact refiner, he felt incredibly proud at this moment. "You're welcome," Liu Yun's patted his shoulder. The two quietly admired the Tiger King puppet gleaming in the sunlight, speechless for a long time. "You two have been staring at this thing for several hours, aren't you tired?" A pleasant voice sounded behind them. "What do you know?" Qi Yongxiao said disdainfully without turning his head. Suddenly, his body instantly stiffened. This voice sounded so familiar. Qi Yongxiao slowly turned his head. An elegant and refined woman stood behind them, smiling as she looked at the two. In terms of looks alone, this woman wasn't particularly outstanding, but her every gesture exuded elegance and composure, as if everything was within her control. Her temperament was as noble as Mount Imei's Golden Summit or Mount Tai's Jade Emperor Peak. She was the essence of nature, extraordinary and refined. "Yin'er." Qi Yongxiao's voice cracked instantly. He turned around and kicked Liu Yun's, who was slinging an arm over his shoulder, away. "How are you here?" The woman's delicate brows raised slightly, and her entire face showed a hint of playfulness, appearing incredibly lively. "What? Did I come at a bad time?" No. How could that be?" Qi Yongxiao grinned foolishly, looking around somewhat flustered. "It's just that I haven't had time to tidy up yet, and Liu Yun's is still." "Why are you still here?" Halfway through his sentence, Qi Yongxiao suddenly looked coldly at Liu Yun's, his tone full of disdain. "Why are all you bastards like this?" "Hee." The woman couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle softly. Liu Yun's rolled his eyes, got up, and brushed the dust and dirt off himself. "Xianruyan is here because I called her. Otherwise, do you think you have that much face?" Liu Yun snorted, saying disdainfully. Xianruyan also nodded, smiling as she said, "That's right, big brother Liu did call me over. He even specifically told me to come alone, but I don't know what for." Qi Yongxiao's gaze instantly sharpened. He stared at Liu Yun's, questioning him with his eyes. "What the hell do you mean? What do you want by asking her out alone? Don't think that human gazes can't convey such complex information. Others might not, but Qi Yongxiao certainly could." Liu Yun's gave him a disdainful look, then turned to put away the Tiger King puppet, greeted Xianruyan, and walked directly into the reception room, completely treating it as his own home. Xianruyan's eyes narrowed with a smile, her gaze flowing as she subtly glanced at Qi Yongxiao, then smiled and followed him in. Qi Yongxiao instantly suffered an immeasurable blow and quickly followed behind her, secretly condemning Liu Yun's with his eyes. Liu Yun's ignored him and poured a cup of tea for Xianruyan. "Pour your own," Liu Yun's casually said to Qi Yongxiao, then looked at Xianruyan. Xianruyan smiled, subtly glanced at the aggrieved Qi Yongxiao, and said somewhat helplessly, "Big brother Liu, did you specifically contact me for something?" Liu Yun's thought for a moment, stroking his chin, then suddenly took out a jade box from his storage pouch and handed it over. "Before we discuss things, you should accept this first." Xianruyan was slightly startled, then reached out, took the jade box, and gently pushed open the lid. "Thousand-year spiritual plant!" Qi Yongxiao exclaimed, his voice full of pleasant surprise. Xianruyan, however, showed a complex expression, silently handing the jade box back to Liu Yun's. "Big brother Liu, let's talk about the matter first." Liu Yun's rubbed his brow, his head aching. He had already met Xianruyan when he and Qi Yongxiao were assembling the Victory Swallow. So many years had passed in a blink of an eye, and this woman was still as troublesome as ever. "Miss Xian, this is not a reward or a bargaining chip. I was going to give you this thousand-year spiritual plant anyway, it has nothing to do with the matter we are about to discuss." Xianruyan smiled calmly and said, "Big brother Liu, I understand what you mean. It's just that after knowing each other for so many years, Big brother Liu should also understand my personality. I don't accept favors without merit. Big brother Liu, please tell me what you need me for first." Liu Yun sighed, helplessly took a jade slip from his storage pouch, and handed it to her. Take a look first, do you recognize this thing? Xian Ruyan took the jade slip and slowly extended her divine sense into it. As time passed, Xian Ruyan's expression grew more and more solemn. After a long while, she slowly removed her divine sense from the jade slip, a thoughtful look on her face. I understand now why Big Brother Lu specifically asked me to come alone. This item indeed involves too much and is not suitable for too many people to know. Qi Yongxiao looked at Xian Ruyan, then at Lu Yun's, scratching his ears and cheeks, but he didn't know how to speak. If you want to look, just look. Why do you keep staring at us? Lu Yun's rolled his eyes, speaking with a tone of disappointment. Xian Ruyan also shook her head and chuckled, handing him the jade slip. Qi Yongxiao took the jade slip, scanned it with his divine sense, and immediately blurted out, Ancient Teleportation Array. Lu Yun's gave Xian Ruyan an I told you so look and took a sip of his tea. Miss Xian, can you repair this ancient teleportation array? Lu Yun's asked directly. Xian Ruyan pondered for a moment, then swept her gaze over the two with a solemn expression. I can, but Big Brother Lu, I want to clarify something first. Who currently knows about this matter? Is there any risk of leakage? And who knows that you came to find me? Lu Yun's nodded knowingly and said solemnly, you can rest assured about this matter. Currently, only I and another friend of mine know. Besides that, there might be one more person, but there's no need to worry, that person won't pose any threat. As for my coming to find you, no one else knows besides Qi Yongxiao. Hearing him say this, Xian Ruyan's expression relaxed considerably. She knew that Lu Yun's was quite reliable when it came to serious matters. Big Brother Lu, I can try to repair this ancient teleportation array, but... Chapter 125, The Agreement. Big Brother Lu, I can attempt to repair this ancient teleportation array, but I need your assurance. Xian Ruyan stared seriously into Lu Yun's eyes, enunciating each word, this matter must never be leaked, not even the slightest hint of it. Lu Yun's nodded in understanding. Don't worry, I understand this matter. No matter what, I will ensure that no outsider ever knows about it. After speaking, he smiled at Xian Ruyan again. Can you accept this 1000-year spiritual plant now? Xian Ruyan's expression softened slightly, and she silently accepted the jade box. Thank you, Big Brother Lu. I will do my best in this matter. Lu Yun shook his head helplessly. Miss Xian, I've already told you. This 1000-year spiritual plant isn't payment. Whether this matter succeeds or not, this spiritual plant is yours. He then took out an ancient jade slip from his storage pouch and handed it over. This is the true reward. Lu Yun asked with a smile, aren't you curious how I knew you could repair ancient teleportation arrays? Xian Ruyan was slightly startled, then hesitantly took the jade slip. As her divine sense probed it, characters and images flooded her mind. Xian Ruyan's eyes widened in surprise, and she couldn't help but stand up. These are my ancestors' formation notes. Ancestor. Qi Yongxiao looked at her in confusion, then turned to Lu Yun's. Yinner, is your ancestor also a formation master? Xian Ruyan nodded with a complex expression, then turned to Lu Yun's and said, Big Brother Lu, on behalf of my Xian family's 2473rd generation ancestors, I thank you, Big Brother Lu. 2473 generations, a family passed down from the ancient era. Lu Yun's let out a long sigh of emotion. Qi Yongxiao's eyes widened in disbelief. Yinner, you're also from a family? And a prominent family from the ancient era. Xian Ruyan shook her head and gave a bitter smile. What prominent family is left? The Xian family's legacy has long been fragmented and incomplete by the time it reached me, and I'm the only one left. Moreover, I have the innate dragon's roar physique, destined not to live much longer. In at most a dozen years, the Xian family will be completely gone. Xian Ruyan smiled at the corners of her mouth, but her eyes were full of bitterness. A 1000-year cultivator, a 10,000-year family, ultimately cannot contend with time. Lu Yun's quickly shot Qi Yongxiao a look. He didn't see it. Cough. Lu Yun's coughed, glaring at Qi Yongxiao with a look of disappointment. Miss Xian, the family legacy is a big matter. It would be a pity for it to end in this generation after being passed down for so many years. Why don't you try to find a suitable husband? So that the ancestral heritage can be passed down. Qi Yongxiao was startled at first, then looked at Xian Ruyan with great joy. Xian Ruyan, however, shook her head with a bitter smile. Big Brother Lu is joking. With my physique, why would I burden others? Qi Yongxiao's entire face instantly flushed red. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but it was as if something was lodged in his throat, and he couldn't speak for a long time. Lu Yun looked at the two of them and sighed helplessly. Miss Xian, I'll leave this ancient teleportation array to you. How long do you think it will take? Xian Ruyan lowered her head in thought, then held up one finger. Half a year. In half a year, Big Brother Lu can come to me for the repair diagrams. Lu Yun looked at her with some surprise. In his original estimation, something of the level of an ancient teleportation array would take at least 3 to 5 years to repair. It seemed Xian Ruyan's formation attainments were much higher than he had imagined. Alright then, I'll be sure to come by then. Lu Yun stood up, ready to leave. As a third wheel, he had to be aware of his role. If he stayed any longer, Qi Yongxiao would truly get angry. Big Brother Lu, wait. Xian Ruyan suddenly called out to Lu Yun's, reaching into her storage pouch and taking out a jade slip. Big brother Lu, this ancestor's formation notes are too valuable. Simply repairing a teleportation array is not enough to repay it. She handed the jade slip to Lu Yun's, her eyes holding a unique stubbornness. This item is a foundational text I used when I was young to study formations. Although it's not particularly valuable, it's a token of my sincerity. Please accept it, big brother Lu. Lu Yun's took the jade slip with a slight headache, feeling a bit helpless about her character of not owing favors. Alright, then I'll accept this. Lu Yun's put away the jade slip, gave Qi Yongxiao a look, and then turned to leave. In the sky, Lu Yun sat on a bamboo raft, his expression fluctuating as he took out a jade slip from his storage pouch. Previously, he had killed Pity Flying Flower, the only daughter of the Demon Flame sect leader, and had casually taken her storage pouch. From the storage pouch, he found over 30 mid-grade spirit stones, 2 talisman treasures, and several magical artifacts. Besides those, there was also this jade slip. At the time, Lu Yun's had glanced at it and found it to be a fire element cultivation technique called Refining Flame Art, which could barely be considered a top-tier cultivation technique. Lu Yun's didn't pay it much mind and casually put it into his storage pouch. But that day, when Wang Luo of the Ghost Spirit sect mentioned that Pity Flying Flower had a classic text containing many secret arts and wondrous cultivation techniques of the Demon Flame sect, Lu Yun's immediately thought of this Refining Flame Art. He had already read this cultivation technique several times, but couldn't find any clues, so he figured it shouldn't be a problem with the content itself. Then it was likely that some restriction had been placed on this jade slip, and only spiritual chi of a specific attribute could read its contents. Such restrictions were not uncommon. Most sect legacy cultivation technique texts had similar designs, such as Han Li's Qing Yuan sword art. If this Refining Flame Art was also in such a situation, then what was needed was likely some demonic path spiritual fire. Lu Yun slapped his storage pouch, and the azure nether armored corpse, split into 2 halves, instantly appeared on the bamboo raft. Although this refined corpse had been discarded, its internal corpse poison and corpse fire were completely preserved. These 2 things were something even core formation cultivators avoided. Lu Yun's had risked being discovered to secretly acquire this item, all for the corpse fire within it. After a moment of contemplation, the 5-colored spiritual light gathered on Lu Yun's hand, gradually transforming into a thin, glove-like membrane. Lu Yun's looked at the membrane on his hand, furrowing his brows with some unease. He then slapped his storage pouch again, and a segment of the blazing dragon armor's armguard automatically fitted onto his hand. With red light intertwined with 5-colored spiritual light, and this layer of solid defense, Lu Yun's finally felt a bit more at ease. He slowly placed his hand on the azure nether armored corpse's chest. Lu Yun's closed his eyes, carefully sensing something. Half an hour later, he suddenly opened his eyes, and his palm, as if weighing 1,000 caddies, slowly lifted upwards. A wisp of quiet green corpse fire, enveloped by layers of spiritual light, was slowly drawn out from within the azure nether armored corpse. Lu Yun's was sweating profusely, his face extremely pale, yet he dared not move recklessly. It took another 15 minutes before he painstakingly extracted this wisp of corpse fire completely. Lu Yun's finally let out a sigh of relief and brought this wisp of corpse fire closer to the Refining Flame Art jade slip. Before the corpse fire could even get close, a powerful suction suddenly emanated from the jade slip, and with a whoosh, it absorbed the corpse fire. The surface of the jade slip flashed wildly with spiritual light several times, instantly turning a quiet green color, faintly emitting a scorching heat. Chapter 126, 1 year. Lu Yun's face showed excitement as he looked at the jade slip in his hand. During the great battle in the Barren Mountains, he watched mysterious Fire Boy display his divine might, suppressing same-stage cultivators who possessed ancient treasures with just his demonic fire and demonic technique. How could Lu Yun's not be tempted by such a powerful secret art? Not to mention, this thing was incredibly cool. Who hasn't dreamed of extending a hand and having flames move at will? Lu Yun's dispelled the spiritual light on his hand and placed the jade slip against his forehead. At this moment, the contents inside were completely different. Various secret arts and profound cultivation techniques, along with different demonic flames and strange fires, greatly broadened Lu Yun's horizons. However, a moment later, Lu Yun's expression gradually calmed, and his face began to look complex. He removed the jade slip and let out a helpless sigh. The contents did not disappoint him, the various miraculous techniques and secret arts were incredibly profound and astonishingly powerful. Demon Flame sect truly lived up to its name as one of the 6 demonic sects. In terms of offensive power alone, the divine abilities of the other sects would likely struggle to compare with Demon Flame sect. However, such powerful secret arts naturally came with extremely high requirements. It recorded a large number of powerful demonic fires, but most required years of cultivating a specific, or even several, special demonic techniques to cultivate the demonic fire. Of course, one could also seize an already existing demonic flame or strange fire from elsewhere, refine it, and then use it in battle. But to control these demonic fires as desired, one's cultivation technique and physique must be compatible, otherwise, it would not only be difficult to control the demonic fire but might even cause some damage to one's cultivation and true origin chi. For example, the corpse fire contained within this azure nether armored corpse. This corpse fire was extremely powerful, so much so that even core formation cultivators dared not touch it. If one wished to use this corpse fire for oneself, one would first need to cultivate a demonic technique recorded in the Refining Flame Art, transforming one's own physique into something similar to a refined corpse. Otherwise, the corpse chi contained within the corpse fire would continuously erode one's true origin chi, severely depleting one's origin chi. Liu Yun's helplessly tapped his forehead. There was no way he would spend decades specifically cultivating demonic techniques. If he did, Kaiang Wuji would probably be driven mad by him. However, the refining flame art also recorded some secret arts that allowed the use of demonic fire without needing to refine it, which could be worth studying. Besides that, Liu Yun's also found the cultivation method for netherworld profound fire and its cultivation technique incantations in the refining flame art. Upon careful study, the weakness of this demonic fire was immediately exposed. But it seemed useless. This demonic fire was currently in the hands of Wang Luo of the Ghost Spirit sect. Besides the netherworld profound fire, that man also possessed the Xiangliu diagram and the Dragon Phoenix twin rings, 3 ancient treasures. He would have to be out of his mind to seek out such a person to die, even with the Tiger King puppet. One must know that the Azure Nether armored corpse, which was also not weaker than a mid-core formation stage cultivator, was cut in half by the Dragon Phoenix twin rings in a single exchange. However, Liu Yun's eyes flickered, and he reached out to touch his chest. A storage pouch was tucked close to his body there, containing a spirit transformation talisman, a 6-ding heavenly armor talisman, and several ancient treasures. Once he advanced to core formation, most of the items inside could be used. By that time, Liu Yun's had enough confidence to beat Wang Luo soundly. Liu Yun's let out a long breath, steering his bamboo raft to the Yellow Maple Valley's market to buy some things, and also to inform Han Li that someone had already started repairing the ancient teleportation array. As soon as he crossed the border of Yu State, a sound transmission talisman flew through the air. Taking the sound transmission talisman, Kaiang Wuji's voice sounded in his ear. After listening carefully, Liu Yun sighed and steered his bamboo raft to turn around and fly towards Yunyu sect. Yu State border, Jinggu Plain. Accompanied by rolling black chi and the wails of ghosts, 7 or 8 Foundation establishment demonic cultivators, stepping on flying swords, with several skulls circling around them, shot towards the sky. Quick! Those 2 jinxes are catching up. The leading late Foundation establishment stage cultivator was already a top-tier existence on this Foundation establishment stage battlefield. However, he was now terrified, pushing his flying sword to its limit, directly leaving the others far behind. Damn madman! Why am I so unlucky today to run into this bastard? The leading demonic cultivator cursed inwardly. Sounds of rushing air came from behind, accompanied by screams and the eerie thuds of bodies hitting the ground. The leading demonic cultivator did not look back. From the moment they encountered those 2 jinxes, the lives of this group were no longer their own. The only reason he was still willing to bring these people along was to help him attract fire, increasing his chances of escape. Faster! Even faster! The sound of rushing air rang out again from behind, and a beam of light grazed his body. The demonic cultivator's heart turned cold. The few Foundation establishment demonic cultivators behind him had been completely annihilated. In his terror, the demonic cultivator bit his teeth hard, frantically squeezing his true origin chi at the risk of his cultivation dropping, pouring it into the flying sword beneath his feet. In an instant, the flying sword's speed increased by nearly half, shooting towards the horizon. Just then, a green light flashed past him. The demonic cultivator felt half his body go cold, an arm had simply vanished. Ah! The demonic cultivator screamed, his magic power draining, and he fell from his flying sword. Before he could hit the ground, a pillar of fire appeared out of nowhere, reducing the man to ashes. As the flames dissipated, Liu Yun's figure appeared on the ground, holding the crimson flame banner. The green light in the sky swooped down, reaching Liu Yun's side in the blink of an eye, revealing Han Li's figure. At this time, he was still wearing his unchanging yellow Maple Valley school uniform, but a pair of several Zhonglong green wings had appeared on his back, with faint green chi swirling within them as he flapped them. 7 Foundation establishment demonic cultivators, they seem quite wealthy. Liu Yun smiled as he tossed a stack of storage pouches in his hand to Han Li. This should be enough for you to buy that golden spirit fruit, at least. Han Li took the storage pouches, skillfully tucking them into his pocket, then looked towards the horizon with some concern. It's getting dark. Next will be the battlefield for those core formation cultivators. We should leave. Getting dark. Liu Yun's glanced up. The sun was already setting, but there was still some time before it went down completely. No way, right? How about we do one more job? I just found another team of demonic cultivators 600 meters to the west. Han Li rolled his eyes and said grumpily, do you want to be chased all over the place like last time? I'm not going with you. Hearing Han Li's words, Liu Yun suddenly remembered something, subconsciously shivered, and quickly released his bamboo raft, flying with Han Li towards the 7 Sects main camp. The incident Han Li mentioned happened a year ago, not long after Liu Yun's and the others arrived at the front lines. At that time, the 7 sects and 6 demonic sects were still in a chaotic war, unlike now, where they tacitly left the daytime battlefield to Foundation establishment cultivators, and the night was for core formation cultivators to fight one-on-one. Liu Yun's, following a group of Foundation establishment disciples, was recognized by the opposing side as soon as he reached the front lines, resulting in him being chased all over the place by the opposing core formation cultivators, almost forcing him to pull out the Tiger King puppet. Fortunately, the 7 sects were well prepared this time. Once the grand formation was activated, no matter how much the enemy bombarded it, it was futile. Since then, the 2 sides had fought several more major battles, and then settled into the current stalemate of one major battle a month and small skirmishes daily. Lu Yun's was also spared from being relentlessly targeted by the opposing core formation cultivators and began his career of fishing in a pond, bullying weaker opponents, and this lasted for a year. Chapter 127, The Trading Post. There wasn't much to say about the easy victories. After several days of this, Lu Yun spotted Han Li among the arriving reinforcements. When the two met, they were naturally speechless for a while. The only good news was that Han Li had successfully advanced to the Foundation establishment mid-stage. Lu Yun's also helped him craft some materials into magical artifacts, which successfully allowed Han Li to escape the situation of constantly fighting fish in a pond. The two rode a bamboo raft, taking nearly 2 hours to return to the Seven Sects camp. By then, the sun was indeed about to set. The Seven Sects position was simply divided into 7 areas, allowing disciples from each sect to build houses within their own territory. For the leaders of the various sects, as long as their subordinates didn't go too far, they wouldn't bother with these trivial matters. Therefore, the numerous Seven Sects disciples built their residences as they pleased. Building ordinary wooden or stone houses with spells was fine, but a few little bastards with artistic tendencies almost created 8 different architectural styles. The chaotic state of the entire Seven Sects position was thus imaginable. The two walked through uniquely styled houses until they reached Han Li's tent. In between, Lu Yun's tried to take Han Li to his own house, but Han Li flatly refused. Even among these artistic bastards, Lu Yun's was the biggest bastard. His house was built wherever inspiration struck, and it was now infinitely close to the boundary of human sanity. One step further, that kind of art would no longer belong to humanity. Whenever Han Li thought of this, he wanted to keep some distance from him. As far as he knew, the trend of Seven Sects disciples building houses in various styles was started by Lu Yun's. With a whoosh, the two poured a small pile of storage pouches onto the ground. Various materials, magical artifacts, spirit stones, and other items piled up, submerging their feet. There are fewer and fewer spirit stones. It seems these demonic cultivators aren't having an easy time either, Lu Yun said thoughtfully, looking at the less than 2,000 spirit stones on the ground. Yes, the quality of magical artifacts isn't as good as before, and there are fewer talismans, and Han Li rummaged through a pile of items and found a small sword talisman treasure. This is a pleasant surprise, Han Li said with a smile. Lu Yun's waved his hand, it's yours. A talisman treasure is useless to me. For Lu Yun's, ordinary talisman treasures were actually in an awkward position. Weaker enemies could be easily defeated with magical artifacts and 5 elements spells. Stronger ones would be directly ganged up on by puppets, and if that wasn't enough, there was the formless needle talisman treasure and the Tiger King puppet. Han Li knew this, so he unceremoniously put the talisman treasure into his embrace. The two then sorted through the remaining magical artifacts and materials, gathering all the useless and worthless items. Carrying these items, the two left the tent and skillfully navigated several turns, arriving in front of a huge stone house several tens of feet long. This stone house had been painted golden by someone, shining brightly and radiantly under the setting sun. The two pushed the door open, and the space inside the stone house appeared even larger than the outside, with hundreds of cultivators moving about, making it extremely lively. In addition, there were dozens of people setting up stalls inside, mostly Foundation establishment cultivators with high cultivation and aged appearances, with a few younger-looking ones interspersed, though not many. As the two walked into the crowd, the surrounding Seven Sects disciples immediately greeted them respectfully with cupped hands and warm words. Senior Brother Lu, Senior Brother Han, you must have killed many demonic path cultivators again today. Greetings, Senior Brothers. Are you here to purchase? Senior Brothers. Han Li politely greeted everyone, his smile almost stiff, looking as if he had just been soaked in water 8 times, his back covered in cold sweat. In contrast, Lu Yun's was very casual, leaning to the side with his hands in his pockets, swaying with each step, his posture exceptionally arrogant. He looked like he was asking for a beating. In this year, 6 or 70 Foundation establishment demonic cultivators had died at their hands, so much so that their names could even be used as horror stories on the demonic path side. Such arrogant behavior had repeatedly forced demonic path core formation cultivators to disregard martial ethics, attacking the two in broad daylight at the risk of being ganged up on. However, this time, the prepared duo showed off their skills on the battlefield. Lu Yun's, of course, goes without saying, with his 5 elements escape technique and the formless escape technique, which he had grasped a bit, it was unusually difficult for an ordinary core formation cultivator to kill him. As for Han Li, let's just say, this guy seemed to have awakened some incredible talent. The pair of green wind wings were personally made by Lu Yun's, with the raw materials being the wings of a level 5 Qing Feng bird. Their escape speed was even comparable to that of an ordinary magic treasure. Such speed, in theory, should not be bearable by a Foundation establishment stage cultivator. Yet, Han Li not only used it but used it with flair. With the spread of his wings, he directly led core formation stage cultivators on a chase, making it impossible for them to catch him. Even Lu Yun's couldn't outrun him, who would believe that? As long as those demonic path core formation cultivators spent too much time on the two, the Seven Sects would directly dispatch multiple core formation cultivators to teach the other side the principle that there is strength in numbers. After several such encounters, the two successfully made a name for themselves on the demonic path side and also gained a great reputation among the Seven Sects. Han Li repeatedly expressed concern about this, but Lu Yun's was indifferent. He was already infamous on the demonic path side, and Han Li had previously captured Wang Chan, the Ghost Spirit Sect young master, causing the Ghost Spirit Sect to be passive and ridiculed everywhere. The two had long been the kind of people who would be fiercely targeted by the demonic path as soon as they appeared. Since that was the case, they might as well beat these bastards until it hurt. As of now, the effect over this past year has been quite good. No one from the demonic path dared to gang up on them anymore. Han Li had gathered enough materials for 3 ancient pill formulas, and he could prepare to start alchemy as soon as he had time. Liu Yun's had also accumulated many miscellaneous rare materials and a large amount of spirit stones, with a total value of over 20,000 spirit stones. The two passed through the crowd, skillfully splitting up to exchange piles of items for spirit stones. After one trip, Liu Yun's storage pouch had an additional 1,000+ spirit stones. Speaking of which, the establishment of this place had a little something to do with Liu Yun's and Han Li. At that time, the two had seized too many items, which either couldn't be sold or couldn't fetch a good price. In desperation, Liu Yun's directly found Feng Baiyun, the leader of the Yunyu sect. After some persuasion from Liu Yun's, Feng Baiyun suddenly realized that there seemed to be a considerable profit in handling war spoils. So, she urgently contacted the leaders of the other 6 sects, and after some discussion, they established this centralized trading post for the 7 sects' disciples. Liu Yun's didn't know exactly how much Feng Baiyun and the others earned or how they earned it. Anyway, the last time Feng Baiyun saw him, her mouth was so wide with a grin that she couldn't close it. Passing through the crowd, Han Li was still picking items at the Chen family's stall. Liu Yun's waved at him, "Old Han, A cold and stunning female cultivator had appeared beside Han Li at some point, staring at him with a complicated expression. Liu Yun's clever little brain moved slightly, and he instantly understood. Formless escape technique, activate. Chapter 128, Chen Xiaoqian. Chen Xiaoqian looked at the former junior brother, who had recently risen to fame, with a hint of complex emotion on her cold and beautiful face. Junior brother Han. I should call you senior brother Han now, shouldn't I? Chen Xiaoqian asked softly. Han Li smiled somewhat awkwardly, bowing slightly to Chen Xiaoqian. Senior sister Chen is joking. All right, then I'll continue to call you junior brother Han. Chen Xiaoqian nodded, continuing calmly, Junior brother Han, are you free now? I heard that the sect just sent a batch of supplies to us frontline disciples. Would junior brother Han like to go take a look together? This. Han Li lowered his head and thought for a moment, an apologetic expression on his face. Senior sister Chen, I've already made an appointment with senior brother Lu of the Yunyu sect to report our battle merits. I'm afraid I won't be free until later. I see, that makes sense. Chen Xiaoqian nodded slightly, her expression still cold, showing no sign of happiness or anger. Junior brother Han has rendered great service to the sect this past year. No one expected junior brother Han to have such great ability, capable of continuously slaying dozens of demonic path foundation establishment stage cultivators. Chen Xiaoqian stared into Han Li's eyes, making him inwardly grumble. Junior brother Han's strength, even among the younger generation of the entire Yellow Maple Valley, few can compare, right? Han Li quickly waved his hand, senior sister is joking. Everyone knows my shallow abilities, I merely followed behind senior brother Lu of the Yunyu sect and took some credit. As Han Li spoke, he cursed Liu Yun's fiercely in his heart. That bastard still hasn't arrived after all this time, he must be watching him make a fool of himself. Chen Qiuqian's delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly, and a hint of displeasure entered her tone. Why does junior brother Han need to use such words to put me off? Was that ghost spirit sect young master also captured by senior brother Lu for you? This. Han Li was momentarily speechless. He suddenly felt immense regret. Why did he foolishly listen to Nangong Wan and bring Wang Chan back to Yellow Maple Valley? He should have just dumped this big trouble on Liu Yun's back then. A moment of folly had led to him being targeted by the demonic path, not to mention dealing with these troubles from his fellow disciples. Senior sister Chen, actually, that ghost spirit sect young master was careless, and I was lucky enough, which is why. Enough. Chen Xiaoqian looked at the nervous Han Li and shook her head helplessly. Junior brother Han doesn't need to say these words to fool me. I originally didn't intend to interrogate you about anything. Chen Xiaoqian took a small step back and bid farewell with a bow. Junior brother Han, farewell. Han Li quickly bowed and returned to see her off. Chen Qiuqian's slender figure quickly disappeared into the crowd. Only then did Han Li let out a sigh of relief, casting a complicated glance in the direction she left, then turned his head and said grumpily, have you seen enough? Tisk. Old Han, this girl has a thing for you. Liu Yun's figure appeared out of thin air, leaning against Han Li's shoulder with a mischievous grin, saying, I think this girl is pretty good. Judging by the decorations on her clothes, she should be from the Chen family of Yellow Maple Valley. Their family's ancestral golden book silver brush magic treasure is renowned throughout the entire Yu kingdom. If you could marry into their family, you'd definitely not lose out. Han Li shot him a sidelong glance, then raised his hand to push his arm away. Don't you have anything serious to do? Yet, does chopping people up every day count? Liu Yun's pouted, you know how bored I am right now. Then go find fun somewhere else, don't bother me. Han Li said with a look of disgust. TCH. Liu Yun's clicked his tongue, honestly, old Han, that girl really seems to have a thing for you. Did you do something to wrong her? Han Li was too lazy to reply, putting the spiritual plant in his hand into his storage pouch and turning to leave. Oh dear. Liu Yun shook his head, sighing with great emotion, then sauntered out of the trading post and headed towards his residence. His residence was easy to find. Among the many buildings in the Unyu sect's territory, there was one particularly bizarre house. Any normal person seeing this house for the first time would inevitably begin to marvel at the builder's horrifying mind and superhuman thinking. If it were an outsider who had transmigrated from another world, they might even recognize architectural styles such as Hogwarts, Howl's Moving Castle, and the Earth Defense Force headquarters in this monstrosity. And they would marvel at how someone could fusion these various architectural styles together and make them appear remarkably harmonious. Unfortunately, there was no such person, so normally almost everyone would walk around this place, fearing to catch something unclean. However, today, at the entrance of Liu Yun's residence, there was an additional tall, shabby figure. Liu Yun was stunned for a moment, then asked incredulously, "Master?" Qian Wuji turned his head, his gaze towards Liu Yun's incredibly complex disciple. "Before I came, I heard people say that your qi deviation symptoms had worsened, but I truly didn't expect." Qian Wuji glanced at his residence, somewhat at a loss for words. Just that one glance made Qian Wuji feel that his remaining lifespan had been significantly reduced. "Never mind, I'm not here to talk about these things." Qian Wuji pressed his forehead, headache-ridden, forcing himself to forget that bizarre monstrosity. "Disciple, I have something for you." As Qian Wuji spoke, he took out a talisman treasure depicting 7 colored needles and 3 porcelain bottles from his storage pouch. "A formless needle talisman treasure? I still have one here, and I haven't even used it much." Liu Yun took the items with some confusion, turning them over a couple of times to confirm that Qian Wuji hadn't left any messages on them. Qian Wuji rolled his eyes and slapped him on the head, saying, "I'll be very busy for a while and truly can't spare time to see you. This time I finally had a period of free time, so I simply brought everything over. Besides this formless needle talisman treasure, there are also 3 bottles of Azure Phoenix pills, refined from the demon core you brought back last time." Qian Wuji sighed somewhat helplessly, saying, "This brat of mine, without supervision, will definitely cause trouble again. I don't ask anything else of you. Just settle down and cultivate diligently." Liu Yun couldn't help but roll his eyes, putting the items into his storage pouch. "Master, we need to be reasonable. I'm on the front lines every day, either chopping people up or getting chopped up. Where do I have time to cultivate?" A smug smile instantly appeared at the corner of Qian Wuji's mouth, and he said with a grin, "So, here I am, aren't I?" "Liu Yun, the sect has an order for Nangongwan to select people to investigate demonic path spies who have infiltrated the Yu Kingdom. Pack up and prepare to go back with her." Liu Yun was stunned, then looked at him with some confusion. "Master, I remember Martial Ant Nangong has always had no interest in such matters. With the demonic path invasion, who can remain aloof? It's already good to have a leisurely position." Qian Wuji gave a wry smile. If he could, he too wished to stay away from all these messy affairs. "Disciple, remember, you must quickly cultivate to the false core realm of the Foundation establishment peak. When the time comes, I will have my own arrangements to ensure you successfully achieve core formation." Qian Wuji looked at him with some emotion, his eyes filled with a mix of helplessness and expectation. "Disciple, the mortal world is vast, one must refine their true heart. You must guard yourself. Remember. Remember." Chapter 129, Traces of an Old Friend. Liu Yun looked at Qian Wuji, and couldn't help but press his brow with a hint of helplessness. Feng Baiyun led the army to confront the demonic path, Fairy Nishang seemed to be in charge of other main battlefields, and now even Nangongwan, who had always stayed out of worldly affairs, was assigned the task of clearing out demonic path spies. At first glance, it seemed as if all core formation cultivators from loose cultivator backgrounds had been dispatched to the battlefield. The family cultivators in the Unyu sect probably laughed in their dreams during this period. But on second thought, the battlefield was the easiest place to gain power. Nangongwan, a bitter cultivator, was an exception, but for someone like Feng Baiyun, after this great battle, as long as she didn't die on the battlefield, her power and status within the sect would surely rise another level. As Qian Wuji judged, Elder Zhou wanted the entire Unyu sect to submit to her, not to be a puppet kidnapped by family forces. However, wasn't this going too far? No matter what, Elder Zhou was from a family, inherently opposed to cultivators from loose cultivator backgrounds. Even a bitter cultivator like Nangongwan, who was devoted to cultivation, could transfer people from the front lines based on her own preferences. This was too much power to delegate. Was Elder Zhou not afraid of losing control? Liu Yun had a headache, such schemes and intrigues were ultimately not suitable for him. "Master, wait for me to go back and pack my things first." Qian Wuji nodded, his eyes suddenly becoming solemn. He slightly tiptoed and leaned closer to Liu Yun's disciple. Qian Wuji coughed, looked around to confirm no one was present, and then asked in a low voice, "Tell me honestly, what's the deal with that personal disciple of Immortal Master Hungfu? What's your relationship with her?" Liu Yun was stunned. "Master, why are you asking about this?" "Humph." Qian Wuji snorted coldly, his expression a bit unpleasant. "Someone saw Dong Xian'er on another battlefield. It is said that this woman has already joined the Joyful Union sect and has even been taken as a personal disciple by a certain demonic path magnate, holding an extremely high position. Because of this matter, some people have already impeached you." "Ah." Liu Yun was taken aback, scratching his head in confusion. "She joined the demonic path, and those people are impeaching me." "Humph. It's all because you, this brat, don't know how to cherish yourself. You spent all your time with that Dong Xian'er, and then you lost her during the previous great battle. In the blink of an eye, she became a high-ranking disciple of the Joyful Union sect. Kayang Wuji glared at him fiercely, if you weren't my disciple, I'd even suspect you. Master, speak as you will, but you can't slander your disciple's innocence. How did I spend all my time with her? Kayang Wuji gave him a disdainful look, and said in an ill-tempered tone, forget it, I didn't come here to talk about this. Speaking of which, it's a good thing you're sensible, accumulating illustrious military achievements on the front lines this past year. Otherwise, this matter would be truly difficult to handle. I can't stay here long, I'm leaving soon. You hurry up and pack your things, then go report to Nangong at the Yellow Maple Valley. Yellow Maple Valley. Liu Yun's mouth twitched. He watched as Kayang Wuji transformed into a five-colored escape light and gradually disappeared. After a long sigh, Liu Yun's opened his door and skillfully took out several storage pouches from a hidden compartment. Most of his spoils of war and sect rewards from the past year had been exchanged for spirit stones, and a small portion had been exchanged for many rare materials. All these items combined were worth over 20,000 spirit stones. With these spirit stones, as long as he could get a few more souls of 5th grade Yao beasts, Liu Yun's could even create 2 or 3 more Tiger King puppets. However, 5th grade Yao beasts were not that easy to encounter. The thought of this gave Liu Yun's a headache. The method for creating the Tiger King puppet heavily referenced the true art of puppetry. Without a soul, relying entirely on manual control like the Victory Swallow before, the consumption of magical power and divine sense would be too astonishing. With his late foundation establishment stage cultivation, he could only last 3 or 4 minutes at most, and it would be difficult to achieve maximum output. But in the Yuanmu Kingdom, finding 5th grade Yao beasts would probably mean going to the Spirit Beast Mountain's beast pens. He shook his head, casting away some messy thoughts. Liu Yun's tucked all the storage pouches onto his person, especially double-checking the venerable golden talisman storage pouch on his chest, before stepping out of the room. Investigating demonic path spies, this task was basically equivalent to a leisurely trip. If Liu Yun's didn't care about the sect's punishments, he could even find a random place and cultivate until he reached Foundation Establishment peak before coming out. Considering that his current direct superior was Nangong Wan, he might even be able to delay for a few more years and form his core in the process. The message Kayang Wuji had asked Nangong Wan to convey to him earlier essentially meant this: in Kayang Wuji's view, everything else was illusory, only one's own strength and cultivation were tangible and real. Liu Yun's also wanted to form his core as soon as possible, but before that, he had to make a trip to the Yuanmu Kingdom. The ancient teleportation array he had entrusted to Xin Ruyan a year ago should have been repaired long ago. It was just that he had been unable to free himself, but now he could take this opportunity to retrieve the repair diagrams. He walked out of the Yunyu sect camp, greeted a few familiar fellow disciples along the way, and then headed straight for the Yellow Maple Valley camp. Passing through randomly arranged houses, at the very center of the entire Yellow Maple Valley camp, were the large tents of core formation cultivators like Li Huayuan. When Liu Yun strolled over, he happened to see Nangong Wan walking out of Li Huayuan's large tent, bumping face to face with Han Li at the entrance. At that instant, their gazes met. With just a fleeting glance, Nangong Wan turned her head and said to Liu Yun's martial nephew Liu, let's go. Han Li stood rooted to the spot, his mind a turbulent mess, but on his face, only a faint, bitter smile remained. Nangong Wan had her back to him, showing Han Li nothing. Liu Yun's, however, saw clearly. Nangong Wan's eyelids were lowered, and her 10 fingers were almost intertwined. Liu Yun sighed, didn't greet Han Li again, but instead directly followed Nangong Wan onto the Yunyu sect's spirit boat. Junior Martial Uncle, why bother? Nangong Wan didn't turn around, simply saying faintly, you wouldn't understand. The two were silent for a while. Nangong Wan waved her hand, and the spirit boat soared into the sky. How is it? Have you decided where to investigate the demonic path spies? Nangong Wan asked in a cool tone. Clearly, she was not in a good mood at the moment. Liu Yun's also didn't want to provoke her at this time, simply saying calmly, drop me off in Jian Prefecture. Nangong Wan nodded. Another period of unspoken silence fell between them. Liu Yun's. Nangong Wan suddenly said. Recently, everyone is having a tough time. Nangong Wan hesitated, unsure whether she should say these words. Junior Martial Uncle Kayang isn't here, so we dare not leave any leverage for others. If you can find people from the demonic path, then try your best to look for them, at least don't return empty-handed. Liu Yun's looked at Nangong Wan's profile. Had the suppression of loose cultivator forces by family forces during this period even affected a bitter cultivator like her? Don't worry, I understand. Liu Yun said, while recalling some old friends. If it really came down to it, he would just have to trouble them to make a cameo appearance as ghost spirit sect spies again. No choice, who told your cultivation technique to be so similar? Chapter 130, The Shocking Change of Qi Yungxiao. After Liu Yun's arrived in Jian Prefecture, he didn't dally. He immediately piloted his bamboo raft across the border of Yu Kingdom and headed straight for Yuanmu Kingdom. The demonic path's invasion had far-reaching effects. Most cultivators in Yu Kingdom were embroiled in the Great War, with only a small number of loose cultivators able to stay out of it. However, they all honestly stayed indoors, afraid of accidentally stirring up trouble. The situation in Yuanmu Kingdom was not as severe as in Yu Kingdom, but everyone was on edge, and there was a pervasive sense of desolation. Occasionally, he would encounter a few cultivators, but upon seeing Liu Yun's late foundation establishment stage cultivation, they would start to deter from a distance. As soon as Liu Yun showed the slightest intention of approaching, these cultivators would flee without hesitation, as if he were some kind of monstrous beast. This made him quite helpless, so he simply fully activated his bamboo raft and flew towards Xian Ruyan's residence. It was a small mountain located in the western part of Yuanwu Kingdom. On the surface, it looked ordinary, with no special features other than its pleasant scenery. But in reality, this small mountain not only had a good spiritual vein, but it was also protected by layers of formations laid by Xian Ruyan. An ordinary core formation stage cultivator who accidentally entered it would be severely punished. Although Liu Yun's had been here before, he still didn't dare to be careless. After sending out a sound transmission talisman, he hovered above the small mountain, waiting patiently. He initially thought he would have to wait for a while, but to his surprise, as soon as the sound transmission talisman entered, the faint mist on the entire small mountain surged, quickly opening a passage. Xian Ruyan flew out on a light purple flying sword, followed by a pretty maid. Both mistress and servant looked frightened, as if they were still in shock. Upon seeing Liu Yun's, the two women immediately showed expressions of pleasant surprise. Xian Ruyan flew directly in front of Liu Yun's, her lips trembling slightly, finally revealing a deeply sorrowful expression. Big brother Liu, big brother Qi is in trouble. Liu Yun's was stunned at first, then his eyes showed an expression of disbelief. Qi Yongxiao came from the Qi family of the Divine Weapon sect, and his personality was also good. He usually kept to himself. What could have happened to him? You calm down first. What exactly happened? Liu Yun's asked hurriedly. Xian Ruyan's face was pale, her eyes red, and she looked terribly haggard. It's my fault. I've implicated big brother Qi. The pretty maid behind her clutched her hand, saying repeatedly, it's not young Mrs. fault, it's those people from the Fu family who are too overbearing. Liu Yun's frowned. The Fu family? That was one of the top cultivator families in Yuanwu Kingdom. Their old ancestor was an early core formation stage individual, whose status in Yuanwu Kingdom was only slightly lower than that of the Yan family in Yu Kingdom. How did Qi Yongxiao get involved with them? Don't worry, I'll handle everything. Liu Yun's voice at this moment was exceptionally steady and powerful, and his calm tone gave Xian Ruyan great confidence. First, tell me what happened? Where exactly is Qi Yongxiao now? Liu Yun's asked as gently as possible. Xian Ruyan's pale face regained some color, and she recounted everything that had happened recently. It turned out that ever since a year ago, when Xian Ruyan received the Xian family ancestors' formation notes from Liu Yun's, she had been diligently studying the formation knowledge within them. After a period of research and study, Xian Ruyan's attainments in formations had clearly advanced a step, and a large number of inspirations poured forth. She began to research some advanced formations that were previously too complex and profound for her. During this process, she had visited the Tianxing sect market many times to purchase a large quantity of materials needed to create formations. Initially, due to Xian Ruyan's caution, she mixed these materials with other common materials and bought them all at once, so she didn't attract attention. But as time went on, as Xian Ruyan's research into some ancient formations deepened, the materials she needed became more and more advanced. This inevitably attracted some unnecessary attention. About a month ago, Xian Ruyan had just finished buying the necessary materials when she was intercepted by two male Foundation establishment cultivators on her way home. The two male cultivators seemed to know nothing about formations, but they somehow found out that the materials Xian Ruyan purchased were commonly used in some advanced formations, so they guessed that she was most likely a very skilled formation master. The two immediately harbored ill intentions and wanted to forcibly abduct her. Xian Ruyan, having no choice, hastily set up a small formation to block the two, then fled home. She barely managed to escape home, and before she could catch her breath, she encountered Qi Yongxiao who had come to visit. Upon seeing his beloved in such a miserable state, Qi Yongxiao was immediately enraged. Xian Ruyan barely managed to stop him from going to fight those two. After that, Xian Ruyan originally wanted to keep a low profile for a while. However, she didn't expect Qi Yongxiao to run to the Tianxing sect market himself and lure out those two by purchasing a large quantity of formation materials. Originally, with Qi Yongxiao's Qi refining stage cultivation, he wouldn't have been able to do anything to two Foundation establishment cultivators. But he was an artifact refining master, and he also had Liu Yun's blueprints for the Victory Swallow. Facing the two Foundation establishment cultivators, he pulled out a Victory Swallow No. 2 machine from his storage pouch. Its powerful strength, not inferior to that of a Foundation establishment peak, severely injured the two and warned them not to approach Xian Ruyan again. However, he didn't expect that this would plant the seeds of disaster. Those two were cultivators of the Fu family. With his clansmen injured, the Fu family old ancestor was furious. He directly used his connections in the Tianxing sect market to track down Qi Yongxiao and personally captured him alive. The Fu family spread the word, demanding that the culprit come to be punished, otherwise, they would extract Qi Yongxiao's soul and refine his spirit, preventing him from ever reincarnating. The culprit? Wasn't it him who beat them? Liu Yun's was a bit confused about the Fu family old ancestor's meaning. Xian Ruyan shook her head with a mournful expression, the Fu family old ancestor wants me. Big brother Liu, I suspect the Fu family old ancestor has already guessed my identity, otherwise, why would he make such a big fuss? Liu Yun's frowned and pondered. The Fu family old ancestor was the face and backing of the Fu family. For two not so important Foundation establishment stage clansmen, he personally took action and made such a big deal out of it. It was hard to say that he didn't have other motives. It seemed that the only thing on the two of them that the Fu family old ancestor could covet was the Xin family's legacy. This is difficult to handle. Miss Xin, do you know where Qi Yongxiao was taken? Xin Ruyan nodded, saying calmly, I know this. To force me to show up, the Fu family old ancestor directly abducted Big Brother Qi to the Fu family's main fortress. It's on Zidao Mountain in the western part of Yuanwu Kingdom. Zidao Mountain. Liu Yun's brows were tightly furrowed. If he could fight the Fu family old ancestor one-on-one, Liu Yun's wouldn't be afraid of him. But since Qi Yongxiao was captured and taken to the Fu family's main fortress, the situation became complicated. If he wasn't careful, he might have to face the entire Fu family. Big Brother Liu. Xin Ruyan's face was still pale, but her eyes held a unique determination. I've thought a lot during this time. The Xin family's legacy has been passed down for so many years, and now only I, a Qi refining stage female cultivator with not long to live, remain. There's no point in continuing to guard it. If the Xin family's legacy can be exchanged for Big Brother Qi life, then it's already worth it. Xin Ruyan smoothed her hair, her face showing resolve. She handed a jade slip to Liu Yun's. This is the repair diagram for the ancient teleportation array. I'll give it to Big Brother Liu first. Xin Ruyan only asks one thing of Big Brother Liu. If the Fu family goes back on their word and refuses to let Big Brother Qi live, then... She stared at Liu Yun stubbornly, saying word by word, I hope Big Brother Liu, when your cultivation reaches major achievement in the future, can seek justice for the two of us. Liu Yun's looked at this stubborn woman, pressed his eyebrows with a headache, and firmly pushed the jade slip back into her hand. Future? Why would we need a future? A hint of killing intent flashed in Liu Yun's eyes, and he said calmly, I don't operate with so many futures. Don't worry, as long as Qi Yongxiao is still alive, I will definitely rescue him. Keep this until both of you are safe. But before that, I have a very important question to ask you. Liu Yun stared intently into Xin Ruyan's eyes. Besides those two Foundation establishment cultivators, has anyone else from the Fu family seen you with their own eyes? Chapter 131, Zidao Mountain. The Fu family's main stronghold is located in a deep mountain named Zidao Mountain, in the western part of the Yuanwu Kingdom. This mountain is perennially shrouded in a light purple mist, making it infamous in the local area. If mortals accidentally enter it and stay in the mist for a slightly longer period, their throats will swell and ache, and they will cry incessantly. If they stay even longer, they might even be poisoned to death. Each year, dozens, sometimes even over 100, people lose their lives due to accidentally entering this mountain. Over the years, this place naturally became known as a land of great malevolence among mortals. What these mortals do not know is that these purple mists are not naturally formed, but rather are the result of the poison cloud purple haze formation which the Fu family painstakingly hired several formation masters to set up. This formation is extremely powerful. Once its restrictions are fully activated, even a core formation stage cultivator would not fare well. Compared to that, these purple mists are merely the superficial aspect of the grand formation, hardly worth mentioning. And on this day, on this rarely visited Zidao Mountain, a five-colored escape light broke through the air and slowly descended in front of the grand formation. The escape light dissipated, revealing a man and a woman, two cultivators. The man had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, an extraordinary demeanor, and five-colored spiritual light occasionally flickered in his eyes. The woman, by comparison, was slightly ordinary in appearance and cultivation, but her temperament was excellent, making her stand out. Don't be nervous, I'm here, the male cultivator said softly, patting his companion's shoulder. He then raised his hand, pulled out a sound transmission talisman, and chanted an incantation. The sound transmission talisman trembled slightly, transforming into a streak of fire that shot directly into the purple mist. After about a quarter of an hour, the purple mist suddenly churned violently, like a purple ocean raising massive waves in a storm. As the purple mist surged, it revealed a passage wide enough for only a few people to walk side by side. A middle-aged man dressed in brocade robes, a steward, came out with a smile. I am Fu Yong, greetings, fellow Daoist Liu, fellow Daoist Xin. Fu Yong bowed respectfully with a smile, his manners and etiquette impeccable. I have long heard that fellow Daoist Liu's cultivation is profound and his divine abilities astonishing. Among the younger generation in the surrounding kingdoms, he is one of the very best. I always thought the rumors were exaggerated. Only upon seeing him today do I realize that his reputation is well deserved. I am truly ashamed. Before Liu Yun could speak, Fu Yong showered him with flattery, leaving Liu Yun somewhat exasperated. Fellow Daoist Fu, Senior Fu should have already received my sound transmission talisman, correct? Liu Yun spoke directly, I wonder if Senior Fu is available now? Is he willing to spare some time to meet? This, Fu Yong's eyes darted, and he glanced at Xin Ruyan beside him, his expression immediately becoming even more respectful. Fellow Daoist Liu, you jest. Your master, Senior Kyung, had met our old ancestor several times back then. Even to this day, the old ancestor occasionally brings up their past friendship. Since fellow Daoist Liu has come to visit today, there's no reason for the old ancestor not to meet him. Liu Yun nodded secretly, marveling in his heart that the Fu family truly lived up to its reputation as a great cultivation clan. Just look at their art of language. First, he praised Liu Yun's, and then he made it clear that their old ancestor agreed to meet him out of respect for his master's face. After saying all that, they had both substance and face. That a mere steward possessed such emotional intelligence spoke volumes about the prosperity and heritage of the entire Fu family. Then please lead the way, fellow deist Fu. Liu Yun's cupped his hands and said with a friendly smile. Of course, fellow deist, please. Fu Yong made a gesture to lead the way, then turned and led the two into the grand formation. Walking through the purple mist, Xin Ruyan was so nervous that she kept her eyes straight ahead, following closely behind Liu Yun's. Liu Yun's, however, was quite at ease, curiously looking around. Fellow deist Fu, when I was in Yu Kingdom, I heard that the Fu family's purple cloud poison haze formation was infinitely powerful. Seeing it today, it truly lives up to its reputation, Liu Yun's praised sincerely. A hint of pride flashed in Fu Yong's eyes, but he humbly said, fellow deist Liu, you jest. While this purple cloud poison haze formation is indeed powerful, it's only on the level of an ordinary grand formation, nothing extraordinary. Liu Yun smiled and did not dwell on that topic, instead changing the subject and chatting with Fu Yong about other things. It must be said that this Fu Yong was truly a talented individual. Whether it was personal cultivation or the general trends of the sex, he could converse with Liu Yun eloquently, making him feel extremely pleased. However, if one were to carefully reflect on it afterward, they would realize that the man hadn't actually said anything substantial. The two chatted and walked for over half an hour before finally ascending to the mountainside of Zidao Mountain, where a huge manor covering tens of acres came into view. Fu Yong gave some instructions to the two cultivators guarding the gate, then led the two into the manor. Along the way, ancient and elegant pavilions, terraces, and towers could be seen everywhere, faintly shimmering with spiritual light, seemingly imbued with some mysterious restrictions. Fellow deist Liu, most of these buildings were constructed when the Fu family first arrived here, and they have a history of several thousand years, Fu Yong explained with a smile, seeing that Liu Yun seemed quite interested in them. Originally, these buildings were already a bit outdated, not only inconvenient to live in but also not large enough to accommodate so many people of the Fu family. The old ancestor had thought about demolishing them. But after all, they are ancestral homes, and in the end, he couldn't bring himself to do it. He only built an additional courtyard near the tranquil heart lake behind the manor. The old ancestor usually lives there, and important matters are also discussed there. Liu Yun's nodded with a smile, following Fu Yong through the entire Fu family estate to an elegant courtyard. Upon entering the courtyard, directly ahead was a magnificent main hall, which at first glance looked no different from the homes of wealthy mortals. In the hall, a dignified and imposing old ancestor sat in the main seat, smiling as he observed Liu Yun's. Besides him, there were also more than 10 foundation establishment cultivators, seated in 2 rows. Their gazes towards Liu Yun's were extremely complex, some friendly, others with obvious hostility. Liu Yun's ignored them, stepped forward with Xin Ruyan, and bowed to the old ancestor. Junior Liu Yun's, greetings to Senior Fu. Liu Yun's, the Fu family old ancestor looked at him kindly, a look of appreciation in his eyes. At such a young age, to have already cultivated to the late foundation establishment stage, truly remarkable. I wonder how Senior Kaiyan has been recently. I haven't seen him for over 100 years. The Fu family old ancestor said with a touch of melancholy, seemingly genuinely missing Kaiyan Wuji. Liu Yun's respectfully cupped his hands, replying to Senior, my master is doing well. Good, that's good then. The Fu family old ancestor nodded with a smile. Speaking of which, you and I are considered peers, so I'll call you fellow deist Liu. The Fu family old ancestor stroked his beard, a hint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. Fellow deist Liu, I already know your purpose. Logically speaking, since that person is your friend, even out of respect for Senior Kaiyan's face, I should release him. It's just. The Fu family old ancestor shook his head, saying somewhat unwillingly, my 2 grandnephews are truly innocent. Even though he had mentally prepared himself before coming, Liu Yun's mouth still twitched in disgust at the Fu family old ancestor's demeanor. Those 2 foundation establishment cultivators were merely peripheral members of the Fu family old ancestor might not have even known they existed before. Now, these 2, who had merely been beaten, had suddenly transformed into the Fu family old ancestor's direct grandnephews. The purity of this bloodline was too damn high. Senior Fu, I can also empathize with your feelings, but there might be some misunderstanding in this matter. Why don't you have someone bring Qi Yongxiao here now, and let him confront those 2 in court? If this matter truly is Qi Yongxiao's fault, I guarantee I will turn and leave, and never trouble you with this again. Humph. Listening to fellow deist Liu, are you trying to make excuses for that person? Before the Fu family old ancestor could speak, a middle-aged man at the foundation establishment mid-stage in the hall spoke with ill intent. Liu Yun's glanced at him, then, as if he hadn't heard anything, smiled and looked at the Fu family old ancestor. What does Senior Fu think? You, the middle-aged man was furious, abruptly stood up, and pointed at Liu Yun's, about to say something. Enough. The Fu family old ancestor said calmly. The middle-aged man's face paled, and he sat back down without hesitation. The Fu family old ancestor re-examined Liu Yun's, a friendly smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Since fellow deist Liu is pleading for him, then we shall give him a chance. It's just that my 2 grandnephews are quite seriously injured, so they might not be able to appear. Thank you, Senior Fu. There's no need to trouble the 2 fellow deist Fu further. Just have Qi Yongxiao come out, explain the beginning and end of the matter, and then Senior can make a decision. Liu Yun's bowed and saluted. The Fu family old ancestor stroked his beard with a chuckle, sent someone to bring Qi Yongxiao, and at the same time, his gaze shifted to Xian Ruyan, who had remained silent throughout. This must be fellow deist Xian, correct? The Fu family old ancestor asked with a smile. Xian Ruyan slowly rose and bowed to the Fu family old ancestor. Greetings, Senior Fu. Chapter 132, Murderous Intent appears. The Fu family old ancestor sized up Xian Ruyan, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. She is indeed beautiful and possesses an extraordinary demeanor. No wonder that young man surnamed Qi would be so enraged for a beauty. After saying this, the Fu family old ancestor sighed deeply, the fine wrinkles on his face creasing together, then suddenly collapsing, revealing a look of dejection and guilt. Although our Fu family was the one who suffered losses in this matter, ultimately, it was our fault from the beginning. It was this old ancestor's lax family discipline that allowed this to happen. It truly is. The Fu family old ancestor sighed, his shrewd eyes dimming, making him seem more like an ordinary mortal elder. This old ancestor is truly ashamed. Liu Yun's watched his performance, feeling a bit of admiration. Putting everything else aside, his superb acting, which completely surpassed any movie star from his previous life, would take him hundreds of years to master. This old ancestor also knows that fellow deist Xian has some prejudice against our Fu family, which is very normal. If there is an opportunity, please stay in the Fu family for a few more days, so this old ancestor can fulfill his duties as a host, as compensation for the previous misunderstandings. Xian Ruyan glanced at Liu Yun's, her eyebrows furrowing slightly, but then quickly relaxing, as if it were a fleeting illusion caused by a momentary blur. Senior Fu, this junior is merely a loose cultivator, and truly cannot bear your kindness, nor accept your compensation. Under the Fu family old ancestor's meaningful gaze, Xian Ruyan appeared somewhat flustered, her face slightly pale, and her voice gradually began to tremble. Even so, she stubbornly and tenaciously continued, this junior only asks that senior spare big brother Qi life. This junior will be eternally grateful. I hope senior will grant my wish. Inside the main hall, the atmosphere fell silent. The Fu family old ancestor narrowed his eyes, and the appearance of an ordinary elder he had just displayed vanished instantly. In its place was a solemn and weighty authority that came from being in a high position for a long time. It was like a towering mountain that had stood for tens of millions of years, pressing heavily on everyone's hearts, impossible to shake even with all their might. Xian Ruyan lowered her head, her face pale and bloodless, her fingers in her long sleeves trembling slightly, completely beyond her control. He, after an unknown period, the Fu family old ancestor suddenly let out a soft laugh. Good, good. Even this old man has a day where he is disliked by others. Ha ha ha. The Fu family old ancestor actually clapped his hands and laughed heartily, his laughter echoing around, and no one in the entire hall dared to respond. Those foundation establishment cultivators of the Fu family all turned pale, stood up in alarm, and bowed deeply to the Fu family old ancestor, not daring to utter a single syllable. Xian Ruyan, who was directly facing the Fu family old ancestor, felt her limbs go weak, and all the bones in her body seemed to disappear instantly. She stood dumbfounded, unable to exert any strength. Liu Yun's, however, sat in his chair with a normal expression, even having the leisure to observe the embarrassed looks of the others, almost laughing out loud with the Fu family old ancestor. Where is he? The laughter stopped, and the Fu family old ancestor suddenly frowned and asked sharply. Why hasn't he been brought up yet? A middle-aged cultivator below him trembled slightly and quickly said, Old ancestor, please calm your anger. This grandson will go and see. The Fu family old ancestor nodded with a dark expression. The middle-aged cultivator quickly walked out of the hall, while the others remained in their bowing posture, not daring to move. All right, all of you sit down. In front of outsiders, what kind of behavior is this? The Fu family old ancestor waved his hand impatiently and said coldly. Everyone repeatedly affirmed, carefully sitting back down. Liu Yun's lips curved slightly, finding it a bit amusing. Suddenly, Liu Yun's expression instantly froze, as if a thick, cold, flesh mask had grown on his face. He slowly turned his head, and the thick mask on his face melted away in an instant, leaving only a pair of owl-like eyes beneath the mask. Mad flames danced, spread, and erupted in his gaze, burning into ashes with a few specks of light, then recoalescing in his pupils into fireworks suppressed to the extreme. Ah! Xian Ruyan let out a short scream, instinctively covering her mouth. Old ancestor, Qi Yungxiao has been brought. The middle-aged cultivator said, placing the miserably disfigured person in the center of the hall. Crimson blood stained the bright red carpet in the middle of the hall even more vividly, and numerous crisscrossing, hideous wounds gaped like small, red, baby-like mouths, as if countless ugly, hungry infants had grown on the skin. The hideous flesh let out a low groan, whether it was a plea for mercy or a wail was unclear. Liu Yun's pressed down on Xian Ruyan's shoulder with one hand, forcing her back into the chair. The Fu family old ancestor looked at the blood-stained carpet, frowning slightly in displeasure. Then his eyes darted, and he saw Liu Yun's stiff expression, which was hard to tell if it was anger or indifference, and a smug smile immediately appeared on his lips. If this person's background was one of the 6 great sects of Yuan Wu Kingdom, he would have honestly presented the person with both hands, pretending that this matter had never happened. But for a cultivator from Yu Kingdom to actually try to snatch food from the tiger's mouth on the Fu family's territory in Yuan Wu Kingdom, he truly didn't put them in his eyes. He just didn't know if this young man was after the Xian family's legacy, or after the Xian family's people. Or perhaps, he wanted both? A hint of sarcastic smile appeared on the Fu family old ancestor's lips. This matter would definitely anger this person, but so what? Yu Kingdom was currently being invaded by the demonic path. If it weren't for the reinforcements from Yuan Yu Kingdom and Zijin Kingdom, the entire 7 sects of Yu Kingdom would have been uprooted by the 6 demonic sects long ago. Would that Kaiang Wuji truly dare to come to Yuan Yu Kingdom at such a time to kill their Fu family members? What a joke. Besides, he was just a Qi refining stage artifact refiner, a marginal figure from the Qi family. At most, he would give this person some benefits later, to forge a good relationship with old freak Kaiang. This person wouldn't possibly risk his life for a cripple and the entire Fu family, would he? Fellow Daist Lu, fellow Daist Xin, the Fu family old ancestor spoke with a smile. His tone was kind and his attitude friendly. The young ones under the Fu family were heavy-handed. This old ancestor apologizes to you two fellow Daists. Lu Yun slowly turned his head, as if his cervical spine was filled with rust, every movement of his joints feeling incredibly heavy and difficult. Senior Fu, Lu Yun's voice was a bit hoarse. With one hand pressing on the pale Xin Ruyan, and the other clutching a teacup, he poured a mouthful of scalding tea into his mouth. May I heal this person's injuries, so he can speak clearly about the cause of his entanglement with your grandnephew. The Fu family old ancestor was displeased, his face suddenly darkening a little. He hadn't expected this person to be so greedy, still thinking of seizing their Fu family's opportunity even now. He truly was unfilial. Fellow Daist Lu, please proceed. The Fu family old ancestor said coldly. Lu Yun's nodded, slowly rising like a spring pressed to its limit, and walked with Xin Ruyan to Qi Yungxiao. A talisman glowing green was placed on him, and his wounds began to heal rapidly. Qi Yungxiao moved with difficulty, mumbling, Lu Yun's. It's me, you're safe. Lu Yun said calmly. Yinner. She's fine, don't worry. Qi Yungxiao smiled and nodded, then fainted. Lu Yun's turned him over. There was a large hole in his lower dantian area. The spring recovery talisman could heal external injuries, but it was powerless against injuries to the dantian. Senior Lu, where are the 2 injured Fu family members now? Can we ask them to come out and explain the situation clearly? Lu Yun's asked in a calm voice. The Fu family old ancestor frowned, looking at the middle-aged cultivator beside him. Old ancestor, those 2 clansmen, the middle-aged cultivator sneered, glancing sideways at Lu Yun's. Those 2 clansmen have already passed away due to severe injuries. Oh. The Fu family old ancestor raised an eyebrow slightly. Is that so? Then, fellow Daist Lu, how do you think this matter should be resolved now? Lu Yun's remained silent, patted Qi Yungxiao's shoulder, and was about to say something. A talisman suddenly flew out from him, burning by itself. Lu Yun's was stunned, then murderous intent was fully revealed in his eyes. Chapter 133, The Formation Rises. Fellow Daist Lu. The Fu family old ancestor frowned and called out, his gaze sinister as he looked at the self-igniting talisman. Fellow Daist, what is the meaning of this? The Fu family old ancestor asked with a gloomy tone. Lu Yun's, grabbing Qi Yungxiao and Xin Ruyan by their shoulders, turned his head and smiled brightly at the Fu family old ancestor. The next moment, a golden light suddenly erupted. The 3 transformed into a golden escape lights, rushing out of the hall at an extremely fast speed. Smash! The Fu family old ancestor crushed the teacup in his hand into powder, his face terrifyingly grim. Chase! The Fu family old ancestor roared, transforming into escape lights and shooting out. Over a dozen escape lights followed closely behind him, pursuing Lu Yun's. Activate the grand formation. They must not be allowed to leave. The Fu family old ancestor's furious roar made the air tremble. Purple mist surged up throughout Zidao Mountain, rushing towards the Fu family manor. The Fu family old ancestor sneered. He had brought Qi Yungxiao to the Fu family's main headquarters precisely to prevent such an event. Now, with this purple cloud poisonous mist formation in place, no matter how great their divine ability, they wouldn't be able to escape. Lu Yun's and the 2 others saw the purple mist rapidly approaching, but the golden light they had transformed into did not dodge, instead rushing directly into the purple mist. Not good. The Fu family old ancestor's face changed drastically. If Xin Ruyan died within the purple cloud poisonous mist formation, then all their efforts would be in vain. Quickly stop them. The Fu family old ancestor roared sharply. Hundreds of escape lights shot out from all directions, and magical artifacts rained down on the golden light. Just then, the purple mist, formed by the grand formation, suddenly doubled in speed, transforming into several enormous tentacles that swept towards the center. The sky full of magical artifacts were struck by the purple mist, their spiritual light immediately dissipated, and they were corroded away completely. Then, as if the purple mist had a spirit, it split open, creating a path for the golden light to fly through. Impossible. The Fu family members watched this scene, momentarily at a loss. What are you doing? Hurry and check the formation. The Fu family old ancestor's eyes were bloodshot with rage, almost spitting fire. He watched as the duck that was almost in his mouth slapped him hard and then turned and ran. How could he tolerate this? Old ancestor, look. A Fu family cultivator pointed in terror at the purple mist. The Fu family old ancestor turned his head and, with a swish, his face turned ashen, like a dead person's. The sky-filled purple mist spiraled upwards, gradually forming a gigantic, sky-reaching tornado that enveloped the entire Fu family. The world seemed to be left with only the endlessly surging purple poisonous mist, rolling in colossal waves like a vast ocean. They were beneath this ocean, looking up at the boundless surface, like mortals facing a natural disaster, about to be completely submerged by this purple flood the next moment. The purple cloud poisonous mist formation was fully activated. How is this possible? The Fu family old ancestor muttered in disbelief. The golden light formed by Liu Yun's and the two others escaped the purple mist, and the passage automatically opened by the grand formation led them to an open space. Standing there was another Xian Ruyan. The golden light dissipated, and Liu Yun's, carrying Qi Yungxiao on his back, walked a few steps to Xian Ruyan. The Xian Ruyan who had been with him felt a pang in her nose and couldn't help but sob, calling out. Young miss. This Xian Ruyan was naturally disguised by the pretty maid. Just some crude techniques from the Jianghu of the mortal world had simulated Xian Ruyan's appearance by 70 to 80%. With the preconceived notion, as long as no one familiar with her was present, no one could tell the difference between the two girls. At this moment, Xian Ruyan's face was slightly pale, but she still managed to compose herself until she saw Qi Yungxiao. Big brother Qi. Xian Ruyan, bewildered and terrified, yet disbelieving, reached out her hand and gently cupped his face. This familiar face was now terrifyingly pale, and between his tightly knit brows, there were still traces of crimson bloodstains, faintly visible new flesh filling the gruesome wounds. Even so, a smile still lingered at the corner of his mouth, as if in the last moments of losing consciousness, he had heard something that allowed him to disregard all pain. Xian Ruyan bit her trembling lower lip, her eyes red, but she stubbornly did not shed a single tear. Liu Yun's carefully laid Qi Yungxiao down and said, his injuries are severe, but there's no danger to his life. It's just that he might only be able to live as a mortal from now on. Mortal. Xian Ruyan looked up, and a tear finally slipped down, landing on the green grass beneath her feet. To be a mortal, is good too. Xian Ruyan smiled, but her eyes and brows were filled with bitterness, like an oil painting wantonly scribbled upon, its original colors long indistinguishable. Why am I not a mortal? Why can't I be a mortal? She cried and laughed, not knowing who she was asking. Cracking sounds faintly came from within the grand formation, the Fu family members had begun to try to break out of the formation. Liu Yun's gaze suddenly sharpened, and he asked Xian Ruyan, Miss Xian, how much of this formation can you control? Xian Ruyan was silent, taking a deep breath. She instantly reverted to her calm demeanor, as if everything was under control, only the blazing killing intent in her eyes almost solidified. Big brother Liu, rest assured, this purple cloud poisonous mist formation is already completely under my control, Xian Ruyan said coldly, the ice in her eyes condensing the most extreme madness. Today, none of the Fu family members shall escape. A ferocious expression flashed across Xian Ruyan's face, and she cast several magical artifact techniques. The surging purple mist, which had transformed into a giant tornado, began to spin rapidly, and 9 enormous purple dragon heads slowly emerged from the mist, looking down from above at the entire Fu family headquarters. The alarm bells in the Fu family old ancestor's heart rang incessantly, and before he could take any action, the 9 mountain-sized dragon heads opened their giant mouths, and deep, condensed purple light began to gather, finally illuminating the entire world. Where the purple light passed, flesh and blood melted, white bones turned to ash, spirits scattered, and all things ceased to exist. The magnificent main hall, the luxurious and elegant lakeside manor, the pavilions and towers that had not lost an ounce of color for thousands of years. These buildings, in the blink of an eye, seemed to have aged countless tens of thousands of years, decaying and melting one by one, turning into dust all over the ground. Within the purple light, a tattered figure stubbornly rushed towards the outside of the grand formation. A fierce glint flashed in Xian Ruyan's eyes, and the surging purple mist suddenly contracted, rushing towards that figure. Just then, a huge shadow suddenly appeared. Accompanied by specks of strange light, the extremely poisonous purple mist was temporarily unable to get close. The colossal beast within the purple mist let out a roar, rushing towards this location at an extremely fast speed. The surrounding purple mist quickly entwined around it, but could only delay its speed. When the creature got closer, everyone could see its full appearance. It was a spirit beast shaped like a green ox, with scales on its back, 4 pale silver hooves, and a faint protective divine light flickering around its body, as if it had some ability to restrain the poisonous mist, rushing all the way to stand before the few people. Iron Rhinoceros Beast. Liu Yun's pupils contracted. This beast is a rare and precious spirit beast in the cultivation world, possessing considerable divine ability, even surpassing ordinary Yao beasts of the same rank by 3 points. This Iron Rhinoceros Beast was already a genuine 6th level demonic beast, and even a direct confrontation with a mid-stage core formation cultivator would not put it at a disadvantage. Liu Yun's immediately slapped his storage pouch, and the majestic figure of the Tiger King puppet instantly appeared. Its blade wings spread behind it, and countless golden light blades shot out, heading straight for the Iron Rhinoceros Beast. Chapter 134, Annihilation. Hundreds of golden light blades, carrying an astonishing aura, surged towards the charging Iron Rhinoceros Beast like a dazzling golden current. The Iron Rhinoceros Beast let out a low roar, its protective spiritual light flickering, and without dodging, charged straight at the 3 of them. The golden current and the protective spiritual light intertwined, erupting in a series of ear-piercing explosions. The spiritual light didn't last long, after flickering a few times, it was shattered by the light current, and hundreds of incomparably sharp golden light blades unhinderedly slashed at the Iron Rhinoceros Beast's body. A series of metallic clangs rang out as the Iron Rhinoceros Beast was repeatedly forced back by the dazzling light current. But then, a silver light flashed on its 4 hooves, and it immediately stood firm, advancing step by step against the light current. The golden light blades within the light current, when they struck the iron rhinoceros beast, were directly deflected by its scales, causing not a single bit of damage. Liu Yun's couldn't help but frown, looking at the iron rhinoceros beast with some difficulty. Although this spirit beast was not some primeval exotic species, it was an ancient exotic beast that had survived since the ancient era. These ancient era exotic beasts generally didn't possess as many flashy divine abilities and spells as other Yao beasts. At most, they only had 1 or 2 innate divine abilities. Compared to other Yao beasts, they initially seemed incredibly weak. However, if such an exotic beast were to fight a Yao beast of the same level, the ancient exotic beast would undoubtedly emerge victorious. The reason was their generally more formidable Yao body compared to other Yao beasts. Relying on this powerful physique, their combat capability was so strong that it was not inferior to human cultivators of the same level. For Liu Yun's, opponents with such extreme defensive and vital power were the most difficult to deal with. Seeing the iron rhinoceros beast getting closer and even gradually increasing its pace, Liu Yun's face instantly darkened, and his divine thought stirred. The Tiger King puppet's chest tiger mouth opened, revealing a giant cannon barrel taller than a person inside. A dazzling white light quickly condensed into a ball of light, and then a huge white beam of light burst forth, heading straight for the iron rhinoceros beast. Beside him, Xin Ruyan also formed a hand seal. Without the obstruction of spiritual light, the purple mist around the iron rhinoceros beast instantly intensified several times, firmly locking it in place. The light beam fiercely struck the iron rhinoceros beast, emitting a deafening explosion. No matter how tough the iron rhinoceros beast's hide was, facing this light beam, which was comparable to a mid-stage core formation cultivator's full power attack, it was still sent flying dozens of feet away. Just then, the ground beneath their feet suddenly cracked open, and an incomplete figure shot out, releasing a dazzling streak of light from its hand, heading straight for them. Die. This person was none other than the Fu family old ancestor. At this moment, he had completely lost his former dignified aura. His entire body was corroded, leaving only half of his body. The remaining half of his face was covered in purple chi, full of ferocity and hatred. At first glance, he looked like a deformed monstrosity. Liu Yun's lips curved slightly, revealing a bone-chilling killing intent. He deliberately didn't enter the Tiger King puppet's body to operate it, he wanted to lure him out. The dazzling streak of light shot over, subtly transforming into a green short blade, slashing down towards Liu Yun's. Liu Yun smiled faintly. A chain suddenly emerged from the ground, instantly knocking the green short blade away. At the same time, the chain mysteriously extended several times, and with a gentle twist, it tightly bound the green short blade, rendering all its struggles futile. The Tiger King puppet's eyes flashed with spiritual light, and the chain abruptly shortened, directly pulling the short blade behind it. That chain was the Tiger King puppet's tiger tail. The Fu family old ancestor's sole remaining eye showed a look of horror. Xin Ruyan's eyes revealed a murderous intent. She raised her hand and cast a spell, and the purple mist above her head instantly transformed into a giant purple hand, grabbing the Fu family old ancestor. Wait. I am the Fu family old ancestor. My Fu family disciples are spread throughout the 6 sects of Yuanwu Kingdom. If you dare to kill me, the entire cultivation world of Yuanwu Kingdom will not let you off. Xin Ruyan looked at his hysterical appearance and couldn't help but laugh. Ha 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 ha. Her laughter grew louder and louder, eventually turning into a wild cackle that sounded as if she was about to cough up her lungs. Not let us off? We are just 2 low-level cultivators, keeping a low profile, living our own lives behind closed doors every day. When have you ever let us off? Our entire lives, we have never provoked trouble, nor have we harmed anyone. Yet, when have you ever let us off? Xin Ruyan let out a tragic laugh. Possessing a treasure makes one a target? What? Possessing a treasure makes one a target? The ones who deserve to die are clearly you bandits. You shameless scoundrels. The Fu family old ancestor poured all his magical power into his protective divine light without reservation, frantically saying repeatedly, wait. This is my fault. I am willing to offer all my life's treasures, no. I am willing to offer all the treasures of the entire Fu family. And Foundation Establishment pills. Fellow deist, don't you want Foundation Establishment pills? The Fu family still has over 20 Foundation Establishment pills hidden away, I am willing to offer them with both hands. And magical artifacts, medicinal pills, spirit stones, whatever fellow deist wants, I will give. I only ask fellow deist to spare my life. Xin Ruyan tilted her head, thought for a moment, and then a cheerful smile bloomed on her lips. Seeing this, the Fu family old ancestor's heart filled with joy, and he quickly tried to say something more. Just then, the giant purple hand suddenly squeezed with force, crushing the protective divine light under the Fu family old ancestor's terrified gaze, and reducing him to a pile of rotten meat, rotten flesh. No need. Compared to being a cultivator, I'd rather be immortal. Xin Ruyan looked coldly at the Fu family old ancestor's corpse, murmuring softly. Killing you is the last good deed I'll do for this rotten cultivation world before I return to being immortal. At least in the future, there will be a little less of the so-called possessing a treasure makes one a target. Liu Yun's looked at her, sighing helplessly. The young miss beside him looked at Xin Ruyan tremblingly. This young miss, whom she knew so well, now seemed somewhat unfamiliar. Bang! A loud noise. Liu Yun's turned his head to look, only to see that the iron rhinoceros beast had somehow broken free from its restraints and was now treading on air. With each step, silver auspicious clouds appeared out of thin air to support its 4 hooves. Amidst the flickering silver light, its speed was surprisingly fast, and it was fiercely battling the Tiger King puppet. Looking at the majestic appearance of this iron rhinoceros beast, Lu Yun suddenly remembered something. He reached out, and an iron plate flew out from the Fu family old ancestors' remains, landing in Lu Yun's hand. Lu Yun waved the iron plate in his hand, and a green light shot out, directly entering the iron rhinoceros beast's head. The iron rhinoceros beast's huge body instantly stiffened, and it was fiercely thrown to the ground by the Tiger King puppet. Tisk tisk tisk. The Fu family's iron-backed sacred beast, it turns out to be an iron rhinoceros beast. Lu Yun shook his head, patted his storage pouch, and collected the immobilized iron rhinoceros beast. Xian Ruyan also cast several spells, and the entire grand formation trembled slightly. In an instant, the clouds and mist dispersed, revealing the Fu family's main altar, which had been razed to the ground. Big brother Lu, I will control the outer formations to prevent others from discovering the changes in the Fu family. Xian Ruyan walked a few steps to Qi Yongxiao's side and tenderly supported his head, making him more comfortable. All the storage pouches of these Fu family cultivators belong to Big brother Lu. Also, when I was controlling the purple cloud poison mist formation just now, I found traces of a restriction beneath a small lake behind that manor. It should be where the Fu family's secret treasure vault is located. Big brother Lu should be able to find the key to the secret vault if he searches carefully. Xian Ruyan said calmly. Now, these riches that would make other cultivators ecstatic were probably no different from dust in her eyes. However, if Big brother Lu finds any foundation establishment pills, please save a few for Xiao Mei. The young miss's eyes reddened, and she ran a few steps to her side. Young miss, cultivation is meaningless. I'd rather follow you and be immortal. It's better than being alone. Xian Ruyan looked at her, tears welling up in her eyes, but ultimately, they couldn't be held back. Why are you so silly too? Xian Ruyan choked out, patted her head, and then pulled her into her arms, crying loudly. The sunlight once again fell upon the earth, and Lu Yun's nose felt a little sore. Several hours later, a golden light flew out of Zidao Mountain and gradually became invisible, disappearing into the sky. A month later, the other branch altars of the Fu family noticed something amiss. They forcefully broke through the unattended purple cloud poison mist formation and only then discovered the razed Fu family ruins and the empty Fu family secret vault. Chapter 135, Xianpin Nurturing Infant Great Art. Bai Liang Kingdom is subordinate to the Tianese region, specifically to the Nine Kingdoms Alliance, which borders the Mulan grassland. The Nine Kingdoms Alliance is composed of 9 countries on the border of Tianese, forming an alliance to resist the Mulan people who constantly invade, and it possesses great strength. In the entire Tianese region, they are also the only major power that does not fear the righteous and demonic factions. In the current situation where both the righteous and demonic factions are expanding, the territory of the Nine Kingdoms Alliance is paradoxically the most peaceful and safest. On this day, an emerald green light flashed in the sky, and a huge bamboo raft carrying 4 people crossed the border of Bai Liang Kingdom together, stopping on an unnamed small mountain. Have you all thought it through? Do you really want to stop here? On the bamboo raft, Lu Yun looked at his 3 friends with complex eyes, feeling a pang of sadness. Xian Ruyan and Qi Yongxiao exchanged glances and both nodded. This place is perfect. The mountains are clear, the water is beautiful, and it's close to the city. Just now, I even saw many good tea trees, we can pick them and sell them in the city for some silver, Xian Ruyan said, wearing an ordinary dress and fiddling with her fingers with a smile. This woman, who had always been cautious throughout her life, now resembled a newlywed wife, her eyes filled with anticipation and longing for the future. Qi Yongxiao also gave a simple smile. He had lost all his magical power and could only live as a mortal for the rest of his life. Yet, at this moment, there was not a trace of despondency on his face. Lu Yun looked at him like this, feeling both relieved and a little sad, unsure what to say. Seeing his expression, Qi Yongxiao and Xian Ruyan couldn't help but laugh. Lu Yun, Qi Yongxiao thought for a moment, a smile on his lips, and reached out to pat his shoulder. I know what you mean, don't worry about me. He glanced at Xian Ruyan, his eyes filled with happiness. Before, although I deeply loved Yin'er, I never dared to propose because I had reservations. Yin'er's illness was almost incurable, and I was a cultivator from the Qi family, with at least 100 years of lifespan. If I succeeded in foundation establishment, that would be 200 years of lifespan. I was afraid in my heart, afraid of seeing the person I loved most in my life slowly die before me, yet I would be powerless. Qi Yongxiao let out a long breath, his eyes sparkling brightly. Now I have become immortal. You might not believe it, but I truly feel an unprecedented sense of ease. I feel that I have never so clearly known what I truly want in my life. Lu Yun opened his mouth, hesitated for a while, then spoke with difficulty, actually, Danshan damage is nothing significant, and the dragon roar physique is not incurable. As long as you give me some time, I will definitely find a way. Really, give me 10 years, and I will definitely. Qi Yongxiao placed his hand on Lu Yun's shoulder, interrupting him. Old Lu, human hearts are unpredictable, and the world is treacherous. To be able to know you in such a world is the honor of my life, Qi Yongxiao. He looked back at Xian Ruyan, receiving a gentle nod from her, her clear and bright eyes full of trust and love. Life is but a journey of birth, old age, sickness, and death. Cultivators fear these, which is why they desperately seek longevity. But no matter how extraordinary a cultivator, it's impossible for one person to attain the Dao and lift all their family and pets to heaven with them. Qi Yongxiao said with a smile, his tone filled with relaxed relief. People always have to go through these things. More tragic than losing is never having because of the fear of loss. I only understood this truth today. Old Lu, you are an extraordinary person, truly extraordinary. So don't be like a child who can't let go. Qi Yongxiao grinned, I chose this path myself, so trust me this once and let me walk it alone. Lu Yun's nodded heavily. Xin Ruyan wiped her moist eyes and turned to look at the little maidservant behind her. Xiaomei, you don't have to come with us. The little maidservant stubbornly shook her head. Young miss, being a cultivator is too tiring, and it's not that amazing. I still want to follow you all, at least to live like a proper human being. Xin Ruyan stroked her hair, her eyes filled with indulgence and helplessness. Lu Yun sighed and placed the three on the mountainside. Big brother Lu, Xin Ruyan suddenly called out to Lu Yun's and handed him a storage pouch. These things are no longer useful to us, but perhaps they can make your future path smoother. Xin Ruyan smiled radiantly, her fingers intertwined with Qi Yongxiao's, unwilling to let go for even a moment. Lu Yun silently took the storage pouch and nodded at the three with a smile. Then he urged the bamboo raft under his feet, transforming into a green light that shot through the air. He knew this was the last time he would see these two friends. From now on, the immortal and mortal realms would be separated. Not disturbing each other would be the best outcome. This was good for all of them. The figures of Han Li and Nangong Wan suddenly flashed through his mind. A wry smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Now, he understood. Lu Yun's let out a long breath and picked up the storage pouch Xin Ruyan had given him. There weren't many things inside. First was the improved inverting 5 elements formation. Xin Ruyan had kept her promise, improving this formation to half the power of the original version. Besides that, there were several other sets of formation magical artifacts, which should all be her new creations from the past year. The spiritual energy on each set of magical artifacts was no less than that of the improved inverting 5 elements formation. Additionally, there were several jade slips. Lu Yun's took them out and looked, finding them to be difficult and obscure formation classics. One of them was even the Xin family ancestors' formation notes that Lu Yun's had given her previously. And then there was. Lu Yun's looked at the jade slip in his hand, his expression a bit strange. This jade slip contained many research records of ancient era great formations, as well as a cultivation technique with an almost absurd effect. The Xianpin nurturing infant great art. A miraculous cultivation technique that could cultivate a second nascent soul. In an instant, many things became clear. Lu Yun's had always wondered how the Xin family ancestor managed to survive after his god-forbidding tablet was shattered, and even proliferated descendants. Now it seemed he must have cultivated the Xianpin nurturing infant great art and formed a second nascent soul. His main nascent soul had died under the soul restraining technique, but the second nascent soul, which fully inherited his memories and emotions, still existed. In a sense, he was still alive. However, there was still one question. The Xianpin nurturing infant great art was clearly a top-tier secret art of the demonic path. Where did the Xin family ancestor obtain it? Lu Yun's thought for a moment, and a name popped into his mind. Grand Master Taiyin. This name had appeared in the Xin family ancestor's diary, reportedly a demonic path magnate from the ancient era. The Xin family ancestor also seemed to be very secretive about this person, only mentioning that this person sought his master, that Grand Master of Formations, to discuss something, but was always rejected. Between the lines, it was implied that his master's disappearance was related to him. For some reason, Lu Yun's always felt that the Xianpin nurturing infant great art was inextricably linked to Grand Master Taiyin. Perhaps the Xin family ancestor made some unspeakable agreement with this person, thereby obtaining this miraculous cultivation technique and managing to escape his increasingly mad master. This would also explain how his master disappeared into thin air. Thinking of this, Lu Yun's couldn't help but smile wryly. What did these ancient grievances have to do with him? He should focus on the present. Lu Yun's took out a primordial spirit bead and sent a message to Han Li, asking him to visit Lan province when he had time. Lu Yun's wanted to give him the improved formation and also investigate the group of people from the Tainan small gathering back then. Not long after, Han Li sent a reply with a coordinate attached. Lan province, Jiawen city. See you there. Regarding the Xianpin nurturing infant great art that appears in this chapter, the original text used Xian Mu, but some say this was a clerical error. I also checked and found that Daoism indeed only has the concept of the gate of Xianpin, which is called the root of heaven and earth. Therefore, from now on, it will be uniformly referred to as Xianpin nurturing infant great art. On this day, Jiawen city, the largest city in Lan province, was bustling with people. Carriages came and went, making it exceptionally lively. Amidst the endless stream of people, a young man arrived at the Xiang family restaurant, the city's most famous old establishment. He was dressed in purple and white robes, embroidered with dragon and phoenix patterns, making them gorgeous and dazzling. His features were also striking, with red lips, white teeth, sword-like eyebrows, and starry eyes. Anyone who saw him would praise his good looks. The young man curiously looked around, especially lingering for a moment at the lively mansion entrance, then he walked up to the second floor with an utterly undignified gait. By the window on the second floor, a young man in green robes, with an ordinary appearance, had already been waiting for a long time. Old Han. Lu Yun's greeted with a chuckle. Han Li rolled his eyes and pointed to the chair opposite him, signaling for him to sit down. Lu Yun's didn't mind, he sat down casually, waved over the waiter, and without a hint of politeness, ordered more than a dozen dishes, still looking somewhat unsatisfied. This made the waiter look puzzled, thinking they were waiting for many people, and enthusiastically recommended them to wait in a private room upstairs. Finally, a truly exasperated Han Li spoke up to dismiss the waiter, glaring fiercely at Liu Yun's. Why are you glaring at me? The last time I had a proper meal was 20 years ago, can't I eat something good? Liu Yun's rolled his eyes and said self-righteously. Han Li ignored him, simply turning his head to look at the mansion outside the window. At this moment, people flowed continuously through the main entrance of the mansion, with all sorts of people coming to offer congratulations. Beautifully packaged gifts were piled from inside the door all the way to the entrance, and the servants were sweating profusely from exhaustion, but no matter how hard they moved things, they couldn't keep up with the increasing speed of incoming gifts. A steward in a bright red robe stood at the entrance, expertly greeting numerous guests while watching the struggling servants, his face beaming with unconcealed joy. At the top of the main gate, red silk signifying great joy hung on the plaque of the Li residence, which was polished to a shine, without a speck of dust. An unknown fire burned in Han Li's heart. The two characters on the plaque somehow looked offensive to him, and he wished he could immediately smash it. Liu Yun's followed Han Li's gaze in confusion, glancing at the Li residence outside the window. Today was the full moon celebration for the only daughter of the second son of the Li family. Everyone in the city, regardless of status, could come to offer congratulations. Even a poor beggar could go in for a cup of wine and share in the joy. This made the large restaurant today, apart from the owner and the waiters, have only their table of guests, appearing quite deserted compared to the lively mansion opposite. As the two observed the Li residence, a luxurious carriage drove from the other side of the street. Many wealthy merchants and magnates, dressed in opulent clothing, immediately made way with their retinues upon seeing the carriage, afraid of offending its owner. The carriage stopped at the entrance of the Li residence, and a middle-aged man with a sallow complexion stepped out. The steward at the entrance hurried forward, continuously uttering welcoming words, and led the man inside. Liu Yun's gaze lingered on the middle-aged man for a moment, his brows furrowing almost imperceptibly, then he curiously called out to the waiter, "Little brother, whose carriage is that? Why is it so arrogant?" The waiter initially had a beaming smile, but after hearing Liu Yun's words, his face turned pale, and he quickly waved his hands, saying, "Sir, you mustn't speak carelessly. That is the carriage of the prefect of Lanzhou, and he has specially come today to congratulate the only daughter of the second young master of the Li family." Second young master of the Li family. Liu Yun's looked at Han Li opposite him in confusion. Just a second young master, and such a grand occasion. The waiter quickly waved his hands again, instinctively glancing around, and only breathed a sigh of relief when he saw no one nearby. "Sir, words can bring disaster. Please don't say such things again." Liu Yun's, for a moment, became interested. He slipped the waiter a silver ingot and asked curiously, "Tell me in detail, what's going on here? Does that Li family really have such a grand display?" The waiter's hand felt heavy, and his eyes gleamed as he looked at the silver ingot, which weighed at least 20 taels. "Thank you for the tip, sir. To tell you the truth, this Li family is the number one family in our Jiawen city. Their wealth and power reach the heavens. The head of the Li family, he is the sect leader of the Five Colors sect, one of the top gangs in all of Lan province. You see, even the prefect has to show him deference." At this point, a hint of longing flashed in the waiter's eyes, as if he thought a great man should be like this. Liu Yun's glanced at him, a faint sneer playing at the corner of his mouth. "Sir, you wouldn't know. To tell you the truth, Jiawen City wasn't always dominated by the Five Colors sect. There were two other families, forming a three-way standoff with the Five Colors sect. Back then, everyone thought the Li family's Five Colors sect was the most low-key and least threatening of the three forces. But who would have thought, first, Ouyang, the master of Lone Peak Villa, died mysteriously. Then, the Mo family was wiped out overnight. The Li family silently became the number one family in Jiawen City, even occupying the Mo family's residence." At this point, a few traces of reminiscence and a barely perceptible ripple of emotion flickered in the waiter's eyes. Back then, the three daughters of the Mo family were famous throughout Jiawen City, each a genuine beauty. But who would have thought, overnight, the second and third young misses of the Mo family vanished without a trace, and the eldest young miss of the Mo family mysteriously married the second son of the Li family, and now her child has already had its full moon celebration. When mentioning the three Mo family daughters, the waiter's tone even carried a hint of unwillingness, perhaps unnoticed even by himself. Liu Yun sighed softly, glanced at the increasingly solemn Han Li, and waved his hand, signaling the waiter to leave. Han Li gazed at the Li family residence. The more he looked, the more he felt that the former Mo residence was more pleasing to the eye. He had already heard the waiter's words once before Liu Yun's arrived. His senior sister's voice and smile from years past seemed still vivid in his mind, yet now she was the wife of his enemy. He wondered how much bitterness and helplessness lay within that situation. Thinking of this, Han Li suddenly clenched the teacup in his hand. "Old Liu, I have a question for you," Han Li said, turning his head to see Liu Yun's burying his face in food. More than a dozen dishes filled the table, leaving no space for even a teacup. Several plates on the edge of the table were almost half hanging off, threatening to fall at any moment. Han Li frowned in disgust. "Are you serious?" Liu Yun's looked at him indignantly, saying nothing. It had been 20 years. In these 20 years, the most proper thing he had eaten was Han Li's youth-preserving pill, at least that was sweet. As for the rest, better not to mention it. Liu Yun's ferociously bit into a large piece of meat, greatly astonishing the surrounding crowd, who thought, "This young man doesn't look like he's short on money, why is he eating like a starving ghost reincarnation?" Han Li's eye twitched, and he sighed helplessly, drinking his tea while waiting for Liu Yun's to finish eating. Half an hour later, Liu Yun spat out the last bone from his mouth and leaned back in his chair with a satisfied sigh. This feeling of being alive is truly wonderful, Liu Yun exclaimed from the bottom of his heart. Han Li didn't know what to say. He waved his hand, signaling the waiter to clear the plates, then with a backhand, he cast a sound-insulating barrier, turned his head, and seriously asked Liu Yun's, the Five Colors sect is backed by Spirit Beast Mountain, right? Liu Yun nodded and said, such things are not really secrets. Although the major sects tacitly avoid interfering with official government forces, they are quite aggressive with Jianghe forces behind the scenes. The top Jianghe forces in various prefectures are all controlled by the seven sects. The open and secret struggles, the gang fights that happen in the Jianghe, also have the shadow of the seven sects conflicts behind them. To put it plainly, these gangs are the spokespersons of the seven sects in the mortal world. Han Li was stunned. He knew that these gangs were supported by members of the seven sects, but he had never thought so deeply about it. In his eyes, gang conflicts and widespread killing were commonplace, so much so that he had never considered the deeper reasons behind these events. You mean the seven great sects manipulate the conflicts of Jianghe forces to conduct their covert struggles? Han Li's eyes widened in disbelief. Cultivators and mortals, in his eyes, were two completely different groups. Before today, Han Li had almost never thought there would be any deep interaction between these two groups. Of course. Everyone wants to take more and occupy more, but they can't openly turn hostile, so they manipulate these mortals to fight each other. Mortals shed blood like rivers, savage and ignorant. They remain high above, detached from the world. Liu Yun sighed. It's been like this for so many years. Leaving aside other things, do you know Jing Prefecture? Han Li's face darkened, and he nodded expressionlessly. He was from Jing Prefecture. That place is the poorest and most chaotic prefecture in the entire Yu state, where gang forces run rampant, the government is inactive, and the common people suffer immensely. Liu Yun picked up his teacup and took a sip, then stuck out his tongue, finding it bitter. The reason behind this is that Jing Prefecture is the only prefecture not occupied by any of the seven sects, and it is also the arena for the seven sects' open and covert struggles. Han Li's expression remained normal, but under the table, he clenched his fist tightly. That place has been contended for by the seven sects for countless years, and even today, the spokespersons of the seven sects are still fighting there, and the government doesn't dare to intervene. The result is that after all these years, Jing Prefecture, a place with decent resources, has become the poorest region in the entire Yu state. Gangs are everywhere, and bandits run rampant. It's commonplace for common people to be so poor that they sell their children. For children born there, the peak of life they can imagine is not passing the imperial examination to become an official, but joining a Jianghe gang or bandit group and fighting to the death with others. Can you believe that? Han Li picked up his teacup and drained it, his face devoid of any expression. Of course, Jing Prefecture is just a microcosm. The entire Yu state, and even the entire Tianese region, are pretty much the same, just not as blatant as Jing Prefecture. Liu Yun pointed at the Li residence outside the window, a gang leader, who gained wealth through burning, killing, and looting. His residence's land area is several times larger than the county yamen, and even a prefect is his honored guest. Such things are probably commonplace for you. Liu Yun gave a bitter smile, but for me, this world is truly rotten to the core. Han Li remained silent, not saying a word. Liu Yun couldn't help but frown, looking at him in confusion and asking, what's wrong with you? Before, when I talked about such topics, you always looked indifferent, eager to leave, but why are you so serious today? Han Li looked at him with a complex gaze, then mused and asked, why do the seven sects not interfere with official government forces? Upon hearing this question, Liu Yun couldn't help but smile. If Han Li had asked him this question a few months ago, he wouldn't have been able to answer, but now Liu Yun had figured it out. Because they are afraid, Liu Yun said with a smile. Han Li was startled, somewhat confused. Afraid? Afraid of mortals? Of course not, they are not afraid of mortals, but of themselves. Liu Yun looked at the tea in his hand, truly lacking the courage to drink it again, and could only helplessly push the teacup aside. Let me put it this way, old Han, why did you join the seven sects and allow them to command you? Why? Han Li was stunned. Of course, it's for the Foundation establishment pill and other resources. Liu Yun spread his hands and continued, yes, because the seven sects monopolize all the resources of the Yu state. If you want to advance further on the path of cultivation, you must join them and let them command you. But old Han, cultivation resources are limited. Limited resources can only achieve a limited number of cultivators, the vast majority of the remaining people actually have no chance to advance further. Liu Yun's eyes were incredibly deep, like a sudden darkness appearing in the starry sky, ready to swallow and crush everything. So these major cultivation sects built an incredibly high ladder with class and authority, then told these people that if you can't climb up, it's because you are not hardworking enough or smart enough, never because the rules are unfair. This kind of nonsensical rhetoric can only deceive people for a while. Eventually, someone will realize that there was never a place for them on that towering ladder from the beginning, they are just cannon fodder lying on the ground, serving as stepping stones for the vested interests. In this situation, what do you think they would do? Han Li looked into Liu Yun's eyes, lowered his head, and remained silent for a long time. Give up. Snap. Liu Yun snapped his fingers. Yes, that's right, give up. Since they know there's no hope for the future, they just lie flat and rot, going to the mortal world to enjoy wealth and glory. In this way, the most anxious ones become the vested interests of those major cultivation sects. The spirit medicine in the medicine garden won't grow by itself, the spirit stone in the ore veins won't mine itself, and various precious materials also need people to transform them into various magical artifacts and magic treasures for their use. Once enough cultivators flee to the mortal world, the so-called major cultivation sects will exist in name only. So, it must be forbidden. Anyone who contacts official government forces, regardless of reason or karma, will be killed. Only the fear of death can curb this trend. The sun outside the window was as warm as ever, but Han Li felt a bone-chilling cold. After a long while, Han Li drained the now cold tea in his hand, looked up, and asked Liu Yun seriously, I want to kill the sect leader of the Five Colors sect, can I? Liu Yun's current equipment and skills. Liu Yun's current equipped cultivation techniques and items. Main cultivation technique, 5 elements escape heaven art, proficient in 5 elements escape techniques, instant cast for low-level 5 elements spells, reduced magic power consumption. Secret arts, second layer of great evolution art, Yunyu sect charm technique, formless escape technique, rudimentary. Puppets, 16 third-tier puppets, foundation establishment mid-stage, several hundred second-tier puppets, 9th layer chi condensation, tiger king puppet, middle core formation stage. Spirit beasts, Jin Mu Li, 1st tier, iron rhinoceros beast, 6th tier. Magical artifacts, 5 white blades, blue light needle, crimson flame banner, crystal ball, red gauze heaven furnace, blazing dragon armor, etc. Talisman treasures, 2 formless needle talisman treasures, several other talisman treasures. Magic treasures, azure short sword, left by Fu family old ancestor. Miscellaneous, several ordinary low-level talismans, a few intermediate talismans, 1 spirit transformation talisman, 1 6-ding heavenly armor talisman. Ancient treasures, azure dragon short staff, blue fishing net, paint black bagua mirror, black and white scissors, hurricane pearl. Chapter 137 Moyuju. I want to kill the 5 colors sect leader, can I? As soon as Han Li uttered these words, the atmosphere immediately grew subtle. Liu Yun's was first startled, then his gaze gradually turned serious, as if he was seeing Han Li for the first time. You know what you're doing, right? Liu Yun's asked slowly. Han Li nodded expressionlessly, not saying a word. The 5 colors sect was supported by Spirit Beast Mountain as a puppet to control the mortal world. You, a Yellow Maple Valley Foundation establishment disciple, want to kill the 5 colors sect leader when the 7 sects are united against the demonic path. Do you truly understand the gravity of this matter? Han Li still didn't speak, nodding in silence. Liu Yun took a deep breath, pondered for a moment, then asked, can I know why? Han Li silently turned his head and looked at the Li residence outside the window. This place was originally called the Mo residence. Han Li's eyes were a bit hazy, as scenes from the past flashed before him, from his beautiful senior sister of yesteryear, to Mo Fenggu who asked him for medical texts, then to a mischievous little girl, finally settling on a young woman of about 20, who cautiously asked him. Senior brother Han, is it truly impossible to cultivate if one doesn't have a spiritual root? The memories of the past were already unrecognizable. Han Li gave a bitter smile with a complex expression and continued, my former senior sister-in-law, junior sister and many people I knew all lived here, but now I can't find them. Liu Yun looked at him in this state and couldn't help but frown, scrutinizing him up and down. It's not just because of this, is it? I've known you for so many years, and this is the first time I've seen you so emotional. Han Li picked up the teapot, intending to refill his cup, but found that he had already drunk the entire pot. Han Li was momentarily speechless, then he chuckled softly, a hint of indescribable bitterness and sarcasm on his lips. I want to kill someone. Han Li put away his smile and said expressionlessly, no reason, no excuse, just this one time today. Han Li couldn't quite explain what was wrong with him. He had always considered himself a rational person, one who saw through the rules of this world. The child from that small mountain village embarked on the Jianghu path simply because his family had no food. He wanted to live, and he wanted his parents, brothers and little sister to live better. After that, he embarked on the path of cultivation. Along the way, he gave up too much. He also gradually understood that the weak had no right to choose, he could only become stronger by any means necessary, so that he could control his own destiny. But today, Han Li suddenly realized. It turned out he could have had a choice from the beginning. The life he had fantasized about countless times in his dreams could have come true. It was just that long before he was born, someone had stripped him of everything he should have had. Han Li didn't know what to say, nor did he know what was wrong with him. It was just the impoverished life of his childhood, the weary and haggard faces of his parents, the young but burdened backs of his brothers supporting the family, and the tears in his little sister's eyes when he left his hometown. These scenes replayed over and over in his mind, like knives stabbing at his heart. Coupled with the Mo family's misfortune, Mo Kaiwan, Mo Fenggu, Mo Yuzhu. He wanted to kill someone. He had never wanted to so much as he did today. Although Liu Yun was unaware of his past, seeing him forcefully suppress the anger in his heart, he still sighed helplessly. Do you want revenge, or do you just want to vent? Liu Yun asked calmly. Han Li looked up, surprised, at him. Liu Yun's expression remained unchanged, and his voice was indifferent as he continued, A gang like the Five Colors sect cannot launch any major operations without the permission and instructions of Spirit Beast Mountain. Therefore, your enemies also include Spirit Beast Mountain. If you want revenge, then let's set off now, go to Spirit Beast Mountain to find out who gave the order behind this, and then we'll find a secluded place together and scatter that bastard's ashes. If you just want to vent, that's simple too. Tonight, we'll sneak into the Lee residence together. I'll keep watch, you kill, and afterwards, no matter who asks, we deny it. Liu Yun spread his hands, that's it. Which one do you want to choose? Han Li stared at him blankly, a smile gradually forming on his lips, then he burst into uncontrollable laughter. Ha 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 ha. The laughter was deafening and unrestrained, making Liu Yun's ears ring. He quickly cast an illusion around them. That's enough, you almost got us kicked out for being crazy. Liu Yun said, digging at his ears and rolling his eyes. Han Li ignored him, laughing even louder. So this is what it feels like to have a friend willing to kill with you. It took a full 15 minutes for Han Li to gradually tire of laughing. He leaned back in his chair, a clear smile still on his lips, unable to suppress it. Vent, not revenge. Han Li said expressionlessly. Liu Yun's nodded. This choice was very Han Li. Then it's settled. We'll enter the Li residence tonight. Liu Yun's removed the soundproofing and illusion. Waiter, check, he's paying. That night, at midnight. The moon was full and round, a time for reunion. In a secluded part of the Li residence, an old man of over 60 sat in a chair, eyes closed, deep in thought. Before him, a young man of about 30 stood with his hands clasped, appearing exceptionally respectful. Father, Prefect of Lanzhou, Lord Zhou's recent movements have been quite suspicious. According to reports from our scouts, although there's nothing unusual in the prefect's mansion, the rate of various material consumption has clearly increased, seemingly enough for dozens of extra people. Moreover, our people can't even find where these materials are being consumed, it's as if they've vanished into thin air. A faint worry was etched between the young man's brows. And most importantly, this Lord Wang has, for some unknown reason, suddenly grown very cold towards us Jianghe forces. Father, could there be some changes in the imperial court? Should we prepare early? The old man slowly opened his eyes, a sharp glint flashing and then disappearing, replaced by a benevolent smile. Ah, you just worry too much. Don't worry, we don't need to concern ourselves with matters of the imperial court. Just do as you always do. If that Lord Zhou is sensible, then we'll continue to support him. If he's not, at that time, someone will naturally come for him. The old man chuckled, but his eyes held killing intent. Compared to these things, you should pay more attention to your wife. She just gave birth recently, you should spend more time with her. The young man smiled somewhat awkwardly, this child understands. Yuzhu has been feeling uneasy lately, as if something is about to happen, and this child has inevitably been affected as well. The old man laughed heartily, shaking his head with a touch of emotion. Your mother was the same after giving birth to you all. She always felt something was about to happen, wishing she could hold you all in her arms at all times, fearing any mishap. A strange glint flashed in the old man's shrewd eyes, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. He instantly became immersed in his memories. Then the old man suddenly remembered something, and a touch of bitterness appeared on his lips. In a blink of an eye, so many years have passed. You've all grown up. The young man lowered his head, somewhat sadly. Never mind, never mind. I don't know what's wrong with me today, suddenly becoming so sentimental. Perhaps I really am old. The old man slowly rose, his feet stepping firmly on the ground several times without making a sound. Let's stop here for today. You should also rest early, don't let. Before the old man could finish speaking, a sharp cry came from the inner room. Who let you in? Didn't I tell you not to come in without permission? The old man and the young man exchanged glances, then quickly stepped forward and opened the door. Inside, an unremarkable young man was staring at a beautiful young woman, not even glancing at them. Should I call you Senior Sister Mo? Or should I call you Lady Li? Senior Sister Mo Yuzhu. Chapter 138, Heavenly Venerable Han. Liu Yun's lay on the rooftop, the summer night's insect chirps in his ears, and the bright moon in the sky before his eyes. Tonight's moon was truly full, making him long for his family. Even after so many years, the faces and smiles of his parents from his previous life were still vivid in his mind. He wondered how they were doing after his inexplicable transmigration. Liu Yun's couldn't help but sigh. As he felt the wondrous sensation of moonlight bathing his entire body, he listened to the commotion inside the room, and couldn't help but close his eyes in resignation. A moment later, Han Li suddenly appeared beside him, his expression indifferent, his eyes cold. Who did you kill? Liu Yun's asked calmly, his eyes still closed. I didn't kill anyone. Han Li let out a long breath, with so many words he wanted to say, yet he couldn't utter a single one. In the end, they only transformed into a faint sigh, drifting away into the moonlight without a trace. Liu Yun's nodded, saying nothing more. He had heard everything that happened just now clearly. He couldn't help but lament how much the heavens enjoyed playing with people. Han Li stood on the rooftop, the protruding tiles beneath his feet causing a dull ache in his soles. He looked at the moon above, recalling the Mo family of the past, Mo Yuzhu, Mo Fengyu, Mo Kaiwan. These memories ultimately faded with the wind, leaving no trace behind. How could this happen? Han Li asked in a low voice. He wasn't sure if he was asking Liu Yun's or himself. Perhaps only he knew the place this senior sister, for whom he had once felt affection in his youth, held in his heart. But now, that past affection was truly gone. In fact, what he found even harder to accept than Immortal marrying his enemy was the scene just now where Immortal stood in front of the father and son, pleading and arguing on their behalf. Her family was destroyed, her sisters separated, all her relatives either killed on the spot or their fates unknown. Was such a life and death feud truly worthless in her eyes? Han Li couldn't understand. He only felt his thoughts were a tangled mess, impossible to sort out. Why? Han Li asked in a low voice. Perhaps, she just accepted her fate, Liu Yun said softly. Han Li was startled, then it was as if a bolt of lightning flashed through his mind, the deafening roar instantly clearing his thoughts. Immortal was just immortal, a woman who only knew some medical skills. Facing the Li family father and son, facing the Five Colors sect, facing Spirit Beast Mountain, what else could she do but accept her fate? Isn't that how most people in this world are, most skilled at accepting their fate and then self-deceiving after accepting it? Han Li took a deep breath, facing the cold night wind, and looked towards an unknown distance. Immortal, Li Huayuan, true person Hongfu, his fate seemed never to be in his own hands, yet it also seemed never to have been truly controlled by others. Even when facing seemingly powerful and unbeatable enemies, Han Li had never succumbed, but instead, time and again, used every means, exhausted every scheme, and forcefully snatched his own fate back from these people's hands. This kind of courage belonged to only a small number of people. Regrettably, Immortal did not possess this courage, so she accepted her fate. Did she truly believe that the Li family father and son had nothing to do with the destruction of the Mo family? Don't be ridiculous, she wasn't stupid, she was just deceiving herself. Having understood all this, Han Li looked up at the bright moon. Liu Yuns, you asked me last time what cultivating to become an immortal was for. At the time, I didn't answer directly, but now I can tell you. Han Li's lips curved slightly upward, his mind flashing through the many hardships he had encountered along his journey. Immortal's covetousness for his body, Li Huayuan's indifference in gambling with his life, and true person Hongfu's arrogance in pushing him into a death trap based on her momentary whims, and Wu Yan, who entered the Seven Mysteries sect through connections when he was young, and the old man surnamed Ye who stole his foundation establishment pill when he joined Yellow Maple Valley, there were too many such incidents, so many that he could no longer remember them clearly. I cultivate to become an immortal precisely because I don't want to accept my fate. Under the moonlight, Han Li said calmly. Liu Yun's eyes widened abruptly, and the chirping of insects in his ears ceased. The bright moon in the sky gradually took on color, transforming into an indescribable giant eye. Soon after, another giant eye also appeared among the stars. Beneath the eaves, the Li family father and son hurriedly walked out of the room, their footsteps suspended in midair. Behind them, Immortal cradled a baby, and the candlelight before them no longer burned, as if it were an extremely realistic photograph, forever frozen in this spot. On the rooftop, Han Li gazed up at the bright moon, his clothes, stirred by the night wind, frozen in midair. Time had stopped. Liu Yun slowly stood up. The pair of giant eyes in the sky, both familiar and strange, slowly drew closer, spanning unknown tens of thousands of miles as far as the eye could see, as if occupying the entire sky. Hello there, Liu Yun said with a smile. There was no surprise on his face, as if he had long been prepared to meet these giant eyes tonight. Should I say long time no see or nice to meet you for the first time? Heavenly Venerable Han. The giant eyes occupied the sky, and Liu Yun's words did not stir a single ripple in those eyes that had seen so much. This decision was made by you, or at least by the former you, Liu Yun's lips curled into a mocking sneer. I've always wondered, you should be the one who understands him best. But how could you forget? What he hated most in his life was handing his fate over to others. And now, you are influencing his fate. Why? After achieving immortal ascension and becoming an immortal ancestor, do you no longer remember what you were like back then? You are an immortal who crawled out of the mud of mortals, an immortal venerable who climbed up step by step from being a weakling. How can you forget what you used to be like? Those enormous eyes still looked at him indifferently. Liu Yun's laughed mockingly, sitting unconcernedly on the rooftop, staring directly at the colossal entity that would drive most people insane. Cut the act, I realized last time that you can only affect this world's timeline. As an outsider, I have my own unique timeline. It's like an independent line segment existing on a long line. You can indirectly affect my line segment through changes in the timeline, but you cannot directly manipulate the line segment itself. That's why you can draw Yao beasts from the Forbidden Land to besiege me, and guide Li Wuya and Venerable Golden Talisman to my side, but you cannot directly throw me aside, nor can you conjure a powerful enemy that I cannot defeat. No, I should say you cannot affect those powerful individuals. That day in the Forbidden Land, there was also a strong individual who could directly contend with the tower's restriction, but you didn't affect him. I guess it's because the more powerful a person is, the greater their proportion on this world's timeline, and the greater the chain reactions caused by casually using them. If you don't want to mess up this timeline, you can't casually influence them like you would low-level Yao beasts. And after I achieved foundation establishment, the proportion of this line segment on the timeline also increased, which is why you could only personally appear to scare me last time. Just like now. In the sky, some changes finally appeared in the giant eyes. The surrounding space began to continuously contract and fold, like countless layers of fragile glass being forcibly folded together. Liu Yun's was sandwiched between the glass, unable to move. But he was smiling. He had bet correctly. As he had guessed, this so-called heavenly venerable Han could not affect his own timeline, otherwise, with a single thought, he should have disappeared from the entire timeline. But now, he could only use physical erasure to make himself scram. And what kind of impact would this method have on the timeline? Under Liu Yun's mocking gaze, everything around him began to rapidly collapse. The entire human realm let out a wail like a dying person, and a tide-like darkness quickly engulfed every corner of the realm. Liu Yun's vision went black, and everything instantly vanished. The next second, the bright moonlight once again shone on his face. I cultivate to become an immortal precisely because I don't want to accept my fate. Under the moonlight, Han Li said firmly. Ha ha ha. Liu Yun's lay on the tiles, bathed in moonlight, laughing uninhibitedly. Chapter 139, The Prefect of Lanzhou. Ha 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 ha. On the street, the unrestrained laughter carried far and wide. Pedestrians on the street turned their heads, only to see a handsomely dressed young man, with an extraordinary appearance, walking and laughing loudly. He seemed to not be in his right mind. Han Li disdainfully distanced himself from Liu Yun's, afraid of being associated with him in any way. This person, for some unknown reason, suddenly had another episode. From the Li family until now, he had been laughing for a full 15 minutes. Looking at his demeanor, it seemed he wasn't finished yet. You've had enough, Han Li, unable to bear it any longer, transmitted to Liu Yun's. Liu Yun's laughed for a while longer, only stopping when his stomach ached and cramped. It was already past midnight, which would normally be curfew, and pedestrians were not allowed on the streets. However, tonight the Li Manor had hosted a grand banquet, and many high-ranking officials and nobles had drunk until late into the night before returning home satisfied. The patrolling constables naturally wouldn't seek trouble, treating tonight as a night off. Therefore, the streets of Jiawen City were quite lively tonight. Liu Yun's uninhibited laughter naturally attracted many glances. On the street, a sallow-faced middle-aged man sat in a carriage, his eyes tightly closed, seemingly resting. However, the laughter coming from the street caused him to frown deeply. After about 15 minutes, the middle-aged man finally lost his patience, suddenly opening his eyes, a faint trace of blood chi flashing through them. Go see who is so ill-mannered, disturbing people's sleep in the middle of the night, the middle-aged man ordered faintly. Yes. A low voice came from outside the carriage, followed by a series of faint footsteps gradually fading away. The middle-aged man proudly rubbed his ear, a faint smile appearing on his lips. After a while, he hadn't heard anyone report back. The middle-aged man couldn't help but frown in annoyance. Just then, a light footstep sounded from outside the carriage. The middle-aged man snorted coldly and asked, "How is it? Is the matter handled?" "Don't worry, it's all handled." The middle-aged man's body instantly stiffened, his entire being covered in cold sweat, as if he had fallen into icy snow water. This voice came from beside him. The middle-aged man slowly turned his head. A young man with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, dressed in purple and white robes, was sitting next to him, smiling at him. The carriage swayed slightly, and an ordinary-looking young man opened the door and walked in, his eyes gleaming with bone-chilling cold light. Clap. A hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. Esteemed Prefect, Liu Yun's leaned in, smiling. Mind a chat. Outside the carriage, the coachman shook the reins, driving the carriage towards outside the city. Along the way, no one would be so foolish as to block the prefect's carriage, so they all cleared a wide dao, and even the city guards were perceptive enough to open the city gate halfway, allowing the prefect to conveniently and quickly exit the city. If any of them had bothered to check, they would have found the coachman's expression stiff and his eyes blank. He was like a senseless puppet. Inside the carriage, the middle-aged man was sweating profusely, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. Two immortal masters. The middle-aged man forced a stiff, fawning smile. May I ask what instructions you have for this humble one? Is there anything I can help with? Liu Yun's tilted his head in thought, then said with a smile, I suppose so. The middle-aged man's expression stiffened, and he looked at the other person. Han Li sneered, closing his eyes without a word. The middle-aged man immediately felt as if he were sitting on pins and needles, his eyes darting around, but he couldn't come up with any good ideas. Two immortal masters, this humble one is, after all, a prefect of a prefecture. If I disappear for too long, it will arouse suspicion, the middle-aged man swallowed, saying cautiously. If the two immortal masters have anything, why not come to my residence with me? I can also fulfill my duties as a host. Han Li slowly opened his eyes, his icy gaze meeting the middle-aged man's terrified stare. Prefect, there's no need to rush, we still have plenty of time, Liu Yun said with a chuckle, patting the middle-aged man's shoulder, but his words sent him plummeting into an icy abyss. I am, after all, a prefect of a prefecture. Although you are cultivators, you cannot arbitrarily detain an imperial official. If the seven sects learn of this, they will not let you off. The middle-aged man suddenly became agitated, shouting loudly. His panicked appearance showed no trace of an imperial official's dignity, but rather made him seem laughable. It seems the prefect knows a lot, Han Li said with a sneer. Then, prefect, do you know what kind of crime it is for someone in the imperial court to dare to cultivate an immortal cultivation technique? The middle-aged man's face instantly turned pale, as if his bones had been completely drained, and he collapsed onto the carriage seat. You're spouting nonsense. When have I ever cultivated an immortal cultivation technique? You can't just make baseless accusations like this. I want to report this to the emperor. The middle-aged man was so flustered he was practically incoherent. Liu Yun's helplessly picked his ear, then suddenly raised his hand and struck with his palm. With a bang. The middle-aged man's slightly bloated body directly shattered the carriage, flying over 10 zhang away. He then rolled more than 10 times on the ground, completely lifeless. He was quite convincing. Liu Yun's pouted, raising his hand to release several fireballs, which shot towards the middle-aged man. Just as the fireballs were about to hit, the middle-aged man suddenly sprang several zhang away, dodging the fireballs while releasing a large amount of black qi. It transformed into more than a dozen black spears in the air, shooting towards the two of them. Liu Yun's didn't move an inch, even leisurely observing the middle-aged man for a few moments. At this moment, he was completely different from before. Not only was he emitting black qi all over his body, but his body had also instantly become lean. His demeanor had undergone a complete transformation, from a middle-aged man whose body had been hollowed out by wine and women to a lean man with sharp eyes and an imposing presence. Peak qi condensation realm cultivation, these people have some tricks, Liu Yun's remarked. At this point, the dozen black spears had already flown over, only a foot away from him. However, this 1 foot distance seemed like an insurmountable chasm, impossible to cross. The dozen black spears were abruptly fixed in midair, unable to move at all. Your two moves aren't very good. You can't even break an elementary middle-grade qi restriction spell. That's too weak. Han Li gave him a disdainful look. Liu Yun's and the prefect of Lanzhou were a whole major realm apart. It would be a miracle if his spell could compare to Liu Yun's. Upon seeing his attack so easily parried, the prefect of Lanzhou immediately changed direction, transforming into a black escape lights and soaring into the air. Liu Yun's eyebrows twitched slightly at this. He raised his hand and released a slender blue light, which caught up to the black escape lights at an extremely fast speed, and then unceremoniously passed right through it. Ah! The prefect of Lanzhou let out a scream and fell weakly. Han Li moved his feet, his figure flashing twice before he reached the prefect of Lanzhou. At this moment, he had lost all his magical power and was covering his dantian with an expression of disbelief. A golden light flashed, and Liu Yun's instantly appeared beside him. A 5-colored spiritual light flashed in his hand, and a stream of black blood immediately gushed from the prefect of Lanzhou, turning into black qi in the air and being captured by Liu Yun's. The prefect of Lanzhou was stunned. Before he could even feel the unprecedented lightness in his body, Han Li had already appeared beside him, his eyes flickering with points of red light. Speak, where did you obtain your cultivation technique? A look of struggle appeared on the prefect of Lanzhou's face, but it quickly became stiff and numb, like a soulless puppet. Lanzhou. Prefecture. Chapter 140 Disguise. Liu Yun's expression changed several times, looking somewhat unpredictable, as he gazed at the prefect of Lanzhou, whose neck Han Li had already twisted. What's wrong? Han Li asked, frowning. I'm thinking, should I use him to turn in a mission? Or should I take the body and extort the manager of Spirit Beast Mountain nearby? Han Li rolled his eyes. It really is you. No ordinary person would come up with such a wicked idea. Liu Yun's clapped his hands, let's extort the Spirit Beast Mountain manager. Anyway, looking at the situation, there are quite a few people from the Black Fiend cult, so there's no need to rush. Han Li waved his hand, I won't join you in offending people. I still have a mission and need to go to Yuejing. Do you, as a half-host, have any information you can provide? Yuejing. Liu Yun's thought for a moment. I won't ask you what you are going there for. Yuejing isn't far from the Yunyu sect's main headquarters. You'd best keep a low profile. My name isn't exactly useless at the headquarters, but if you mention it, you're absolutely dead. Han Li's mouth twitched upon hearing this. This person used to merely have a bad reputation, but how did he become like this after such a short time apart? What exactly did he do? Regarding Yuejing, although the 7 great sects all outwardly claim that cultivators are not allowed to step into the imperial city, one can easily imagine that the other 6 sects would certainly not just leave the imperial capital of the mortal world right at the doorstep of the Yunyu sect. Liu Yun sighed helplessly. A long time ago, the Yunyu sect's influence was secretly pressured by the other 6 sects and forced out of Yuejing. Now, that place can be said to be fraught with undercurrents. If you search outside the imperial city, you'll definitely find hidden operatives from the other 6 sects. Han Li nodded. If Liu Yun hadn't told him this information, he would have no way of knowing it. Cultivators are forbidden from entering the imperial city at will, but to be honest, that place doesn't even have a proper restriction. If you really sneak in, no one will stop you, as long as you don't run into people from the other 7 sects face to face. That would be quite awkward. Liu Yun's thought for a moment, there's nothing else left. Just remember, unless absolutely necessary, never lay a hand on people from the court or the imperial family. If something happens, it will be a major incident, and even your master might not be able to protect you. Han Li nodded, taking all these matters to heart. Alright, then I'll be going. Contact me if anything comes up. Liu Yun's nodded very seriously, if you encounter someone you can't defeat, don't come looking for me. I'm busy enough lately. Han Li pretended not to hear him. He unfurled the green wings on his back, transforming into a green light that shot through the air and vanished. Watching his departing figure, Liu Yun's gaze gradually deepened. Liu Yun's had lied. There was another reason for his killing of the prefect of Lanzhou. All this time, Liu Yun's had watched the various gangs in this mortal world, constantly fighting, disregarding laws, and treating human lives as mere grass. He knew very well that these matters were definitely not due to the corruption of the Yu Kingdom's ruling class, or the barbaric and crude nature of mortals, or other such nonsense reasons. There was only one reason for the chaos in the mortal world of the Yu Kingdom, the seven sects. Liu Yun's had always firmly believed this, until that day by the ancient teleportation array, when he looked directly into those familiar yet unfamiliar eyes. Since then, Liu Yun's couldn't help but start thinking. He knew Han Li was the protagonist, but before that day, he had never considered why Han Li was the protagonist. It wasn't until the appearance of those eyes that an unprecedentedly cruel truth was laid before him, that almost omniscient and omnipotent immortal, that venerable who could control time and toy with all living beings at will. It was the protagonist he had known for over a decade. Or rather, it was Han Li who had never met him. Having known each other for over 10 years, and having faced life and death together several times, Liu Yun's considered himself to know Han Li inside and out. Liu Yun's had always seen how deeply Han Li had been influenced by him over the years. Regardless of what the protagonist in the original novel was like, the current Han Li was inevitably growing in a different direction. At the very least, the current Han Li would never toy with his past self like a puppet, nor would he lay a hand on Liu Yun's. And tonight, under Liu Yun's deliberate probing, those world-weary eyes showed no ripple, and even tried to obliterate Liu Yun's without hesitation. So, was he Han Li from another parallel world? Or was the future Han Li truly so cold-hearted, having cultivated to the point of severing all emotions and desires? Also, if that was the future Han Li, where was the future Liu Yun's? As one question after another emerged, a certain possibility surfaced in his mind, making him tremble with dread. Even though he knew this was just one of many possibilities, he couldn't help but ponder it. If all this chaos was merely a stage set by that omniscient and omnipotent immortal ancestor, if everything was predetermined from the beginning, if the mortal cultivation of immortals was a scam from start to finish, and the occupant of the throne representing eternal life was decided from the very beginning, then, what was the meaning of everything Liu Yun's had insisted upon? That omniscient and omnipotent venerable Dao ancestor set up a high staircase for all cultivators in the world, then told them that as long as they climbed diligently, they could ascend to the top and stand above all living beings, just like him. So, cultivators began to compete, to kill each other, to climb upwards by any means necessary. When they finally approached the top of that staircase, they discovered that the view from the very top had already been reserved from the beginning. All their efforts, all their sacrifices, were merely to serve as stepping stones for this soul-chosen individual. And he was just one of many stepping stones, at most a system bug, who would be cleared away at some unknown time. What Liu Yun said in the restaurant that day was not just about the seven sects of Yu Kingdom. Liu Yun's eyes grew deeper. He raised his hand, and a fireball incinerated the prefect of Lanzhou into ashes. Meanwhile, his own bones popped and cracked, and a five-colored spiritual light enveloped his entire body. A moment later, the prefect of Lanzhou reappeared. Liu Yun's examined himself, then nodded with satisfaction. Although this was just an ordinary method of changing one's appearance, it was enough to deceive cultivators whose divine sense cultivation was below his own. Liu Yun's now intended to use the identity of the prefect of Lanzhou to accomplish a major task, thereby testing the future Han Li's tolerance threshold for timeline changes. But before that, he needed to take out some insurance. Liu Yun's wanted to see if this venerable Han was truly devoid of emotions and desires. If this doesn't work out, then I'll return to the Yunyu sect and introduce a Dao companion to Nangongwan, Liu Yun said expressionlessly. If I can't find a suitable one, then I'll go myself. At this instant, the wind ceased and the clouds stilled. Time seemed to stand still again. Don't doubt it, if Liu Yun's was pushed to the brink, he was truly capable of doing such a thing. Looking at the seemingly frozen scenery around him, Liu Yun's cleared his throat expressionlessly. The five-colored spiritual light all over his body flickered continuously, and in a short while, it turned pure black, faintly exuding a sinister, bloody aura. It was fortunate that Liu Yun's had tempered himself on the front lines for a year and was very familiar with the aura of the ghost spirit sex cultivation technique. Otherwise, he might not have been able to imitate the aura of this demonic technique. Liu Yun's raised his hand and burned the carriage to ashes. Then, he took out the blood curse he had extracted from the prefect of Lanzhou's body, opened his mouth, and exhaled, coating it with a layer of five-colored spiritual light. He then slapped it directly onto his chest, sending it into his body. With this spiritual light suppressing it, Liu Yun's could expel the blood curse at any time. He blinked, his expression changing several times. After confirming that his expression was fine, he leaped up, transforming into a black escape lights, and shot through the air towards Jiawen City. Half an hour later, Liu Yun stood before the prefectural mansion's main gate, narrowing his eyes as he surveyed the impressive entrance. His powerful divine sense enveloped the entire mansion. 47 Qi refinement stage cultivators, 1 foundation establishment stage cultivator. Liu Yun's frowned slightly and let out a cold snort. The servant, who had been sleeping soundly by the gate, was startled by the sound and jumped off his chair. His squinting eyes darted around, looking extremely angry. Who dares disturb your second granddaddy's sweet dreams? Liu Yun's, disguised as the prefect of Lanzhou, frowned even deeper, his face as black as the bottom of a pot. The servant was still a bit groggy, but the cold night wind made him shiver, and he instantly sobered up, recognizing the person in front of him. Master. The servant froze, his face immediately turning ashen with fright. He dropped to his knees with a thud, banging his head on the ground, making loud thumping sounds. Master, spare my life. This lowly one was blind. I offended Master. Please, Master, show mercy. Spare this humble one's wretched life. Liu Yun's looked down at him disdainfully, a cold sneer on his lips. I'm not in the mood to take your wretched life today. Hurry up and open the gate. Yes, yes, yes. The servant kowtowed several more times, then scrambled to his feet. Ignoring the blood streaming down his head, he rushed to furiously bang on the main gate. Stop sleeping. What are you slacking off for? The master is back. The main gate swung open, and 7 or 8 tall, sturdy servants rushed out in a panic. Almost in unison, they glared fiercely at the servant, then dropped to their knees in a heap. That's enough. A bunch of useless things. Liu Yun's mimicked the prefect's tone, scolding as he walked into the mansion. What are you waiting for? Lead the way quickly. Yes, yes, yes. The servants scrambled about in a chaotic flurry, quickly stepping forward to guide Liu Yun's into the inner residence. The servant whose head was still bleeding sidled up, fawningly saying, Master, which madam's room will you be sleeping in tonight? Please tell us, so we can inform them, lest the madams are unprepared. Liu Yun's glared at him and said impatiently, no need to prepare. I'm going to the back residence tonight. Upon hearing this, the servant's face immediately turned pale, and he shut his mouth, not daring to say another word. Among the crowd, a pale-faced, robust servant stepped forward. Master, this humble one will lead the way. Liu Yun's glanced at him, nodded, and followed him towards the back courtyard of the mansion. Chapter 141, The First Step. The moment Liu Yun stepped into the backyard, he sensed something amiss. A faint layer of spiritual power enveloped the entire backyard. Upon closer inspection, Liu Yun's discovered it was actually a rather effective concealment formation. Although it couldn't deceive Liu Yun's divine sense, it was sufficient to fool ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators. Upon reaching the backyard, the servant who had been leading the way suddenly stopped and stood respectfully by the door. Liu Yun's gave him a deep look, confirming he was merely a mortal, then slowly walked into the garden in the backyard. Prefect, wasn't tonight the banquet at the Li family? Why are you back so soon? And looking so disheveled. He hadn't gone far into the garden when a sarcastic voice rang out from behind him. With a sweep of his divine sense, Liu Yun saw the speaker was a woman in her 30s, bewitchingly beautiful with a graceful figure, exuding the unique charm of a mature woman. Liu Yun quickly recalled the people mentioned by the prefect of Lanzhou. He immediately snorted coldly and said disdainfully, What? Just come out from the hall master's room and came here specifically to tease me. The woman pursed her lips and chuckled softly. Her boneless body twisted, coiling around Liu Yun's like a beautiful serpent. Her alluring lips parted slightly, exhaling warm, fragrant breath that drifted directly into Liu Yun's ear. How would this humble woman dare? But you, sir, knew this humble woman was going to attend hall master. Why did you return so early? Aren't you afraid hall master might get jealous and cause trouble for you? The woman's curvaceous body rubbed slowly against Liu Yun's, making him quite uncomfortable. To be honest, as a virgin in both lifetimes, it wasn't that Liu Yun's had no yearnings for such matters. However, having grown up in the Yunyu sect, he had seen all types of beauties. As for this woman, while her looks were decent and her figure quite good, within the Yunyu sect, she would only rank as mid to low tier. Normally, he wouldn't give her a second glance. Therefore, at this moment, Liu Yun's was much calmer than he had imagined. He reached out and peeled her off him. Enough fooling around. Where's the hall master? Liu Yun's frowned and said in a deep voice. The woman shot him a glare, then raised her delicate chin to point towards a nearby side room. He's cultivating. If you have business, go find him yourself. Liu Yun's nodded and, without a hint of reluctance, turned and walked towards the door of the side room. Reporting to hall master, Wang Kui requests an audience. After a while, the fluctuations of spiritual power inside the side room gradually normalized. Liu Yun's couldn't help but frown. Previously, being farther away, he hadn't sensed much. Now, separated from the hall master by only a wall, that bloody and berserk spiritual power immediately caught his attention. What kind of cultivation technique is this? It resembles the techniques of those from the ghost spirit sect, but it's clearly more violent and primitive. While Liu Yun's was still pondering, the person inside the side room had finished his cultivation session. Wang Kui, come in. Yes. Liu Yun's responded respectfully and walked in with his head bowed. Inside the side room, a burly giant man was sitting cross-legged in meditation, spiritual power undulating all over his body. Although this person controlled it well, Liu Yun's accurately perceived a sense of dissonance, as if the spiritual power didn't quite match its owner. Hall master, your subordinate. Liu Yun's voice abruptly halted. He actually recognized the person before him. This was clearly Han Yunzi's elder brother. That giant man whose Danshan had been crippled at the Ascension Assembly years ago. Logically speaking, once the Danshan is crippled, even if Liu Yun's had repaired the holes in his Danshan, it could not expand any further. In other words, his cultivation should have been permanently stuck, incapable of increasing even the slightest bit. Yet, after more than a decade apart, this person's cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, even successfully establishing his foundation, becoming a genuine early foundation establishment stage cultivator. How was this possible? Liu Yun steadied his mind and, under the other's somewhat puzzled gaze, continued, reporting to hall master, today, after attending the Li family banquet, your subordinate was tailed by 2 cultivators on the way back to the residence. I lured them outside the city, eliminated them, and did not attract any attention, The giant man nodded. His calm eyes swept over Liu Yun's twice, and he couldn't help but frown. You're injured. Reporting to Hall Master, it's nothing serious, just superficial wounds. A night of cultivation and recuperation will suffice for recovery. The giant man closed his eyes again and said indifferently, that's good. Where did those two cultivators come from? Why did they target you? Did you find out clearly? Liu Yun's respectfully bent at the waist, his divine sense never leaving the giant man for a moment. Even relying on his powerful divine sense, he began analyzing the spiritual power on the giant man. Those two cultivators had shallow cultivation techniques, clumsy spells, and poor magical artifacts. They were probably just two loose cultivators. As for why they targeted me, it was likely because they coveted your subordinate's position as prefect and wanted to extort some money. As he spoke, Liu Yun's frowned inwardly. The spiritual chi on this giant man was truly excessively heterogeneous. A single sweep with divine sense revealed dozens of completely different auras. It was as if he were a spiritual chi patchwork monster, appearing extremely bizarre. Oh? Esteemed cultivators actually attacking a provincial prefect for worldly wealth. Truly laughable. A mocking smile curled at the corner of the giant man's mouth. Hall Master, those two were young and their cultivation not high. In your subordinate's opinion, they were probably two brats who obtained some cultivation technique from somewhere. After learning a few spells, they thought they could act with impunity, hence targeting your subordinate. Besides that, there's also... Liu Yun's voice abruptly halted again, as if he had something difficult to say. Looking at the prefect of Lanzhou impersonated by Liu Yun's, the giant man couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Wang Kui, if you have something to say, speak directly. No need for such affected posturing, it's only annoying. Your subordinate obeys. Hall Master, actually, after eliminating those two, your subordinate searched their bodies and found some items. Among them was one thing, your subordinate believes it would be better to let Hall Master decide its fate. As he spoke, Liu Yun's took out a thin booklet from his robes and handed it over. The giant man, puzzled, stroked his chin, reached out, took the booklet, and flipped through a couple of pages. At this sight, the giant man instantly sprang to his feet. His head almost hit the ceiling beam. This. The giant man's eyes widened, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. For a moment, he couldn't even utter a complete sentence. Wang Kui. Who else have you shown this to? The giant man roared loudly. Although it was a questioning tone, coming from him, it sounded more like a threat. Liu Yun's immediately put on a terrified expression, his face turning pale, and said repeatedly, Hall Master, this item is extraordinary. How would your subordinate dare to leak it? The giant man took a deep breath and hurriedly released a ball of flame, reducing the booklet to ashes. Wang Kui, remember this. Absolutely no one must know about this matter. Understood. Yes. Your subordinate understands. Liu Yun said hastily. Only then did the giant man relax, sitting back down heavily. Then, looking up at the prefect of Lanzhou impersonated by Liu Yun's, who appeared utterly terrified, he couldn't help feeling annoyed and quickly waved his hand, signaling him to leave first. Liu Yun's respectfully bowed his head and walked out of the side room. Only when the door closed tightly did a cold smile curl at the corner of Liu Yun's mouth. The first step had been taken. Chapter 142, The Blood Sacrifice Method. Liu Yun's walked through the garden in the backyard of the prefect's mansion. On the surface, he appeared calm as water, but in reality, his powerful divine sense was covertly scanning the entire garden. The garden's height is off, there should be a secret passage underground. It's just that my divine sense can't detect it, so there must be an even more advanced formation underground. That Han Yunzi's elder brother was still in the side room just now, but his aura has already disappeared. He must have gone underground. A hint of a triumphant smile involuntarily appeared on Liu Yun's lips. What he gave to that giant man was indeed extraordinary, capable of shaking the very foundation of the entire cultivation world, but as for how much technical content it truly held, it wasn't much. In fact, it was merely a plan for foundation establishment without the aid of a foundation establishment pill. Liu Yun's had begun researching this kind of thing since the chi refining stage, but just as he was about to achieve results, Kaiang Wuji urgently called a halt to it. However, what kind of person was Liu Yun's? It would be strange if he meekly obeyed. Liu Yun's had never given up on similar research. Compared to his current research progress, the plan he gave to the giant man was actually just a simplified version for quick success. The content wasn't complicated either. To put it simply, it involved continuously increasing the intensity of a specific attribute's magical power, thereby causing continuous, recoverable damage to the Danshan. Simultaneously, medicinal pills would be used to accelerate healing, thus increasing the Danshan's strength and the quality of the magical power. Theoretically, this set of operations, provided medicinal pills and the body could keep up, was enough to transform a peak chi refining stage cultivator into a foundation establishment cultivators within 10 years. But it could only go so far. This method of quenching thirst with poison was equivalent to overdrawing one's essence and potential to exchange for a Danshan that, while resilient, had lost all growth potential. Once someone used this method, no matter how great their future fortune, he would forever remain an early foundation establishment stage cultivator and would not even possess the 200-year lifespan of a foundation establishment cultivator. However, even with so many drawbacks, this method could still turn the lower-level cultivation world upside down. Compared to its effects, what was more important was the possibility this item represented the possibility that Foundation establishment simply didn't require a Foundation establishment pill. Without exaggeration, Liu Yun's method was shaking the very cornerstone of the existing order in the entire cultivation world. Handing this method over to the Black Fiend cult was Liu Yun's first step in testing Heavenly Venerable Han, but for now, it seemed the giant man was not to be relied upon. But that didn't matter, this situation was well within Liu Yun's expectations. The giant man had used some method to raise his cultivation to the Foundation establishment stage. Would he, having already advanced, allow others to advance to Foundation establishment just like him? The answer was self-evident, so this was just a reminder to him. Next, Liu Yun's only needed to disseminate that method to others. Presumably, a good show would soon unfold in this place. As Liu Yun's thought, he walked deeper into the garden. Several cultivators at the 8th or 9th level of the Qi refining stage, upon seeing Liu Yun's, respectfully bowed and greeted him. Sir. One of the handsome youths approached and respectfully said. The blood sacrifices are ready. May I ask if you still need them tonight, sir? Blood sacrifices. Liu Yun's frowned. He had already known on the barren land where the ancient teleportation array was located that the entire Black Fiend cult practiced the blood sacrifice method. The continuous disappearances of loose cultivators in U state over the years were their doing. Now, he didn't expect that as soon as he entered, these people would give him a huge surprise. Where did this batch of blood sacrifices come from? Liu Yun's asked with an arrogant tone, not looking sideways. The youth bowed even more respectfully, reporting to Sir, this batch of blood sacrifices, like the previous ones, were all transported from Jian Prefecture. Liu Yun's glanced at him. For some reason, he always felt that this youth looked familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before, but he couldn't recall it for a moment. Let me first check the quality of the blood sacrifices, Liu Yun said indifferently. Yes. The youth quickly agreed, leading the others to open the secret door on the ground, revealing the dark, cavernous space below. Liu Yun's brows furrowed slightly. The youth immediately understood, raising his hand and throwing a fireball into the ground, lighting a lamp. Two figures, an old man and a young boy, appeared in the darkness, both lying on the ground unconscious. The old man only had a cultivation of the 8th level of Qi refining stage, and the young boy curled up beside him was even worse, with only a cultivation of the 4th level of Qi refining stage. Liu Yun's nodded expressionlessly, saying coldly, I'm not in the mood today. Keep them for now. Yes. The youth called out, closing the secret door. Sir, should I inform the 9th madam to prepare to serve you tonight? Liu Yun's glanced at him, pondered for a moment, then nodded. The youth quickly retreated. After noting the terrain, Liu Yun's also lifted his foot and walked towards the front yard. At the same time, he began to ponder the Black Fiend cult's blood sacrifice method. He had indeed researched this type of evil technique. After all, it was one of the few methods that could quickly increase cultivation, so how could Liu Yun's not be interested? As far as he knew, this evil technique, which rapidly increased cultivation through killing and blood sacrifice, had indeed been popular in Tianese back then. Even many so-called righteous sects secretly researched such things, causing panic in the cultivation world at that time. It wasn't until later that the major sects discovered an unavoidable drawback to this evil technique. Once a cultivator succumbed to temptation and began blood sacrifices, he would lose all hope of core formation in this life. To prevent their disciples from cultivating this evil technique, and also to curb the expansion of loose cultivator forces outside the major sects unanimously decided to destroy the blood sacrifice method. To this day, even Liu Yun's could only barely glimpse scattered records in some ancient texts from Qiang Wuji's secret collection. So, where did these people get the blood sacrifice method? From the 6 demonic sects? The more Liu Yun's thought about it, the more his head ached. There were probably other secrets behind the Black Fiend cult. Suddenly, a startled cry rang out in Liu Yun's ears. Liu Yun's expression changed, and he subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound. He saw the youth from earlier walking out, his clothes disheveled and his face gloomy, bumping directly into Liu Yun's. The youth's face instantly turned ashen. After bowing his head in a salute, he hurriedly left. Liu Yun's frowned, looking somewhat hesitantly at the nearby house. At this moment, faint sobs emanated from within. The sound was low and melodious, sounding exceptionally pitiable. Liu Yun's frowned and pushed open the door. Inside was a meticulously arranged and lavishly decorated boudoir. A huge pink gauze curtain hung in the middle of the boudoir, separating the living room from the bed. Liu Yun's took a deep breath. A faint, ambiguous fragrance wafted into his nostrils, tickling his nose and almost making him sneeze. Behind the translucent gauze curtain, a hazy female figure leaned against the headboard, sobbing softly. Through this layer of translucent pink gauze, the atmosphere, which wasn't originally complicated, suddenly became enchanting. Liu Yun's eyelids twitched violently. As a former modern person, he hadn't eaten pork, but he had seen pigs run. Wasn't this just like the little pink lights in the small alleyways of his previous life? The woman behind the curtain suddenly stopped crying and cautiously looked up. Sir, is that you? Liu Yun's was startled. This voice sounded a bit familiar. Chapter 143, Li Yinger. Behind the curtains, the hazy, graceful figure half rose, revealing a slender and alluring waist. Prefect, is that you? Liu Yun's mouth twitched violently. The more he listened to the voice, the more familiar it sounded, but he just couldn't recall where he had heard it before. This servant deserves death for disturbing Prefect's pleasure. The woman sobbed, collapsing to the ground, tears of grievance and sorrow falling one by one. That man, he. The woman wept softly, her open collar revealing an expanse of pale skin, giving rise to endless fantasies through the pink gauze curtain. Liu Yun's coughed, reached out and lifted the gauze curtain, revealing the delicate and charming young girl behind the bed curtains. The girl looked only 15 or 16 years old, with beautiful features and a slender, graceful figure. Her pair of bright, watery eyes made one wish to pull her into their embrace and dote on her. Prefect, the girl cried, her face streaked with tears, making anyone who saw her feel a pang of heartache. This concubine has already made it clear to my clan brother that this concubine is to serve Prefect today, but my clan brother, he. The girl choked, unable to utter another word. Liu Yun's felt his eyelids twitch wildly. He hadn't remembered until this familiar scene instantly pulled him back to the woodshed of Li family manor over 5 years ago. Looking closely again, the girl's features were strikingly similar to the little girl from 5 years ago. She was clearly the same person. Li Ying'er. It was actually her. And that young man just now, wasn't that just a grown-up version of Li Wen? Prefect, Li Ying'er looked up, gazing at Liu Yun's with tear-filled eyes. I beg Prefect to take pity on me and free this concubine from my clan brother's entanglement. This concubine is willing to serve Prefect as a beast of burden for life. Liu Yun's nodded to himself. Indeed. It's truly you. You get up first. Liu Yun's coughed and said calmly. I will handle your clan brother, you don't need to worry. Li Ying'er looked at him with a mix of surprise and joy, her eyes filled with adoration and dependence, as if condensing into a pair of tender little hands caressing Liu Yun's face and body. This woman, she's a bit over the top. Liu Yun secretly clicked his tongue. Fortunately, she didn't have a spiritual root, otherwise, Liu Yun dared not imagine how powerful a super-enhanced version of Dong Xianer would be. Prefect. Li Ying'er, her face flushed, raised her hands, embracing Liu Yun's from below upwards, like an infant clinging to its parents. A hint of perfectly placed charm appeared on her pure face, and the spring in her eyes seemed to stir the deepest desires in one's heart. To be honest, Liu Yun's was a bit startled. If he hadn't been impersonating the prefect of Lanzhou, then after this whole ordeal today, even if Li Wen managed to keep his life, he would probably be flayed alive. From the moment she entered, this woman had been relentlessly attacking the psychological weaknesses of a middle-aged man, every step perfectly executed. Even Liu Yun's, a professional at identifying manipulative women, having grown up in the Yunyu sect, a hub of such green tea types and sea kings, couldn't help but want to applaud her. It was so damn brilliant. The Yunyu sect not inviting you to be a teacher is simply their loss. Li Ying'er embraced Liu Yun's waist, her delicate face resting on his chest, like a fragile and charming young beast, letting out a satisfied, reassuring sigh of warm breath that tickled Liu Yun's chest. Prefect, Li Ying'er, her face flushed, looked up and met Liu Yun's eyes. Just then, a red light suddenly shot from Liu Yun's eyes, directly entering hers. Li Ying'er's eyes instantly became hazy, and her hands unconsciously caressed her entire body, letting out alluring moans. Liu Yun's quickly took a step back, breathing a sigh of relief. Let this woman stay in the illusion for a while. Liu Yun's loosened his collar, his gaze suddenly sharpening. Under the moonlight, a barely visible shadow quietly slipped out of the side room and moved towards the other rooms. His divine sense had already swept through the entire mansion. Leaving aside the front courtyard for now, there were 47 chi cultivators in the back courtyard, at least on the surface. Liu Yun's quietly snuck into everyone's rooms. After employing the formless escape technique, Liu Yun's wouldn't even have to worry about being discovered if he performed an erotic dance right in front of them. Given this huge disparity, Liu Yun simply swaggered in, tucked the foundation establishment method under their beds, and casually flicked each of them on the forehead. Tonight, many people were destined to have a sleepless night. Early the next morning, Liu Yun sat up in bed, stretching lazily. A pair of soft, boneless arms wrapped around him from behind, and a warm mass leaned against his back, letting out a soft gasp. Prefect, you really tired this concubine out last night. Liu Yun's mouth twitched. He hadn't controlled the charm technique well last night, it was a bit too strong. Li Ying'er had been tossing and turning in the illusion for several hours before finally falling asleep. Li Ying'er didn't know that everything last night was just an illusion. Her small hand slid over Liu Yun's chest, giggling as she said, Prefect is truly naughty. You knew this concubine had to serve the hall master today, yet you still exhausted me all night. What if the hall master is displeased? Liu Yun's was stunned. Are you Black Fiend cult members really this playful? Li Ying'er moved in front of Liu Yun's, looking into his eyes with a slight daze. Prefect, the hall master, he's been losing control of himself more and more recently. Li Ying'er leaned close to Liu Yun's ear, her warm breath tickling him. The hall master might be suffering from chi deviation. This concubine is really scared. What if one day the hall master loses control and treats this concubine as blood food? Liu Yun's frowned, glancing at Li Ying'er. Ying'er, if I remember correctly, you and your clan brother are both from Jian Prefecture, aren't you? Li Ying'er nodded, speaking softly, Prefect remembers correctly. Our Li family are all from Jian Prefecture. It's just that later we encountered the Divine Cult's patrol envoy and were brought to Lan Province. Liu Yun's opened his mouth, intending to ask about her parents, but after a moment of hesitation, he didn't speak. He was currently the prefect of Lanzhou, this prefect wouldn't care about her parents' affairs. Ying'er, you are, never mind, you can go now. Lu Yun's had wanted to ask her more about the Black Fiend cult, but this woman was too shrewd, and Lu Yun's was worried about revealing his true identity, so he decided to send her away first. Yes, Prefect. Li Ying'er smiled radiantly, uninhibitedly displaying her youthful and beautiful body in front of him as she put on her clothes, one by one, from the floor. Lu Yun's rubbed his temples and shook his head. Personally, he had no interest in undeveloped young girls, that was Han Li's preferred type. He still preferred mature and generous women. Prefect, a familiar voice came from outside the side room. Li Ying'er's body trembled as she looked at Lu Yun's pleadingly. Lu Yun's couldn't help but frown. What is it? Reporting to Prefect, the Hall Master has summoned you. Chapter 144, Underground Palace and Giant Cauldron. The Hall Master summons you. Hearing Li Wen's words from outside, Lu Yun's almost laughed. It seemed the Hall Master had excellent control over his subordinates, he had already found out in just half a night. Lu Yun's wasn't worried about him coming to demand an explanation, after all, at most, it was just death. Speaking of which, it was a bit embarrassing, but Lu Yun's was quite professional at feigning death. Against a mere early Foundation establishment stage cultivator, Lu Yun's could easily manipulate him with his evasion techniques and some simple disguise methods. He wasn't afraid of the so-called Hall Master getting angry and killing him, in fact, Lu Yun's even wished for it. After all, if he didn't kill anyone, how could this cultivation technique be smoothly spread? Only by using this method could the Black Fiend cult naturally become the scapegoat, taking this burden for Lu Yun's. Currently, Lu Yun's wasn't ready to fall out with the entire cultivation world of U State. He absolutely couldn't let anyone link this matter to him. Of course, besides that, Lu Yun's had a backup plan. That was to kill Han Yunzi's elder brother and disguise himself as him to spread the cultivation technique. However, it seemed it wouldn't be needed for now. Lu Yun stood up, waved at Li Ying'er, and after tidying his clothes, walked out of the room. Greetings, sir. The Hall Master will summon everyone in the hall in the deliberation hall an hour later. I am here specifically to inform you, sir. Lu Yun nodded coldly and said, understood. You may withdraw first. Li Wen bowed in acknowledgement and quickly left the small courtyard. Lu Yun looked back at Li Ying'er. She had already changed her clothes and was leaning lazily against the doorframe, her eyes full of smiles. Sir, there's still an hour left. Does Ying'er need to serve you again? Li Ying'er asked with a smile. Lu Yun glanced at her, waved his hand dismissively, and walked towards the giant man's wing room. Li Ying'er, however, watched his retreating figure intently, her eyes darting around. She chuckled, straightened her collar, and walked in the direction Li Wen had left. The giant man's wing room was not far from his own, and Lu Yun's reached the entrance in less than a quarter of an hour. By then, more than a dozen people had already gathered sparsely, all with serious expressions and complex eyes. Several even touched their chests, a hint of ferocity subtly appearing in their gazes. It seemed that the Foundation establishment stage cultivation technique had tormented these people quite a bit over the past half-night. Time passed bit by bit. More than 40 people gathered at the wing room entrance. Lu Yun quickly scanned them, and as time was almost up, 5 people had still not arrived. This number was a bit low, in Lu Yun's estimation, at least 10 people shouldn't have come. Besides Lu Yun's, others naturally noticed the discrepancy in numbers. For a moment, everyone had their own thoughts, and the large courtyard was eerily silent. Just as everyone was lost in thought, the wing room door suddenly opened. The giant man's burly figure appeared at the doorway, his pair of bell-like eyes coldly sweeping over the crowd until some couldn't bear it and lowered their heads in fear. Greetings, Hall Master. Everyone bowed. The giant man nodded slightly, turned, and walked into the wing room. Follow me. Everyone looked at each other, and led by a few peaked chi refining stage cultivators, they entered the wing room in an orderly fashion. At this moment, the wing room floor had been completely opened, revealing a winding staircase leading downwards. The bottom of the staircase was a dark void, with no end in sight. A chilly wind, mixed with a faint scent of blood, seeped out from the darkness, as if leading directly to the netherworld. Everyone, however, was accustomed to it and entered in order of cultivation, from highest to lowest. Entering the underground passage, clumps of blood-colored demonic fire ignited on the surrounding lampstands. The endless iron-cast staircase led straight underground, appearing particularly sinister and terrifying in the blood light of the demonic fire, like a path to the legendary Maha Blood Sea. Everyone walked down for a good half an hour before finally seeing a massive, pitch-black bronze door at the end of the staircase. The giant man took the lead, silently walking to the bronze door, extending his massive palm, and slowly pushing the large bronze door open. The bronze door emitted a heavy sound, revealing the enormous space behind it. Lu Yun looked up. Inside this bronze door was an incredibly vast, square underground palace, roughly estimated to be several hundred zhang long. At the center of the space was a massive altar, dozens of zhang high and over 100 zhang wide, with carvings of flying birds and beasts all around, appearing incredibly lifelike under the illumination of the surrounding blood-colored demonic flames. Upon the altar, there was a gigantic bronze cauldron, which almost occupied the entire altar, and its height was nearly 100 zhang, almost touching the ceiling of the underground palace. The giant man slowly walked onto the altar, turned to look down at the crowd, his eyes filled with a chilling, terrifying bloodlust, as if a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood were reflected within them. Lu Yun's divine sense swept over, but it was directly repelled when it touched the giant bronze cauldron. This large cauldron was actually a magical artifact. Lu Yun's was a bit surprised, he had never seen a magical artifact of this size. This thing, surely wasn't meant for smashing people, was it? Everyone, on the altar, the giant man leaned against the large cauldron, the bloodlust in his eyes gradually suppressed by reason, transforming into an even more terrifying, profound dry well. As far as I know, you all should have received something last night. Is this true? The giant man's deep voice echoed through the underground palace, sounding somewhat distorted. Everyone looked at him, remaining silent. Lu Yun's, however, watched this scene with great surprise, the unity of these people somewhat exceeded his expectations. But thinking about it, it made sense. Although he didn't know how the giant man successfully achieved foundation establishment, judging by the mixed chi and unstable foundation in his body, the method he used must have had hidden drawbacks. Compared to a normal early foundation establishment stage cultivator, the purity of his magical power was also inferior. With over 40 chi refining stage cultivators in the underground palace, if they were united, this giant man truly couldn't do anything to them. Seeing this, the giant man also frowned tightly, then a fierce, beast-like sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. He formed a hand seal, and a series of eerie incantations emanated from his mouth. Everyone suddenly clutched their chests, the blood curse embedded within their bodies began to stir restlessly amidst the giant man's chanting. Not long after, the giant man stopped chanting and said coldly to everyone. Today, for all cult members not in the underground palace, the blood curse in their bodies has been fully activated by me. Inside the underground palace, it was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. The giant man looked at everyone's terrified expressions, and a cold sneer couldn't help but appear at the corner of his mouth. Don't forget, without the cult master's protection, you are nothing but ants, loose cultivators with no hope of immortality, and you would also suffer the oppression and humiliation of the 7 sect cultivators. Who knows, one day they might just find an excuse to kill you all. The giant man snorted coldly, the cult master's immense kindness, have you forgotten it? In the underground palace, everyone remained silent. The giant man couldn't help but frown in annoyance, his eyes flashing with ferocity. Until a silver bell-like laughter echoed through the underground palace. Chapter 145, Skeletons. Ha 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 ha. A string of bell-like laughter echoed through the underground palace, like a malevolent spirit or demon from the netherworld. The giant man on the altar changed his expression, and a blood light burst forth from his entire body. Who? The giant man's voice was like thunder, instantly suppressing the eerie laughter. Below the altar, in an inconspicuous corner, a rapid whirring of mechanism suddenly sounded. A secret door suddenly flipped open from the ground, and a faint smell of blood immediately seeped out. Accompanied by tap-tap footsteps and an inexplicable dripping sound, a slender figure slowly ascended from underground. Esteemed immortal masters, this humble one offers her greetings. Li Ying'er stepped onto the last stair, a captivating smile gracing her delicate face. She smiled and performed an awkward court bow, her right hand swinging back somewhat heavily, making it appear rather out of place. Within the underground palace, there was a moment of silence. Everyone involuntarily shifted their gaze to Li Ying'er's right hand. Li Wen, someone exclaimed in the crowd. Li Ying'er frowned, holding up the blood-dripping head in her hand. I remember you, you're from the Li family too, aren't you? No wonder you could recognize him even like this. Li Ying'er's lips curved upwards, revealing a bright smile. Li Ying'er, how did you get in? The giant man's huge, tiger-like eyes widened as he demanded in a sharp voice. Li Ying'er turned sideways and glanced at him, a difficult-to-describe mocking smile on her lips. Hall Master, weren't you quite gentle in bed before? Why have you become so frightening now? The giant man's terrifying, muscle-bound face immediately twisted together, a blood light flickering in his hand, vaguely accompanied by the wailing of ghosts. Li Ying'er let out a puchi of laughter and said, Hall Master, why so serious? This humble one was just joking. She spun lightly, her skirt fluttering like a butterfly. This underground palace is interconnected, with a total of 8 secret passages. 4 lead into the prefect's manor, and 4 lead outside the manor. The one I came through was one of those leading into the manor. Li Ying'er blinked at everyone. I must also thank all the immortal masters for telling this humble one everything. As soon as these words were spoken, the giant man's face on the altar changed drastically. Several people in the crowd also had their expressions suddenly turn grim. Immortal masters, don't be in a hurry to settle scores with this humble one. You should use this time to think about how to save your lives. Li Ying'er stood on her tiptoes and threw Li Wen's head back into the secret passage. Just as all of you entered the underground palace, the hall master already secretly cast a spell to seal it. Now, all 8 secret passages are completely sealed. Li Ying'er was still smiling, but a bone-chilling coldness emanated from her eyes. The hall master called you down because he wants to wipe you all out, to eliminate future troubles once and for all. As soon as the last word troubles left her lips, the giant man's face on the altar suddenly changed, and he turned to look at the giant cauldron behind him. Li Ying'er's smile instantly vanished, replaced by a grim expression. Humph. The divine sense of cultivators is truly troublesome. The giant man suddenly transformed into a blood light, traversing nearly 100 jong in the blink of an eye, flying to the other side of the giant cauldron. Just behind the giant cauldron, dozens of talismans were slowly burning. Let me tell all the immortal masters a little secret. Besides directly activating talismans with spiritual power, cultivators can also pre-seal a portion of spiritual power into them, and then activate them directly with external force when used. Li Ying'er let out a few cold laughs. Men, no matter their status or position, are all so easy to deceive. Humph! The giant man had no time to think, roaring loudly as a blood light erupted from his hand, grabbing at the talismans. But it was still too late. Accompanied by a strong light, a large burst of flames erupted simultaneously, triggering a massive explosion that shook the entire underground palace. The giant man was directly blown away. The spiritual light on the surface of the giant cauldron flashed and instantly extinguished, then it toppled down like a mountain of gold and a pillar of jade, crashing towards everyone. Over 40 cultivators quickly employed their various methods, scattering rapidly. With a loud bang, the giant cauldron completely toppled from the altar, crashing heavily onto the ground and shattering into pieces of debris. Thousands of skeletons poured out like a tide, scattering across the entire underground palace. Look closely. This is the evil you, a bunch of loose cultivators who constantly complain about being oppressed by the 7 sects, have wrought. Murdering and harming lives, using blood sacrifices for cultivation. You evil demons are no good either. A bunch of beasts with human faces. Li Ying'er walked among the scattered bones, her steps as light as an elf strolling through a flower garden. A year ago, our Li clan members were sent to Lan province by you. Cultivators with spiritual roots joined you without hesitation, while we, mortals without spiritual roots, became your blood sacrifices. Thinking about it, the Black Fiend cult's power is so vast. How many people's cultivation could it sustain by just hunting loose cultivators? It's only reasonable that you turn your attention to mortals. After all, even if the quality isn't great, killing enough of them would suffice for lower-ranking cult members to practice blood sacrifice techniques. Li Ying'er bent down and picked up 2 skulls from the ground. My parents and relatives were all treated as blood sacrifices by you. I barely survived by relying on this body. It must be heaven's pity. I had originally planned to plot for a bit longer, to see if I could incite you to fight each other to mutual destruction, but I never expected such a heaven-sent opportunity to arrive. Bitch! Accompanied by a furious roar, the giant man, enveloped in blood light, raised his hand and unleashed a blood-colored long saber, slashing towards Li Ying'er. As a cultivator, to be played with by a mortal woman to such an extent. The thought of it filled the giant man with such rage that he nearly lost his sanity. Such humiliation! If he couldn't hack off her limbs and brutally torture her to death, his hatred would never be appeased. Facing this Foundation Establishment stage cultivator's furious strike, Li Ying'er merely watched the incoming long saber with a cold sneer, not retreating a single step. Under her mocking gaze, the blood-colored long saber stopped 3 feet in front of her, unable to approach even half an inch further. Who used the chi restraint technique? The giant man was furious to the point of madness, the blood color in his eyes almost bursting forth. His blood-filled eyes were completely unlike a human's, instead full of bloodthirsty bestiality. In the underground palace, the scattered chi refinement stage cultivators looked at each other, their eyes filled with surprise and suspicion. Finally, someone, it's unclear who, pointed towards the center of the underground palace and shouted, Wang Kui. What do you intend to do? Everyone followed the sound, only to see the prefect of Lanzhou bending down, picking up an infant's skull from the ground, and examining it carefully. Wang Kui. The giant man looked at him, the blood color in his eyes slightly receding, becoming somewhat uncertain and surprised. To be able to restrain his long saber, which was formed by his cultivation technique, with just one chi restraint technique, this person's cultivation must be at least no lower than his. When did Wang Kui acquire such cultivation? Liu Yun's looked at the skull in his hand, and under his foot, some unfortunate person's bone was accidentally stepped on and broken into 2. After a long while, Liu Yun's let out a sigh. Venerable Han, you're ruthless. Chapter 146 The Strong. Wang Kui. A Black Fiend cult member, who was nearby, cautiously called out. Liu Yun's ignored him and turned to look at Li Ying'er instead. The Black Fiend cult member's expression changed, and he suddenly released a black long saber. Without even turning his head, Liu Yun's waved his hand, and a huge earth spike burst from underground, instantly piercing through the Black Fiend cult member. How did you recognize me? Liu Yun's asked curiously. Li Ying'er chuckled, spreading her hands. It's not that hard, actually. I've seen many cultivators since I was young, and yours are the most unique eyes, like a clay bodhisattva in a temple, full of compassion. As she spoke, she smiled mischievously again. Besides, I am a woman, after all. I can tell if someone has been intimate or not. Li Ying'er's bright, watery eyes curved playfully as she continued with a smile, if you really wanted to hide it from me, you should have slept with me. Or if you really didn't want to, poking me with a stick a couple of times would have been acceptable, at least it wouldn't have been so easy to see through. Strange, it felt like something had just rolled over his face. While the 2 of them were still chatting, several Black Fiend cult members exchanged glances and simultaneously transformed into several black escape lights, flying towards the bronze gate they had come from. Did I tell you to leave? Liu Yun's asked without turning his head. As soon as his voice fell, dozens of huge earth spikes instantly shot out from underground, carrying the bones scattered across the ground and directly impaling those Black Fiend cult members, hanging them in midair like cured meat. The giant man was startled, his entire body glowing with blood light, and he repeatedly asked, Who exactly is your excellency? The king of hell who claims lives. Liu Yun said expressionlessly, and at the same time, the ground of the entire underground palace began to undulate like a tide. The giant man's entire body's blood light transformed into a substantial armor, and he shouted at the others, work together to take him down. This roar completely awakened the remaining Black Fiend cult members. In an instant, streaks of spiritual light, accompanied by dozens of magical artifacts, broke through the air, striking fiercely at Liu Yun's. Just then, layers of sand and earth, carrying the scattered corpses, surged up like ocean waves. The entire underground palace seemed to transform into an underground marsh, and Liu Yun's entire body flashed with yellow light, mysteriously disappearing. In the next second, the endlessly surging earth and stone, like ocean waves, extended countless sharp earth spikes, like ferocious and evil giant torture instruments, trapping everyone within them. Streaks of spiritual light flashed and vanished, accompanied by explosive hums, echoing endlessly among the countless earth spikes. Not long after, a blood light forcefully broke through the encirclement of earth spikes and shot towards the bronze gate. However, a slender blue light, even faster than him, arrived first and instantly pierced through the blood light. A scream rang out, the blood light instantly disappeared, and the giant man fell to the ground uncontrollably. The earth and stone gradually subsided, and thousands of skeletons, pressing against the flesh and blood of the Black Fiend cult members, slept underground. Liu Yun's, with Li Ying'er, slowly walked to the giant man's side, accompanied by a yellow light. You. The giant man recognized Liu Yun's restored true appearance and was about to say something more. Liu Yun suddenly stepped down, his foot, augmented with the giant strength spell, deeply embedded into his lower abdomen, crushing his dantian. The giant man spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his spiritual power instantly dissipated, and he slumped to the ground as if exhausted. The things I gave you, I'm taking them back myself now. Is that too much? Liu Yun's looked at him coldly, asking expressionlessly. The giant man coughed up a mouthful of black blood mixed with fragments of internal organs, glaring fiercely at Liu Yun's. Don't give me that. None of you disciples from the big sects are any good. Liu Yun's looked at him like this and couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. You forgot, didn't you? Your sister is also from Spirit Beast Mountain. The giant man's expression stiffened, but then became even more furious. What do people like you understand? How can the suffering of us loose cultivators be understood by you cultivators from the big sects? Do you know what it feels like to have no hope for the immortal Dao? Do you know how many loose cultivators, whose aptitude is not inferior to those so-called elites of the big sects, can only grow old in the chi refinement stage because of their background, because all the foundation establishment pills are monopolized by you cultivators from the big sects? Liu Yun's looked at his self-righteous appearance, feeling somewhat amused and somewhat sad. After a long while, Liu Yun sighed. All right, save your energy. Tell me, where is the Black Fiend cult's lair? Who is the cult leader? If you tell me everything clearly, I might spare your life. Upon hearing this, the giant man couldn't help but laugh uproariously. Dark red blood gushed from his mouth, but it didn't hinder his piercing laughter in the slightest. Bah! You're dreaming. The giant man coughed up another mouthful of blood, his eyes as sinister as a hungry wolf, staring at Liu Yun's. I would rather my soul flying away and spirit scattering, never entering reincarnation, than reveal a single word to you mongrels of the seven sects. Liu Yun's dug at his ear, feeling a bit helpless. If this big brother was really so principled, why didn't he just kill himself? Just then, Li Ying'er suddenly jumped out from behind Liu Yun's. Immortal Master Liu. She pointed at the giant man on the ground. Can he be given to me? Liu Yun's thought for a moment and nodded indifferently. Li Ying'er clapped her hands and approached the giant man with a smile. You, what are you going to do? The giant man swallowed a mouthful of metallic-tasting saliva, his face contorted in a ferocious snarl as he demanded. Li Ying'er was still smiling, her smile as sweet as ever. A small knife slowly pierced into the giant man's lower abdomen. Hall Master, do you remember the day I first arrived? You treated my parents and clansmen as blood food, sucking them dry into mummified corpses right before my eyes. At that time, you told me that the strong prey on the weak, that this is the ultimate truth of heaven and earth. In front of the strong, the weak have no right to choose, and can only beg for the strong's mercy. Hall Master, I think you are very right. It's just that you strong ones forgot to tell us something else. Li Ying'er held the hilt of the knife, slowly twisting it, pulling out the giant man's intestines little by little. You also feel pain. And you also bleed. Ah! The giant man roared in pain, but immediately after, his mouth was tightly covered by Li Ying'er. SHH. Li Ying'er placed a blood-stained finger to her lips, smiling as she reminded him to be silent. Don't worry, little sister still wants to know something else. She pulled out the small knife and slowly inserted its sharp tip into the gap between the giant man's fingernail and finger, little by little. Let little sister see clearly, will you so-called strong ones, so-called immortal masters, beg for mercy from a mere mortal? Li Ying'er exerted force, and a fingernail was instantly peeled off. The giant man's eyes widened abruptly, and he began to struggle violently. However, with his dantian destroyed and severely wounded, he couldn't push away the seemingly frail Li Ying'er at all. In his terrified gaze, Li Ying'er inserted the small knife under his second fingernail. Don't rush, we still have plenty of time. Liu Yun sighed, closed his eyes, and pinched the bridge of his nose, as sounds of painful wailing echoed in his ears. Chapter 147, Mjolnir Mark I. Liu Yun stood at the exit of the tunnel, gazing at the sun in the sky, his eyes a little dazed. Li Ying'er was still underground, greeting Han Yunzi's brother. Liu Yun's had originally intended to observe, but he realized he had been too hasty. Unable to endure it any longer, Liu Yun's chose to run to the exit and wait for her to finish. What? The underground palace was sealed? Don't be ridiculous. In this day and age, even a person like Liu Yun's rarely speaks the truth. Li Yinger? Hat. Remembering Li Yinger, Liu Yun's couldn't help but look back again. How should he describe this girl? If the methods she used on the giant man were taught to her by someone else, then Liu Yun's could only say that person was truly depraved to a certain extent. If these were all her original creations, then this girl's talent in this area was truly a bit frightening. Speaking of which, that giant man was quite strong-willed. Liu Yun's couldn't bear to watch from the side, yet the giant man endured the entire ordeal without making a sound. Oh, right. His mouth was covered by Li Yinger. Then it's fine. Liu Yun's shook his head, looked at the clear sky, and let out a long sigh. His first probing mission had ended just like that. This time, Liu Yun's had lost completely. While Liu Yun's was still lamenting, footsteps echoed behind him. Liu Yun's turned to look. Li Yinger elegantly walked out of the tunnel, step by step, her expression calm and her demeanor graceful. She seemed to notice this as well, tying up her hair as she walked. I've found out. The Black Fiend cult's main altar is in the Yu Imperial Palace. The cult master is a eunuch named Li Poyun. Besides that, they have branch altars in other prefectures of Yu, each with a foundation establishment stage hall master, Li Yinger said with a smile when she saw Liu Yun's. Liu Yun stroked his chin and thought for a moment, his expression instantly becoming solemn. The Yu Imperial Palace, that was a forbidden land for the 7 sects. What were those 6 sect disciples in Yuejing doing to allow such a heretical cult to infiltrate the Imperial Palace? And the Yunyu sect, with someone establishing a base right on their doorstep, yet these people showed no reaction at all. Were they all collectively blind? Liu Yun suddenly clenched his fist. This Black Fiend cult is suspicious. There must be someone else behind them. A mere foundation establishment stage demonic cultivator who practices blood sacrifice and can never achieve core formation could not possibly cause such a huge stir. Immortal Master Liu. Li Yinger hopped in front of Liu Yun's, looking at him with a beaming smile. Thank you, Immortal Master, for helping me avenge this blood feud, she said with a smile, her long hair, half-stained red, brushed her cheek and lay damp on her shoulder. Liu Yun's looked at her with a complicated expression, wanting to say something, but feeling that anything he said would be wrong. In the end, he could only ask dryly. What are your plans next? Hearing this, Li Yinger tilted her head and thought seriously. To be honest, I originally intended to perish with these people, but who knew the heavens would be so kind as to send you here? Li Yinger looked up at the sky, an incomparably satisfied smile spreading across her delicate face. So, from today onwards, every day I live is a bonus. I cannot waste them. Li Yinger looked down at the short knife in her hand, thoughtfully stroking the sharp blade. Today, this knife killed 2 cultivators. In the future, it will kill many more. Li Yinger lowered her head, a slight smile on her lips, but her eyes reflected the cold glint of the blade. Actually, cultivators aren't as amazing as they boast. Chi refining stage cultivators are merely mortals who can use spells. Poison, seduction, ambushes, traps, assassination, there's always a way to deal with them. Foundation establishment stage cultivators are troublesome, divine sense is difficult to contend with, but a knife in the heart means death, regardless. Li Yinger played with the short knife and turned to look at Liu Yun's. I will find a way. If I can't think of one alone, then I will find 100, 1,000, 10,000 people to help me think. If our generation can't figure it out, there's the next generation. If they can't figure it out, they'll pass it on to the next. Like this, for hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of years. I don't believe mortals can only be humble ants in the eyes of cultivators, only to be bullied and slaughtered by them, kept like livestock. I will definitely find a way for mortals to also wield a butcher's knife against cultivators. Li Yinger was still smiling. She took a small hop and moved closer to Liu Yun's. How about it, Immortal Master? Are you suddenly regretting saving me? Liu Yun's pressed his brow and looked at her seriously. Are you serious? Li Yinger nodded, without a trace of a smile in her eyes. You should know how vast the gap between cultivators and mortals is, right? Liu Yun's asked calmly. Li Yinger smoothed her hair and said faintly, of course I know. Even the most ordinary chi refining stage cultivator can easily cut through half of the Jianghu. Those so-called martial forest experts are no different from ants before them. But Li Wen still died by the hand of a mere girl like me, didn't he? Li Yinger waved her short knife boastfully. Cultivators call themselves immortal masters, but at their core, they are still human. Wine, women, wealth, chi, greed, anger, delusion, hatred, they lack none of it. All the weaknesses mortals have, they have too. Since that's the case, there's nothing to fear. At most, they are just difficult mortals to deal with, there will always be a flaw to be found. Liu Yun's looked at Li Yinger, his lips tightly pursed in seriousness, his eyes filled with a complicated expression. Liu Yun suddenly let out a long sigh, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned with a faint self-mockery. Venerable Han, you goddamn. Liu Yun shook his head, not continuing his sentence. This move was ruthless. And absolutely brilliant. Li Yinger looked at him with some confusion. She didn't quite understand what was wrong with this person. Li Yinger. Liu Yun turned his head to look at the bewildered Li Yinger, the smile on his lips inexplicably carrying a hint of relief. Come, I'll give you a gift. Liu Yun beckoned, patted his storage pouch, and a thick layer of armor instantly appeared between them. This armor was entirely green, and its highly futuristic design made the heavy armor appear not at all cumbersome, but rather remarkably agile. The helmet on top was clearly unlike any style of this era, appearing somewhat incongruous, yet it completely enveloped the entire head. In front, there were brown goggles, allowing the wearer to have a wide field of vision even when wearing this armor. Li Ying'er couldn't comprehend the charm of this armor, but if a visitor from another world were present at this moment, he would surely blurt out. Holy crap! Master Chief! Liu Yun's gently stroked the Mjolnir-powered assault armor, his favorite from a game in his previous life, his eyes filled with a faint sense of reminiscence. This is an experimental item I created when I had nothing else to do. My original intention was to try and miniaturize and simplify the Spirit Stone power supply system for puppets, but during practical operation, I got carried away and ended up creating this. Now that I think about it, it's our good fortune. Liu Yun's looked at the bewildered Li Ying'er, smiling somewhat smugly. Now, allow me to introduce you to this work, capable of changing the world. The Mjolnir marked the first powered assault armor, powered purely by Spirit Stones, and controllable without any divine sense cultivation. Chapter 148, Immortal Slaying Society. Thunder God 1 Power Armor, powered entirely by Spirit Stones, can be easily operated with just simple instructions. It doesn't require any divine sense cultivation or similar aids, even a mortal can use its various functions. I combined formations and talismans to create a special talisman array. When the spiritual chi from the Spirit Stones activates specific talisman arrays, this armor can use specific spells. Currently, the Thunder God 1 Power Armor has 5 spells: Strength Spell, Wind Riding Art, Swiftness Spell, Golden Blade Spell, and Earth Spike Spell. Although the variety isn't extensive, with flexible use, it still grants the ability to directly fight chi refining stage cultivators. Li Ying'er stared blankly at the armor, feeling a wave of dizziness. Liu Yun's, however, didn't give her time to slowly process it. Instead, he excitedly pulled out a thin booklet from his storage pouch. This contains some of my ideas and designs, all similar to Thunder God 1, equipment that only requires Spirit Stone power. With these things, even mortals can use some low-level spells. Liu Yun's tucked the booklet into Li Ying'er's arms and said with a smile, "This is yours now." Li Ying'er, a bit dazed, flipped through the booklet. The content wasn't extensive, and there were even fewer detailed design diagrams. However, just as Liu Yun said, this thing had the potential to change the world. At this moment, the thin booklet in Li Ying'er's hand represented the possibility of mortals possessing power comparable to cultivators. Although this power was still very small, it was a much better start than she had imagined. Li Ying'er hugged it tightly, her knuckles turning white from the excessive force. "Have you thought about how to use it?" Liu Yun asked with a smile. Li Ying'er nodded. "I know where all the Spirit Stones in the mansion are. Next, I will thoroughly study this item and then seek out other like-minded people." She took a deep breath and said with determined eyes, "I will use all the time I have left to establish an organization specifically for mortals to resist cultivators." Its name. Li Ying'er hesitated for a moment, then finally gave Liu Yun a big smile. "It will be called the Immortal Slaying Society." Li Ying'er took a provocative step forward, looking into Liu Yun's eyes, and said seriously, "If one day we can research power strong enough to threaten you, at that time, please don't regret it." Liu Yun looked at her, a complex, unreadable smile playing on his lips. "If that day truly comes, I earnestly ask that you let me witness it with my own eyes." Li Ying'er smiled. She took a step back, her skirt fluttering like a butterfly. Even covered in blood, she was still stunningly beautiful. "Liu Yun, come find us 100 years from now." Li Ying'er confidently raised her head, her eyes filled with a firm belief. "In 100 years, our achievements will surely shock you." Liu Yun smiled and nodded, his figure slowly disappearing from the spot, leaving no trace. Li Ying'er watched him vanish, still smiling. Her small hands caressed the sturdy armor of Thunder God 1, giving it a big hug. She lingered for a long time, unwilling to let go. Liu Yun floated in the air, silently watching this scene, a faint smile gradually appearing at the corner of his mouth. Since Venerable Han dared to place this opportunity before Liu Yun's, he was definitely entering this game. Liu Yun's was very clear about one thing: in the original timeline, Venerable Han, who had already reached the peak, was the biggest beneficiary. He would never allow any changes to this timeline, and Liu Yun's, as a bug in the timeline, himself represented unknown changes. Under his influence, the future might become better or much worse. How could Venerable Han take such a risk? It could be said that Liu Yun and Venerable Han were naturally opposed in their positions. Of course, Liu Yun could also choose not to make any changes, follow Han Li throughout, escort him, clear obstacles for him, and ensure that no accidents occurred in this timeline. Then, Venerable Han might, for the sake of his other self, let Liu Yun off, or even grant him a future peak position. So the question is, would Liu Yun do that? Don't be ridiculous. This person's legs have been inconvenient for a long time, he simply can't kneel. His throat also has a bit of a problem, he can't learn that woof woof barking. He only knew that this world had problems, and this already locked timeline had even more problems. Why should mortals not have a chance to rise? Why should we endure injustice in the world? Why are the positions at the top predetermined from the start? Why should the future of all beings make way for just one person? Liu Yun was someone who inherently defied evil, so he came to this gamble. He placed his bet on Li Ying'er, on the mortals of this world, to see if they had the ability to break free from the convergence of the original timeline, and if they had the ability to carve out a future for themselves. Now the tinder had been sown, and the great war between the 7 sects and 6 factions gave them fertile ground to burn. All that remained was a prairie fire. Come on, whether you are the future Han Li or some immortal venerable from a parallel world, I will gamble with you on this round. Liu Yun smiled and flew away, breaking through the air. He still had some things to do. Although in this turbulent era, what he had to do might not have much effect, at least it could leave a cleaner soil for these young sprouts. More than 2 months later, outside Yuejing City, in front of a dilapidated temple, Han Li looked at the dozens of men in black in the air, his eyes calm as he nodded. So that's it. Even Yellow Maple Valley's hidden strongholds have been infiltrated by you. Beside him, 4 chi refining stage cultivators looked at the many cultivators in the air, despair in their eyes. Humph. Blame yourself for insisting on coming to Yuejing City and meddling in affairs. A yellow-robed middle-aged man in the air said with a cold face and a low voice. Han Li ignored him and looked at the bald stout man beside him, who was stout and had no eyebrows. It was strange. The yellow-robed middle-aged man was a hidden stronghold left by Yellow Maple Valley in Yuejing City, and like him, he had foundation establishment mid-stage cultivation. Yet, the bald stout man was only in the early foundation establishment stage. But when the two stood together, the yellow-robed middle-aged man gave him a feeling far less terrifying than the bald stout man. The yellow-robed middle-aged man frowned when Han Li ignored him, a trace of evil chi appearing in his eyes. He said to the bald stout man beside him. Be careful. This person is quite famous in Yellow Maple Valley. The two of us alone might not be able to take him down. We still need the Black Wind formation to assist. Upon hearing this, the bald stout man didn't say anything, but a black-robed young man nearby sneered, you and that person are both foundation establishment mid-stage, and with blood attendant present to assist, how could you not take him down? You're not perhaps thinking of your fellow sect member and don't want to make a move, are you? The yellow-robed middle-aged man was so mocked by a chi refining stage cultivator that a hint of anger appeared on his face, but unexpectedly, he said nothing more and instead looked at the bald stout man. At this moment, the bald stout man was staring intently at Han Li, his brows furrowed with solemnity. The middle-aged man in black robes frowned and said in a gloomy voice, I have already been exposed. No matter what, he cannot leave alive today. Upon hearing the yellow-robed middle-aged man's words, the bald stout man immediately nodded and said to the black-robed young man beside him, set up the Black Wind formation, move. More than a dozen men in black instantly shot out, surrounding Han Li and the others, while simultaneously pulling out black banners and waving them in the wind. Han Li glanced at these people and, without turning his head, instructed the 4, just take care of yourselves, leave the rest to me. Before his words finished, a pair of huge green wings suddenly unfurled behind Han Li, with streaks of green gale spiraling around them, emitting a piercing screech. Han Li's whole body surged with spiritual chi, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Before the others could react, the green wings flapped violently, and countless green wind blades furiously slashed towards the more than a dozen chi refining stage cultivators around him. Not good, the bald stout man roared, his whole body emitting blood light as he swooped down at an extremely fast speed. However, the speed of these wind blades far exceeded his imagination. The more than a dozen chi refining stage cultivators were cut into minced meat by countless wind blades before they even had time to cast defensive spells. Blood gushed out, splattering the ground. The bald stout man's eyes flared with blood light, and he turned back, shouting, this person is formidable. Stall him for some time for me. After the big man finished speaking, blood light immediately burst forth around him, transforming into a 2 to 3 jong tall sphere of blood-colored light. The yellow-robed middle-aged man looked at Han Li with a solemn gaze. Although he had long known that this person's divine abilities were not small, to so casually slaughter more than a dozen chi refining stage cultivators still exceeded his imagination. As it stood, he was somewhat in a difficult position. Humph. The yellow-robed middle-aged man snorted coldly, raised his hand, and released an earthy yellow orb. It rapidly expanded in the wind to several jong in size, then fiercely struck down towards Han Li. He had long since passed the point of no return. For now, the only option was to stall this person until the blood attendant emerged from the cocoon, only then would there be a chance of victory. Whoosh. A whooshing sound of wind rang in the yellow-robed middle-aged man's ears. He sharply turned his head, and Han Li's winged figure had strangely appeared behind him, only a jong away. In his terrified gaze, Han Li smiled at him. Chapter 149, Fellow Disciples. Yuejing City, Qin Residence. Han Li sat on the bed, looking at the earthy yellow bead in his hand, his expression somewhat uncertain. After the yellow-robed middle-aged man from Yellow Maple Valley was easily killed by him last night, the remaining bald stout man, who had transformed into a blood cocoon, became a living target. Han Li easily pierced through the blood cocoon, severed his limbs, and captured him alive. From him, Han Li learned some secrets of the Black Fiend cult, including the identity of the Black Fiend cult master, the 4 blood attendants under the cult master, the location of the Black Fiend cult's main altar, and most importantly, the blood-condensing 5 elements pill. Although the bald stout man didn't know the specific details, according to the Black Fiend cult master, this blood-condensing 5 elements pill could greatly increase the chance of core formation, and once he achieved Golden Core major achievement, they would no longer need to fear anyone. It was precisely because of this that the Black Fiend cult had begun targeting foundation establishment cultivators of the 7 sects in recent years, not hesitating to expose themselves to help the Black Fiend cult master quickly cultivate to the false core realm of foundation establishment perfection. When Han Li first heard this news, he was actually a little incredulous. It wasn't that he doubted the existence of the blood-condensing 5 elements pill. After all, the Black Fiend cult master was willing to risk exposing the entire Black Fiend cult to the 7 sects to accelerate his cultivation speed. He must have a way to bypass the obstacle of being unable to form a core after blood sacrifice cultivation, and also be quite confident in succeeding in core formation. Han Li just couldn't understand, even if he succeeded in core formation, what then? A mere early core formation cultivator was just a slightly stronger ant in front of behemoths like the 7 sects. Where did he get the confidence to preserve his life after succeeding in core formation? Han Li lowered his eyebrows slightly, a faint glint flickering in his eyes. Actually, compared to this matter, there was something else that confused him even more. He had previously examined the yellow-robed middle-aged man's corpse, and as he expected, this yellow-robed middle-aged man had also been implanted with a blood curse. It was just that the complexity of this blood curse far exceeded those he had seen on the 5 friends of Mount Meng and the Black Fiend cult members in the desolate land where the ancient teleportation array was located. Since the spy from Yellow Maple Valley had already been implanted with a blood curse, then the spies from the other 5 sects were probably the same. These were 6 Foundation Establishment cultivators, and experienced Foundation Establishment cultivators from major sects at that. To subdue them silently, without even letting the 6 sects receive any hint of trouble, and without even the nearby Yunyu sect detecting any abnormality. This was probably not something Foundation Establishment stage cultivators could achieve. Behind the Black Fiend cult, someone must still be hiding in the shadows. Thinking of this, Han Li suddenly clenched the bead in his hand. He found this item in the bald stout man's body when he was burning his corpse. If Han Li's guess was correct, this bead should be one of the blood-condensing 5 elements pills. Then the other 4 medicinal pills were likely in the hands of the remaining 3 blood attendants and the Black Fiend cult master. Han Li slowly exhaled, forcefully suppressing the surging greed in his heart. He was well aware that he was not a genius like Liu Yun's, even with the aid of the 3 revolutions heavy origin art and the great evolution art, his chances of succeeding in core formation were probably still pitifully small. Now, with the blood-condensing 5 elements pill, a treasure that could greatly increase the chances of core formation, how could Han Li let it go? Thinking of this, a bitter smile involuntarily appeared on Han Li's lips. One of the blood-condensing 5 elements pills had fallen into his hands. Now, it was probably not a matter of whether he would let them go, but whether they would let him go. As the sun gradually rose to its zenith, Han Li silently took out a spherical object from his storage pouch. This was a primordial spirit bead that he and Liu Yun's had exchanged, capable of sensing each other from thousands of miles away and even transmitting messages to each other. It was an extremely practical yet extremely rare magical artifact. The reason was simple: making a primordial spirit bead required splitting off a small piece of one's primordial spirit and entrusting it to the other party. Unless they were life and death friends who trusted each other implicitly, who would be willing to give up a part of their own primordial spirit? In the current situation, Han Li felt that he probably couldn't handle it alone. The 3 blood attendants and the Black Fiend cult master were fine, at most, they were Foundation Establishment stage cultivators, and with his current divine ability, he truly didn't fear them. However, the person hiding behind the Black Fiend cult probably had a cultivation realm beyond the Foundation Establishment stage, which meant he needed a powerful helper by his side to guard against unforeseen circumstances. Han Li thought as he channeled his magical chi into the primordial spirit bead. A small spiritual light appeared within the primordial spirit bead. Han Li was first stunned, then couldn't help but show a look of great joy. Suddenly, Han Li's expression darkened, and he quickly put away the primordial spirit bead, a pair of azure wings instantly unfurling behind him. Foundation Establishment stage cultivators, and 9 of them. All right outside his door. After a moment of contemplation, Han Li spoke calmly, "Friends outside, please come in and speak if you have something to say." Ha 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 ha. No sooner had Han Li finished speaking than a familiar laugh came from outside the door. "I knew it, Junior Brother Han's divine ability is extraordinary now. Our little tricks are just asking for trouble." Han Li was startled, then asked with some surprise, "Is that Senior Brother Song outside?" "Indeed. Junior Brother Han, you've made me long for you so much." The door was pushed open, and Han Li's 4th senior brother, Song Meng, swaggered in, speaking with unusual familiarity. Behind him were 8 other cultivators, 5 men and 3 women, one of whom was Chen Qiaoqian. A hint of doubt flashed in Han Li's eyes, but he showed nothing on his face, instead warmly going to greet them. A refined-looking young man behind Song Meng smiled and said, "8th junior brother, I've heard your name more than once from Master. It's a pity that 7th junior sister and I have never had the chance to meet you. Now we finally get to meet the Immortal Master." The woman beside the young man also smiled and greeted him, her eyes curiously appraising Han Li. Han Li's gaze swept over the 2 of them, his heart stirring slightly, and he quickly said, "So it's 3rd martial brother and 7th senior sister." Junior brother has long heard of senior brothers and senior sisters' great names. Han Li's words weren't entirely nonsense. 3rd martial brother Lu Jing and 7th senior sister Zhong Binang were quite famous among the low and mid-level cultivators of Yellow Maple Valley, considered relatively promising disciples under Li Huayuan. Lu Jing and Zhong Binang exchanged glances, both seeing the smile in each other's eyes. Clearly, their first impression of Han Li was very good. Han Li then looked at the others, smiling as he cupped his hands and said, "6th senior brother, and senior sister Chen, it's been a while." Han Li's 6th senior brother, Wu Xian, also smiled and cupped his hands to Han Li, his attitude quite good. Chen Qiaoqian, on the other hand, had a cold expression, showing no unusual emotions. Han Li then greeted the other people individually, exchanging pleasantries. After a few sentences, the refined young man pondered for a moment, then smiled and said, "Junior brother Han, actually, we came here specifically to ask for your help." Han Li looked at them with some confusion, but he said without hesitation, "Senior brother, please tell me what it is. As long as it's within my ability, junior brother will never refuse." The refined young man nodded, and just as he was about to say something, he heard Chen Qiaoqian suddenly speak. "Senior brother Lu, let me explain this matter. After all, it's our business, and it's not good to keep troubling you all." Lu Jing looked at Chen Qiaoqian with some surprise, nodding noncommittally. Chen Qiaoqian looked at Han Li, her expression cool as she said, "Junior brother Han, this matter needs to be explained from the beginning. About 2 months ago, a few of us received Master's order to investigate the disappearance of Foundation establishment cultivators from the 7 sects within the state of Yu. Everything was normal at first, but who would have thought? Chapter 150, Yu Kingdom's Sudden Changes. From Chen Qiaoqian's words, Han Li learned about a series of major events that had recently occurred in the Yu Kingdom. Chen Qiaoqian and her group had originally returned to the Yu Kingdom only to investigate the disappearance of Foundation establishment cultivators from the 7 sects, but they never expected that immediately upon returning to Jian Prefecture, they would receive news of cultivators attacking the Jian Prefecture government office. By the time the group arrived, the Jian Prefecture government office was already unrecognizable. More than half of the government office's ground had been completely torn open, revealing an intricate underground palace intertwined with countless skeletons within. Above the underground palace, dozens of black-robed cultivators were hung high, their lives long gone. The Jian Prefecture prefect was among them. This matter was truly too significant, and after weighing the pros and cons, the Yellow Maple Valley high-ranking officials decided to temporarily suppress the news and have Chen Qiaoqian and the others continue to investigate the matter. Originally, they thought this was just an isolated incident, but they never expected that in the next 2 months, 12 of the Yu Kingdom's 13 prefectures would successively experience similar events. Not only did it cause widespread panic, but Chen Qiaoqian and the others were also forced to travel all over the Yu Kingdom. In the end, it was their master, Ming Hui, who, out of concern for his disciples, shamelessly sought out his old friend Li Huayuan and borrowed a few people from him. And now, the only prefecture where nothing had happened yet was Yu Prefecture, the center of the Yu Kingdom. Han Li listened silently, occasionally interjecting with crucial questions. By the time Chen Qiaoqian had explained the entire situation, he already had a vague guess in his heart. "Junior brother Han, you were assigned to Yu Imperial City by Senior Marshal Uncle Li early on. I wonder if junior brother has any news you can share." Chen Qiaoqian said very earnestly, a hint of hope showing through her cold eyes. Song Meng had the same look in his eyes, even mixed with a few traces of eagerness. The others all looked noncommittal. In their opinion, even the prefects of various prefectures had secretly become evil cultivators right under the 7 sects' noses. Behind this matter, there was likely a complex and strict organization orchestrating everything. They just didn't know which powerful being they had provoked to bring about such a disaster. Han Li, a Foundation establishment mid-stage cultivator, even if he had stayed in Yu Imperial City for more than 2 months, couldn't possibly have any very valuable information. Lu Jing and the others had only come with a let's try attitude, but for some reason Song Meng and Chen Qiaoqian were full of confidence in Han Li, even harboring a subtle sense of admiration. Amidst the varied gazes of the crowd, Han Li nodded silently. "Junior brother Han, do you really know news about this evil cultivator organization?" Lu Jing asked with some surprise. Han Li said with a wry smile, "To be honest with all senior brothers and senior sisters, this matter is truly a bit coincidental. If you had come a few days earlier, I'm afraid I would have been just as clueless. It just so happens that last night, I encountered a group of evil cultivators." Han Li edited and selected some information from his encounter last night and the intelligence he had gathered, slowly narrating what he could reveal to them. Black Fiend Cult. A trace of evil chi flashed across Lu Jing's face. "I didn't expect them to have their main altar in the Imperial Palace." Chen Qiaoqian's expression also became extremely serious. Lu Jing glanced at everyone and said in a solemn tone, "Everyone, now there are evil people causing trouble within the Yu Imperial Palace. Who knows how many innocent people have died at their hands? How can we stand by and do nothing?" As soon as these words were spoken, the group immediately exchanged glances, all seeing the eagerness in each other's eyes. Putting aside the matter of eradicating evil and upholding the Dao, the Black Fiend cult had been operating for many years, so their foundation must be quite rich. Moreover, they now had a full 10 foundation establishment cultivators on their side, so there was no way they could lose to the evil cultivators opposite them. Such an opportunity was rare. Wu Xian stroked his chin on the side and somewhat hesitantly said to Lu Jing, "Third Marshal brother, the Imperial Palace is still a forbidden land of the 7 sects. Should we consult Master first?" Lu Jing thought for a moment, then waved his hand at him. "No, speed is of the essence. Junior brother Han already alerted them last night. If we are even a step late and these evil people escape, it will be difficult to find them again." Lu Jing turned to look at everyone, his refined face showing a hint of determination and resolve. "Everyone, rest assured, if the sect blames us for this, I, Lu Jing, will bear all responsibility." "Third Marshal brother, what are you saying?" Song Meng immediately stood up. The others' hearts stirred, and their last trace of apprehension vanished without a trace. "Senior brother Lu, this is our mission to begin with. We few naturally won't shrink back." Chen Qiaoqian stood up, exchanged glances with her fellow disciples, and immediately said. Wu Xian also gritted his teeth and said to Lu Jing, "Third martial brother, count me in for this." There was no need to say more about Zhong Binang, the look in her eyes towards Lu Jing said it all. Just then, Song Meng seemed to suddenly remember something and quickly looked at Han Li. "Junior brother Han, do you want to come? If you also join, then this trip will truly be foolproof." Han Li touched his nose with a wry smile, his eyes subtly shifting. "This matter also concerns me, so I, your junior brother, am naturally duty-bound." Song Meng excitedly slapped the table, his face glowing with a different kind of radiance. This, however, left the others confused. Only Chen Xiaoqian immediately nodded, a hint of unusual color in her gaze towards Han Li. "In that case, our trip to the Imperial Palace will also be guaranteed. The purple-green twin heroes, even if only one person comes, would be enough to sweep away this group of evil cultivators." Purple-green twin heroes. Everyone's expressions changed drastically, and they all looked at Han Li in shock. "Junior brother Han, you are the purple-green twin heroes who consecutively killed dozens of Foundation establishment demonic cultivators on the border battlefield." Lu Jing's face was filled with shock, his eyes shining with a mix of surprise and joy. Han Li smiled wryly, but his heart suddenly relaxed. Thank goodness. That was the nickname that got out. If it were one of the nicknames Liu Yun's had made up, then he would have no other choice but to commit suicide right now. Actually, it was just a joke by the fellow disciples at the border, the main credit still goes to senior brother Liu. Han Li said helplessly. Junior brother Han is too modest. Song Meng was immediately a bit displeased. Others might not know, but he had personally witnessed Han Li and Liu Yun slaughtering their way through the battlefield. Since then, he had never dared to entertain the thought of sparring with Han Li again. Excellent. This way, our chances of winning are even higher. Lu Jing said joyfully. Han Li could only nod with a wry smile, acknowledging it. Everyone sighed again. After more than half an hour, Han Li excused himself to find the Qin family to prepare rooms and walked out alone. Senior. The 5 friends of Mount Meng cautiously approached him. They had never seen so many Foundation establishment cultivators in their lives, to the point that they were still somewhat trembling and didn't dare to speak much. Han Li looked at the 5 friends of Mount Meng, his expression becoming a bit grim. The appearance of these fellow disciples had somewhat disrupted his plans, but it wasn't irreparable. Han Li flipped his hand, took out the primordial spirit bead, then formed a hand seal, and a faint spiritual light flew out from the primordial spirit bead. I have a very important task to give you now. Han Li said in a deep voice. The 5 friends of Mount Meng were startled and immediately bowed respectfully, saying, Senior, please speak freely. We will certainly do our utmost to serve you. You don't need to do anything too complicated, just help me deliver something. Han Li patted his storage pouch, and a yellow round bead appeared in his palm. Follow this spiritual light, it will lead you to a person. Give him this round bead. Your mission will then be complete. The 5 friends of Mount Meng looked up with some surprise and reached out to take the yellow round bead. Chapter 151, Clash. Inside Yuejing City, the 5 friends of Mount Meng weaved through the crowds on the streets. The boss of Mengshan, who was walking at the very front, clutched his chest tightly with his right hand, his eyes darting around, a faint sheen of sweat on his forehead. The others were spread out around him, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. A faint, powerful spiritual energy flickered around them, then instantly vanished, as if deliberately playing a game of hide and seek. The boss of Mengshan's clothes were drenched in cold sweat. An incredibly intense killing intent had followed them like a shadow the entire way, and as time passed, this killing intent grew increasingly violent, threatening to erupt at any moment and tear them to shreds. The group swallowed, their minds involuntarily recalling the words Han Li had told them earlier. When you go outside, you will be targeted. Do not panic, they still need you to draw out the person behind you, so they won't do anything to you for now. Remember, walk in crowded places. Follow the light spot as quickly as possible to find that person. Once you find him, you will be absolutely safe. The boss of Mengshan gritted his teeth, gripping his chest even tighter with his right hand. Suddenly, a point of spiritual light lit up on his chest. The 5 friends of Mount Meng were all stunned, turning to look at the tavern beside them. Li Family Tavern. The boss of Mengshan was a little puzzled. They knew this place, it was a rather famous tavern in Yuejing City, and while a few of its signature dishes couldn't be called renowned throughout the capital, they were certainly well known. The 5 friends of Mount Meng exchanged glances, feeling the increasingly palpable killing intent around them. After a moment of thought, they gritted their teeth and walked inside. Sirs, welcome. This way. Go away. The waiter enthusiastically greeted them but was casually shooed away by the irritated second brother of Mount Meng. The group, with grim faces, scanned the area once, then walked straight to the second floor under the waiter's surprised and uncertain gaze. The environment on the second floor was noticeably more elegant and quiet than the first. There were 7 or 8 sparsely arranged tables, most of which were empty, with only 2 or 3 tables occupied by guests. Among them, the most eye-catching was a young man by the window. He had an extraordinary appearance, was splendidly dressed, yet inexplicably seemed travel-worn, and was enthusiastically devouring a large table of dishes. Just as the 5 friends of Mount Meng had finished looking at the few tables of guests on the second floor, the spiritual light on the boss of Mengshan's chest suddenly flew out on its own, shooting directly into the young man's body. The young man remained completely unmoved, his speed of eating not diminishing in the slightest, and even increasing a bit. Senior. The boss of Mengshan approached, somewhat at a loss, still holding the yellow round bead Han Li had given him. A senior named Han asked us to give this item to your excellency. The boss of Mengshan placed the round bead on the table, glanced around with sweat on his brow, then covertly let out a sigh of relief. Senior, our task is complete. Do you think we can? Can do what? A cold voice came from behind him. The 5 friends of Mount Meng were startled and quickly turned to look. They saw 3 men, who had appeared at the staircase landing at some unknown time, watching them with sneers. A flash of spiritual light in the eyes of the 5 friends of Mount Meng immediately revealed their despair. The cultivation of these 3 men was unfathomable, they were all Foundation establishment cultivators. Originally, I just wanted to see who was behind you, but I didn't expect to catch such a big fish, the deist standing in the middle said with a sneer, his gaze never leaving the young man for a moment. Lake Foundation establishment stage cultivation. I suppose Tai Luo, even if he didn't die by your hand, is certainly not unrelated to you, fellow deist, is he? The young man beside the deist's gaze wandered, glancing at the yellow round bead on the table, his expression becoming a little strange. He opened his mouth as if to ask something. We'll talk about it later, prioritize dealing with this person first. Before the young man could speak, the deist cut him off with a single sentence. He then obediently nodded and said nothing more. The deist's eyes narrowed as he looked at the yellow round bead, feeling a bit uncertain and vaguely having a bad premonition. However, the other young man sneered, his figure moved, and he strangely appeared beside the table, reaching out to grab the yellow round bead. Clap. Another hand, faintly glowing red, seized his wrist. Friend, by Jianghe rules, you don't hit someone who's eating. Can't whatever it is wait until I finish eating. Liu Yun spat out a bone, saying emotionlessly. Jianghe rules. The young man's wrist was held, but his face showed no unusual expression, he still looked at him with a sneer. I've been in the Jianghe for many years, why have I never heard of such a rule? Liu Yun nodded and said, it's not strange, I just made that rule. Humph. The young man snorted coldly, his other hand faintly glowing with cold light, and suddenly clawed down towards Liu Yun's head. At the same time, another young man strangely appeared behind Liu Yun's, his 10 fingers like swift blades, stabbing towards Liu Yun's back. The deist's eyes also flashed with cold light, and he raised his hand, releasing a green light that shot rapidly towards the 5 friends of Mount Meng. All of this happened in a flash. The 5 friends of Mount Meng didn't even have time to react before the dazzling green light was already before the boss of Menshan's eyes. Just then, the air seemed to let out a sonic boom. Countless green threads suddenly appeared all around, trapping the 3 men in place, unable to move. The green light was also enveloped by the green threads and vanished without a trace. Formation. The deist's entire body erupted with spiritual light, and he forcefully broke free from the green thread's restraint, retreating backward. The other 2 also displayed their divine abilities, one flashed with golden light all over and strangely disappeared, while the other exhaled cold air, freezing the green threads on his body into ice, then forcefully broke free. By this time, Liu Yun's had already thrown all the 5 friends of Mount Meng out of the 2nd floor of Li Family Tavern, and the remaining few tables of diners had also gradually vanished. The entire 2nd floor had actually been transformed by an illusion formation. Liu Yun's watched the 3 easily escape, and couldn't help but sigh. My formation studies are still not up to par, I can't even trap these 3 fellows. The 2 young men's faces showed shock and anger, and they looked as if they were about to rush forward to fight Liu Yun's to the death, but the deist waved his hand, stopping them both. Who exactly is your excellency? The deist asked, full of doubt. Liu Yun's rolled his eyes, looking very helpless. You people, you really can't make it to the big stage. As Liu Yun spoke, he took out a stack of iron tokens from his pregnant. He slowly said, under the 3 men's extremely ugly expressions, in the past 2 months or so, I've traveled all over Yu State and taken down 12 of your Black Fiend cult's branch altars, and now you few actually don't even recognize me. With a clatter, Liu Yun threw all 12 iron tokens in front of the 3 men. Your 12 hall masters, plus hundreds of cult members scattered across the land, have all been wiped out by me. Now, only you are left. Run. The moment he saw those iron tokens, the deist shouted without hesitation and turned to rush towards the window. Trying to run now? A bit late, isn't it? Liu Yun picked his ear, slapped his storage pouch with one hand, and 3 ghost fire flying forks shot out. At the same time, over a dozen white lights landed on the ground, transforming into over a dozen ferocious, dark puppets, flickering with faint spiritual light. Before the 3 could escape, countless green threads reappeared, surging towards them. The ghost fire flying forks also attacked the 3 simultaneously, their emerald green ghost fire blazing fiercely in the wind, creating an astonishing display of power. The deist abruptly turned his head, waved his large sleeve, and flung out 6 green round beads. Immediately, green spiritual light erupted. Chapter 152, Dual Fronts. A dazzling spiritual light lit up on the 2nd floor of the Li family restaurant. 6 green orbs interlinked, forming a hexagonal green light shield that firmly blocked 3 ghostly fire flying forks. Sweat appeared on the deist's forehead, and he yelled without turning his head, break the formation quickly. Seeing this, the 2 young men didn't hesitate in the slightest. Their bodies shimmered with spiritual light, clearly about to use their methods to break the formation. Just then, a green light flashed in front of them, and Liu Yun strangely appeared before them, accompanied by more than a dozen dark, ferocious puppet beasts. The puppet beasts, holding glowing orbs in their mouths, instantly spat out more than a dozen massive light pillars as soon as they appeared, shooting towards the two men. At the same time, strands of green light suddenly appeared around the two men, sealing off all their escape routes. The two men only had time to release a layer of light shield to protect themselves before they were engulfed by the dozen light pillars the next second, crying out in alarm as they turned into dust, leaving only one gold and one blue orb that Liu Yun's drew into his hand. The human cauldron method. A flicker of surprise passed through Liu Yun's eyes as he smiled at the deist and said, "Your cult master is quite ruthless, isn't he?" When the two men died, the deist's expression had already become extremely ugly. Now, seeing these two orbs, despair immediately appeared in his eyes. This fellow deist, no. This immortal master. This humble one was blind. I mistakenly trusted a villain. Please, immortal master, give this humble one a chance. This humble one is willing to lead the way for immortal master and personally bring that villain to justice. As he spoke the last two words, a ferocious look appeared between the deist's brows, indicating that he hated the black fiend cult master, who had used them as pill furnaces, to the bone. Lead the way. Liu Yun's tilted his head, thought for a moment, and then smiled brightly at him. No need. Standing with someone like you feels too insecure. You should just die first. More than a dozen puppets opened their mouths again, and as light dots converged, another dozen light orbs formed. The deist's face instantly turned pale with fright. He turned his head and spat a mouthful of vital blood onto the hexagonal light shield, then transformed into a faint green shadow and flew towards the edge of the formation. Haha. Playing escape techniques in front of me. Liu Yun's couldn't help but laugh aloud, transforming into a green light and chasing after him. The green light and green shadow intersected, and the deist's slender figure was immediately flung out, falling to the ground in a sorry state. Before he could get up, more than a dozen light pillars arrived in an instant, directly sweeping him into dust. A green light flashed, and Liu Yun's reappeared in his original spot. He raised his hand and conjured a green orb from the air. A blood-condensing 5 elements pill, a high-purity true essence aggregate of a single attribute. Liu Yun's examined the few orbs in his hand, his eyes filled with pure curiosity. Refining 5 elements true essence to increase the success rate of core formation? It doesn't seem that simple. I'll have to study it when I get a chance. Liu Yun's put away the orbs, raised his hand to dispel the formation, and the entire second floor of the Li family restaurant reappeared. Only this time, the entire second floor was empty, with only him present. Liu Yun's walked down the stairs with light steps, and the waiter eagerly approached him, his eyes seemingly glowing with gold. "Sir, did you enjoy your meal?" Liu Yun's nodded with satisfaction, smiling as he said, "Not bad, your dishes are good. I won't be using this second floor anymore. The remaining money is all for your tip." "Thank you, sir. Take care, sir." The waiter's voice rose 8 octaves, and he bowed so low he looked like he wanted to dig a hole and jump into it. Liu Yun's waved his hand without looking back, picking his teeth in a rather uncultured manner as he swayed out. Outside the restaurant, people came and went, completely unaware that a major event had occurred above their heads today. Except for the 5 friends of Mount Meng, who stood frozen in place. As they watched Liu Yun's walk out of the restaurant, they simultaneously let out a sigh of relief, yet felt a sense of unreality, as if a lifetime had passed. Life and death, in a single thought. These ants, in the end, had survived. 5 friends of Mount Meng, right? Liu Yun's looked them up and down. What did that Senior Han tell you to do? The few of them froze, then exchanged glances. Finally, the boss of Mengshan respectfully bowed and cautiously said, reporting to Senior, Senior Han only asked us to deliver something to Senior. The rest, he did not inform us at all. Is that so? Liu Yun stroked his chin and chuckled. That's his style. Looking at their restrained demeanor, Liu Yun's couldn't help but find it a little amusing. He turned and took out a storage pouch from his embrace, tossing it to the boss of Mengshan. Senior, this is... The 5 friends of Mount Meng were all a bit stunned, and the boss of Mengshan held the storage pouch, looking at him at a loss. There are some spirit stones and magical artifacts inside, consider it your reward for this trip. Liu Yun smiled, his expression turning serious. Take these things and leave. Try to stay far away from Yuejing City. Perhaps we'll meet again someday if fate allows. The boss of Mengshan's hands trembled slightly. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but in the end, he didn't, only taking his brothers and sisters and bowing deeply and respectfully. Thank you, Senior. Liu Yun shook his head helplessly, a smile playing on his lips as he looked at the surrounding mortals who were watching. With a flash of yellow light, he abruptly vanished from his spot. This startled many mortals into exclaiming, and some even knelt directly on the ground, shouting for immortal protection. The 5 friends of Mount Meng exchanged glances, and taking advantage of the surrounding chaos, silently disappeared into the crowd. At the same time, in the Qin residence, Han Li put away the primordial spirit bead in his hand, his lips curving slightly upwards with a hint of triumphant smile. He had the 5 friends of Mount Meng carry one of the blood-condensing 5 elements pills to lure out the other blood attendants, then handed them over to Liu Yun's to deal with. This was indeed a risky move, but since Han Li knew the origin of the blood-condensing 5 elements pill, he naturally couldn't risk the other 5 elements pills falling into the hands of his fellow disciples, nor could he hand over those blood attendants for them to deal with. Compared to that, this was already the least risky plan. After all, he had great confidence in Liu Yun's strength, quietly eliminating 3 blood attendants was no problem for him. He had also already placed a secret mark on the 5 friends of Mount Meng, so if they tried to abscond with the treasure, Han Li could always find them. As for why he joined Lu Jing and the others' operation, it was for similar reasons. The last blood-condensing 5 elements pill was not yet in hand, and its method of use was still with the Black Fiend Cult Master. No matter what, Han Li had to get both of these items. That Black Fiend Cult Master had to die by his hand. As for the person hidden behind the Black Fiend Cult, a trace of worry flashed in Han Li's eyes. I wonder where that person is? What is his cultivation level? Can Liu Yun's defeat him? Thinking of this, Han Li clenched his fist tightly. Yuejing City was not very far from Yunyu sect. If things really came to a head, he and Liu Yun still had the last risky move of calling for reinforcements, but by then, the situation would likely spiral out of their control. Junior brother Han, Chen Qiuqin's voice came from behind him. Han Li took a deep breath, turned around, and looked at her with a smile, not showing the slightest unusual emotion on his face. Senior Sister Chen, is there anything you need? Chapter 153, Infiltration. Inside the Yu Imperial Palace, beneath a rockery. A pair of eyes, glowing with blood light, opened in the darkness. Qingwen, Yashe, and Binjao are all dead. Did a core formation stage cultivator enter the capital? In the darkness, something even darker seemed to be stirring. No, it's just a late foundation establishment stage cultivator. His divine ability isn't bad, and his divine sense isn't weak. Your blood attendants didn't die in vain. Another low voice came from the depths of the darkness, carrying a faint hum that echoed throughout the entire cavern. Is that so? The eyes glowing with blood light closed again, and the cavern fell silent once more. There's no need to do anything extra, that person will come looking for you. The voice echoed in the darkness, subtly fluctuating as if distorted, appearing exceptionally eerie. How do you know? The person with blood-glowing eyes asked in a low voice. What? Don't you believe me? This time, the voice held a hint of mockery. The other person remained silent, not speaking. Hehe, don't worry. That person's divine sense isn't weak, but how can it compare to mine? I've been watching him all along. He has now infiltrated the Imperial City and is currently asking palace maids and eunuchs for information, observing the terrain. He will likely rush into the cold palace to find you tonight. Then let him come. The blood light flared, instantly illuminating the entire cavern. And the piles of white bones beneath the cavern. The daylight faded, and the curfew drums sounded their final round. Night gradually enveloped the entire Imperial City. This behemoth was eerily silent under the cover of night, like a lurking vicious beast silently sharpening its claws in the darkness. On the dark city walls, the patrolling soldiers perfunctorily made 2 rounds before finding an isolated corner and falling into a deep sleep. The city gate officers were nowhere to be seen, as if they had collectively disappeared. Such lax defenses naturally couldn't detect the group of uninvited guests above the city walls. Lu Jing looked at the dark, imposing Imperial City before him, his heart heavy, making his breathing somewhat rapid. After a while, Lu Jing suddenly waved his hand. Depart. Among the group, some had solemn expressions, some showed excitement in their eyes, and others had deep, unreadable gazes. Han Li lingered at the back of the team, his eyes vigilantly scanning his surroundings. He had originally intended to come earlier to set up some contingencies, but his apprehension towards the mysterious figure behind the Black Fiend cult still made him abandon acting alone, choosing instead to patiently wait until nightfall before following the others into the Imperial City. At the same time, he was silently sensing the information from the primordial spirit bead, his expression growing increasingly solemn. All 4 blood attendants were annihilated, yet there was no unusual activity within the Imperial Palace. Did the other party not know that disaster was about to strike him? Or did the Black Fiend cult master still possess some fatal trump card? Could it be the mysterious figure behind the Black Fiend cult? Han Li pondered these matters, not betraying any unusual emotion on his face, and continued to follow the group as they flew deep into the Imperial Palace, nearing the Cold Palace. All right, let's proceed as we planned earlier. Lu Jing turned to face everyone. Junior Sister Chen, 7th Junior Sister, you 2 go rescue the Emperor Yu first, to prevent these demonic individuals from resorting to desperate measures and threatening us with the Emperor Yu. The rest of us will follow me to find the 4 blood attendants and the Black Fiend cult master. Chen Xiaoqia and the other woman acknowledged, then turned and flew towards the Emperor Yu's bedchamber. Lu Jing watched them leave, then turned back and nodded to Junior Brother Han. Junior Brother Han, this time, we're counting on you. Han Li gave a helpless, bitter smile, his heart inexplicably thumping. His 3rd martial brother seemed to be treating him as some great savior. Let's go. Lu Jing took the lead, flying unreservedly towards the depths of the cold palace. The rest of the group quickly followed, controlling their magical artifacts. Han Li also took out the cloud-piercing shuttle, which he hadn't used in a long time, and followed behind the others. Several escape lights descended from the sky, and the numerous Black Fiend cult members guarding the cold palace immediately discovered them. Instantly, countless spiritual lights, mixed with various magical artifacts and spells, surged towards the group. Courting death. A trace of evil chi appeared on Lu Jing's face. Han Li, however, frowned slightly, looked up towards the deepest part of the cold palace, and a faint smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of his mouth. He took out 8 bone-white flying daggers and joined the others in attacking the Black Fiend cult members. At the same time, in front of a rockery deep within the cold palace, Liu Yun's, enveloped in yellow light, mysteriously appeared out of thin air. The periphery is full of guards, but there's no one here at all. They're really quite confident. Liu Yun shook his head, speaking with an expression that was hard to tell if it was admiration or sarcasm. Under his divine sense, the space beneath the rockery was completely exposed. Liu Yun's took a step forward, and his entire being, as if invisible, mysteriously merged into the rockery. After escaping down dozens of zhang, Liu Yun's felt his vision clear. He broke through the earth and floated in a massive cavern. This cavern was pitch black, one couldn't see their hand in front of their face, and there was no light to illuminate it. Liu Yun's thought for a moment, then raised his hand and released a golden speck of light, which emitted brilliant rays as if it were a miniature sun. Using this light, Liu Yun's began to carefully examine his surroundings. The top of the cavern was just like an ordinary natural cave, with uneven, strangely shaped rocks rising and falling, displaying bizarre and stark forms. However, the bottom of the cavern was artificially paved with bluestone bricks, making it very flat and without any gaps. This place seemed to have once been a natural cavern, but it was later artificially modified into its current state. Liu Yun's landed on the ground, his gaze solemn as he looked down. Beneath his feet, a dozen skeletons were sparsely scattered around, most of them still wearing the robes of the seven sects. After a deep look at these unfortunate individuals, Liu Yun stepped towards the deeper part of the cavern. In the vast underground space, Liu Yun's footsteps echoed far and wide, like a lingering sound in an empty valley. After an unknown period of walking, a strange smell gradually permeated the air, somewhere between moldy and foul, making one feel quite uncomfortable. Liu Yun frowned, his steps unwavering. Suddenly, the paved bluestone bricks came to an abrupt halt. Under the illumination, there was a massive pit of unknown depth. Looking out, one could see neither the end nor the bottom of the pit, like an abyss in the darkness, making one's heart turn cold. Liu Yun's frowned deeply. For some reason, the air here felt as viscous as if it were hindering his divine sense. Even with all his might, he could barely cover a space of several tens of zhang around him. After a moment of contemplation, Liu Yun's pointed at the golden speck of light in the air. The golden light immediately brightened a few shades, gently spun in the air, and flew towards the pitch-black bottom of the pit. The dazzling golden light illuminated the smooth pit walls, but before it could go any deeper, it flickered violently several times and then abruptly extinguished. Liu Yun's brows were tightly furrowed as he gazed at the abyss-like giant pit before him. He took a helpless deep breath, then leaped. Chapter 154, Battling the Fiendish Demon. 8 streaks of white light flashed past, leaving a piercing boom in the air. Several Black Fiend cult members, whose magical artifacts had been activated for defense, were easily cut in half, their magical artifacts severed directly. Han Li waved his hand, and the 8 streaks of white light returned to him, transforming into 8 white flying daggers that hovered behind him. This should be the last batch, Han Li said to Lu Jing, who was beside him. These fiends aren't much. I haven't even had my fill. Song Meng, holding a large blue sword, pouted with a hint of disdain. Lu Jing's brows were tightly furrowed, his expression terrifyingly solemn. Something's not right. Why haven't the Black Fiend cult's blood attendants appeared yet? Only some chi refining stage cultivators have come out to stop us. At his words, the others also looked at each other with some suspicion. One of Chen Qiuqian's senior brothers mused, could it be that because someone has been targeting the Black Fiend cult recently, all the blood attendants have been dispatched and are not currently in the Imperial City? Lu Jing didn't speak, but he felt that this possibility was unlikely. Han Li looked at everyone, calculating slightly in his mind, then said, regardless, we still need to go and see. Everyone, be careful later, and don't fall into these fiends' traps. Everyone nodded hurriedly. Lu Jing temporarily put aside his doubts and led everyone to fly deep into the desolate palace. Unlike the heavily guarded outer reaches of the desolate palace, the depths of the desolate palace were terrifyingly silent, with only an endless expanse of black. No one even saw a single living creature, only discovering many bones of unknown creatures in some unnoticed corners. This desolate palace is so big. If the Black Fiend cult master intentionally wants to hide, it won't be easy to find him, Song Meng said, lightly tapping his giant sword, a hint of annoyance in his voice. Lu Jing looked at the deathly silent scene around them, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Something's wrong. Even if it's a desolate palace, it's impossible for there to be not a single person. Han Li, who was beside him, also nodded, the 8 flying daggers behind him trembling slightly. That Black Fiend cult master must have already prepared to welcome us. A wind suddenly rose behind Han Li, and he subconsciously urged the flying daggers around him. A red light flashed before his eyes, and 2 flying daggers guarding his chest instantly hummed softly. Accompanied by a puzzled sigh, a large red hand shot out like lightning, directly grabbing the 2 flying daggers. Han Li seized this opportunity to move, his figure appearing out of thin air several zhang away, while simultaneously shouting, "Be careful!" Everyone was startled and quickly gathered, surrounding the red light. At this moment, everyone's faces were grimmer than the last, their gazes fixed on the red light in heavy silence. Everyone present was a Foundation establishment cultivator, yet none of them had detected anyone approaching. This meant that if this person had attacked anyone else instead of Han Li just now, then probably no one among them would have been able to withstand such a concealed attack. Han Li was also covered in cold sweat. He was no stranger to being approached without detection. Liu Yun's formless escape technique could do similar things. If it weren't for the experience he gained from that bastard, he might not have reacted at all and would have been killed by a single claw from the person in the red light. "Heh, you children." The red light gradually receded, revealing a hideous beast about a zhang tall inside. The beast was covered in red scales, with 2 horns on its head, resembling both an ox and a beast. Its mouth was full of extremely sharp, hideous teeth, like pale white knives, gleaming with a chilling light that captivated the soul. Its body was like a twisted, deformed humanoid dragon, with red jade-like scales shimmering with a faint glow, as if they were indestructible. This hideous monster, however, now looked like a benevolent elder, squinting its red, glowing vertical pupils and smiling at them. Disturbing someone's sleep in the middle of the night is not the day of how one should conduct oneself. Han Li snorted coldly and fiercely urged the flying daggers in the monster's hand. The monster turned its head to look, then suddenly squeezed its huge claw with force. The two flying daggers immediately let out a wail, twisting and deforming in the red light, utterly ruined. Han Li's heart trembled violently. These flying daggers were made by Liu Yun's from the 8 spider legs of the white jade spider. When activated, they were exceptionally sharp, and they had accompanied him in slaying dozens of Foundation establishment cultivators on the border of Yu State. No one had ever been able to withstand a combined attack from this magical artifact. Now, this meritorious magical artifact was so easily destroyed in the hands of this monster. Lu Jing's eyelids also twitched as he watched, and he quickly asked in a stern voice, "Your Excellency, who are you?" The monster casually tossed the ruined flying daggers aside and still said with a smile, "Aren't you here to find me? How can you not recognize me when we meet?" Lu Jing's face darkened as he discreetly transmitted a message to everyone, then asked, "Your Excellency, are you a blood attendant? Or the Black Fiend Cult Master?" "Ha ha ha, you know the answer already." The monster chuckled and instantly vanished from its spot. Han Li's pupils suddenly contracted, and he shouted, "To the sky!" Immediately, his green wings spread open behind him, and a fierce green gale surged forth. Only green and red lights were seen crossing each other. The red monster was repelled several steps by the green gale, revealing its figure. Everyone was startled and, without thinking, put on several layers of defense, all flying into the sky with their magical artifacts. Han Li also transformed into a green light, soaring towards the sky. But at the same time, after the monster revealed its figure, it suddenly opened its mouth wide, and a red streak of light shot out, like a crimson lightning bolt, towards everyone. At this moment, the last ones in the group were Chen Qiuqian's senior sister and 2 other senior brothers. Before anyone could warn them, the red streak of light had already reached them. Everyone only heard a sizzle sound. The 3 of them didn't even have time to scream before they abruptly turned into ashes. The layers of defensive spells and magical artifacts around them seemed like paper, having no effect whatsoever. The expressions of the people in the air changed drastically, especially Chen Qiuqian's senior brother, whose eyes almost bled. Han Li, however, snorted coldly, his wings spreading behind him, and hundreds of green wind blades shot towards the ground. The monster glowed brightly with red light all over its body, flying straight into the sky, meeting the wind blades without dodging. The sound of metal clashing was incessant. Between the intertwining green and red lights, the wind blades fiercely struck the monster's body, but were directly repelled, unable to break through the defense of its scales. Seeing this, Han Li's face darkened as he took a deep breath, took out a 3-foot-long saber from his storage pouch, and let it quietly hover in front of him. Lu Jing saw the monster gradually approaching amidst the sky full of wind blades, a look of struggle appearing on his face. At this moment, he heard Han Li suddenly say, "This monster is powerful. Help me trap him for a few breaths." The others were slightly stunned, then nodded in delight, one after another unleashing their magical artifacts to fiercely attack the monster. The monster had a layer of protective spiritual qi around its body. Seeing the 3 people's magical artifacts attack, it immediately opened its mouth and spat out another red streak of light, which shattered the sky full of wind blades while simultaneously engulfing the magical artifacts of the others. Accompanied by dazzling red light, the faces of the others suddenly turned pale, revealing expressions of fear. Their magical artifacts were destroyed. Han Li's forehead was beaded with sweat, and the incantations from his mouth formed a continuous stream. The 3-foot-long saber in front of his chest vibrated slightly, emitting astonishing spiritual qi. The monster's gaze narrowed, and it transformed into a blinding red light, flying towards Han Li. "Fiend, you won't succeed." With Song Meng's furious roar, countless blue light threads surged densely towards the monster. At the same time, Lu Jing held a talisman, mumbling incantations. Chen Qiuqian's senior brother's yellow orb in his hand rapidly grew in size against the wind, soon expanding to over 10 zhang in diameter. Wu Xian also rubbed his hands together, and an abundance of ice cones shot out. The red light easily pierced through the blue light threads, but the ice cones that followed immediately burst open, and the bone-chilling cold qi transformed into a huge ice wall, sealing it within the ice. Red light surged, and cracks instantly covered the ice wall. But before it could completely escape, the huge orb followed, knocking the monster, which had just poked its head out, several zhang away. At this moment, Lu Jing's talisman was also ready. His eyebrows furrowed, and he shouted, "Thousand blade spell." Hundreds of golden light blades surged forth, like a dazzling golden rain of light. In the sky full of golden light, the red light that the monster had transformed into was caught squarely, unable to escape for a moment. Han Li suddenly opened his eyes, the incantations from his mouth abruptly stopped, and the long saber in front of his chest emitted a dazzling green spiritual light, circling in midair like a flood dragon and descending towards the red light that the monster had transformed into. Humph! The red light flared, instantly escaping more than 10 zhang away, revealing the utterly disheveled red-scaled monster. At this moment, one of its arms was missing, and sticky black blood was flowing from the wound, making it look completely unlike a human. Good. I didn't expect a magical artifact to be able to break through my fiendish demon body, the monster nodded, saying calmly. Han Li formed a hand seal, and the green inscription saber, refined from the beak of a Qingfeng bird, changed direction and slashed towards the monster again. The monster suddenly twisted its head, attempting to flee, but was blocked by a sky full of blue threads. Song Meng sneered, and the giant sword in his hand glowed brightly, layers of blue light threads almost completely blocking the entire sky. Lu Jing also released a black chain-like magical artifact, which wrapped around its feet like a venomous snake. The monster glowed brightly with red light all over its body, about to unleash its abilities, but was forcibly interrupted by Chen Qiuqian's senior brother's orb magical artifact. The green light had already broken through the air. Just then, a blood light suddenly descended from the sky. Chapter 155, The Battle Begins. Accompanied by dazzling blood light, everyone's magical artifacts instantly lost control. Within the blood light, a middle-aged man dressed in a dragon robe looked at the one-armed monster and sighed helplessly. I didn't expect these people to be so powerful. It seems I'll have to sacrifice you ahead of time this time. No matter, what's mine is yours, just take it. The monster grinned, its entire body transforming into a faint red light that merged into the middle-aged man's chest. Spiritual light intertwined incessantly on the middle-aged man's body, his aura gradually rising, and the surrounding blood light grew even denser. The magical artifacts of several people dimmed in the blood light, losing their spiritual essence one after another. I never thought that the true Black Fiend cult master would actually be the Emperor Yu. Lu Jing's face was as black as a pot, his eyes revealing murderous intent. The expressions of the other three were equally grim, yet they dared not act rashly. The Emperor Yu still held Chen Qiuqian and Zhong Vineng in his hands, seeing them motionless, it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Hat. The Emperor Yu sneered, not bothering to pay attention to him, focusing only on digesting the rapidly surging magical power within his body. Han Li's face was grim as he looked at the two women in the Emperor Yu's hands, the green wings behind him flickering slightly. Suddenly, Han Li's wings moved. A dazzling green light shot towards the Emperor Yu with extreme speed, reaching the blood light in the blink of an eye. The Emperor Yu paused slightly, then a mocking sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth, and a large expanse of blood light violently wrapped around Han Li, turning him into a blood cocoon. Then another spell was cast, and the dense blood light directly transformed into purple demonic fire, which began to burn fiercely. With a bang, the purple demonic fire was fiercely repelled by a green gale, and Han Li, within the gale, met the Emperor Yu's sharp gaze in midair, as if sparks were flying. Han Li suddenly raised his hand, and several black lights shot out, heading straight for the Emperor Yu's face. This action was somewhat unexpected for the Emperor Yu, who simply didn't dodge, directly raising Chen Qiuqian in his hand to block in front of him. At this very moment, several black lights directly vanished into thin air, and a strange leather pouch appeared in Han Li's hand. A ball of white liquid shot out from the pouch, transforming into a white silk net in the air, enveloping the Emperor Yu's entire head. Taking advantage of his obscured vision, Han Li's wings moved, and he appeared directly in front of the Emperor Yu, snatched the two women, and turned into a green light, flying back to the ground. The entire process was as fast as lightning, and in the blink of an eye, the hostages had changed hands. The Emperor Yu's hands were empty, and he furiously tore open the silk net, only to find a thumb-sized round bead in front of him. A dazzling white light suddenly erupted, as if another sun had been ignited in midair. This was followed by an earth-shattering roar that shook the entire imperial palace. The Emperor Yu's body was instantly submerged by the dazzling white light. At the same time, the ground beneath the imperial palace trembled violently. Lu Yuns looked up, stroking his chin with some hesitation. It seems quite lively up there. At this moment, he was in a giant pit, surrounded by darkness so thick he couldn't see his hand in front of his face. Lu Yuns threw out several moonstones, but before they could even land, their light flickered twice and completely extinguished. In this eerie darkness, even Lu Yun's divine sense couldn't probe too far, only barely covering a 3-foot radius around him. In the darkness, 2 golden lights lit up in Lu Yun's eyes. Using the golden-eyed Li connected by divine sense, he unleashed its innate divine ability to break illusions. Indeed, the peculiarity of this place is not naturally formed, but caused by an illusion formation. Lu Yun scuffed his foot on the ground, the strange, sand-like texture made his heart stir, and he couldn't help but frown in confusion. He suddenly slapped his storage pouch, and 5 formation flags instantly shot out, rising into the air and disappearing. The next second, 5 giant orbs of light bloomed above his head. All the darkness dissipated on its own under the illumination of these light orbs, revealing the true scene within the deep pit. Lu Yun's looked around, and the ground was a dazzling white, making his eyes feel a little dizzy. Upon closer inspection, this white ground was clearly an endless forest of white bones. Beneath this majestically towering imperial palace, countless accumulated skeletons were buried. A long time ago, Lu Yun's had felt that the timing of the Black Fiend cult's rise was highly problematic. Loose cultivators began to mysteriously disappear about a decade ago. Before that, no one had ever heard of loose cultivators vanishing into thin air. The Black Fiend cult also began to emerge about a decade ago, but it seemed as if in just a single night, all 13 prefectures of Yu had been infiltrated like a sieve, and their power was deeply entrenched, as if this colossal entity had appeared out of thin air. This was too illogical. Even with the involvement of the Yu Imperial Court, such an underground demonic cult organization couldn't have developed so quickly. Unless they had already begun accumulating power and cultivating influence long before their official appearance. And now, the tens of thousands of skeletons beneath Lu Yun's feet proved his conjecture. Unlike the loose cultivators, whose disappearance could still cause some ripples and make the Yu cultivation world uneasy, these tens of thousands of mortals vanished silently from the world without causing a single splash. Liu Yun's took a deep breath. The white bones beneath his feet were already fragile, crumbling like sand with just a slight force. Come out. Don't hide. Liu Yun said with a cold tone. The mass grave was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard, with only Liu Yun's heavy breathing echoing. To silently remove the secret outpost set up by the six sects within a decade, without even the Yunyu sect, which was almost within reach, discovering any clues, this is definitely not something a Foundation establishment cultivator practicing blood sacrifice methods could achieve. The Black Fiend cult's blood sacrifice method is barbaric and primitive, cultivation methods that have long been eliminated by the cultivation world. Presumably, Your Excellency did this on purpose, right? Only this way can you firmly control the Black Fiend cult and prevent any unexpected core formation cultivators from emerging. And that blood condensing 5 elements pill, from the moment I heard of this evil technique, I wondered, isn't this too coincidental? A cultivator whose cultivation can at most reach the Foundation establishment level through a quick demonic technique, just happens to obtain a method to bypass the blood sacrifice restrictions and form a golden core. I've heard of similar demonic techniques and evil methods, but the timing for this is just too perfect, and this core formation method, no matter how you look at it, seems tailor-made for cultivators practicing this demonic technique. In this context, it makes one suspect that someone deliberately arranged for the Black Fiend cult master to form a golden core under his control. If that's the case, then the recent arrogant actions of the Black Fiend cult also have an explanation. A single early core formation cultivator is nothing more than a slightly larger ant in the eyes of the 7 sects. But if there's someone else hidden behind the scenes intentionally guiding them, that might not be the case. At this crucial moment, when the 7 sects can't spare any hands, perhaps you really can get what you want. Liu Yun's powerful divine sense was no longer subject to any restrictions, spreading out wantonly. Ha ha ha. A low, strange laugh suddenly entered Liu Yun's ears. A mere Foundation establishment junior, but quite bold. Liu Yun's carefully probed his surroundings with his divine sense, but found no trace, as if the voice had truly appeared out of thin air. Suddenly, he abruptly looked up. The 5 orbs of light formed by the formation suddenly flickered wildly twice, then instantly extinguished. Darkness once again returned to the mass grave. The difference, however, was that this time the darkness began to flow, gradually gathering together to form a deep black qi. Wherever it passed, cold qi permeated, and thick frost instantly covered the bottom of the mass grave. Liu Yun's raised his hand and released a protective shield, blocking strands of black qi. The amount of this black qi was not too much, but its quality was frighteningly high. The protective shield released by Liu Yun's was contaminated by the black qi in just a few breaths, forcing him to take out several defensive magical artifacts to firmly protect his body. Ha ha ha. Junior, give your primordial spirit to me. The black qi suddenly converged, revealing a black infant about an inch tall, which lazily opened its eyes and grinned at him. Liu Yun's pupils almost contracted to pinpricks, and he subconsciously blurted out. Nascent Soul. Chapter 156, Battling a Nascent Soul. You Junior, you do have some insight. The Nascent Soul chuckled, speaking in a low, deep voice. Liu Yun's retreated 2 steps, his forehead covered in cold sweat, his eyes never daring to leave the figure. This was a Nascent Soul. An old monster standing at the pinnacle of the human realm. Liu Yun's was merely at the late Foundation establishment stage, how did he end up clashing with such an old monster? What kind of garbage matchmaking mechanism was this? But then, as Liu Yun's looked at the opponent's sneering expression, his mind suddenly calmed down. The opponent was a Nascent Soul old monster, killing him would be but a thought. But why use a phantom formation to delay him? Also, if it were a true Nascent Soul cultivator, why would the Black Fiend cult act so furtively? A sect with a Nascent Soul cultivator could already be considered a major sect in Tianese, even comparable to the 7 sects of Yu State. This person had a problem. After a moment of thought, Liu Yun's gaze gradually sharpened. Where is your Excellency's physical body? Liu Yun's asked expressionlessly. The Nascent Soul looked at him, chuckling with a hint of disdain. What? Do you actually think that without a physical body, this venerable one cannot deal with you? You Junior are quite arrogant. Liu Yun squinted at him, a faint smile gradually appearing at the corners of his mouth. So that's it. No wonder your Excellency went to such lengths to guide the Black Fiend cult master to form a golden core. If I'm not mistaken, your Excellency not only lost his physical body, but his Nascent Soul was also severely damaged, forcing him to hide in this mass grave, barely clinging to life. Liu Yun sneered, glancing around. Although the wisps of black qi were formed by the Nascent Soul demonic technique, they only achieved such a grand display by drawing upon the yin qi of the entire mass grave. A Nascent Soul old monster, now reduced to playing such a bluffing game in front of a late Foundation establishment stage cultivator. Where is your Excellency's life-bound treasure? Could it be that it was also shattered? Junior. How dare you? The Nascent Soul shrieked, and black qi surged wildly towards Liu Yun's. The 2 magical artifacts Liu Yun's held in front of him instantly dimmed, falling to the ground. The black qi swept straight in, like an invisible giant beast opening its fanged maw, biting down on Liu Yun's. Liu Yun's expression remained unchanged. He lightly patted his storage pouch, and a dazzling spiritual light shot out, instantly repelling the black qi. As the spiritual light dispersed, the majestic figure of the Tiger King puppet stood before Liu Yun's. If I remember correctly, a Nascent Soul cultivator's Nascent Soul is extremely fragile and can hardly survive for long detached from the physical body. Your Excellency's physical body was destroyed, yet you'd rather cling to life in this dark mass grave than seek a physical body for possession. It must be that a suitable physical body is hard to find, and if you were to casually find one for possession, your cultivation would surely drop significantly. Given the injuries that destroyed even your Excellency's life-bound treasure, it's not impossible to fall 1 or 2 realms after a forced possession. Liu Yun's, hidden behind the giant tiger puppet, spoke slowly, his tone devoid of emotion. At the same time, a formation plate appeared in his hand, and the 5 formation flags above his head began to move silently. No wonder your Excellency went to such lengths to have that black fiend cult master form a golden core. Given your Excellency's current situation, possessing a core formation cultivator is almost impossible, but if it were a core formation cultivator completely controlled by you from beginning to end, with hidden tricks laid out, then that's a different story. However, even so, it would likely not be easy for your Excellency to retain your nascent soul stage cultivation after possession. Could it be that your Excellency has some other trump card to preserve your cultivation? Or perhaps you are confident that you can quickly cultivate back to the nascent soul stage after your cultivation drops. Liu Yun's mind instantly flashed to the skeleton beside the ancient teleportation array and the 5-colored pearl refined from the burnt bones. Could it be related to that ancient teleportation array? The nascent soul had initially been quite disdainful of Liu Yun's minor tricks, but upon hearing him mention the ancient teleportation array, he instantly froze, and the black chi around him surged wildly. So it was you. The nascent soul roared in fury, and black chi, several times larger, shot through the air like a flood dragon. Liu Yun's immediately transformed into a golden light and entered the Tiger King puppet's body. Then, his blade wings spread out behind him, and countless golden light blades transformed into a golden stream of light, meeting the black chi. For a moment, the golden light and black chi were locked in a stalemate. As the nascent soul let out a shrill cry, a black light suddenly emerged from underground and merged into the black chi. The black chi immediately surged, instantly engulfing the golden stream of light, like a torrent of floodwaters breaking a dam in a downpour, pressing down on the Tiger King puppet. Just then, the 5 formation flags overhead suddenly dropped, transforming into 5 beams of light that firmly locked down the black chi. Junior, your formation and puppet are quite good. The nascent soul chuckled, then mysteriously vanished from his spot, appearing out of thin air within the formation the next moment, plunging into the black chi. Teleportation. Liu Yun's mouth twitched. He quickly activated the formation, only to see the black chi within the formation suddenly gather frantically towards the center, all being absorbed into a black round bowl. The 5 beams of light formed by the formation flared brightly, and countless 5-colored lights crisscrossed, slashing towards the round bowl. The round bowl emitted a faint black spiritual light, like a reef in a storm, remaining unmoving under the onslaught of the 5-colored lights. Seeing this, Liu Yun's quickly activated the Tiger King puppet. The light sphere in its chest cannon gathered, transforming into a massive beam of light that shot directly towards the round bowl. The round bowl trembled slightly, releasing a large expanse of black chi that condensed into several giant shields, firmly protecting itself. The light beam and the 5-colored lights struck the shields, producing bursts of explosive sounds, but they could not advance even half a step further. Liu Yun's, inside the puppet, had a solemn expression. After all, it was a nascent soul cultivator, even in such a miserable state, it still had some valuable trump cards. He no longer held back. With a pad of his storage pouch, dozens of formation flags and several formation plates shot out simultaneously, carried by individual puppets and spreading out. The nascent soul within the round bowl was also gnashing its teeth in hatred. This ancient treasure round bowl was not an offensive or defensive type of treasure but a supreme treasure with a special purpose, which was why it had been able to preserve it by chance. But now, this junior, who had appeared out of nowhere, had so many miraculous treasures, forcing it to forcefully activate this treasure to fight the enemy, and even resort to the teleportation technique, which consumed a great deal of origin chi. Now, trapped in the encirclement of puppets and formations, it was difficult to escape for a while. Seeing Liu Yun's about to set up another formation, a sense of urgency immediately welled up in its heart. The black round bowl also released a large amount of thick black chi, like a black spring, splashing out in all directions. The black chi was so dense it resembled some kind of nauseating black liquid, autonomously gathering in the air, winding and moving, its posture like a dragon or a snake. Junior. Do you really intend to exterminate me? A sharp voice emanated from within the round bowl, sounding exceptionally strange. Liu Yun's did not reply. Instead, he raised his hand and released a formation plate, beginning to chant an incantation. Humph. The nascent soul snorted coldly, and the liquid-like black chi transformed into clusters of pitch-black demonic fire, violently exploding. The 5 beams of light were easily torn apart, and even the Tiger King puppet was sent flying several jong away by this sudden attack. The nascent soul within the round bowl let out a furious roar, transforming into a black cold light that shot towards the giant tiger puppet. A monstrous killing intent surged forth. Liu Yun's controlled the Tiger King puppet, and with a clank sound, 2 blades extended from each of its arms, shimmering with a chilling light that captivated the soul. As the black light approached, the Tiger King puppet unceremoniously swung its arms. Streaks of blade light appeared in mid-air, like an incomparably sharp giant net, covering the black light from above. Who knew that the black light would suddenly change direction in the air, flying straight upwards? Boom! The round bowl unceremoniously shattered the rock layer above its head, and the clear moonlight entered their view. Chapter 157, Demonic Might. Blood light shot into the sky, effortlessly collecting magical artifacts one by one. Then, it suddenly coalesced, transforming into a blood-colored dragon, tightly coiling around the green mark blade. Han Li and the others watched the Emperor Yu in mid-air, their expressions growing increasingly grim. Who could have imagined that the Emperor Yu could withstand a blow from the Sky Thunder Orb and not die? Such divine ability was truly astonishing. Everyone, be careful. This fiend's divine ability can defile others' magical artifacts. Use spells and talisman treasures to deal with him. Lu Jing roared, and several talismans flew from his hand, transforming into streaks of green light in the air, slashing madly towards the Emperor Yu. Song Meng and third martial brother Chen Qiaoqian simultaneously patted their storage pouches, and 2 talisman treasures shot out, hovering before their chests, gradually emitting astonishing spiritual qi as they chanted. Wu Xian, holding an ice blue precious fan in one hand, vigorously fanned it, and an overwhelming surge of white cold qi, mixed with sharp ice shards, rushed towards the Emperor Yu. Han Li had already become accustomed to working in cooperation during his time at the border. Although his current teammates were not as strong as Liu Yun's at that time, they had the advantage of numbers and ease of mind. Seeing that everyone was preparing to unleash their power, Han Li also quickly urged the trapped green mark blade, while 8 dark black prismatic thorns flew out from his storage pouch, transforming into 8 streaks of dark light that quickly vanished in the air. The Emperor Yu's expression was solemn. He controlled the blood-colored dragon to spew purple demonic fire, firmly blocking everyone's attacks, while its enormous tail, like a towering pillar, swept down horizontally. Wu Xian's cold qi and Lu Jing's green light were instantly shattered. Just as the giant tail was about to descend upon Song Meng and third martial brother Chen Qiaoqian, who were preparing their talisman treasures, 8 streaks of dark light suddenly appeared in mid-air, swiftly interweaving several times, directly tearing the dragon's tail to shreds. Judging by their abundant spiritual qi, they showed no fear of the blood light's overbearing effect of defiling magical artifacts. Han Li formed another hand seal, and the 8 streaks of dark light once again vanished. The Emperor Yu's expression suddenly changed. He opened his mouth and let out a loud roar. The blood-colored dragon instantly disintegrated, transforming back into a thick blood light that protected his body. At the same time, the 8 streaks of dark light also revealed their presence within the blood light, slowly approaching the Emperor Yu. A bead of cold sweat trickled down the Emperor Yu's forehead. If he hadn't been decisive enough just now, these 8 malicious magical artifacts would have riddled him like a sieve. Han Li also shook his head regretfully. This set of magical artifacts was made by Liu Yun's using the claws of a Qingfeng bird, named Wind-Concealed Thorns. It was one of his most effective killing moves. Han Li had used it many times to achieve great merits in the border wars, but now it was just a little short. He hadn't expected the Emperor Yu's combat experience to be so rich. Good. The Emperor Yu nodded with a grim expression, looking coldly at Han Li. Indeed, among all of you, you are the most troublesome one. Han Li sneered, what? Do you really think that without me, you can defeat the combined efforts of 4 Foundation establishment cultivators? Even if you could win, could a mere black fiend cold contend with the 7 great sects? The Emperor Yu's expression remained unchanged, and he chuckled softly. What do you know? I. Attack. Song Meng unhesitatingly shouted at third martial brother Chen Qiaoqian beside him. Their talisman treasures were ready. A shimmering blue long spear and a giant white great seal simultaneously attacked the Emperor Yu. The blue long spear was incredibly fast, almost a flash of blue light, and the spear had already struck the blood light. 2 colors of spiritual light burst forth, momentarily forming a stalemate. Just then, the white great seal arrived. The original magic treasure of this great seal must have been extraordinary, for even a tenth of its power as a talisman treasure still contained the sound of wind and thunder, its aura astonishing. The white great seal swelled to dozens of feet in size, falling forcefully towards the blood light. The Emperor Yu's expression changed. No matter how confident he was in his demonic technique divine ability, he dared not directly confront such a terrifying blow. He immediately transformed into an escape light and shot out. At this moment, Wu Xian, holding the ice blue precious fan, vigorously fanned it, and white cold qi transformed into towering ice mountains, blocking the path of the blood-colored escape light. Lu Jing also clapped his hands, and a large amount of earth and stone condensed, forming giant stone pillars that sealed all escape routes for the escape light. Han Li also urged his magical artifact. The sharp gale on the green mark blade transformed into an invisible blade several feet long, slashing down towards the blood-colored escape light. 8 other streaks of dark light appeared out of thin air, attacking the blood light from all directions. The combined efforts of the group had been formed. As long as the Emperor Yu's cultivation had not surpassed the Foundation establishment stage, it would be absolutely impossible for him to withstand this series of attacks. The blood-colored escape light suddenly stopped, gathering into a ball of blood light, unmoving. Confusion filled everyone's hearts, but their hand seals were urged even faster by 3 points. Just then, Han Li's heart was suddenly startled. Almost instinctively, he activated the wings behind him, and his entire body strangely shifted several feet away horizontally. As soon as Han Li reappeared, he touched his left cheek with a mixture of fear and alarm. A hideous wound had appeared on it at some unknown time. If Han Li's intuition hadn't been astonishing, instinctively activating his wings to dodge, then his head would have had an extra hole in it by now. Oh. Failing to hit, the Emperor Yu let out a surprised sound, then was submerged by various spiritual lights. Junior brother Han, are you all right? Lu Jing quickly asked. Han Li wiped the blood from his face and calmly shook his head. Third martial brother, I'm fine. It's just a minor injury. That's good. Lu Jing breathed a sigh of relief and turned to look at the Emperor Yu, who was completely submerged in spiritual light. I never expected this fiend's divine ability to be so powerful. To fight us 5 Foundation establishment cultivators to such a standstill with just his demonic technique, it truly is. Lu Jing sighed with a complex expression, unable to say anything more. Third Martial Brother, why the fuss? No matter how powerful this fiend is, aren't we going to deal with him? Song Meng, however, turned his head and grinned while manipulating his talisman treasure. Han Li frowned, saying with some unease, Senior Brother Song, don't be careless. This fiend is still, watch out. Han Li suddenly let out a loud shout, his wings spread behind him, carrying Lu Jing beside him into the sky. At the same time, a blade aura as black as ink burst forth amidst the various spiritual lights. The blue long spear and the white great seal bore the brunt of it. Swept by the black blade aura, they immediately disintegrated into a sky full of spiritual light. Subsequently, Han Li's magical artifact and Wu Xian and Lu Jing's spells were also engulfed by the blade aura, instantly destroyed without a trace. The blade aura's momentum remained undiminished, whistling as it swept across the original position of Han Li and Lu Jing, shooting towards the horizon and disappearing from sight. Everyone's faces turned pale, and they all looked at the Emperor Yu. At this moment, his face was pale, and one of his arms had vanished. But in his hand, there was an extra black long saber. The blade part seemed to be condensed from blood, flowing somewhat unstably. Upon seeing this, the Emperor Yu spat another mouthful of vital blood onto it. The blade instantly stabilized, and the Emperor Yu's face became even paler. Han Li looked at the long saber in the Emperor Yu's hand. His keen intuition buzzed in his mind, urging him to flee quickly. The Emperor Yu sneered at them, then raised the long saber. Just then, Lu Jing's calm voice sounded beside Han Li. Junior Brother Han, can you stall him for some time? Chapter 158, New Armor. Junior Brother Han, can you help me hold him off for a while? Lu Jing stared at Han Li without blinking as he spoke. Han Li was startled, looking at him with some surprise, then slowly nodded. Lu Jing immediately smiled, his figure soaring into the sky, a talisman with a phoenix drawn on it appearing in his palm. Seeing this, Emperor Yu raised his hand and flung out a jet black blade light. Han Li met it without a word, several shield magical artifacts going first, followed by 6 white flying swords, 3 flaming flying forks, and 5 silver flying swords that merged violently in the air, transforming into a 3-colored giant sword. The several top-tier defensive magical artifacts only lasted for a few breaths before being cut into scattered fireflies by the blade light. The 3-colored giant sword went to meet it, but in an instant, its 3-colored spiritual chi dimmed, and after a few breaths, it was cut in half by the jet black blade light. Han Li flapped the wings on his back, and 2 small tornadoes instantly formed. Then, 24 talismans shot out from his hands, hundreds of low-level talismans exploding simultaneously, turning into a towering sea of fire. The small tornadoes, carrying the sea of fire, collided violently with the now much weakened jet black blade light. Accompanied by an earth-shattering roar, both exploded simultaneously and vanished. Lu Jing in the air held the talisman, his spiritual chi fluctuations growing stronger and stronger, subtly showing signs of exceeding the Foundation establishment stage. Han Li, however, had a solemn expression. He had already used almost all his means, but could only barely block one blade light. Yet, that Emperor Yu clearly still had reserves. If this continued, unless he used his ultimate trump card, all of them would die here. But Han Li swallowed, his fingers trembling slightly. As expected of a disciple from a major sect, he has so many good things, Emperor Yu said with emotion in midair, his murderous gaze locked onto Lu Jing, who was clearly preparing a heaven-shattering strike. However, if this is all you have, then all of you shall die here. With that, Emperor Yu raised the long saber in his hand, and the black blade light flickered again. Han Li glanced at Lu Jing, who was not yet ready, and couldn't help but take a deep breath, trembling slightly as he pulled a belt from his storage pouch. A long time ago, Liu Yun's had promised Han Li to build him a suit of armor that didn't require a passphrase. At the time, Han Li was very happy. After all, this armor was indeed powerful and suited his taste, but having to shout a slogan every time he put it on was truly a challenge to his psychological endurance. If the slogan could be removed, that would be even better. Facts proved that Han Li was still too young. That bastard Liu Yun's would absolutely not act like a decent human being in places where he didn't have to. Under everyone's bewildered gaze, Han Li silently put on the belt, his face successively showing expressions of anger, shame, sadness, and finally, all of it settled into numbness. Emperor Yu in the sky had already flung out the blade light. Han Li gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and fiercely pressed the button on the belt. Dong dong dong. A stirring music rang out from Han Li's crotch. To everyone's shock, the belt spoke. Are you ready? The voice was full of intonation. Full of flair. The speaker must have been very excited and proud. That's right, it was Liu Yun's voice. Han Li's eyes were hollow, his expression numb. His left hand on his chest, his right hand raised high, palm open to the sky, while simultaneously thrusting his crotch forward, striking an incredibly shocking pose. Excellent. Let's dance. The belt hummed, hundreds of parts instantly shot out, assembling and combining all over Han Li's body, finally forming a suit of armor. This suit of armor was mostly grayish-white, interspersed with cyan green patterns. Its overall design was like a dangerous venomous insect, filled with a sharp sensation that felt as if it could cut the eyes. Han Li clenched his fists, tilting his head to look at the others. At this moment, he seriously considered the possibility of silencing everyone present. Just then, the black blade light had already broken through the air. Han Li moved abruptly, his grayish-white figure strangely crossing a dozen zhang, blocking the blade light. The cyan-green patterns glowed brightly, converging in his hands into two 3-foot-long sabers. Han Li held the twin sabers, crossing them for a slash. With a hum, two blade lights exploded simultaneously in the air. Han Li was repelled several zhang, but quickly stabilized himself, slightly rotating the twin sabers in his hands, and went to meet it again. Emperor Yu's eyes looked as if he had seen a ghost. His black blood saber was a fragment of a magic treasure, and not just any magic treasure. What on earth was the armor on this kid? It could actually withstand the blade light of the black blood saber. The talisman in front of Lu Jing suddenly let out a clear chime, and the faint sound of a phoenix echoed around. Seeing this, Emperor Yu unhesitatingly flung out several blade lights, but Han Li, wielding his twin sabers, blocked them one by one. Emperor Yu grew even more flustered. He bit his tongue fiercely, spitting a mouthful of black foul blood mixed with minced flesh onto the black blood saber. Instantly, the black blood saber glowed intensely with black light, while Emperor Yu himself became completely listless. All of you, die! Emperor Yu roared, raising the black blood saber high. Just then, a black light broke out of the ground, heading straight for Emperor Yu. The black blood saber in Emperor Yu's hand immediately lost control, violently breaking free from his grasp and flying towards the black light. It's you! Emperor Yu shrieked, his entire body glowing with blood light, transforming into a blood-colored flood dragon, spitting purple demonic fire as he flew towards the black light. The black light trembled, transforming into a black round bowl in the air. The round bowl rotated slightly, spitting out a deep black light. Wherever the black light passed, both the demonic fire and the blood flood dragon lost control, being absorbed into the bowl without any power to resist. Emperor Yu watched this scene with a pale face, turning to flee in panic, but the round bowl suddenly spat out a mass of black qi, which plunged into Emperor Yu's body. Ah! Emperor Yu let out a tragic wail, and at the same time, another deep voice sounded within his body. Useless. To have lost so much vital essence. Han Li and Lu Jing exchanged a glance, immediately understanding each other. Lu Jing's spiritual qi surged throughout his body. He pointed with one hand, and with a loud shout, "Go!" A giant phoenix instantly flew out from the talisman, heading straight for Emperor Yu. This item was called a true treasure, a one-time use item that core formation stage cultivators could only leave to their bloodline descendants by permanently damaging their magic treasures. It sealed 1/3 of the magic treasure's power, and once used, no one below core formation could withstand it. This was Lu Jing's greatest trump card. He had made up his mind to kill this person. Han Li held his twin sabers, the cyan-green spiritual qi surging wildly, turning into two dazzling blade lights that followed the phoenix. Just then, Emperor Yu suddenly stopped wailing, his cold, emotionless eyes abruptly opened, staring coldly at the dazzling phoenix. He extended one hand, and a torrent of black qi surged out, forming a jet-black giant hand that grabbed the phoenix. A true treasure? This is quite a rare item. Emperor Yu laughed coldly, his voice deep and hoarse, like rusty iron plates rubbing against each other. The phoenix continued to struggle, and Han Li's two blade lights struck the black qi giant hand without causing the slightest ripple. Suddenly, Emperor Yu's expression changed drastically. He controlled the black qi giant hand to crush the phoenix, then looked down at the ground. In his wary gaze, a cold voice echoed all around. Your new body is not bad. Are you ready to die now? Chapter 159, Reverse Kill. Seek death? You junior are far too arrogant. The nascent soul, possessing the Emperor Yu's body, sneered, black qi swirling around him, faintly accompanied by the wails of ghosts. Hee hee. A soft laugh echoed back and forth through the cold palace, its origin unknown. Everyone's eyes showed fear and alarm as they vigilantly scanned their surroundings. Only Han Li displayed a mix of surprise and joy. If you were still in your nascent soul body, then I truly wouldn't have any way to deal with you. But now you've actually taken possession of such a late foundation establishment stage body with severely depleted origin qi. Now, let alone your nascent soul stage cultivation, I'm afraid you can't even maintain your late core formation stage cultivation, can you? A mere mid-stage core formation cultivator without a magic treasure, dares to be so presumptuous. Have you stayed in this mass grave for too long, rotting your brain? The Emperor Yu, whose aura had completely changed, beckoned with one hand, and the black blood blade flew to his side, emitting a buzzing, strange sound. Its spirituality was high, completely different from its lifeless state when it was in the Emperor Yu's hand before. Then, the Emperor Yu, possessed by the nascent soul, took out a round bowl magical artifact from his person and threw it upwards, flinging it dozens of feet high. The black blood blade beside him, as if intelligent, slashed fiercely, and a black blade light shot out, instantly cutting the round bowl magical artifact in half. In an instant, hundreds of vengeful spirits and evil ghosts broke free, wailing as they stirred up a sky full of dark clouds. The eerie ghost qi, like an invisible evil beast, swept out in all directions. Under the terrified gazes of Han Li and the others, the entire cold palace seemed to transform from early spring to cold winter in an instant. A thick layer of frost spread out, turning the cold palace into an ominous grey-white in the blink of an eye. Thick black qi emanated from the nascent soul's entire body, intertwining to form a black tornado that grew wildly with the wind. Hundreds of vengeful spirits and evil ghosts had no power to resist, and along with the soaring yin qi, they were all drawn into it. The wails of ghosts abruptly ceased. The black qi first surged violently, then rapidly contracted inward, all absorbed by the nascent soul into its body. At this moment, the Emperor Yu's body had changed its appearance, looking like a gloomy middle-aged man, whose appearance was identical to that of the nascent soul. Not only was there no trace of the Emperor Yu's previous weakness, but he was also radiant with health, and even his missing arm had grown back. An ant-like foundation establishment junior, yet so boastful. The nascent soul sneered, the black blood blade already in his hand, and he fiercely slashed downwards with a huge blade light dozens of feet long. The next moment, everyone only felt the ground beneath their feet tremble, and everything around them began to shake violently. Ant? Ha ha ha. Everyone, run! Han Li roared, his wings spreading behind him, transforming into a green light as he fled. The other few also dared not be careless, quickly soaring into the sky on their artifacts. Boom! A deafening roar. Everyone looked back in horror, and the scene before their eyes was deeply etched into their minds, unforgettable for a lifetime. Half of the cold palace was lifted from the ground, accompanied by violent shaking and tremors, and was thrown high into the sky by someone. Like a mountain obscuring the sky and sun, it smashed down on the nascent soul with Liu Yun's roar. Even an ant can take your life. The nascent soul's expression was solemn. Holding the blade with both hands, an equally massive blade light shot into the sky, directly splitting half of the cold palace in two. The Tiger King puppet appeared in the moonlight, the massive tiger's maw on its chest radiating light, illuminating the entire night sky. A colossal pillar of light, reaching to the heavens and earth, descended with destructive aura, colliding fiercely with the black blood blade in the nascent soul's hand. For a time, spiritual light burst forth, and explosive sounds echoed for 100 miles. The entire imperial city trembled twice from the aftermath of their battle. Han Li and the others fled in panic under this divine might, not even daring to look back. Within the imperial palace, chaos reigned. Although the cold palace had been cleared of personnel, outside the cold palace, there were still hundreds and thousands of palace maids, eunuchs, imperial physicians, imperial chefs, guards, and concubines. No matter how fierce Han Li and their previous battle was, it was only like setting off fireworks, and it did not affect anything outside the cold palace. But now, Liu Yun's, controlling the Tiger King puppet, was fighting for his life against the greatly weakened nascent soul. The rank of the battle instantly escalated from a minor skirmish to a natural disaster. The mere aftershocks were like an earthquake, plowing through the entire imperial palace. For a time, wails and cries echoed through the night sky, interspersed with pleas for mercy from the immortals, which made Han Li feel a burst of irritation. Lu Jing closed his eyes in distress, then turned to the others and said, "Let's go rescue some of the imperial family members first. No matter how this matter is resolved, these people will be needed to stabilize the situation afterwards." Everyone nodded repeatedly. Breaking into the imperial palace at night was one thing, if even the imperial family members all died, that would be an entirely different matter. The few of them flew on their artifacts to the residences of the princes and royal grandsons. After knocking them all unconscious, they carried them onto their flying magical artifacts, then soared into the sky without looking back. Behind them, cries still echoed in the night sky. Han Li flew at the back of the group with a taut face, silent and unmoving. "Junior brother Han, you..." Lu Jing opened his mouth, intending to say something, but seeing his expression, he couldn't utter a single word. The lives of mortals are inherently as fleeting as morning dew and as humble as weeds. "This is not something we can control," Wu Xian said calmly, lowering his head. No one said anything, but in their hearts, they all agreed with Wu Xian's words. Except for Han Li. For some reason, at this moment, the rebellious words Liu Yun's had spoken to him, and the faces of his parents, older brother and younger sister from his childhood, alternated in his mind, stirring him into confusion. "Senior brother Wu is right," Han Li said expressionlessly. "This was never something we should manage." After speaking, Han Li urged the wings behind him, intending to leave directly. Just then, from beneath a pile of ruins in the imperial palace, a tender female voice reached Han Li's ears. "Fourth brother! Fourth brother, where are you? Fourth brother!" In an instant, Han Li felt as if he had been struck by a club. His entire body froze in midair, unable to move. "Junior brother Han? What's wrong?" Song Meng, who was closest to him, asked with concern. "Nothing, I just..." Han Li was silent, his usually calm expression like a clay or wooden sculpture, appearing stiff and devoid of any vitality. After a while, Han Li's lips gradually drooped, trembling slightly as he uttered a sentence. "One must always believe in something, right?" Han Li's wings behind him suddenly spread, expanding several times out of thin air, transforming into massive wings with a wingspan of over 10 zhang. With a gentle movement of the huge wings, a strong gust of wind immediately swept across the ruins of the imperial palace. "Junior brother Han, what are you doing?" Lu Jing asked in surprise. Han Li smiled and shook his head, saying nothing. The strong wind gathered, effortlessly lifting large sections of the ruins into the sky, tearing them into countless fragments. Individual figures were also swept up in the wind, yet they received no harm. Instead, they howled with the wind and rushed towards the outer perimeter of the imperial palace. Han Li turned his head in the wind, looking at a little girl who appeared to be only 15 or 16, her appearance and temperament quite similar to his younger sister at home. At this moment, the little girl was blinking her red eyes, looking at the surrounding strong wind with confusion. A bitter smile appeared on Han Li's lips. Then, he spread his wings again, stirring up another gust of wind, sweeping all the other people he encountered into the wind. Since he had decided to be a good person, he might as well see it through. A hint of a smile appeared in Han Li's eyes. At this very instant, although it was less than a millionth of a second, time truly experienced a discontinuity. A pair of ancient, weathered eyes suddenly opened, revealing a look of shock and anger. A faint crack appeared out of thin air between the eyes, and gradually widened, extending along the entire timeline. The most crucial karma on the entire timeline had been severed. This is impossible. The nascent soul roared in terror. The Tiger King puppet's tail propped up the black blood blade, and a huge paw stomped him fiercely into the ground. Impossible. Lu Yun's laughed uproariously. Do you really think I only have this much ability? Do you really think I have no way to deal with you at all? Look closely. This is the killing move I left for you. You think you can fight me with your meager tricks? That's what's impossible. Boom. The tiger head on the puppet's chest spewed out emerald green flames, driving the nascent soul all the way underground, into the mass grave. The flames ignited tens of thousands of corpses, and the ensuing explosion overturned half of the imperial palace, dyeing the sky a ghostly green. The Tiger King puppet stood amidst the flames, its four-bladed claws on its arms firmly pinning down the Emperor Yu's body. It watched as he wailed, burned to ashes by the flames ignited from the corpses. Lu Yun's raised his head, looking up at the crimson sky, and smiled as he extended both hands. He gave two triumphant middle fingers. Chapter 160, Spring Thunder. Ha 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 ha. Above the ruins of the Imperial Palace, Han Li stepped on the first ray of sunlight at sunrise and arrived beside Lu Yun's. At this moment, he was sitting on the Tiger King puppet, trembling with laughter. Is the harvest from clearing out the Black Fiend cult really that great? Enough to make you this happy? Han Li couldn't help but ask, puzzled. Lu Yun shook his head and extended a hand towards Han Li. Quick, give me a hand. I laughed so hard I got a cramp. Han Li nodded, turned, and walked away, not forgetting to spit on the ground before he left. Hey, hey. The blood-condensing 5 elements pill is still with me, don't you want it? Han Li paused, sighed helplessly, and turned back to pull Lu Yun's up. Lu Yun's laughed exceptionally happily and gave him a big hug without hesitation. Get lost. Han Li pushed him aside in disgust. Lu Yun's didn't care. He patted his storage pouch and took out 5 round beads and a jade slip, stuffing them into Han Li's hand. The blood-condensing 5 elements pill, plus the cultivation technique and secret arts obtained from the Emperor Yu, are all here. Lu Yun's rubbed his aching face from laughing and continued to say to Han Li, I advise you to be cautious. The core formation method of this blood-condensing 5 elements pill is not quite what you imagine. Han Li probed the jade slip with his divine sense. The demonic path secret arts greatly broadened his horizons. It wasn't until he flipped to the blood-condensing 5 elements pill method at the very end that Han Li's expression darkened. This blood-condensing 5 elements pill was truly overbearing. Using it could increase the success rate of core formation by 1/3. However, the golden core formed by this method was different from an ordinary golden core. To be precise, it should be called a fiend core. Although it possessed the same magic power and lifespan as a core formation stage cultivator, it could not grow even a tiny bit further, destined to remain an early core formation stage cultivator forever. Moreover, this fiend core would erode the owner's consciousness. Over time, they would begin to lose their sanity, gradually be taken over by instinct, and eventually transform into a beast-like existence. Han Li's face was ashen until he saw the incarnation method later on. His expression finally eased, and he revealed a thoughtful look. Lu Yun's watched the man's expression change several times, scratched his head with some emotion, and pulled out a round bowl and a tattered map from his storage pouch. To him, the blood-condensing 5 elements pill and the Emperor Yu's demonic technique were merely rare research materials with no practical use. The round bowl in his hand, however, was somewhat interesting. This ancient treasure seemed to have a special purpose. It wasn't a specialized offensive or defensive treasure. Judging by how that nascent soul used it against the Emperor Yu, it seemed to have a restraining effect on certain demonic path evil techniques, but further testing was needed to confirm the specifics. As for the tattered map, Lu Yun's couldn't help but laugh out loud again, and an intense pain immediately shot through his abdomen. That illusion reappeared before his eyes, but it was as if covered by a thick barrier, making it unclear and unable to affect him any longer. He had done it right. The key point, from the very beginning, was Han Li, the protagonist. If that exalted immortal venerable was the final form of Han Li growing up without ever encountering him, then what would happen to the previous Han Li when this Han Li, deeply influenced by Lu Yun's, grew up? Lu Yun's expressed considerable anticipation for this. Han Li put down the jade slip and exhaled deeply. A vague idea had already formed in his mind. Lu Yun's, thank you this time. Han Li said very seriously. He hadn't expected that the Black Fiend cult would actually involve a nascent soul cultivator. Fortunately, Lu Yun's core formation level puppet was strong enough, and that nascent soul stage cultivator was unlucky enough, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. Thinking of this, Han Li couldn't help but look enviously at the Tiger King puppet. To be honest, he really wanted this thing. Lu Yun's waved his hand casually. Han Li was saying that now because he simply didn't know how deep the Black Fiend cult's foundations were. Let's just say, after Lu Yun's plundered the Fu family's secret vault, his wealth was already ridiculously abundant, but the Black Fiend cult's spirit stone reserves nearly made his jaw drop. All in all, the value of the spirit stones he currently carried amounted to nearly 200,000, plus a large number of precious materials and other miscellaneous items obtained from the Fu family's secret vault. As long as he had time and Yao beast souls, Lu Yun's could even use these spirit stones to create 20 or 30 Tiger King puppets. That was equivalent to 20 or 30 mid-stage core formation cultivators. A large sect like Yunyu sect, with its vast resources, only had a dozen or so core formation stage cultivators, already making it the strongest among the 7 sects. Of course, this was just an analogy. Lu Yun's had too many things to do, and none of them could be accomplished without spirit stones. He couldn't possibly use all these spirit stones to build Tiger King puppets. Besides, even if he wanted to, where could he find so many high-level Yao beast souls? Old Han, where are the others? Lu Yun's asked, looking at Han Li, who looked like he wanted to pounce on the Tiger King puppet, with a puzzled expression. They've all left. You really scared them quite a bit. Han Li forced himself to look away and shrugged at Lu Yun's. I told them it was senior brother Lu of Yunyu sect who did this good deed, and their expressions were quite something. Had. Lu Yun's chuckled and turned to look at the ruins not far away. Quite a few people had already entered the ruins, starting to pick through things. From their appearance, they seemed to have found many good items. These are. Han Li gave a bitter smile. They are all eunuchs and palace maids whom I rescued last night. I put them on the outskirts of the Imperial Palace. Now they probably want to secretly take some things to use as travel expenses. He sighed, casting a helpless glance at Lu Yun's. No choice, who told someone to demolish the Imperial Palace? Lu Yun stroked his chin, as if completely oblivious to what Han Li was saying. Han Li shook his head helplessly and said, I'm leaving the capital. What about you? I still need to stay a few more days to give those people in the sect some time to accept reality. Lu Yun's had a smiling face, showing no discernible emotions. Such a big commotion couldn't have been hidden from the Yunyu sect, which was almost within arm's reach. Now it remained to be seen how those people would react and what their attitude would be towards him having core formation level combat power. Lu Yun's gently brushed his palm over the spirit beast pouch at his waist, and a certain spirit beast immediately let out a furious growl. He hadn't revealed this trump card yet. Alright, you go ahead. If anything happens, contact me via the primordial spirit bead. Lu Yun said, waving his hand casually. Han Li rolled his eyes at him, unfurled his wings, and transformed into a green light, soaring into the sky. Lu Yun's watched his departing figure, his gaze becoming somewhat complex, and also a little relieved. Immortal Master, a tender voice said hesitantly. Lu Yun's lowered his head, looking at the young palace maid not far away whose appearance and demeanor somewhat resembled Han Yunzi. A faint smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of his mouth. How is it, little girl? I didn't lie to you, did I? The palace maid nodded, her face flushed. Immortal Master truly didn't lie to me. Last night, as soon as I called out fourth brother, someone really came to rescue me. Lu Yun smiled. He said nothing. He had told similar words to 137 eligible palace maids the night before, but in the end, only one girl was rescued. Last night, too many people died. Lu Yun's looked up. The sun gradually rose, illuminating the ruined imperial palace and the people who were about to begin new lives in the palace. At the foot of a small mountain somewhere in Lan province, a dusty, extremely disheveled woman stepped into a small shop by the mountain. Inside the small shop, a few tables of guests sat in 2s and 3s. The young shop assistant, not much older, curiously sized up the woman, who was even younger than him, seemingly wondering how she had gotten herself into such a state. The woman looked at him and gave a big smile. For more than 2 months prior, she had been circling this small mountain, encountering fierce exotic beasts, highway robbers and even 2 low-level cultivators who appeared out of nowhere. It wasn't until last night that her luck seemed to suddenly turn. She walked straight out of the forest on the small mountain, so smoothly that she could hardly believe it. The guests also curiously sized up this strange woman, but some paid her no mind. In the innermost part of the small shop, on a wooden table, sat a pot of coarse tea. An old man and a young boy sat opposite each other, both looking troubled. Dad, the boy sniffled. Are we just going to leave little sister in that Daeus temple? She's only 10. What kind of good place is that Daeus temple? For so many years, none of the girls who went in have ever come out. Shut up. The old man scolded, chewing dried tea leaves until they were crushed bits, which spilled out from the corner of his mouth. Immortal Masters you, she's an immortal. Do you know what an immortal is? To serve an immortal, that is, an honor, anyway, don't ask. The old man gulped down a large mouthful of tea. This cheap coarse tea would immediately turn intensely bitter if it cooled down even slightly. But to the old man, no matter how bitter the tea, it was still a good thing, and it still tasted good to drink. With a thud, the strange woman plopped down beside the boy, her hand casually resting on his head, and called out, Waiter, 2 caddies of meat, 1 caddy of wine, quickly. The father and son looked at her in surprise, unsure what to say. Don't stop, keep going. The woman said with a smile, Tell me more about Immortal Masters you. Sunlight drenched the earth, and a gentle wind blew from west to east, sweeping across the dense grasslands. Dark clouds came from the horizon, bringing universal sweet rain. The farmers in the fields looked up, surprised to see the scene. A clap of thunder shook the earth, and the sound of lightning echoed across the wilderness. Today is Jingsh, the awakening of insects, and spring thunder has just begun, silencing all insects. Torrential rain poured down, washing away invisible diseases and drought. Vegetation grew wildly, and crops stirred restlessly, eager to break through the soil. The first spark of hope ignited in a small mountainside shop in Lan province. Lu Yun stood on the ruins of the old imperial palace, his face calm as he gazed at the sky. Insects silenced, natural disasters retreated. This year would be a good year. Tomorrow, too, would surely be better. At least Al Yuyuns firmly believed this. Chapter 161, Hard Nature. For the next month, Al Yuyuns went nowhere. With his worries gone, he completely let himself go. Every morning, he would wake up, flip off the sky, then hit the streets to tease cats and dogs, making himself generally disliked. In the evenings, when he was free, he would sit in meditation and cultivate. Surprisingly, in just 1 month, Al Yuyun's inconsistent cultivation, with its 3 days of fishing and 2 days of drying nets, yielded significant results. His magic power greatly increased, and although he hadn't reached the false core realm of the late Foundation establishment stage peak, he wasn't far off. Even with medicinal pill assistance, this cultivation speed was abnormally fast. Al Yuyuns even specifically studied the 5 elements escape heaven art and the cultivation insights attached to it. After studying for a while, he actually figured some things out. In fact, most cultivation techniques in the cultivation world follow a fairly reasonable design. Some cultivation techniques specialize in cultivation speed, progressing quickly and making it easy to break through bottlenecks, but their divine ability and magic power are weaker than other cultivation techniques. This means they require less experience to level up, but their skills are poor and their mana bar is short. Other cultivation techniques specialize in combat. Their cultivation speed is slow, but their divine ability is powerful and their magic power is profound. This means slow leveling, a long mana bar, and strong skills. A representative example of this is Han Li's Qing Yuan sword art. Generally speaking, the more magic power required to cultivate and break through, the slower it accumulates, and advancement is naturally slower than cultivation techniques that don't require much magic power. This is very logical. However, a small number of top-tier cultivation techniques defy this logic. They have profound magic power, powerful skills, and extremely fast cultivation, essentially combining all the advantages of both types of cultivation techniques. The reason behind this extremely illogical phenomenon still lies in the essence of cultivation, which is dual cultivation. All top-tier cultivation techniques have strict requirements for a cultivator's physique and hard nature. Even a slight deviation in these two aspects can lead to slow cultivation at best, and chi deviation at worst. The biggest difference between these and other ordinary cultivation techniques is the requirement for the cultivator's hard nature. Other cultivation techniques are simple to practice, accumulate magic power, break through bottlenecks, one step at a time. Even if cultivation is slow, there's a clear path. But top-tier cultivation techniques are not like this. These cultivation techniques touch upon the essence of cultivation, making them seem somewhat mystical. During the cultivation process, they primarily emphasize a specific state. When the state is reached, cultivation progresses at an astonishing speed. If the state isn't reached, no amount of arduous cultivation will help, and forcing it will only lead to chi deviation and self-harm. It can be said that cultivating this type of cultivation technique relies on comprehension and destiny. If these two requirements are not met, no amount of effort will help. Before Al Yuyuns cultivated to the 6th layer of the 5 elements escape heaven art, he had always been a rather carefree person, with a Buddhist mindset and few worries or distractions. Therefore, cultivating the 5 elements escape heaven art, which emphasizes the unity of heaven and man and that all things are Deo, naturally went very smoothly. But later, he met Heavenly Venerable Han, and from then on, a heart demon began to grow. Al Yuyuns is an extremely intelligent person, and the biggest problem with intelligent people is that they tend to overthink. When thoughts multiply but cannot be resolved, a heart demon naturally follows. However, Al Yuyuns did not take the path of slaying the heart demon. Instead, he physically isolated the channels through which the heart demon could arise, minimizing Heavenly Venerable Han's influence on the timeline. As a result, the heart demon naturally disappeared. With the heart demon gone, Al Yuyuns spent his days aimlessly wandering the streets, his mindset becoming more aligned with the requirements of the 5 elements escape heaven art. Coupled with the assistance of spirit medicine, his cultivation speed naturally advanced by leaps and bounds. Al Yuyuns greatly enjoyed this carefree life, but he also knew that the Unyu sect would not allow him to wander outside indefinitely. Once the people in the Unyu sect's main headquarters figured out how to deal with Al Yuyuns, he would have to leave Yuejing City, return to the Unyu sect, and play boring power games with those brain-dead individuals who only knew how to fight for power and contend fiercely. Time passed in a flash. Al Yuyuns sat casually in front of a ruined temple in the city, speaking volubly. In front of him, a group of children, averaging about 7 or 8 years old, sat haphazardly on the ground, listening intently to his nonsense. The Monkey King, wielding his golden hooped rod, charged into the Ling Xiao Palace with shouts and roars. The civil and military immortals on both sides all joined the fray. One held a 7-star sword, another raised a green dragon crescent blade. That Monkey King was truly valiant. He transformed into 3 heads and 6 arms, wielding 3 golden hooped rods, flipping and soaring. Within the Ling Xiao Palace, no god could stop him, no general could block him. He fought until the heavens crumbled and the earth split. The Jade Emperor was so frightened he hid under a table, sticking out his head and shouting, "Quick, go invite the Tathagata Buddha." Good. The children clapped excitedly, their faces flushed, cheering for the great hero. Al Yuyuns grinned, then his expression suddenly became serious, and he looked up at the sky with a pout. "All right, that's enough for today," Al Yuyuns said with a smile, patting the dust off his bottom. "Hurry home, or your parents will complain that I'm leading you astray again." Boo. The young audience booed. A snot-nosed child looked up at him, his large, bright eyes blinking, and asked in a childish voice, "Then will we come again tomorrow?" "Don't come again, I'm leaving tomorrow," Liu Yun said with a smile, waving his hand. "What about the day after tomorrow?" the child quickly asked. "You can't come the day after tomorrow either, nor the day after that." "I probably won't be coming back anymore," Liu Yun said with a smile, pinching his face. "I'll tell the story up to here for now. As for what happens to the Monkey King later, you can make it up yourselves, ha ha ha." Boo. The young audience booed again. Liu Yun's laughed heartily, then turned and transformed into a golden light, disappearing without a trace, leaving behind only the bewildered children. In the sky, Su Ruoking stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Martial nephew Liu truly has good spirits, to even tease children." Liu Yun's chuckled, waving his hand indifferently, his gaze subtly sweeping over the 4 foundation establishment cultivators following behind Su Ruoking. "It's interesting. These kids are so fun, they're willing to believe anything I say. Unlike adults, they don't believe me when I tell the truth, but they believe everything when I lie, making it seem like I'm a bad person in the end." Su Ruoking laughed twice along with him, then continued, "Let's go, Martial nephew Liu. You've rendered outstanding service by destroying the Black Fiend cult this time. The sect has already decided on your reward." "Oh really? What does the sect plan to reward me with?" Liu Yun asked with a smile. "Ha ha ha. You'll have to see for yourself, Martial nephew Liu." Su Ruoking laughed heartily, raising his hand and releasing a large banner from his sleeve, enveloping the group. "Let's go, return to the sect as soon as possible." Recently, things haven't been peaceful. Su Ruoking sighed slightly, then took the group and transformed into a white escape lights, breaking through the air. On the way, Su Ruoking narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Liu Yun's, and said politely, "I heard that Martial nephew Liu fought to the death with the person behind the Black Fiend cult, and the aftershocks of the battle nearly toppled the entire Imperial Palace. I was a bit skeptical at first, but today I specifically went to the Imperial Palace to take a look and found that the rumors were true. Martial nephew Liu, your divine ability now is probably no less than ours, old as we are." Liu Yun glanced at him and said very politely, "Junior Martial Uncle Su is too kind. It was just a bit noisy during the fight. It's nothing, just smashing Immortal's Imperial Palace." "Ha ha ha. Martial nephew is joking." Su Ruoking laughed several times. Just then, a Cyan all attacked from behind Liu Yun's. Chapter 162, Sudden Change. A cyan cone-shaped prick came from behind Liu Yun's. At the same time, a spiritual light flashed in Su Ruoking's eyes, and the large banners surrounding them instantly lit up with dazzling light, trapping Liu Yun's in place as if they were solid. The cyan cone-shaped prick struck fiercely, but it hit nothing. Liu Yun's disappeared out of thin air, like a drop of water merging into a vast river and sea. "Ha!" A disdainful chuckle came from the air. Su Ruoking's expression turned cold, and the banners around him glowed brightly. The next moment, the massive 10-foot-tall figure of the Tiger King puppet abruptly appeared and stomped down on Su Ruoking, who was within arm's reach. Boom! Without thinking, Su Ruoking conjured his magic treasure banner, wrapped himself in it, and shot out. The Tiger King puppet immediately stomped on empty air, letting out a deafening roar. The 4 foundation establishment disciples were thrown back without any power to resist. Liu Yun didn't even glance at them, his eyes fixed on Su Ruoking, his expression terrifyingly grim. "Liu Yun, you violated the 7 sects prohibition, trespassed into the Imperial Palace, murdered the Emperor Yu, and even razed the entire Imperial Palace to the ground. The sect has had enough of you. Come back to the sect with me obediently for trial immediately. For the sake of your master, perhaps your life can still be spared." Su Ruoking shouted sternly, the large banner around him erupting with dazzling spiritual light, with faint golden and silver runes appearing on it. Liu Yun heard his words and let out a disdainful sneer. "You just tried to kill me, didn't you?" Liu Yun smiled and glanced at the 4 foundation establishment disciples not far away. "Leaving aside whether the sect would dare to mercilessly attack me without even asking a single question, just this formation of yours, if it were truly sent by the sect, then it would be far too disrespectful." Su Ruoking stroked his beard, his eyes drooping, like an old wolf wandering in the wilderness. "What a joke. Who do you think you are? Do you really think you can act lawlessly just because Kaiang Wuji protects you? Now the sect is extremely angered by your actions, which is why they ordered me to apprehend you. Do you still intend to defy orders?" "Defy orders?" Liu Yun looked at him and couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Not only will I defy orders, but I also want your life." The blade wings on the back of the Tiger King puppet flashed with golden light, instantly transforming into a golden streak that shot out directly towards Su Ruoking. At the same time, Liu Yun did not enter the puppet's body but took a step forward, and his entire person abruptly vanished from the spot. Su Ruoking was startled, suddenly grasping the large banner and waving it forcefully, releasing a large expanse of golden and silver light mist. The Tiger King puppet did not dodge or evade, crashing straight into the light mist. Seeing this, Su Ruoking couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. The divine ability of the light mist formed by his magic treasure was astonishing. Once any spell or magic treasure was enveloped by this light mist, it would immediately lose its direction and could only fruitlessly circle within the mist until its magical power was exhausted. Now, seeing the Tiger King puppet charge into the light mist on its own, Su Ruoking was overjoyed. He quickly formed a hand seal, contracting and gathering the light mist, intending to subdue this puppet, which was no weaker than a core formation cultivator, before anything else. The golden and silver light mist gradually contracted into a ball. Su Ruoking's protective shield glowed brightly, and his eyes darted around vigilantly. Just then, a gigantic figure suddenly appeared out of thin air in the void realm. A spirit beast resembling a green ox suddenly appeared, treading on silver auspicious clouds, its two horns like sharp blades, charging towards Su Ruoking at an extremely fast speed. Su Ruoking's protective shield glowed brightly but was instantly shattered. The blade-like horns directly pierced through his chest. A bang sound. The Tiger King puppet glowed brightly all over, effortlessly breaking free from the golden and silver light mist. Liu Yun's appeared from the back of the iron rhinoceros beast, looking at him expressionlessly. This is the Fu family's sacred beast. Su Ruoking spat out a large mouthful of blood, muttering in disbelief. On the other side, the 4 Foundation establishment disciples, seeing that things were going badly, immediately ascended into the sky on their artifacts, attempting to escape, but more than a dozen dark, shadowy puppet beasts blocked their way. Answer me, what happened in the sect? Where is my master? Liu Yun's asked expressionlessly. He knew in his heart that if even a low-level scoundrel like Su Ruoking dared to attack him, there must have been some unforeseen change in the sect that he didn't know about, or something had happened to Kaiang Wuji. Su Ruoking was impaled on the ox horn, his hands gripping the horn tightly against his chest, his face as pale as a dead man's. Martial nephew Liu, I was forced. Someone was behind me, instructing me. Please, martial nephew Liu, be magnanimous and spare my life. Su Ruoking mumbled, and the ox horn in his chest moved slightly, instantly eliciting a tragic wail. Liu Yun's expression grew even uglier. He reached out and patted the iron rhinoceros beast, signaling it to stop. He continued with a grim face, I'll ask again, what happened in the sect? Where is my master? The sect, Su Ruoking opened his mouth, blood overflowing from the corner of his lips, which scared him even paler. It's not the sect, it's the 7 sects of you. Spirit Beast Mountain betrayed us on the front lines, and the 7 sects allied army suffered heavy losses. The 6 demonic sects have now broken through the border and are heading towards the heartland of you. This great war, we have already lost. Liu Yun's frowned, his tone growing even colder. What about my master? This. Liu Yun's patted the iron rhinoceros beast beneath him, instantly scaring Su Ruoking, whose face changed dramatically. He quickly said, Martial Uncle Kaiang encountered the main force of the demonic path while retreating from the border, and he fought to the death. You're spouting nonsense. Liu Yun's raised his hand and sliced open his throat. Blood spurted out, splashing all over the iron rhinoceros beast, but it was separated by the 5-colored spiritual light on its body, not a single drop of blood clinging to it. Liu Yun's was silent, like a volcano about to erupt. With Kaiang Wuji's formless escape technique, if he truly intended to flee, even an ordinary nascent soul cultivator would be unable to do anything to him. How could he possibly die on this battlefield where the highest combat power was only core formation? The more Liu Yun's thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. His mind was a tangled mess, and he couldn't sort it out. He simply put away the iron rhinoceros beast and the Tiger King puppet, intending to go to Inya sect to inquire about the news, but his body suddenly froze. Intercepting him, was this really something Su Ruoking alone dared to decide? Besides him, who else? If even he dared to mercilessly attack him, what about the others in the Inya sect headquarters? Liu Yun's mouth twitched. The current Inya sect was clearly a dragon's den for him. If he rashly walked in, he probably wouldn't even know how he died. After a moment of contemplation, Liu Yun's turned to look at the 4 Foundation establishment disciples. Senior brother, spare me. The Foundation establishment disciple who had first attempted to ambush him immediately knelt on the ground, kowtowing several times to Liu Yun's. The remaining 3 hesitated for a moment, then were swept into ashes by more than a dozen beams of light. Liu Yun's flew in front of him, raising his hand and pressing a 5-colored restriction on his head. I need you to deliver a message for me. Chapter 163, Madman. Speckles of light filtered through the deep forest, and a fierce westerly wind swept over the mountaintop, swaying the vegetation and scattering the birds. Liu Yun sat against a large boulder, his expression solemn and silent. His slender nostrils trembled slightly, and with each breath, a strong rage emanated. Until, in the sky, a 7-colored escape lights broke through the air. Liu Yun's. Fairy Nishang walked over a few steps, her worried gaze sweeping over Liu Yun's body several times, and she couldn't help but let out a deep sigh of relief. That's great. You're all right. Fairy Nishang took a step forward and reached for Liu Yun's arm. Hurry. This place is not suitable for long stays, we must return to the sect immediately. Liu Yun subtly shifted to avoid Fairy Nishang. In her stunned gaze, Liu Yun slowly spoke with an expressionless face, Martial Ant Nishang, Su Ruoking just came to find me. He said he was ordered by the sect to kill me. Fairy Nishang was startled, then her gaze sharpened, revealing a hint of evil chi. Indeed, she took a deep breath and continued to Liu Yun's, don't worry, the sect has never issued such an order. They are desperate. Liu Yun's, let's go first. I'll explain everything to you on the way back. Liu Yun's looked at her and took a step back. Martial Ant Nishang, Su Ruoking said my master died in battle. Is that true? Liu Yun's voice was utterly flat, terrifyingly calm. Fairy Nishang's fox-like eyes widened, the expression in them changing several times before she let out a helpless sigh. Junior Martial Uncle Kaiang, on his way back to the sect, encountered a large force led by Wang Luo, the frontline commander of the Ghost Spirit sect. He fell into an ambush, fought bravely, and ultimately died. Liu Yun's facial muscles twitched, his expression as numb as an anthropomorphic stone statue. How did they see through my master's formless escape technique? Fairy Nishang shook her head, gently biting her lower lip, somewhat afraid to meet Liu Yun's gaze directly. I don't know either. This happened too quickly. We just escaped from the front line, so we don't know much. Fairy Nishang took a deep breath, looked up, and stared at Liu Yun seriously. Liu Yun's, just a few days ago, Elder Zhou officially took over as the Grand Elder of this sect. Her first order was to concentrate forces and break through out of Yu country. Before that, she specifically sought out us loose cultivator elders and made a promise to us. She fell silent for a moment with a complex look in her eyes, her expression gradually becoming resolute. Liu Yun's, the Grand Elder of this sect now officially wants to take you as a disciple. In this time of crisis, everything will be simplified. You must return to the sect immediately and directly become a disciple under the Grand Elder. Only this way can your life be saved. Do you understand? Liu Yun's looked at her, his expression unchanged, as if everything she had just said had nothing to do with him. Fairy Nishang couldn't help but frown and said excitedly, Liu Yun's. This is not the time for you to go crazy. You wouldn't not know what it means to be a personal disciple of the Grand Elder of the Unyu sect, would you? The sect will fully support your core formation and even nascent soul condensation, your future Dao will be smooth sailing. Even if Junior Marshal Uncle Kaiyan were still alive, he would agree. Liu Yun's remained silent, his eyes holding an indescribable detachment. Marshal Aunt Nishang, I just want to ask one thing. Is she really that kind-hearted? Fairy Nishang stamped her foot several times in anger. Liu Yun's, what are you trying to do? Nothing, I'm just thinking about some things. For example, how did my master so coincidentally run into the main force of the Ghost Spirit sect? How did he inexplicably start fighting them to the death? Liu Yun's lips curled, as if someone behind him was forcefully pulling the corners of his mouth upwards. My master died so inexplicably? And you people plan to act as if nothing happened. Fairy Nishang suddenly raised her hand, paused in the air for a long time, then fiercely brought it down. Liu Yun's, can you stop being crazy at a time like this? We lost, it's that simple. The Ghost Spirit sect is one of the 6 demonic sects. Wang Luo is the only son of a nascent soul elder of the Ghost Spirit sect. What do you think we can do? Fairy Nishang hesitated, then firmly placed her hand on his shoulder. This is already the best outcome. Becoming a disciple under the Grand Elder is good for everyone. Liu Yun's, a gentleman's revenge is not too late in 10 years, let alone for cultivators like us. With your talent, nascent soul is achievable within 200 years. By then, it will still be time for you to seek revenge. Liu Yun's looked at her, took a step back, and slowly shook his head. When I was 10 years old, I became his disciple. He led me onto the Immortal Dao, taught me to read and write, and shielded me from wind and rain. I have no father or mother in this life. From the day I became his disciple, he was my father. Revenge for killing my father, you want me to wait 200 years? Liu Yun's, you. Behind Liu Yun's, a spiritual pressure no weaker than that of a core formation cultivator soared into the sky. The Tiger King puppet's massive body slowly stood up, gleaming brightly in the sunlight. Marshal Aunt Nishang, you said a gentleman's revenge is not too late in 10 years. But I am not a gentleman, I am a madman. Liu Yun's lips held a smile, yet it carried a deep bitterness. In a cold, numb, and indifferent world, a clear-headed person is a madman. If this madman still tries to change something, then he is even crazier. Liu Yun's is an out-and-out madman. According to the common sense of this world, he should choose to endure, ignore all suspicious circumstances, and directly return to the Unyu sect to become a disciple under the Grand Elder. With the full support of the Unyu sect, within 200 years, with his intelligence and talent, nascent soul would be certain. By then, he would have his own way to flatten the entire Ghost Spirit sect and kill every single member of the Wang family, from top to bottom, cleanly. Unfortunately, he is a madman. This world tried to shape him into the likeness of most people, able to calculate gains and losses almost coldly, putting interests before emotions, everything just for his own advancement. It didn't succeed. Liu Yun's remained the same old self. For him, some things are worth exchanging one's life for. Longevity? The Great Dao? If he doesn't even have his own life, what meaning do those things have? It's better to be an uncompromising madman and see who collapses first, this world or him. A crazed smile gradually crept onto Liu Yun's lips. His entire body transformed into a golden light, instantly escaping into the Tiger King puppet's body. The Tiger King puppet's blade wings behind it suddenly unfurled, and its massive 10-foot-tall body transformed into a golden light that shot into the sky, flying rapidly towards the border. Fairy Nishang stood there, somewhat dazed, looking in the direction he left for a long time without saying a word. She had a feeling that after today's farewell, it would probably be difficult to meet again. After a while, Fairy Nishang sighed deeply and transformed into a 7-colored escape lights, flying towards the Unyu sect. She had done everything she could. Since Liu Yun's was determined to seek revenge, she could only return to the sect herself and prepare to withdraw from Yu country. As for Liu Yun's, Fairy Nishang could only wish him good luck. She couldn't possibly accompany Liu Yun's to his death. She wasn't a madman. Chapter 164, An Old Acquaintance. Liu Yun's piloted the Tiger King puppet, soaring through the sky. The Tiger King puppet's escape speed was like the wind, even faster than an ordinary mid-stage core formation cultivator. If spirit stone consumption was disregarded, it could reach the border in just a few hours. The next problem was how to deal with Wang Luo. Liu Yun's took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the boiling rage in his heart. He had originally thought that he would be so furious that he would lose his mind and directly go to fight Wang Luo to the death, but as he truly approached the border, Liu Yun's was much calmer than he had imagined. Wang Luo was a mid-stage core formation cultivator, but in terms of cultivation, that wasn't much. However, not only did he cultivate the Ghost Spirit Sect's top-tier demonic technique, but he also possessed the Netherworld Profound Fire and 3 ancient treasures, the Dragon Phoenix Twin Rings and the Xiangliu diagram. His strength was formidable, firmly placing him in the first echelon below the nascent soul stage. Not to mention his personal strength, he was also the commander of the Ghost Spirit Sect's invasion of Yu State, with the Ghost Spirit Sect's main army by his side. With Liu Yun's current strength, directly confronting him would be tantamount to hitting a rock with an egg. Liu Yun's remained silent, revealing his trump cards one by one, trying to find a way to break the situation. How could he deal with the Ghost Spirit Sect's main army? This question made Liu Yun's scalp tingle, yet his eyes grew increasingly calm, like a silent, serene, bone-chilling pool beneath 10,000 years of profound ice. Suddenly, Liu Yun's reached into his storage pouch and grabbed something. Perhaps with the help of this item, he could truly deal with the Ghost Spirit Sect's army, but... Liu Yun's eyes flickered, and he sharply turned the Tiger King puppet, flying in another direction. At the border of Yu State, a demonic path army of several hundred surrounded a small hilltop. Dazzling spiritual light flashed alternately, and the formation hastily set up on the hilltop was instantly shattered. Dong Xianer floated among the demonic cultivators, coldly watching the dozens of 7-sect cultivators in front of her. Among them was a Yellow Maple Valley cultivator, an acquaintance of hers, who was also one of the male cultivators who used to fawn over her. Kill them. Don't waste time here, she said coldly. Junior sister Dong, wait. I am. Before the man could finish speaking, a white-haired, emaciated male cultivator beside Dong Xianer chuckled, raised his hand, and released a grey-white streak of light that swept downwards. Dozens of Foundation establishment cultivators, along with their magical artifacts, were instantly reduced to dust. Young miss, this should be the last batch of defenders, a seductive, voluptuous female cultivator on Dong Xianer's other side said with a smile. This woman and the gaunt male cultivator were both mid-stage core formation cultivators. Additionally, there were 2 early core formation cultivators who looked exactly alike, a pair of twin brothers. Judging by the attitude of these 4 core formation cultivators, the leader of this team was actually Dong Xianer. We've wasted too much time here. It's time to enter the interior of Yu State, lest the other 5 sects get ahead of us, Dong Xianer said calmly, not even glancing at the tragically killed 7-sect cultivators. Young miss is right, but you don't need to be so anxious. After all, our joyful Union sect has no interest in this resource-poor Yu State. Let the other sects fight for it. We only need to take a big bite out of the 7 sects, and that will be enough, the gaunt male cultivator said with a chuckle. Dong Xianer nodded, silently looking in the direction of Yu State's interior. Just then, the 4 core formation cultivators simultaneously looked up, surprised, towards the distance. Young miss, be careful, someone is coming. Dong Xianer's expression changed, and she vigilantly looked into the distance, but as something entered her divine sense range, Dong Xianer's expression instantly became strange. A golden light had already appeared within 100 zhang of them and was still approaching. Humph. Seeking death. The gaunt male cultivator snorted coldly, and a grey-white spiritual light flickered in his hand. Dong Xianer suddenly reached out and stopped him, her eyes fixed on the dazzling golden light. The golden light stopped in front of everyone, gradually revealing its true form. The majestic figure of the Tiger King puppet was exposed to everyone, and its powerful spiritual pressure made everyone's expression somewhat solemn. Accompanied by a series of mechanical transformation sounds, the tiger head on the Tiger King puppet's chest flipped open, and a handsome young man with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes appeared before everyone. Senior brother Liu. Before anyone else could react, Dong Xianer exclaimed in surprise and flew directly to his side. Senior brother, it's been half a year since we last parted in the blink of an eye. How have you been recently, senior brother? Dong Xianer asked with a smile. Liu Yun's pinched his brow, nodded to Dong Xianer, and then looked at the demonic path army behind her. The seductive woman frowned slightly, then stepped forward with a smile and said, Young miss, who is this, if I may ask? Dong Xianer turned her head and gave her a cold glance. This is another personal disciple of my master. He was ordered to infiltrate the Yunyu sect as an undercover agent more than 10 years ago. Why aren't you all coming to pay your respects? Oh? So it's Immortal Master Yunluo's disciple, the gaunt male cultivator chuckled upon hearing this, cupped his hands, and bowed to Liu Yun's. The other pair of brothers exchanged glances, then silently followed suit and bowed. Liu Yun's waved his hand and said with an expressionless face, let's skip the pleasantries. I'm here on official business today. After sweeping his powerful divine sense over everyone, Liu Yun's nodded with satisfaction, and then said coldly amidst the somewhat displeased gazes of the 4 core formation cultivators. I recently discovered that the Ghost Spirit sect has secretly colluded with the Yunyu sect, agreeing to absorb some of the remaining elites of the Yunyu sect to strengthen their own forces, on the condition of ensuring the safe withdrawal of their main personnel from Yu State. Our joyful Union sect must not allow this to happen. After Liu Yun's finished speaking, he directly threw a jade pendant to the 2 of them. Now, this junior is acting on the orders of my master, Immortal Master Yunlu, to urgently dispatch the disciples of the Joyful Union sect to intercept the Ghost Spirit sect. Upon hearing this, the few people couldn't help but look at each other, all seeing surprise and uncertainty in each other's eyes. This order was too hasty and too strange. Liu Yun's lowered his head, looking directly into Dong Xianer's questioning eyes. The two exchanged a glance, and Dong Xianer then calmly nodded, turned around, and said to everyone. You've all heard it. This is a secret order from my master. If any of you have any doubts, you can inquire with my master after returning to the sect. But now, if anyone dares to disobey. A trace of evil chi flashed in Dong Xianer's eyes. Don't blame this young miss for enforcing military law. Everyone was startled, and even the four core formation cultivators couldn't help but swallow, quickly bowing their heads in affirmation. Liu Yun's appeared calm on the surface, but inwardly, he let out a huge sigh of relief. How was it? Was my reaction acceptable? Dong Xianer's triumphant voice transmission sounded in Liu Yun's ear. This time, thank you. Liu Yun's nodded towards Dong Xianer, then stepped forward and looked at this Joyful Union sect army. 4 core formation cultivators, over 300 foundation establishment demonic cultivators. This configuration should be enough. Liu Yun's waved his hand, depart. Regarding the combat power of core formation cultivators among mortals, I think it's necessary to sort out the different tiers of core formation cultivator combat power in the original work, to give everyone a more intuitive understanding. The first tier, T0 level, refers to core formation cultivators with exceptionally strong overall power. They can easily kill fellow cultivators of the same stage, and with some powerful ultimate moves, can even threaten nascent soul cultivators. Examples include Old Freak Kyung, Formless Needle, Wen Tianren, 6 Extremes True Demon Art, and the Huo Brothers, Heaven Shattering Divine Sand. The original work's late core formation stage Han Li and Darkbone from the early Void Heaven Palace can be considered half T0 level. Their overall power is sufficient, but they lack ultimate moves that can directly threaten nascent soul cultivators. The second tier, T1 level, refers to cultivators who possess several ancient treasures or particularly formidable secret techniques. These core formation cultivators can also easily kill fellow cultivators of the same stage. Examples include the strange person guarding Darkbone and early core formation stage Han Li. Of course, there's also Wang Luo from this book. The third tier consists of core formation cultivators who possess top-tier cultivation techniques and one ordinary ancient treasure. These cultivators are stronger than typical peers and can easily suppress fellow cultivators of the same stage, but killing them is very difficult. An example is Black Ugly. The fourth tier is the ordinary core formation cultivator, with common cultivation techniques and only one magic treasure on their person. They are the type to be easily defeated by various heavenly gods. The vast majority of core formation cultivators fall into this category. Chapter 165, Borrowing Influence. The nine-headed giant serpent roared, reappearing in the human realm. Its 9 massive mouths spewed forth torrents of poisonous mist. Wherever it passed, vegetation withered and all living things decayed. Dozens of 7 sects disciples, still struggling under the siege of demonic path cultivators, were engulfed by the poisonous mist. In a short while, their lives were completely extinguished. In the sky, 2 mid-core formation stage cultivators of the 7 sects were strenuously fending off the attacks of 3 demonic path core formation cultivators. Seeing their disciples brutally killed, they were filled with shock and anger, and couldn't help but feel a chill of fear. After exchanging glances, one of the core formation cultivators immediately tapped the round bead on his chest, which burst forth with a myriad of brilliant lights. The 3 early core formation stage cultivators of the demonic path were not inclined to fight him head-on and all evaded the attack. Seizing this opportunity, the 2 7 sects core formation cultivators abruptly retracted their magic treasures, transforming into 2 dazzling escape lights that split up and fled through the air. Humph! Seeking death. Wang Luo sneered disdainfully, raising his hand to release a blade ring as thin as paper, upon which a spiritual phoenix was carved, precisely the phoenix ring from the dragon phoenix twin rings. He lightly pointed in the direction the 2 had fled, and the phoenix ring immediately transformed into a white light that shot out. This white light was incredibly fast, flashing only twice in the air before catching up to one of the core formation cultivators. The white light and the escape light crossed paths in the air, then the white light pursued the other person. The escape light dissipated, and a corpse, split into 2, fell to the ground. Seeing this, the other person immediately urged his escape light forward, while simultaneously spitting out a round bead that emitted rays of light to protect his body. The white light arrived at extreme speed, cutting through the rays of light. A buzz sound. The round bead let out a mournful cry, and the rays of light were cut in half. The core formation cultivator stopped his escape light, reaching out blankly to touch his neck, where his head had once been was now empty. Wang Luo raised his hand, and the white light shot back. In the distance, a headless corpse fell to the earth, leaving only the mournful cry of its magic treasure. Go, retrieve the magic treasures. Wang Luo, who had easily slain 2 fellow cultivators of the same rank, showed no ripple of emotion on his face. Instead, he unceremoniously ordered the 3 core formation cultivators behind him. The 3 immediately bowed their heads in affirmation, transforming into escape lights. They went back and forth, bringing the 2 magic treasures back. Wang Luo collected them without even a glance. Although these 2 magic treasures were useless to him, they were his spoils of war, and he certainly wouldn't let others benefit from them. The remaining 7 sects forces in this border region have been mostly cleared out. We don't need to bother with the remaining small groups. Wang Luo frowned, looking towards the heartland of Yu country. Yuling sect and Demon Flame sect are both eyeing this area of Yu country. We absolutely cannot let them get ahead of us. If anyone disobeys orders later and delays the war effort, don't blame me for extracting their soul, refining it, and utterly destroying it. The hundreds of Foundation establishment cultivators present all felt a chill in their hearts, even the 3 core formation cultivators showed expressions of fear, bowing their heads in affirmation. MHM. Only then did Wang Luo nod in satisfaction. In the sky, the 9-headed giant serpent once again transformed into an embroidery-like pattern, coiling around his black robes. Go. Wait. Wang Luo suddenly turned his head to look. In the distance, hundreds of escape lights were approaching mightily, without any intention of concealing their movements. Those are people from the Joyful Union sect. Wang Luo's eyes became serious, and he quickly called out to the crowd behind him, "Everyone, stay alert." The escape lights quickly flew before them, and as the rays of light dissipated, hundreds of Foundation establishment cultivators and 4 demonic path core formation cultivators were revealed. These people were all clustered around a young male and female Foundation establishment cultivator. The man had sword-like brows and starry eyes, exceptionally handsome, while the woman was enchanting and full of charm. Wang Luo vigilantly scrutinized the group. When he saw the gaunt male cultivator and the alluring female cultivator in the crowd, he imperceptibly frowned. Red Dust Skeleton. This pair of Dao companions had quite a reputation. It was said that they were proficient in the Joyful Union sect's dual cultivation joint attack technique, and when they joined forces, they were powerful enough to suppress a late core formation stage cultivator. Although he wasn't afraid, it was still troublesome. Fellow Daoist Wang, it has been over half a year since we last met. I wonder how fellow Daoist has been recently. The leading male cultivator said with a smile. Although he was only a late Foundation establishment stage cultivator, his demeanor was neither humble nor arrogant, acting as if he was Wang Luo's peer. Wang Luo's gaze darkened, and only then did he focus his attention on this person. Liu Yun's. Wang Luo's eyes widened in surprise. Aren't you from the Yunyu sect? Liu Yun's cupped his hands and said with a smile, fellow Daoist is unaware, but I am originally a personal disciple of Immortal Master Yunlu of the Joyful Union sect. It's just that over a decade ago, I concealed my identity and secretly joined the Yunyu sect. Now that the 7 sects have been defeated, I naturally no longer need to hide. So that's how it is. It was indeed my offense earlier. Wang Luo politely cupped his hands in greeting, a hint of gloom in his eyes. Fellow Daoist Wang is joking. Liu Yun's casually waved his hand. Wang Luo glanced at the many cultivators behind him. For some reason, a faint ominous premonition arose in his heart. May I ask why fellow Daoist Liu has brought people here? Surely it's not just to reminisce with me. Liu Yun smiled, lightly clapping his hands twice and saying, fellow Daoist Wang is straightforward, so I won't beat around the bush. I wonder if fellow Daoist would do me the honor of stepping aside for a private word. Wang Luo's brows were tightly furrowed, and he suddenly felt a bad premonition. In his opinion, he shouldn't be wasting time with him here now. However, the Joyful Union sect was the leader of the demonic path, and Old Devil Yunlu was the second in command within the Joyful Union sect, his status only below that of the late nascent soul stage Old Devil Hehuan. Neither he himself nor the Ghost Spirit sect could afford to offend this person. Of course, there was another important reason. The other side had more people. Just as Wang Luo hesitated, Liu Yun smiled again and said, fellow Daoist, rest assured, I have no ill intentions. I merely have something I wish to discuss with fellow Daoist. He spread his hands, a smiling expression on his face, appearing exceptionally friendly. I only wish to speak with fellow Daoist alone, absolutely no one else will be involved. Surely fellow Daoist isn't worried that I, a mere Foundation establishment cultivator, would play any tricks. Wang Luo's eyes flickered, and he asked with some hesitation, fellow Daoist means, you wish to speak with me alone. Precisely. Liu Yun's nodded, saying without hesitation. All right, then please lead the way, fellow Daoist. Wang Luo breathed a sigh of relief. A mere Foundation establishment cultivator, he truly wasn't afraid of the other party playing any tricks. He thought that since the Ghost Spirit sect was also one of the 6 demonic sects, the Joyful Union sect should not make a move against him. Moreover, the Joyful Union sect had vast enterprises and would not covet a barren land like Yu country. Thus, they had even less reason to fall out with the Ghost Spirit sect. Thinking of this, Wang Luo's smile became genuinely warmer. If he could use this opportunity to connect with Old Devil Yunlu's personal disciple, it would be a highly desirable outcome for both him and the Ghost Spirit sect. Fellow Daoist Wang, please follow me. Liu Yun's turned and nodded to the somewhat worried Dong Xianer, then transformed into a 5-colored escape light and shot into the sky. At the same time, his voice transmission echoed in the ears of the Joyful Union sect disciples. Leave no one alive. Chapter 166, Entering the Formation. Liu Yun's transformed into a 5-colored escape light and flew straight for over 10 li. Wang Luo followed him unhurriedly, a little surprised by his escape technique's speed, and at the same time, a sense of vigilance couldn't help but rise within him. This person's cultivation technique doesn't seem like that of the Joyful Union sect. The two flew for a while longer before slowly landing on an unnamed small mountain. Fellow Daoist Liu, I wonder what business you have with me, Wang, that you had to come to such a remote place. Wang Luo asked with a smile, his divine sense repeatedly sweeping the surroundings, but he found nothing. Nothing much, actually, I just wanted to ask fellow Daoist Wang a few questions. Liu Yun slowly turned around, the smile on his face gone, the bone-chilling coldness in his eyes seemingly solidifying, piercing Wang Luo's heart like an ice pick. Wang Luo frowned, and his tone suddenly turned cold. What does fellow deist Lu wish to ask? Very simple. Lu Yun stared directly into his eyes, his face devoid of any expression. Did Kaiang Wuji die by your excellency's hand? Does your excellency have any connection with the Yunyu sect? Also, how did your excellency know Kaiang Wuji's whereabouts? Lu Yun's voice was colder than a blade. Answer these 3 questions, and I might consider letting you off. Let me off. Wang Luo laughed in anger. A junior at the foundation establishment stage actually dares to say such words? Truly arrogant enough. Junior, I also have 3 questions for you. What exactly are you? How did you mobilize the Joyful Union sect cultivators? And what is your relationship with Immortal Master Yunlu? Answer my questions, and I might consider sparing your soul, giving you a chance at reincarnation. Lu Yuns looked at Wang Luo, their gazes colliding in the air, seemingly sparking. After a moment of silence, Lu Yuns let out a long breath. All right. As soon as his voice fell, the situation before Wang Luo's eyes changed dramatically. The world before him instantly transformed into an endless sea of fire, as if he were in a furnace, with scorching flames all around him. The high temperature, enough to melt gold and iron, assailed him. The Xiangliu diagram around Wang Luo emitted a faint black light, and translucent, illusory scales appeared all around him, isolating the sea of fire 3 feet away. A formation. Wang Luo's face changed drastically. Before he could recover, giant, heaven-reaching tornadoes slowly formed within the sea of fire. The fierce winds, sweeping up flames, resembled countless crimson, scaleless giant snakes, surging towards Wang Luo from all directions. Humph! Do you think a formation can deal with me? Wang Luo snorted coldly, the illusory scales around him instantly vanishing, replaced by a sky-piercing column of pitch-black fire. The pitch-black fire column intertwined with the hurricane flames, emitting deafening explosive sounds. Qi! Wang Luo roared, and black qi surged out from his entire body, merging into the pitch-black fire column. The fire column instantly swelled in size, gradually forming a giant black dragon head, which bit down towards the hurricane flames. The flames instantly dispersed, and the pitch-black demonic fire transformed into a demonic dragon, tearing apart the tornadoes mixed with flames, while also spitting out pitch-black fireballs that exploded in the sea of fire. Outside the formation, Lu Yuns looked at the slightly trembling magic array, his face terrifyingly grim. This heavenly wind-blazing fire formation was already the most powerful offensive formation he possessed, yet it still couldn't overcome Wang Luo. This wasn't because the formation was weak, on the contrary, if a more ordinary core formation cultivator had entered the formation, no matter how much he struggled, he wouldn't escape the fate of being reduced to ashes by the blazing fire and heavenly wind. It was just that Wang Luo was too strong. With top-tier demonic technique, netherworld profound fire, and several ancient treasures, there were probably few who could defeat him below the nascent soul stage. Lu Yun's eyes grew deeper. He suddenly slapped his storage pouch, and the tall figure of the Tiger King puppet instantly appeared. Wang Luo! Lu Yuns roared, stepping into the formation. The black demonic dragon looked up, and Lu Yuns, transforming into a golden light, entered the Tiger King puppet. Spiritual light flashed in the eyes of the 3 Tall puppet, and its chest's tiger mouth opened, instantly shooting out a giant emerald green fire column. The sea of fire moved with it, intertwining around the emerald green fire column, forming a crimson column of wind and fire that struck down towards the black demonic dragon. Corpse fire. Wang Luo was stunned, then his face instantly became ferocious. So it was you who took the azure nether armored corpse. The demonic dragon coiled up, spitting out a pitch-black fire column to meet it. Boom! The flames collided, and the violent explosion shook the entire formation twice. Amidst the scattering firelight, the 2 heaven-reaching fire columns refused to yield, like 2 gigantic, ferocious pythons roaring and colliding, causing the entire grand formation to tremble. Moments later, the pitch-black demonic fire suddenly swelled in volume, pushing back the crimson and green flames. Wang Luo was startled at first, then, upon closer observation, he was instantly overjoyed. This netherworld profound fire was actually devouring the opponent's flames. Wang Luo laughed up to the sky, fiercely urging the demonic dragon formed by his demonic technique. The black qi completely merged into the demonic flames. In an instant, the demonic flames surged, instantly devouring all the other flames, and in a blink of an eye, they reached the Tiger King puppet. The Tiger King puppet's huge body suddenly escaped to one side, but the netherworld profound fire sharply changed direction, creating a massive black flame dragon head out of thin air, which bit down towards the Tiger King puppet. Golden light enveloped the Tiger King puppet, but the demonic dragon, holding black flames in its mouth, bit down fiercely, easily tearing open the protective golden light and biting the Tiger King puppet in half. Demonic fire adhered to it, and the Tiger King puppet fell, burning. The surrounding flames began to gradually dissipate, clearly because no one was controlling them, and the formation's power began to greatly diminish. Wang Luo recalled the demonic dragon, which coiled up, and with a single finger point, pitch-black flames once again gathered in the dragon's mouth, forming a giant, heaven-reaching fire column that struck down towards the sea of fire. For a moment, the entire grand formation began to shake violently, the flames flickering on and off, and cracks began to appear at the formation's edges. Wang Luo was overjoyed at this sight and quickly urged the netherworld profound fire to attack the grand formation again. Just then, a faint, almost imperceptible sliver of light appeared behind Wang Luo. Ding! The sliver of light pierced out like lightning, but it was blocked by the illusory scales that suddenly appeared around Wang Luo. Hat! Did you really think I would believe you were inside that puppet? Wang Luo suddenly turned his head, and pitch-black flames instantly surged out. Within the flames, a faint, seven-colored small formless needle appeared in the air, directly reduced to ashes by the netherworld profound fire. A formless needle talisman treasure? You actually dare to use this thing against me? Aren't you underestimating me too much? Wang Luo sneered, and the pitch-black demonic dragon instantly transformed into hundreds of fireballs, shooting out in all directions. The pitch-black flames exploded, causing the entire sea of fire to let out cries of lament. Wang Luo's divine sense swept the surroundings and finally discovered a faint five-colored spiritual light in a spot where the netherworld profound fire had exploded. Large patches of demonic fire immediately swarmed towards it, like a pitch-black wave, howling and emitting a series of explosive sounds. The heavenly wind blazing fire formation, almost collapsing from the netherworld profound fire's bombardment, suddenly stirred up a large sea of fire, mixed with thousands of wind blades, fiercely crashing into the sky full of demonic fire, as if in a final struggle. A cold smile hung on Wang Luo's lips. Black spiritual light lit up around him, and the nine-headed giant serpent roared, spewing out 9 pitch-black light columns that merged into the demonic fire. In an instant, the demonic fire's momentum surged, easily overwhelming the heavenly wind blazing fire formation, and surged towards a certain corner. Just then, a giant figure appeared behind Wang Luo, stepping on silver auspicious clouds, and rushed towards him at an extremely fast speed. Wang Luo looked back and immediately showed a look of pleasant surprise. Iron Rhinoceros Beast. Chapter 167, Scheming. Iron Rhinoceros Beast. The Fu family's sacred beast legacy is actually in your hands. Wang Luo was overjoyed. This was a 6th-level demonic beast, and it was controlled by a primordial spirit token, an ancient exotic beast with an extremely long lifespan. In Tianese, this kind of exotic beast was far more valuable than ordinary ancient treasures. Almost without thinking, Wang Luo raised his hand and released a golden light, which trembled violently in the air. The next moment, the golden light abruptly appeared at the Iron Rhinoceros Beast's neck, suddenly constricting inwards. The Iron Rhinoceros Beast immediately let out a mournful cry, restrained by the dragon ring, and its massive body consequently collapsed. At the same time, the pale-faced Liu Yuns appeared strangely on the other side of the formation, abruptly forming hand seals, and the heavenly wind blazing fire formation burst forth with red light. Wind and fire merged, transforming into streaks of crimson light blades, bypassing the demonic dragon formed by the netherworld profound fire, and surging towards Wang Luo. Wang Luo's expression remained unchanged. The demonic dragon instantly disintegrated into monstrous demonic fire, engulfing countless light blades. Simultaneously, the 9-headed giant serpent roared back into existence, spewing poisonous mist as it charged towards Liu Yuns. A foul wind assailed them, and the stench was nauseating. But a hint of a smile appeared on Liu Yun's lips. Whenever cultivators engage in combat, in addition to needing magical power, they also need to allocate their divine sense. The more powerful a secret art or treasure is, the more divine sense it requires to control. Generally speaking, an early core formation cultivator's divine sense is simply insufficient to freely wield treasures like ancient treasures. If they forcefully attempt to do so, it's very easy for them to suffer a backlash, damaging their true essence. It's only at the middle core formation stage that cultivators begin to possess the ability to control ancient treasures or even more powerful secret arts. But an ordinary mid-core formation cultivator can at most control 1 or 2 ancient treasures, and it's even difficult for them to spare any divine sense to be wary of their surroundings. Wang Luo cultivated the Ghost Spirit Sect's top-tier demonic technique, so he should be stronger than an average mid-core formation cultivator, but Liu Yuns didn't have an exact figure for how much stronger. Previously, until the Tiger King puppet was destroyed, Liu Yuns had always been probing Wang Luo's limits. When he saw Wang Luo controlling the netherworld profound fire and then conjuring the Xiangliu diagram to block the formless needle talisman treasure, Liu Yuns roughly had an idea. Trapped in the formation, and with himself not yet revealed, it was impossible for Wang Luo not to reserve a portion of his divine sense to guard against his surroundings. Therefore, controlling the netherworld profound fire plus 1 ancient treasure was definitely not his limit. Among the netherworld profound fire, Xiangliu diagram, and Dragon Phoenix twin rings, Wang Luo could definitely control 3 or more simultaneously. And among these 4, Liu Yuns only had the confidence to deal with 1. Netherworld profound fire. So he intentionally exposed himself, and then made the Iron Rhinoceros Beast appear. This was to make Wang Luo complacent and overconfident, believing he had almost secured victory. Only then could he ensure that he would entice the greed in this person's heart. Having dealt with him several times, Liu Yuns knew exactly how greedy Wang Luo was. As long as he fell for it, the Iron Rhinoceros Beast could hold back the Dragon Ring, which could be used for defense. Next was to risk revealing himself and fully activate the Heavenly Wind blazing fire formation. The Xiangliu diagram could also protect him, but its effect was generally average, far less powerful than its attack. Liu Yuns also deliberately appeared on the other side of the formation, once again emphasizing his exquisite escape technique. Coupled with the fact that Wang Luo had previously discovered the netherworld profound fire's characteristic of devouring flames, to be safe, he would very likely recall the netherworld profound fire for defense and use the Xiangliu diagram, which had a larger attack range than the Phoenix Ring, to deal with Liu Yuns. In this way, the only thing Wang Luo had left for self-protection was the netherworld profound fire. Of course, although Liu Yuns had relied on intelligence and pre-preparation to thoroughly outwit Wang Luo from the start, this plan was still full of variables. As long as Wang Luo had 1 more protective treasure he could use, then all of his preparations would be in vain. Liu Yun's was also gambling that a mid-core formation cultivator like Wang Luo could at most control 3 powerful secret arts and treasures. Now was the time to reveal the outcome of the gamble. Liu Yun's abruptly formed a hand seal, and within the netherworld profound fire roaring like a hurricane around Wang Luo, streaks of green and red light suddenly appeared. Wang Luo's pupils suddenly constricted. Before he could take any action, he heard Liu Yun's roar. Open! The netherworld profound fire instantly changed upon hearing the command. Crimson light burst forth, and the massive barrier formed by the demonic fire instantly split open on its own. A streak of incredibly fast, slender spiritual light flashed and disappeared. You! Wang Luo's face changed drastically. His protective spiritual light flickered wildly all over his body, and a faint black light flashed from his mouth. It was clear he was about to use some technique. Just then, Liu Yun's abruptly formed a hand seal, and his face instantly became even paler. The slender spiritual light was tinged with specks of blood that was the formless needle talisman treasure he had already activated with his essence blood. The spiritual light flashed past, instantly piercing through Wang Luo's protective spiritual light, passing clean through his lower abdomen, bringing forth a spray of fresh blood. Afterward, the spiritual light transformed into a 7-colored small needle, scattering into specks of fluorescent light in midair. This strike directly exhausted all the power within this talisman treasure. With his lower abdomen pierced, Wang Luo's spiritual power rapidly leaked out, and he fell towards the ground in terror. The 9-headed giant serpent, before it could even launch an attack, reverted into a thin, flat pattern, floating lightly to the ground. The dragon ring around the iron rhinoceros beast's neck also let out a low hum and fell off powerlessly. The flames dissipated, and the formation retracted. The inky black netherworld profound fire transformed into a small fire lotus, held in Liu Yun's palm. The netherworld demonic fire does indeed have the ability to devour and refine other flames, but it requires time. If it absorbs too many other flames in a short period, it's very easy for someone to seize the opportunity to control it. Liu Yun's face was ashen, a cold smile on his lips, as he looked down at Wang Luo, who was sprawled on the ground. You dare to destroy my golden core. Wang Luo was furious and shocked, glaring at Liu Yun's. The look in his eyes was as if he wanted to flay Liu Yun's alive to avenge this hatred. Unfortunately, with his golden core destroyed and his true essence severely damaged, he was almost immobile for a short period. Even if he could regain mobility, without his golden core, he was merely a late foundation establishment stage cultivator with almost no chance of forming a core again in this life. What did Liu Yun's have to fear? Liu Yun's immediately rolled his eyes and kicked him in the face. Enough of that. Tell me. How exactly did my master Qian Wuji die? Wang Luo's head was knocked to the side by the kick, hitting the ground hard. Before he could recover, he heard Liu Yun's words. Wang Luo immediately snorted coldly. So you want to know that? What if I tell you? Will you let me go? Let you go? Do you think that's possible? Liu Yun's coughed twice, a faint trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. I can let your soul reincarnate, at least you can be a human again in your next life. Wang Luo paused for a moment upon hearing this, then actually burst out laughing. Be a human? We people of the demonic path have already stained ourselves with killing and harming lives. Even if we could reincarnate, it would only be as pigs or dogs. And even if we could reincarnate as humans, if I had no memories, would I still be me? Liu Yun scratched his head and sighed helplessly. If you put it that way, then you can't blame me. Liu Yun bent down, pulled out a small knife, and slowly inserted it under Wang Luo's fingernail. A friend of mine taught me a few tricks not long ago. I originally thought I wouldn't have a chance to use them, but I didn't expect you to come so quickly. Wang Luo was in so much pain that cold sweat poured down his forehead, and his teeth were clenched so hard they almost bled. Liu Yun, what are you doing? SHH. Don't shout. Just bear with the pain. Liu Yun said expressionlessly, and with a sharp flick of the small knife in his hand. A complete fingernail instantly flew off. Ah. Chapter 168, Farewell. The slanting sun set, a half circle on the horizon. Liu Yun silently turned Wang Luo's corpse into ashes, which scattered everywhere with the wind. From Wang Luo's words, he had learned the full story behind everything. As soon as Spirit Beast Mountain defected, causing the 7 sects on the front line to suffer a major defeat, the new Grand Elder of the Unyu sect had already contacted the Ghost Spirit sect. She offered all the intelligence the Unyu sect possessed about U state, along with cooperation in helping the Ghost Spirit sect take over U state, in exchange for the Ghost Spirit sect covering for the Unyu sect in front of the other demonic path sects, helping the main force of the Unyu sect safely leave U state. And in order not to let the other 5 sects discover this matter, this new Grand Elder decisively abandoned a portion of the cultivators within the Unyu sect, notifying the Ghost Spirit sect to ensure these people were killed in battle. Among them, Qian Wuji, with both his strength and reputation, could be used to prove that the Unyu sect had indeed suffered heavy losses this time. The crucial point was that his lifespan was nearing its end, so even if he died in battle, it wouldn't be an unbearable loss for the Unyu sect. Besides this, Liu Yun also learned from Wang Luo that Qian Wuji seemed to have voluntarily sought death. According to Wang Luo, with Qian Wuji's formless escape technique, if he truly wanted to leave, the Ghost Spirit sect's army would have been unable to stop him. Yet, he had directly confronted the entire main army of the Ghost Spirit sect openly. Wang Luo couldn't understand this, but Liu Yun had figured it all out. Given Qian Wuji's ability and status, if he insisted on not doing certain things, even the Grand Elder couldn't force him. So, Qian Wuji most likely volunteered for death. As for the reason, Fairy Nishang had already told him. He had suspected then that the new Grand Elder couldn't be so kind, and Fairy Nishang's attitude was overly enthusiastic. But only now did he connect all the pieces. Liu Yun's had to admit, he underestimated Elder Zhou's ambition and lust for power. Qian Wuji voluntarily died, and the condition was that Liu Yun's would become a personal disciple of the Grand Elder, and the Yunyu sect would fully support his core formation and nascent soul condensation. This way, not only would Liu Yun's future cultivation path be smooth, but as Qian Wuji's former disciple and now the Grand Elder's personal disciple, a future candidate for Grand Elder, he would naturally become the leader of the loose cultivator forces. The loose cultivator forces could not only express their interests through him, but in the future, they might also support a Grand Elder from a loose cultivator background to ascend. They simply couldn't refuse such terms. Elder Zhou also used this method to grasp both the loose cultivator and family forces, thereby completely controlling the entire Yunyu sect. And Qian Wuji, with his old life, which had not much time left, exchanged it for the Yunyu sect's full support in cultivation for his only legacy disciple, the identity of the loose cultivator forces leader, and a future candidacy for the Grand Elder of the Yunyu sect. Everyone was satisfied, except Liu Yun's. Looking at the distant sunset, Liu Yun sighed deeply. The blurry illusion, as if seen through thick glass, reappeared. In the illusion, without his presence, the troop led by Wang Luo encountered a Qian Wuji who had no intention of dying. Although Wang Luo's strength was still considerable, he still died at Qian Wuji's hands. Qian Wuji also returned to the Yunyu sect, retreated with the main force, passed on the legacy of the formless escape technique before his meditation and death, peacefully closed his eyes, and ended his life. Liu Yun's remained silent, the blurry illusions playing repeatedly before his eyes, as if in provocation. He ignored them, instead picking up a black storage pouch, tilting it, and a white light shot out. Qian Wuji's corpse appeared on the ground, serene in expression, exactly like the Qian Wuji who had died in meditation in the illusion. Wang Luo had not destroyed Qian Wuji's physical body. He had originally intended to slowly study the mysteries of the formless escape technique from Qian Wuji's physical body after returning to the ghost spirit sect, but he hadn't expected to fall into Liu Yun's hands like this. Along with Qian Wuji's corpse, a seven-colored small needle also emerged from the storage pouch. As soon as it appeared, it circled Qian Wuji's corpse with extreme sentience, emitting mournful wails. Come here. Liu Yun's gently beckoned to the formless needle. It seemed to recognize Liu Yun's, obediently landing in his palm, motionless. Liu Yun's looked at Qian Wuji's corpse, his eyes suddenly reddening, but he forcibly suppressed it. After a while, Liu Yun silently put Qian Wuji back into the storage pouch. Lines of escape lights lit up in the sky as Dong Xian'er arrived with the main force of the Joyful Union sect. Senior brother, are you all right? Dong Xian'er asked hurriedly as soon as she landed. Liu Yun shook his head, looking at the people behind her. I appreciate your trouble this time. In the future, I will definitely commend you before my master. Ha ha ha. Brother Liu is straightforward. The gaunt man chuckled like an owl, speaking happily. Liu Yun's nodded, about to say something more, when Dong Xian'er suddenly leaned close to him. Senior brother, let's return to the Joyful Union sect together. My master will definitely be very happy to see you. Dong Xian'er spoke with a smile, but there was a plea in her eyes. Liu Yun's remained silent. After a long moment, he suddenly showed a calm smile and gently transmitted his voice. Junior sister Dong, I am a madman, and a very sick madman. You should understand what the consequences would be if I went to the demonic path side. Either I drive them crazy, or they kill me. There is no third option. Liu Yun's reached out, hesitated for a moment, then placed his hand on Dong Xian'er's shoulder. It's better if I, this madman, don't cause you trouble. Dong Xian'er lowered her head and slapped Liu Yun's arm away. You're lying to me again. Dong Xian'er looked up at him, her eyes slightly red. Senior brother Liu, I've seen what true madmen look like. They are so mad that they dare not accept themselves, nor dare to accept that there are people in this world different from them. They fancy themselves wise and mature, but in reality, they are mediocre and go with the flow. They are swept along by the world without realizing it, and instead feel proud of becoming a cookie-cutter puppet. They don't even dare to look at you closely, only pretending disdain and contempt, afraid that if they think a little more, they will feel ashamed. Dong Xian'er took a step back, smiling at him as she said. Senior brother, this world is so vast, there's really no need to shrink into a small corner. I still need to go back to the Yunyu sect for secluded cultivation, so I'm afraid I can't go with you. How about this, when you return, senior brother, be sure to find me and tell me all about the scenery of other places. Dong Xian'er's charming eyes playfully curved into crescent moons, and her lips tilted upwards slightly, as if the two of them could meet again tomorrow. Liu Yun's looked at her exquisite and beautiful face, nodded calmly, then looked at the others. I have one more thing for you to do. The Ghost Spirit sect conspired with the Yunyu sect, attempting to monopolize Yu state. I found secret letters of communication between the two parties in Wang Luo's storage pouch, which are sufficient as evidence. Liu Yun's took out several jade slips, solemnly placed them in Dong Xian'er's hand, and squeezed her hand firmly. Next, you must spread this news as quickly as possible, trying to draw the other sects into the fray. You absolutely cannot allow the Ghost Spirit sect to dominate Yu state, nor can you let the Yunyu sect and the Ghost Spirit sect's plan proceed smoothly. Do you all understand? Everyone nodded gravely in affirmation. Liu Yun's gave Dong Xian'er one last look, then transformed into a five-colored escape light and shot into the sky, quickly disappearing from view. Dong Xian'er's smile gradually faded, replaced by a distant aloofness that kept people at bay. She turned to the others and said, "Let's go, we still have a lot to do." Liu Yun's performed the formless escape technique, flying towards the southwest of the Yunyu sect. Before leaving, he had to retrieve some things. At the same time, Yellow Maple Valley. Han Li frowned, looking at a Foundation establishment disciple covered in a black robe not far away. For some reason, his heart was beating extremely fast, as if something terrible was about to happen. "All Yellow Maple Valley disciples, gather here." A core formation stage middle-aged man said coldly. "Prepare to intercept the demonic path." Chapter 169, Sacrifice. At this moment, the Yellow Maple Valley's evacuation forces were divided into two groups. One group, composed of younger, less cultivated disciples, was led by old ancestor Ling Hu, Yellow Maple Valley's only nascent soul cultivator, and was fleeing towards the border of Yu Kingdom. The other group, consisting of more deeply cultivated individuals, was led by several core formation cultivators and remained behind to temporarily obstruct the demonic faction army. As a Foundation establishment mid-stage cultivator, Han Li was naturally assigned to the rear guard. Although he was unwilling, seeing the 3 or 4 mid to late core formation stage cultivators leading the group, and the dozens of Foundation establishment mid-stage disciples present, Han Li felt a bit more at ease. Such military strength could even contend with a main force from one of the 6 demonic sects. Han Li believed that as long as he kept a low profile and didn't do anything out of line, with his strength, preserving his life would be no problem. Thinking this, Han Li quietly stepped back and pulled his collar up, trying to cover the lower half of his face. "Be careful. The demonic path cultivators are here." The leading middle-aged man roared, flicking his hand to send out a dazzling streak of light that faintly transformed into a dragon shape in the air, spiraling upwards. With a bang, the dragon-shaped light shot back down even faster. A massive square brick appeared in the high sky, then turned into a yellow light and returned, being collected into the sleeve of a tall, thin black-robed person. "Fellow deists, divine sense is not weak. To be able to discover our tracks, you must have either had some fortuitous encounter or possess a rare, naturally powerful divine sense. This old man is truly envious." The black-robed person stroked his beard and said with a smile, appearing very benevolent. "Humph." The middle-aged man snorted coldly, not answering. The black-robed person didn't mind, chuckled softly, and turned his head to calmly speak towards the void realm. "Come out, all of you. Since this fellow deist has already discovered us, there's no need to make a fool of yourselves here." "Ha ha ha. Old Ghost Joe, I've said it before, your sky-shrouding hood is completely useless. It might fool those weaker than you, but once you encounter someone slightly stronger, it immediately reveals its true form, only adding to the mockery." "Humph. That person is a late core formation stage cultivator, a whole realm higher than this old man. What's so strange about him seeing through the sky-shrouding hood? Rather, you, fellow, are being yin and yang here. Do you have a way to deal with a late core formation stage cultivator?" As soon as the black-robed person finished speaking, 2 voices impatiently rang out. The sky seemed to have a thin veil removed, and dozens of demonic path cultivators were already high above, completely surrounding the Yellow Maple Valley cultivators. Among them, 2 individuals were most conspicuous, a short old man less than 4 feet tall, and a purple-robed burly man with a full head of red hair. These 2 stood at the forefront of the army formation, clearly possessing middle core formation stage cultivation. Looking at the demonic path army formation in the sky, Han Li frowned deeply. It wasn't because the opponent's strength was too great, on the contrary, their strength was clearly too weak. 2 middle core formation stage cultivators, 1 late core formation stage cultivator, plus about 50 Foundation establishment cultivators. This force would be sufficient even on the battlefield. But Yellow Maple Valley had 1 late core formation stage cultivator and 3 middle core formation stage cultivators. In terms of numbers, both sides were not far off. However, Yellow Maple Valley had 1 more high-level cultivator. Given this disparity, why did those demonic path core formation cultivators still look so relaxed? Could it be that the demonic path had some hidden trump card? A warning bell rang loudly in Han Li's heart, and a belt was already in his hand. It's just a social death, as long as he can save his life, Han Li doesn't care at all. "What? Is this all the manpower you have?" While Han Li was still conflicted, the middle-aged core formation cultivator from Yellow Maple Valley sneered, his tone subtly mocking. The black-robed person in the sky didn't mind upon hearing this, only smiling faintly. "Fellow deist is joking. We are not trying to wipe out fellow deist and the others." "Humph." The middle-aged man snorted coldly, his lips moving as he transmitted a message to everyone. "Gather around me immediately. I will use a magic treasure to escort you out." The Yellow Maple Valley cultivators were stunned at first, then all showed expressions of ecstasy, quickly moving closer to the middle-aged man. Han Li glanced at the middle-aged man with some surprise, hesitated for a moment, then silently moved closer. The middle-aged man's icy gaze swept over everyone, then he suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a dazzling spiritual light. As the spiritual light dispersed, it revealed an exquisite pagoda-shaped magic treasure inside. With a buzz, the pagoda instantly transformed into 9 brilliant spiritual lights, enveloping over a dozen people like a giant silkworm cocoon. Yes, only a dozen people. Han Li stood outside the cocoon, looking at the expressionless middle-aged man, his eyes deep as water, showing no emotion. The others showed looks of surprise. Before they could show any anger, the middle-aged man suddenly waved his hand, taking these Foundation Establishment disciples, who showed no surprise, and flew towards the border of Yu Kingdom. The demonic path cultivators watched this scene with sneers, showing no intention of stopping them. Han Li slowly turned his head to look at the black-robed person who was the only one who hadn't gathered before the giant cocoon. He reached up and removed his hood, revealing Wang Chan's pale, sneering face. At this moment, Han Li understood everything. From the very beginning, he was a discarded piece of Yellow Maple Valley, a tool to appease the ghost spirit sect's wrath. Only if he died would the others in Yellow Maple Valley be safe. At the same time, Yellow Maple Valley also didn't want to bear the infamy of colluding with the demonic path and sacrificing a meritorious person. Therefore, they left dozens of Foundation Establishment disciples to be buried with Han Li. This way, Yellow Maple Valley could claim that after a fierce battle, a large number of elites managed to withdraw by chance. It was absolutely not because some old ancestor made some unspeakable deal with the demonic path, nor was it by sacrificing a disciple who had rendered great service that the demonic path cultivators let them off. Yellow Maple Valley would still be able to hold its head high among the other sects in the future, and this alone was enough for them to send him to his death. Han Li's eyes turned as cold as frost, and the belt in his hand creaked as he squeezed it. Senior Brother Han. In the crowd, someone recognized Han Li. Senior Brother Han, what should we do? Han Li's face was grim, and he didn't answer. What to do? Why don't you ask this young lord? Wang Chan said with a sneer. How about this, you capture that Han fellow and bring him before this young lord. This young lord will give you a chance to join the ghost spirit sect. How about it? As soon as Wang Chan spoke, the Yellow Maple Valley cultivators instantly fell silent, not making a sound. Struggle and darkness flickered in their eyes. Finally, it was unclear who started it, but a flying dagger-like magical artifact suddenly shot out from the crowd, directly piercing Han Li's legs. Dozens of magical artifacts then glowed with brilliant spiritual light, launching full-force attacks at their former fellow disciple. Han Li looked up and sighed deeply. Chapter 170, Arrangements. The sky-filled spiritual light instantly engulfed Han Li's figure, and continuous explosions echoed in all directions. Wang Chan laughed almost maniacally, the ferocity in his eyes like a demonic fiend, emitting a soul-stirring blood light. Han Li wouldn't die that easily, and he would never let Han Li die just like that. He wanted to extract Han Li's soul and refine his spirit, slowly turning his primordial spirit into nothingness. Only then could he assuage the hatred in his heart. The explosions grew more and more intense, and amidst the dazzling spiritual light, a powerful spiritual force showed no signs of weakening. Instead, it grew stronger with time, like a gradually expanding thousand-jin boulder pressing down on their hearts. Dong dong dong. Exhilarating music rang out, so intense in rhythm and so high in pitch that it instantly suppressed the deafening explosions. Are you ready? A strange voice echoed all around. Very good. Now dance. To everyone's astonished gazes, a quiet green light instantly flared. Countless metallic lustered feathers shot out, forming several giant shields in the air, effortlessly pushing back dozens of magical artifacts. Han Li, clad in armor, floated in the air. The feathers around him suddenly converged, transforming into two giant blade-like wings. The two blade wings instantly expanded, encompassing all the dozens of Foundation Establishment disciples around them. The next second, countless feathers, like incredibly thin blades, began to move at extreme speed, making a buzzing sound like a chainsaw. Screams rang out, and the erupting blood mist turned the feathers blood red. Wang Chan's eyes flickered, and he flew directly to the side of the leading elder. Elder Wu, it seems I'll have to trouble you to act this time. The elder smiled, examining Han Li for a moment, and said noncommittally, no matter, I'm also quite interested in his armor. The rest is fine, but these feathers don't seem to be ordinary items. They are most likely made from the feathers of some high-level Yao beast. This artifact refining technique and skill truly broaden this old man's horizons. Wang Chan smiled, a few traces of his former demeanor returning to his pale face. That's easy to say. Once we capture this person alive, we can naturally find out where he obtained this set of magical artifacts. The elder pondered for a moment, just about to say something. Just then, the fast blade-like feathers suddenly stopped. Green spiritual lines, similar to those on the armor, gradually crept onto each feather. Boom! Countless feathers suddenly exploded. Blood-colored mist mixed with emerald green chi surged in all directions. The elder chuckled, opened his mouth, and spat out a blue long saber, which he slashed downwards. The long saber cut through the blood mist with irresistible force, carving a passage dozens of jong long downwards. But streaks of green mist, at some unknown point, had entangled the blue long saber, spreading over it inch by inch as it delved deeper. The elder was startled, then his expression changed drastically. Corpse poison. Retreat quickly. The elder roared, transforming into an escape light and soaring into the air, pulling Wang Chan with him. Just then, a green light shot out from the blood mist at an extremely fast speed, quickly disappearing into the horizon. Wang Chan looked at Han Li's retreating figure with a furious expression. For some unknown reason, a bone-chilling coldness suddenly crept up his spine. Yunyu sect, Tianmeng Mountain Range, in an inconspicuous corner. This place resembled a natural basin. Dark, murky mud had accumulated here for an unknown number of years, forming a turbid quagmire with the rainwater that gathered here. Liu Yun's figure appeared in the void realm, gently landing on the quagmire. He glanced around, then patted his storage pouch with one hand, taking out a jade token. The token was entwined with faint spiritual power, appearing to be an ordinary low-level magical artifact. Liu Yun's held the token, his expression slightly furrowed, but it quickly returned to normal. He slowly injected spiritual power into it, then waved his hand, shooting out a five-colored spiritual light. A plain, unremarkable rock in front of him instantly split into two halves, separating to reveal a dark, cavernous underground passage. Liu Yun smiled helplessly, ignoring the underground passage and instead turning to look at the quagmire beneath his feet. At some point, the turbid quagmire had transformed into a clear water surface, reflecting Liu Yun's travel-worn figure. This design, it's average. Liu Yun's chuckled, then closed his eyes and fell backward. Plop. Liu Yun's plunged into the water, his entire being instantly disappearing. When Liu Yun's opened his eyes again, he was already inside a vast space, seemingly an artificially constructed immortal cave. 7 or 8 large boxes were scattered around, casually placed on the ground, looking quite ordinary. Liu Yun's put away the token and sighed deeply. This was Kayang Wuji's treasure cave. Most high-level cultivators who believed their lifespan was short would prepare a similar place to store their life's collection. Then they would inform their disciples of the location and how to open it. This made it convenient for them to inherit these items without worrying about benefiting others. Liu Yun's naturally knew of this place's existence long ago, but this was his first time coming here personally. He took a few steps forward and opened the first box. Spirit stones filled it to the brim, almost overflowing. Liu Yun's roughly estimated there were about 7 or 800 mid-grade spirit stones. Above these spirit stones, there was also a gilded ruby scepter, looking quite opulent. The abundance of spirit stones in the box made Liu Yun's momentarily stunned. In his memory, Kayang Wuji was not a wealthy person, and his assets were far from abundant among cultivators of the same rank. Where did he get so many spirit stones? As Liu Yun's thought, he picked up the gilded ruby scepter and briefly sensed it with his divine sense. Ancient treasure. This time, Liu Yun's was truly taken aback. As the Yunyu sect's first core formation cultivator, Kayang Wuji had traversed several countries for hundreds of years, so it wasn't strange for him to possess an ancient treasure. But he hadn't carried this treasure with him, instead, he had left it in the treasure vault. Clearly, this was specifically left for Liu Yun's. Liu Yun's took a deep breath, then opened the other boxes one by one. They were all filled with various rare materials. Their value was so high that it even rivaled the entire collection of some medium-sized schools. Liu Yun stared in astonishment at these boxes of items until he discovered a jade slip within a pile of materials. Liu Yun pondered for a moment, then slowly extended his divine sense into it. Disciple, if you are seeing this jade slip with your own eyes, then your master has most likely perished. Some of the items in this immortal cave are your master's accumulation over hundreds of years, while others were secretly taken by your master from the demonic path and 7 sects warehouses by virtue of his position over the past few years. By now, you should already know that your master has paved the way for your future, but with your personality, you probably won't follow the path I've arranged. Well, your path must ultimately be walked by yourself. If you decide to return to the sect and become a disciple under Elder Zhou, then naturally everything will be fine, and your master can rest in peace in the netherworld. If you are unwilling to return to the sect, then go out and take a good look at these major 1000 worlds. The items in the immortal cave should be enough for your use. With these things, even if you become a loose cultivator, you won't be penniless or bullied. The mortal world is vast, refine your original heart. Disciple, your talent and wisdom are unlike anything I have ever seen in my life. Your future achievements will certainly be 100 times greater than mine. Always remember, no matter how brilliant and exceptional you are, you cannot defeat time. If the Grand Dao is not achieved, it ultimately becomes a handful of yellow earth. You must not indulge in external things and neglect your cultivation. I have told you these words countless times, this will be the last. Disciple, the road ahead is difficult, walk slowly. Liu Yun took down the jade slip, his entire body slightly hunched, remaining silent for a long time. After an unknown period, a drop of water hit the ground, splashing tiny droplets. Chapter 171, Farewell. At the foot of the Tianmeng mountain range, in an inconspicuous corner, Liu Yun knelt on the ground, a brand new stone tablet before him. He held Immortal's chisel and small hammer, carving Kayang Wuji's name stroke by stroke. A few feet in front of him stood an unremarkable tomb, with large patches of camellias blooming around it, extending all the way to a clear stream not far away. Liu Yun's movements were unpracticed, he often accidentally carved the wrong character or created cracks, rendering the inscription unusable. He could only repeatedly use a spell to repair the stone tablet, then start over, little by little, carefully carving. A streak of green escape lights lit up the horizon, and Han Li landed on the ground with a refined corpse. The wings on his back were tattered and broke apart into a sky full of spiritual light with a slight movement. Liu Yun didn't turn around, focusing solely on carving the stone tablet. Old Liu, Han Li stopped mid-sentence. He had never seen Liu Yun so profound, like a smooth, clean blue stone, appearing so weighty and pure when placed there. But on this day, someone had, for reasons unknown, flipped this blue stone over, revealing its other side, pitted and covered in mud and grime. The small hammer in Liu Yun's hand struck the chisel repeatedly, sending up sparks that illuminated his deep pupils, making them flicker between light and dark. After about half an hour, Liu Yun, hunched over, slowly stood up. He held the stone tablet and, with somewhat unsteady steps, walked to the tomb, inserting the tablet into the soil little by little. The moment he saw the inscription on the stone tablet, Han Li understood what had happened and was momentarily at a loss for words. If something similar happened to him, if his parents at home met with some misfortune, Han Li didn't even dare to continue thinking about it. If that day truly came, Han Li felt he would surely go mad, doing everything in his power to utterly annihilate all his enemies. If he himself would be like this, what would a madman like Liu Yun's do? In a daze, Han Li felt a shiver run down his spine. Liu Yun's knelt before Kaiang Wuji's tomb, silent for a long time. Old Han. Liu Yun's voice was frighteningly dry and hoarse, like air forced from his lungs, scraping harshly against his throat, finally expelled like a blood-stained knife. What is it? Han Li asked as gently as possible. Liu Yun's opened his mouth. His face, which always seemed carefree and like he was merely playing in the world, twitched slightly. He revealed a sorrowful smile. I'm homeless again. Han Li fell silent, unable to utter a word for a long time. He, too, had long been without a home. Although his parents and relatives were still alive, ever since he decided to embark on the path of cultivation at 17, he had been unable to return. This kind of sorrow, he understood. That's why he couldn't say a single word. The two didn't know how long they remained silent until Liu Yun suddenly let out a long breath and calmly said to Han Li. Old Han, have you bought everything I asked you to buy? Han Li was startled, then quickly nodded. That's good. The materials for repairing the teleportation array aren't precious, but they're not commonly used either. I truly didn't have them here. Liu Yun slowly stood up, reaching out to brush the dirt from his knees. My formation level is quite passable. Fortunately, with the blueprints, I can repair it by following them. Let's go. Let's leave this muddy swamp of Tianese as soon as possible to avoid further complications, Liu Yun said calmly. Han Li stood rooted to the spot, unable to recover for a long time. Old Liu, perhaps another place would be more suitable for the two of us. Han Li's mouth twitched, forcing a smile. Neither of us is suited to mixing with a sect, it's better to be free and unconstrained. Liu Yun smiled somewhat noncommittally at his words, then looked up into the somewhat dazzling sunlight, silently bidding his final farewell to Kaiang Wuji in his heart. Two streaks of escape lights shot into the sky, gradually disappearing from view as they headed towards the ancient teleportation array. For the next half-month, Liu Yun's and Han Li began to repair the ancient teleportation array. Liu Yun's hadn't lied, his formation level was indeed quite passable, and the ancient teleportation array was a delicate task. Even a slight problem could lead to a life-threatening situation. Therefore, Liu Yun's dared not be careless in the slightest. Fortunately, Han Li had bought enough materials. The two of them, actually, it was mainly Liu Yun's who worked for nearly a month, finally getting the ancient teleportation array mostly repaired, with only a little left to complete. But on this particular night, Liu Yun's, who was engrossed in repairing the formation, suddenly looked up. His powerful divine sense collided with another divine sense, one that was nearly his equal, about 10 miles away. With just this one collision, Liu Yun's face instantly darkened. Middle core formation stage. Han Li was startled at his words. Are they people from the demonic path? Most likely. Liu Yun stood up, his expression growing increasingly grim. Under the perception of his divine sense, that person was heading straight for them. And Liu Yun's was startled again. A very familiar divine sense also appeared within his sensing range, but its aura seemed unstable, appearing very weak. What was worse, the moment Liu Yun's detected that aura, the person who was originally coming for them also discovered her. Old Han, grab your weapon. Liu Yun's quickly stood up, flames swirling around him, transforming into the majestic and extraordinary blazing dragon armor. 3 pairs of crimson flame wings also appeared on his back, emitting astonishing high temperatures. Nangongwan is in trouble. Han Li was stunned for a moment, then instantly reacted. An astonishing evil chi surged from his body into the sky. The two transformed into escape lights and shot straight into the heavens. Liu Yun's took the lead, like a giant fiery meteor, streaking through the air towards the unfamiliar core formation cultivator 10 miles away. At this moment, he was extremely fast, covering the distance of over 10 miles in less than a quarter of an hour, intercepting the person like a shooting star chasing the moon. This person turned out to be a seemingly refined old man, tall and slender, with faint wrinkles mixed in with his rosy skin. He looked to be about 50 or 60 years old, with a constant hint of a smile at the corners of his eyes, appearing very friendly. May I ask, fellow deist, why you are blocking my path? The old man asked with a smile. Liu Yun's watched him warily, his flame wings gently swaying behind him, leaving sparks in the air. Han Li, however, emerged from behind him and shot out without hesitation, flying directly towards Nangongwan's direction. The old man's face twitched, and a strange light flickered in his narrowed eyes. His right hand almost imperceptibly swept across a certain spirit beast pouch at his waist, calming the agitated spirit beast inside. Liu Yun's took a deep breath and asked in a low voice. Who exactly are you? Chapter 172 Killing High Level. That was my oversight, fellow deist. Please forgive me. The old man chuckled and bowed, then continued, my surname is Su, and I currently hold the position of elder in the Yuling sect. Seeing how polite he was, Liu Yun's became even more confused. He kept his divine sense fully open at all times to prevent any tricks, and asked, may I ask what brings senior here? The old man chuckled, his amiable smile becoming even more sincere. To be honest, I came here specifically for fellow deist. Liu Yun's was stunned. He suppressed his anger and confusion, and calmly asked, what does senior mean by that? Fellow Deist need not worry. I actually have no ill intentions, I just want to make a deal with fellow Deist. The old man rubbed his hands with a smile, and a hint of shrewdness inexplicably appeared on his amiable face. Lu Yun's frowned, remaining silent. Why does fellow Deist keep me at arm's length? I've actually done fellow Deist a great favor. The old man said, patting his storage pouch. Several corpses dressed in ghost spirit sect attire appeared between them. A month ago, fellow Deist killed Wang Luo of the ghost spirit sect on the border battlefield, and then stayed for a short period at the old site of the Unya sect. After reuniting with another fellow Deist Lu came to a place not far from here and stayed for almost a month. Am I correct in what I've said? Beneath the armor, Lu Yun's expression changed dramatically. All of his movements over the past month had been thoroughly investigated by this old man. How did he do it? Senior's meaning is a bit unclear to me, Junior, Lu Yun said as calmly as possible. Ha 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 ha, the old man suddenly burst into laughter. Why does fellow Deist pretend to be confused? I came here with no ill intentions, nor do I have any thought of avenging that Wang Luo. On the contrary, on my way here, I eliminated several ghost spirit sect scouts for fellow Deist, helping to cover your tracks. The old man chuckled as he stroked his beard, completely unburdened by any psychological pressure from attacking a demonic path ally. Lu Yun's looked at the ghost spirit sect corpses, his expression a mix of surprise and uncertainty. Not only could people from the Yuling sect find him, but even people from the ghost spirit sect could discover his whereabouts. Seeing his expression, the old man chuckled smugly. I'd like to ask, fellow Deist, you probably don't want your nearly month-long plan here to be exposed by others, do you? The old man squinted, his eyes darting around within their narrow sockets. Lu Yun's voice suddenly turned cold. Senior, why don't you speak more clearly? Good. Fellow Deist is straightforward, so I won't beat around the bush. Did Wang Luo's Xiangliu diagram fall into fellow Deist's hands? At these words, Lu Yun's eyebrow twitched violently. The old man smiled shrewdly and continued to Lu Yun's, if fellow Deist is willing to give the Xiangliu diagram to me, then I can swear on my heart demon never to reveal fellow Deist's whereabouts. Moreover, I can continue to cover for fellow Deist on the ghost spirit sect's side. Lu Yun's was silent for a moment, various ways this person might have tracked him flashing through his mind. He remembered that when the demonic path invaded, that skinny old man seemed to have pursued him directly. At the time, Lu Yun's thought it was because he was too high profile and didn't think much of it. But now, this old man, also a core formation cultivator from the Yuling sect, could also find him and even knew his recent movements like the back of his hand. This made Lu Yun's have to consider more possibilities. Before the demonic path invasion, he had never had any dealings with the Yuling sect. Why, wait. A thought suddenly struck Lu Yun's, he had indeed had dealings with the Yuling sect. The current Spirit Beast Mountain was an old hidden outpost of the Yuling sect in Yu State, established countless years ago, and was also a part of the Yuling sect. And he just happened to have dealt with people from Spirit Beast Mountain, and he still had something related to Spirit Beast Mountain on him. Lu Yun suddenly slapped his Spirit Beast pouch at his waist, and a long-tailed kitten, still half asleep, appeared in his palm. The old man chuckled twice at this, several wrinkles on his face seeming to squeeze together, making him look particularly comical. Fellow Deist is indeed exceptionally intelligent, you quickly discovered the anomaly. Lu Yun snorted coldly and suddenly threw the golden-eyed Li towards the old man. The old man raised a hand, and the golden-eyed Li immediately floated in mid-air, letting out a series of shrill cries. A large bloody gash gradually opened on the golden-eyed Li's back. The golden-eyed Li trembled all over from the pain, but could only let out a series of futile roars. As its cries grew weaker, a spirit insect, resembling a giant stick insect, slowly crawled out of the golden-eyed Li's body. With the spirit insect's emergence, the golden-eyed Li's small head drooped, and it completely became a shriveled husk. The ugly spirit insect, however, twisted its withered body and flew onto the old man. To tell you the truth, fellow Deist, not only do you have this parasitic insect near you, but many other young talents from other sects also have a few lurking around, making it convenient for our Yuling sect to keep track of your movements at all times. The old man stroked his sparse beard and let out a few triumphant chuckles. Lu Yun's spiritual power surged throughout his body, and the flame wings on his back suddenly stood erect. The old man's expression immediately changed. As he retreated, he hurriedly said, "Why this, fellow Deist? I merely want an item that fellow Deist has no use for." That Xiangliu diagram was specially left by Wang Tiangu of the Ghost Spirit sect for his only son, Wang Luo, for self-defense. Fellow Deist possessing this item is tantamount to publicly stating that Wang Luo died by your hand. What's more, the Ghost Spirit sect has now come looking. If I hadn't helped fellow Deist cover your tracks, they would have likely come knocking on your door long ago. Lu Yun took a deep breath and slowly said in a calm tone, "Senior means that as long as I hand over the Xiangliu diagram to Senior, Senior will not reveal my whereabouts to anyone else, right?" The old man nodded quickly. "That's right, fellow Deist can rest assured, my reputation is quite good." Lu Yun remained silent, not speaking. Hehe, the old man chuckled, a glint of shrewdness in his eyes. "To tell you the truth, fellow Deist, I also have a few disciples, and they are not far from the Ghost Spirit sect's people right now." Lu Yun nodded silently, his eyes beneath the armor filled with murderous intent. After a while, to the old man's surprised and delighted gaze, Lu Yun's blazing dragon armor split into a dozen pieces, transforming into streaks of red light and detaching, revealing Lu Yun's slightly slender figure beneath the armor. Fellow deist, this is nothing, it's just that facing Senior's magic treasure, this armor wouldn't be of much use even if I wore it, so it's better to take it off as a sign of sincerity. Liu Yun's shook his head with a hint of helplessness. This item is for Senior. Liu Yun's extended a hand, and a 9-headed giant serpent diagram, like an embroidery, appeared in his palm. Senior, catch. Liu Yun's gently tossed the item to the old man. The old man's face immediately lit up with joy. After a sweep with his divine sense, he found no abnormalities and happily took it. Oh, and there's one more thing, which Junior specially prepared for Senior, as a celebration. The old man was slightly taken aback. He opened the Xiangliu diagram, revealing a spirit beast pouch inside. What is this? What is fellow deist celebrating? The old man asked, subconsciously picking up the spirit beast pouch and extending his divine sense into it. Celebrating Senior's demise. As soon as the words fell, the spirit beast pouch in the old man's hand suddenly swelled up. The old man instinctively flung the item away, while a spiritual light flickered in his mouth, spewing out a red streak of light that slashed down. However, as soon as the spirit beast pouch left his hand, it exploded out of thin air, and a huge figure appeared with it, almost pressing against the old man's face. The ox-like spirit beast suddenly raised its head. Its pair of sharp horns, like two swift blades, instantly knocked away the flying knife, and at the same time, cut the old man into two. Liu Yun's appeared beside the old man's remains, raised his hand, and shot out a burst of fire, directly incinerating the corpse into ashes, leaving only a red, shimmering flying knife magic treasure suspended in the air. Liu Yun's reached out and grabbed the flying knife directly. His entire body glowed with spiritual light, forcefully suppressing the magic treasure's resistance and making it obediently retract into his storage pouch. The iron rhinoceros beast snorted a cloud of turbid air, shaking its head somewhat irritably. Liu Yun's took off his armor, reached out to stroke its head, and then swung himself onto its back. Indeed, the iron rhinoceros beast's back was very spacious. Moreover, it was covered with thick scales, making it surprisingly stable and pleasantly cool to sit on. Liu Yun smiled, patted the ox's head, and directed it to run in Nangongwan's direction. Under the moonlight, the blue ox trod through the air, auspicious clouds forming beneath its feet. Its speed was much faster than Liu Yun's had imagined. In the blink of an eye, Liu Yun's, riding the iron rhinoceros beast, arrived above a dense forest. Liu Yun's put away the iron rhinoceros beast, and his powerful divine sense meticulously swept the area below. Suddenly, Liu Yun's expression changed, showing a hint of shock. He quickly transformed into a 5-colored escape light and arrived in front of a tree hollow. Han Li and Nangongwan were both inside, but their auras fluctuated between strong and weak, appearing extremely strange. Liu Yun's frowned deeply, his divine sense cautiously sweeping the surroundings. He then raised his hand to break through the restriction spell that Han Li had probably casually set up, and slowly peered inside. Holy crap! Something came up tonight, so I'm sending this early. Chapter 173, Separation. Inside the tree hollow, Nangongwan lay on the ground, her clothes disheveled, her eyes tightly shut, unmoving. I was up there, playing a game of wits with a mid-stage core formation cultivator 2 realms higher than me, and you two bastards were down here having a damn good time. Liu Yun sneered as he took out a shadow recording pearl. Suddenly, his movements froze, and he looked at Han Li in surprise. In his divine sense, Han Li's cultivation had surprisingly dropped to around the 3rd or 4th level of the chi refining stage. Liu Yun's looked at the two of them in confusion. He had spoken a lot to that Yuling sect core formation cultivator up there, but it had only been a little over a quarter of an hour. Suddenly, Liu Yun's eye twitched violently. Junior Martial Uncle. Nangongwan's eyes were tightly shut, and she said nothing. Junior Martial Uncle, you're awake, aren't you? Nangongwan still kept her eyes closed, appearing to be in a deep coma. Junior Martial Uncle, I saw your hand move. Bang. Han Li's body flew high into the air, splatting against the side of the tree hollow, then slowly sliding down. Liu Yun's was startled, then a flash of white appeared before his eyes. Nangongwan instantly appeared outside the tree hollow, her hands clasped behind her back, facing away from him as she gazed up at the crescent moon above. Liu Yun's rolled his eyes, then leaned out of the tree hollow. Junior Martial Uncle, stop pretending. Your legs are still trembling. Nangongwan shivered violently, and her entire demeanor instantly deflated. Martial nephew Liu, Nangongwan looked back, her face flushed crimson. Actually, what you just saw was the secret art of my cultivation technique, the reincarnation true art, which allows me to absorb the true chi of other cultivators to restore myself when my true chi is greatly depleted. The reason for that posture is simply a requirement of the cultivation technique, combined with being temporarily unable to move while performing it. So, my dear nephew, please do not think anything improper, and even more so, do not make clever, wild conjectures, understood? After hearing her long explanation, Liu Yun's couldn't help but sigh deeply. Junior Martial Uncle, why are you explaining to me? Nangongwan was stunned, then she finally realized. That's right, what did she have to explain to him? Liu Yun's looked back at Han Li, then turned to face Nangongwan. Junior Martial Uncle, if I'm not mistaken, the Yunyu sect should have already evacuated collectively by now, right? Why are you here? Nangongwan's expression was stiff, and she found it hard to speak. Seeing this, Liu Yun's immediately understood. He pointed a finger at Han Li in the tree hollow. For him. Nangongwan turned her head, continuing to gaze at the crescent moon in the sky, saying nothing. Junior Martial Uncle, why bother? If you had just taken him directly back to the Unyu sect, who could say anything? Liu Yun said with a helpless shrug. Nangongwan was silent for a long time, then gently shook her head. Things are not as simple as you think. She turned around, her clear and noble face tinged with a touch of the mortal world. I am a core formation cultivator, and he is only a foundation establishment cultivator, or even, he isn't even a foundation establishment cultivator now. So what? Do you feel he's not worthy of you? Or are you afraid of gossip? Liu Yun's irritably ran a hand through his hair. Is it worth tormenting yourself back and forth over such trivial matters? Nangongwan calmly shook her head. Martial nephew Liu, you still don't understand. The gap between us has never been about status or cultivation, but something far more realistic. She lowered her head, her white robes fluttering in the night wind, her face covered by the shadows cast by the moonlight, making her true appearance unclear. As a core formation cultivator, I have at least 400 or 500 years of life, but what about him? Nangongwan gave a bitter smile, then slowly and firmly shook her head. Martial nephew Liu, have you ever considered? One of my seclusion sessions might be half a lifetime for him. Even if I brought him back to the Unyu sect, ignoring all obstacles, then what? Perhaps we would only meet a few times in a hurry, and then we would be separated by life and death. Not meeting, for both me and him, is the best choice. Liu Yun looked at Nangongwan, his lips pressed into a tight, straight line. Then why did you come back? Nangongwan fell silent. Gazing at the moonlight in the sky, she showed a bitter smile tinged with self-mockery. I don't know. Perhaps my state of mind is still unstable, not yet perfected in my cultivation. Liu Yun sighed deeply, saying nothing more. Martial nephew Liu, I'm leaving. Don't tell him it was me. Just say you two made a mistake and rescued the wrong person. Nangongwan smiled, appearing somewhat ethereal in the moonlight. Just treat this as a dream, and forget it. I, too, should forget. Nangongwan gave a bitter smile, took out a storage pouch from her pregnant and threw it to Liu Yun's. This is for him. Tell him it's compensation from that core formation senior. He shouldn't think about anything else. Liu Yun's held the storage pouch, looking back at Han Li, who was still lying down. For some reason, he suddenly felt a strange sense of déjà vu, as if something was missing if he didn't say, come again, old man. Thinking this, Liu Yun quickly shook his head, throwing out those random thoughts, and then said seriously, Junior Martial Uncle, can I study that secret art you used to absorb true qi? Nangongwan looked at him with some surprise upon hearing this. That is a secret art attached to my new reincarnation art. If you don't cultivate this cultivation technique, you won't be able to practice this secret art. Not to mention, this reincarnation true art has many drawbacks, and it's probably not as valuable as you imagine. Liu Yun waved his hand and said, Junior Martial Uncle, you misunderstand. I don't intend to practice it, I'm just curious and want to study it. Nangongwan looked at him strangely, then sighed, putting a hand to her forehead, and with her other hand, she took out a jade slip from her storage pouch and handed it to Liu Yun's. Alright, I should go now. Martial nephew Liu, you, Nangongwan looked at Liu Yun's, as if suddenly remembering something. Her lips moved slightly, wanting to say something but she was momentarily speechless, unable to utter a single word. In the end, she could only sigh futilely and shake her head. Go do your own thing, Nangongwan said calmly. Liu Yun smiled and nodded, watching her transform into a white escape light, soaring into the sky under the moonlight, and quickly disappearing into the horizon. After this separation, it was unknown when they would meet again. Liu Yun sighed with a touch of melancholy. Unlike most cultivators he had met, Nangongwan appeared to be an incredibly rational person on the surface, always clearly knowing what she wanted. But in reality, she carried rebellion and sensibility in her bones, only she usually suppressed it so severely that even she herself didn't realize it. As soon as a strong external factor triggered this impulse, that superficial layer of rationality would instantly vanish, leading her to do many things that even she found incomprehensible. Liu Yun knew one other person like this, and only one. That person was lying in the tree hollow behind him, silent. They really are a match made in heaven, Liu Yun said without turning his head. Get up, she's gone far. In the tree hollow, Han Li slowly sat up, his back to the entrance, silent. After an unknown amount of time, he slowly stood up. A somewhat hoarse voice sounded behind Liu Yun's. Let's go, fix the teleportation array. Chapter 174, Teleportation. The two returned to the underground cave, quickly set up a formation to conceal their aura, and then began to repair the teleportation array. Liu Yun finished the last of the work in just 2 hours. The two checked the blueprint several times before finally confirming that it had been completely repaired. To be honest, I've always felt that it's quite absurd that just a few mid-grade spirit stones can achieve ultra-long distance teleportation over an unknown distance. Liu Yun muttered as he placed a few spirit stones on the teleportation array. Han Li rolled his eyes, ignoring him, and got up to take out the great teleportation talisman. In the current situation, the ghost spirit sect wanted him dead, and the Yellow Maple Valley wanted him dead even more. He really couldn't stay in the Tianese region any longer. However, it was difficult to leave one's homeland. To abandon everything and run to a completely unfamiliar place was still somewhat unacceptable for Han Li. Liu Yun didn't have as many thoughts as him. The ghost spirit sect people were chasing right behind them. If they didn't leave now, were they going to stay here and fight the ghost spirit sect? After confirming that the teleportation array was functioning normally, he looked at Chu Han, the refined corpse beside Han Li. Old Han, can your refined corpse execute preset commands? If so, let's have it test the teleportation array first to see if it's safe. Han Li turned to look at Chu Han, shaking his head helplessly. No, Chu Han can only execute some relatively simple commands, and it also cannot use spiritual power. Its current cultivation is just an accident, and it's difficult to utilize. Hearing Han Li's words, Liu Yun's also felt a headache. A long-distance teleportation array, using something like this without testing it first, always felt a bit unsettling. Theoretically, the Great Teleportation Talisman was enough to ensure the safety of the three of them during spatial travel, but this teleportation array had been around for so many years, who knew what the situation was like on the other side now? Liu Yun silently looked at his spirit beast pouch, then shook his head and sighed. This kind of thing was still too early for a spirit beast that didn't even have hands. Old Han, how about we? Liu Yun's voice suddenly stopped, his expression stiffened, and his back was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Core formation stage cultivators. 3 of them. And one was a late core formation stage cultivator. They were flying straight towards them. What was going on? Did the formation not work at all? This was one of Xian Ruyan's most peak works. Liu Yun's face suddenly darkened, and he said in a deep voice, Old Han, something's wrong. Someone is heading straight for us, and this time it's... Amidst the 3 powerful spiritual energies, there were also many Foundation establishment cultivators, one of whom gave him a strange sense of familiarity. Wang Chan. Liu Yun's blurted out, and Han Li instantly froze, then quickly lowered his head and frantically searched himself. What are you doing? Liu Yun's was a bit confused by his actions. I might have been marked with a tracking imprint. Han Li's face was terrifyingly grim. Yellow Maple Valley, they really were ruthless. Liu Yun scratched his head. His divine sense had already been discovered, and that group of people was now rushing here, about to arrive. This was too fast. Go. Han Li gritted his teeth, pulling Liu Yun's and Chu Han onto the teleportation array, and with a raised hand, he struck it with a burst of spiritual power. The teleportation array began to emit a dazzling spiritual light. Just then, a loud bang erupted above their heads. The not-so-thick rock layer was instantly blasted open, revealing dozens of demonic path cultivators densely packed outside. Wang Chan stood at the forefront, accompanied by 3 core formation cultivators, looking at them with an almost frenzied gaze. An ancient teleportation array. The leading late core formation stage cultivator blurted out, his eyes first filled with ecstasy, then suddenly changed, and a dazzling emerald light shot out from his hand. Stop them quickly. The teleportation array is about to activate. The emerald light shot out but collided with a 5-colored protective shield in mid-air. Han Li looked up and sneered at the pale-faced Wang Chan. The teleportation array glowed brightly, and the 3 figures instantly disappeared. Dizziness, nausea, world spinning. These were Liu Yun's initial sensations. Opening his eyes, everything was pitch black. Am I blind? Liu Yun's blinked hard, forcing himself to sit up. In an instant, Liu Yun's felt a wave of dizziness and his stomach churned. He couldn't help but kneel on the ground and vomit directly. Ugh. Han Li next to him. To be honest, he was just simply dizzy, but now hearing Liu Yun's vomit so vigorously next to him, he also felt nauseous, and the fluids in his stomach began to rush up towards his throat. It was hard to say if this was due to the long-distance teleportation or because of Liu Yun's. Although his stomach was churning, with his steel-like will, Han Li forcefully suppressed the vomit that had reached his throat. He couldn't even move a finger right now, either because his cultivation was too low or because the great teleportation talisman had carried too many people. If he vomited now, he might become the first cultivator in history to choke to death on his own vomit. This way of dying was too damn embarrassing. Not to mention Liu Yun's was still next to him, who knew if that bastard would record it with a shadow recording pearl. Old Han. Liu Yun's had emptied his stomach. The good news was that Liu Yun's was, after all, a cultivator who had attained Bigu, a type of fasting, Bigu, a state of abstaining from grains and food, so there wasn't any messy stuff in his stomach, thus the smell on sight wasn't particularly bad. The bad news was that Liu Yun's and Han Li were too close. Han Li always felt that his fingers were a bit damp, and he wondered if something had gotten on them. Old Han, open your eyes and see if you can see anything. I feel like I might be blind. Han Li lay on the ground, rolling his eyes feebly. It's fine, I can't see anything either. Damn it. This broken teleportation array has a problem. We're both blind. Han Li took a deep breath, almost choking on his own saliva. Can't you just conjure a light source to see? Liu Yun's was stunned, shaking his brain, which wasn't very clear due to the long-distance teleportation. Oh, right. Liu Yun's quickly raised his hand and released a speck of light, illuminating the surroundings. This seemed to be a long-abandoned stone house, surrounded by thick layers of dust, and there was a strong musty smell in the air, which seemed to be coming from outside the stone house. Liu Yun's had almost recovered from the effects of the long-distance teleportation. He raised his hand and released 5 white blades, quickly slicing the stone door of the stone house into pieces. As soon as the stone door was cut open, thick dust billowed in with the flowing air. Caught off guard, the two coughed and sneezed several times. Liu Yun's patted off the dust and looked up. Behind the stone door was a long blue stone staircase, gradually extending upwards. Like the stone house, the staircase was also covered in thick dust. Liu Yun's and Han Li exchanged glances, then immediately raised their hands and cut a corner of the teleportation array with a golden light. Han Li, meanwhile, called Chu Hun to carry him on his back, and together with Liu Yun's, they stepped onto the blue stone staircase. Chapter 175, Green Armored Beast. Although the blue stone steps looked long, there were actually only 20 to 30 steps in total. After a few steps and a turn, they reached the top of the stairs. At the end of the steps was a huge rock, completely blocking the exit. Liu Yun's pointed lightly, and 5 white flying daggers instantly flew out, cutting the massive rock into several pieces. A damp, warm wind, mixed with a faint salty taste, blew across their faces. Han Li frowned in confusion, while Liu Yun's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. Ignoring Han Li's confusion, Liu Yun's ran out of the cave in a few steps. The sound of the tide reached his ears. Layers of waves rolled with white foam, repeatedly washing over the dark reefs. As far as the eye could see, the water and sky merged into one. Clear and bright, a beautiful jade-like azure stretched endlessly outwards. Several large seabirds flew overhead, letting out caw-caw cries. The slightly salty sea breeze brushed against his face, and a strange sense of openness filled Liu Yun's chest. The sea. Liu Yun's turned around, pointing at the boundless azure behind him, and said excitedly to Han Li, "Old Han, the sea. I'm not blind." Han Li gave him a helpless side glance, looking around curiously. He had never seen the sea in his life, only read about it in the ancient texts treasured by his school. In Han Li's imagination, the sea should have been just a particularly large lake. However, when the real ocean appeared before him, Han Li was surprised to find that his imagination was truly too limited. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he could never have imagined the vastness and grandeur of the ocean in his entire life. However, as he watched, Han Li gradually calmed down from the excitement of seeing the sea for the first time, and then remembered another critical matter. "Liu Yun's, have you seen any other land nearby?" Han Li asked seriously. No. Liu Yun's mouth twitched, and his excited expression instantly cooled. Han Li turned his head, surveying their current location. At this moment, the two of them were on a cliff. Not far below their feet was the seashore, and all around were bare black rocks, with no trace of green. Liu Yun's transformed into a 5-colored escape light and flew upwards. Looking down from high in the sky, all he could see was a shimmering azure water surface with countless ripples. This was actually a small, isolated island. Liu Yun's landed with a somewhat grim expression, shaking his head at Han Li. Han Li had almost fully recovered by this time, so he simply dismounted from Chu Hun's back. His divine sense swept over the small island, discovering that there wasn't even a proper spiritual vein here, it was completely barren land. What were these ancient cultivators thinking? Why build a long-distance teleportation array in such a desolate place? Liu Yun scratched his head, unable to understand. Han Li also couldn't understand, but he didn't dwell on the question for long, calmly saying, perhaps there was a need for secrecy at the time, or perhaps geological changes over the years caused nearby islands to disappear. All of these are possible. In any case, the affairs of those ancient cultivators have nothing to do with us. The most urgent task now is to find a way to leave this island and quickly find other land. Liu Yun sighed and patted the spirit beast pouch at his waist. The ox-like iron rhinoceros beast landed on the ground, somewhat irritably snorting 2 streams of murky air from its nostrils. Big ox, we're relying on you this time. Liu Yun's patted the huge ox head. Although this ancient exotic beast didn't have any fancy divine abilities or spells, its powerful Yao beast body and endurance far surpassed those of modern Yao beasts of the same rank. On this endless sea, riding it was undoubtedly the best choice. What's more, its powerful deterrent force as a 6th-level spirit beast could also reduce a lot of trouble for the two of them. Of course, if this deterrent force encountered a powerful high-level cultivator, it would probably directly become the reason for the opponent to kill them and seize their treasures. However, considering the probability of encountering a cultivator at the late core formation stage or above on this vast sea, both of them felt it was completely worth a gamble. After all, relying solely on the two of them, whether they could fly out of the sea area was truly uncertain. The two of them aimed in one direction and rode the iron rhinoceros beast into the air. Han Li surprisingly touched the sturdy scales on the iron rhinoceros beast's back. The spirit beast's back was wide and comfortable, and the scales were much more stable to sit on than he had imagined, enough for someone to sit cross-legged and cultivate their magic power. Moreover, the iron rhinoceros beast was enveloped in a faint 5-colored spiritual light. The strong sea wind in the high altitude, upon entering the vicinity of the spiritual light, instantly became gentle and soft, sliding directly past the iron rhinoceros beast without causing any obstruction to the two of them. Liu Yun's also stroked the ox's head with satisfaction, then suddenly turned to Han Li and asked, "Old Han, why do you think a green ox is called an iron rhinoceros beast? It doesn't look like a rhinoceros." Han Li simply rolled his eyes at him. "How would I know that?" Liu Yun's patted the spirit beast beneath him, asking with a puzzled expression, "Brother Ox, do you know why?" The iron rhinoceros beast responded with an impatient low growl. "Looks like you don't know." Liu Yun stroked his chin, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned. "Brother Ox, how about I change your name? How do you like the name Great Green Si? Isn't that still a rhinoceros?" Han Li rolled his eyes in disgust. The iron rhinoceros beast also shook its head sharply. "True, that name is still too early for you." Liu Yun's frowned, then suddenly thought of a good idea. "Then how about Green Armored Beast? The iron rhinoceros beast's huge head swayed slightly, letting out a soft grunt. You agree? All right, then from now on you'll be called Green Armored Beast. Han Li watched from the side, pouting. Although he felt the name Green Armored Beast was good, he always felt that Liu Yun's had a hidden meaning in his words. The Green Armored Beast let out a roar, and auspicious clouds rose beneath its light silver hooves, instantly increasing its speed by 3 points. At this escape light's speed, which far exceeded ordinary magic treasures, the two of them only took most of a day to spot a blurry small black dot within their line of sight. The two were overjoyed at this sight. After a brief consideration, Liu Yun's put the Green Armored Beast back into his spirit beast pouch, then took out a giant bamboo raft, carrying Han Li and Chu Hun, and flew towards the black dot. Their speed instantly slowed down considerably, and it took them another good half-day to clearly see the full appearance of the black dot. This sight nearly made Liu Yun's and Han Li's eyes pop out. It was a giant ship nearly 100 zhang long. It was entirely made of some kind of black wood, and although it didn't seem to possess spiritual power, it was incredibly tough. The giant ship had no masts or sails, and its overall design somewhat resembled a modern warship from Liu Yun's previous life. At the bow of the ship, more than a dozen huge fish, several zhang long with densely packed fangs in their mouths, were pulling the giant ship forward at high speed. Liu Yun's and Han Li watched in amazement. Just then, the people on the ship also discovered them. Chapter 176, The Three Great Natural Disasters. Several shouts came from the giant ship, and a large group of people, numbering 200 to 300, emerged from the cabin, standing densely on the deck. The people on the ship looked up at the two individuals in the sky, their faces filled with awe, and they respectfully bowed. This caught Han Li off guard, as the language these people spoke was extremely foreign to him, he couldn't understand a single word. From the crowd, a middle-aged man in luxurious clothing stepped forward, respectfully spoke a few words to the sky, then stood with his hands clasped, a hint of expectation in his eyes. Liu Yun stroked his chin in thought, then suddenly urged the bamboo raft under his feet, descending in front of everyone. Can you understand what I'm saying? Liu Yun's asked in Tiananese. Everyone looked at each other, their faces blank. Liu Yun's tried a few other languages, but the result was the same. Then, under Han Li's puzzled gaze, Liu Yun suddenly pointed to himself, Han Li, and Chu Hun, making a sleeping gesture. The leading middle-aged man instantly understood, quickly called over an old man, said something to him, then, with a face full of smiles, made a gesture to lead the way. Liu Yun's nodded in satisfaction. Who said communication could only be done through language? Many people hadn't understood what he was saying since he was young, and he still grew up just fine. Giving Han Li a proud look, Liu Yun's followed directly behind the middle-aged man and the old man, striding into the ship's cabin. Han Li rolled his eyes helplessly. Instead of following them, he began to try out the several ancient languages he had learned on the people around him. When he spoke a rare ancient dialect, an old sailor in the crowd suddenly shifted his expression, showing a hesitant look. Seeing this, Han Li quickly asked, Can you understand what I'm saying? Liu Yun's, who was walking ahead, didn't listen to Han Li's inquiries anymore but followed the old man all the way into the ship's cabin. The interior space of the cabin was surprisingly large, with corridors extending in all directions deep into the cabin. On both sides of the corridors were ordinary wooden doors, which, though slightly simple, appeared very clean. The old man led Liu Yun's to a noticeably larger wooden door and pushed it open. The space inside was not small, and a small window directly faced the wooden door, offering a direct view of the azure sea outside. The overall decor of the room wasn't particularly luxurious, but it exuded a simple and elegant style. It seemed the owner of this place was a refined person. Liu Yun smiled and nodded at the old man, making a gesture to indicate that he could leave first. The old man nodded respectfully with a smile, then turned and left the small room. Liu Yun stretched, then ungracefully sat cross-legged on the bed, beginning to ponder the scenes he had just witnessed. Although the mortals here are respectful, their eyes don't seem particularly surprised, nor do they show that feeling of trepidation. It seems they aren't that afraid of cultivators. Liu Yun stroked his chin and couldn't help but laugh. This place is quite interesting. Bang! The wooden door was unceremoniously pushed open, and Han Li, bringing Chu Hun, walked in, a thoughtful expression on his face. What are you doing? Can't you knock before coming in? Liu Yun's rolled his eyes and said irritably. What if I was doing something private? Opening someone else's door without permission is very awkward, you know. Han Li ignored him and found a chair to sit down on his own. I just asked the people here about the local customs and terrain. We've really arrived at a very distant place this time. Through Han Li's narration, Liu Yun's gained some basic understanding of this place. This place was a sea area called the Chaotic Star Sea, and this was its southwest corner. Nearby, there were 3 large islands, Wei Xing Island, Kui Xing Island, and Sang Xing Island, as well as dozens of other small and medium-sized islands, all inhabited by both cultivators and mortals. Generally, each island would have a cultivator with the highest magic power serving as the island master, responsible for guarding the island. Under the island master, there would also be other cultivators willing to take on some duties on the island, obeying the island master's command. This model was somewhat similar to the sects in Tianese, but the island master's power was significantly greater than that of most sect masters. There were also some cultivators who wished to live on the island but were unwilling to take on island duties. They had to pay a certain amount of spirit stones to the island master each year. Furthermore, the mortals on the island also had to pay spirit stones or offer labor to earn the right to live on the island, otherwise, they would be driven off the small island to fend for themselves. And leaving the protection of the formation on the small island meant facing the chaotic star sea's infamous 3 great natural disasters alone. Yao beasts, heavenly wind, and ghost mist. Yao beasts need no further explanation, most of them were sea beasts native to the chaotic star sea, and their numbers were so vast that even if the cultivators of the chaotic star sea tried to exterminate them, they simply couldn't be wiped out. The heavenly wind, on the other hand, was a hurricane that blew twice a year from one side of the chaotic star sea to the other, raising thousand-zhang waves wherever it passed, and could even completely submerge small islands. Although this wind posed no threat to high-level cultivators, it was still an irresistible force for low-level cultivators and mortals. Most cultivators and mortals in the chaotic star sea relied on the formations on the small islands to resist the heavenly wind. Finally, the ghost mist was a strange black mist that frequently appeared over the chaotic star sea. Anyone enveloped by this black mist, whether mortal or cultivator, would mysteriously disappear without a trace. With the chaotic star sea being so dangerous, it was no wonder that the island master, who protected an island, held such immense power. In Liu Yun's understanding, the islands in the chaotic star sea were even somewhat akin to the island master's private property. There's one more thing. After Han Li finished talking about the 3 great natural disasters, he changed the subject and said somewhat dejectedly. The owner of this ship is named Gu and runs some businesses on the nearby Kuei Island. He recently wants to get involved in some long-distance inter-island businesses. However, Kuei Island has a strange rule: these mortals must hire cultivators to fight, and only the side that wins the fight can get a share of the business. Han Li drooped his eyes, a deep sense of bewilderment on his brow. That manager Gu wanted to hire me to fight someone, but I flatly refused. Can you believe it? In this place, cultivators can not only be hired by mortals but also fight and kill for mortal businesses. This. Han Li let out a long, exasperated sigh. How is this possible? Liu Yun's crossed his arms and thought carefully. Old Han, do you think there's a possibility? Situations like the chaotic star sea, where mortals participate in the production process and even gain some social status through such means, might be the normal phenomenon, and Tianese is just an exception. What? Han Li was stunned. Chapter 177, Chaotic Star Sea Income Investigation. As someone who only completed high school in his previous life, Liu Yun's didn't know much about Marxist-Leninist theory, basically only scratching the surface. However, he had learned some fundamental principles. For example, only labor can create value. The same theory might be somewhat out of place in a Xiangxia world, but the basic principles are still interconnected. Cultivators can't just chew on spiritual plants, nor can they wield spiritual materials like bricks during a fight, smashing each other's heads in. Medicinal pills, magical artifacts, talismans, formations, these things all need to be created by human effort. This doesn't just include cultivators with excellent professional skills like alchemists and artifact refiners. There are also miners who extract spiritual materials, workers who process spirit stones, apprentices who tend to spiritual herbs, and transporters who serve as logistics, among a series of labor positions. Previously, in Tianese, Liu Yun's had noticed more than once that many positions could actually be given to mortals, such as mining and farming, simple tasks that don't require magic. This would free up valuable cultivator labor, redirecting human resources towards high-tech work that requires more magical support like formations and talismans. However, the reality was that the major schools in Tianese even required those who clean toilets to have qi refining stage 8th or 9th level cultivation. This meaningless waste of labor is a classic example of involution. Under Han Li's puzzled gaze, Liu Yun's called manager Gu and Wang Chongqing, who understood ancient languages, and consulted him in detail about the income situation of mortals in the chaotic star sea. The subsequent conversation almost scared Han Li to death. On Kuei Island, an ordinary sailor's annual income could basically reach around 20 spirit stones. If it was a skilled veteran sailor, it could even reach 30 or even 40 spirit stones. This was only the wage treatment in a peripheral area like Kuei Island. If it were a prosperous area in the heart of the chaotic star sea, the remuneration would only be higher. Meanwhile, the average monthly salary for low-level cultivators within the Yellow Maple Valley School in Tianese was 3 spirit stones. A low-level sailor in the chaotic star sea, without any magic, actually had an income comparable to that of a low-level cultivator in a major Tianese school. Manager Gu's current annual business profit was around 500 to 600 spirit stones. If he secured the cross-island transport quota for Kuei Island, that number could even reach over 1,000 spirit stones. What kind of concept is this? To put it this way, the Yellow Maple Valley in Tianese provided its foundation establishment stage cultivators with a fixed annual salary of 100 spirit stones. If they held a position within the sect, without calculating external income, it would be roughly 300 to 400 spirit stones. Immortal in the chaotic star sea. His income absolutely crushed that of a foundation establishment cultivators from a major Tianese school. After manager Gu left, Han Li sat stunned in his chair for a long time, unable to recover. Liu Yun's, however, had been mentally prepared beforehand and appeared much calmer. Old Han, it seems we've arrived at an extraordinary place, Liu Yun said with a smile. What does it mean for a mere mortal to have such a high income? This signifies abundant and not fully monopolized resources, vast and suitable terrain for survival, a healthy and stable social order, and a continuously developing, steadily progressing civilization. This is what a truly developing, healthy, and upward-moving cultivation civilization should look like. The situation in Tianese was likely just an extreme case of involution caused by resource scarcity and high-level monopoly, and it doesn't represent the development process of the entire human realm. Thinking carefully, the fact that the ingredients for foundation establishment pills in Tianese were so scarce, yet no cultivator could, or dared to, create a new foundation establishment method, is itself a pathological and distorted situation. Extreme high-level monopoly combined with a scarcity of cultivation resources created the bizarre and extremely involuted situation in Tianese. Other places, however, would not necessarily turn out like Tianese. At least here, social civilization was still developing healthily. At this moment, Liu Yun's mind became clear. An invisible boulder in his heart suddenly dropped, and even the 5 elements escape heaven art's circulation speed increased by 3 points. Simply put, Liu Yun's achieved mental clarity. Han Li was still somewhat incredulous. The things he had obtained through countless life and death struggles in Tianese could perhaps be acquired by others with a little effort in another place. This severely impacted his worldview. Liu Yun's, in a good mood, hummed a tune, patted Han Li on the shoulder, and swaggered out of the room. In the following days, Han Li stayed cooped up in his room, diligently studying the language of the chaotic star sea with Wang Chongqing every day. After a few days, relying on a cultivator's ability to remember things at a glance, he had already managed to grasp the everyday language of the chaotic star sea. Although he still wasn't very fluent, understanding others' conversations was no longer an issue. Liu Yun's situation, however, was rather peculiar. Ever since he boarded the ship, he rarely stayed in his room, spending his days mingling with the sailors on deck. Initially, the sailors were very uneasy, but after a while, they discovered that this immortal master, who couldn't speak the local dialect, was a good person. Not only was he kind, but he also had a good sense of humor, so they gradually relaxed. Liu Yun's even changed his attire. Aside from a straw hat he found from who knows where, he looked exactly like these bare-chested, simply dressed sailors. Every morning, he would stand at the bow of the ship, letting the sea breeze sweep over him, and routinely give the sky the middle finger. Then he would begin communicating with these sailors from all corners of the world through gestures. After a few days, he successfully mastered over a dozen local dialects and slang terms from the chaotic star sea, as well as over 150 different polite ways to insult someone's female relatives. Now, he could even participate in the cursing battles among the sailors when their ship passed by a rival ship, and he was a main force, spewing forth elegant insults that left the opposing sailors unable to lift their heads. Manager Gu watched, dumbfounded. Upon learning of this, Han Li once again resolved not to leave his room, attempting to show that he wasn't very familiar with that thing on the deck. After several more days, the large ship arrived at Kuising Island amidst cheers. Liu Yun's, an outstanding graduate of the Chaotic Star Sea Intangible Cultural Heritage Training class, held a reluctant Han Li with one hand and waved goodbye to the people on the ship with the other. They ultimately declined Manager Gu's invitation. Although Manager Gu offered to act as their referrer, allowing them to stay on Kuising Island for a long time, Han Li and Liu Yun's unanimously believed that with Liu Yun's late foundation establishment stage cultivation, obtaining long-term residency on the island should not be a particularly difficult matter. Despite this, to express their gratitude for Manager Gu and the crew's hospitality and help during this time, Liu Yun's left Manager Gu 2 high-grade magical artifacts before leaving, which should be enough for him to hire other low-level cultivators. After bidding farewell to the people on the ship, the two turned and looked at the unusually large dock. As far as the eye could see, hundreds of ships of varying sizes were densely packed at the dock. People boarding and disembarking crowded together like a tide, numbering at least 2,000 to 3,000. Liu Yun's and Han Li glanced around a few times, then walked straight towards a stone house by the harbor. According to Manager Gu, that was where external cultivators registered. Stepping into the stone house, the interior was exceptionally simple, with just a table and a chair. An old man with a sallow complexion sat on the chair. The old man had been resting with his eyes closed, but as soon as the two entered the stone house, his eyes opened, and he looked at Liu Yun's with surprise. Chapter 178, Landing on the Island. Fellow deist, may I ask what brings you to Kuising Island? The old man stood up, cupped his hands with a smile, and asked politely. The old man was merely at the foundation establishment mid-stage, while Liu Yun's was at the late foundation establishment stage, and looked unusually young. Naturally, the old man dared not offend him. Liu Yun's also returned the bow. To be frank, fellow deist, I am Liu Yun's, and this is my junior martial uncle, Han Li. We have come to Kuising Island this time hoping to settle down long-term. What procedures do we need to follow? The old man nodded knowingly upon hearing this, and said with a smile, with your cultivation, fellow deist, for you to take up residence on this island is truly a blessing for us. Perhaps in a few decades, Kuising Island will have another core formation stage senior. Between his words, the old man was very polite to Liu Yun's, but after speaking, he changed the subject and asked. Listening to your accent, fellow deist, it seems you also hail from the nearby sea region. Where did you cultivate before this? Liu Yun's showed no abnormality, such a question was within his expectations. To be frank, fellow deist, I have been cultivating on Lesser Heaven Island, several hundred li away from Kuising Island. However, the island master of Lesser Heaven Island, Island Master Lu, is nearing his end, and cultivators from all walks of life are waiting to compete for the vacant position of Island Master, making the small island a chaotic mess. I couldn't cultivate properly and, out of desperation, could only come to Kuising Island to try my luck and see if I could find a place to stay. The old man nodded in sudden realization and asked no more questions. Liu Yun sighed softly, as if genuinely saddened by the chaos in his homeland. In fact, Lesser Heaven Island did exist, and it was true that Island Master Lu was nearing his end, attracting covetous gazes from various forces eyeing the Island Master's position. He learned all of this while mingling with the sailors on the giant ship, and even picked up the dialect accent at that time. Now, it was more than enough to deal with the old man in front of him. The old man indeed believed him, and took out 2 jade tokens from his storage pouch, handing them to Liu Yun's. Fellow deist, these are temporary passes for Kuei-Sing Island. You must keep them safe, fellow deist. Otherwise, if you are discovered by the island's patrol team, it will be very troublesome. Liu Yun's took the jade tokens, glanced at them briefly, and put them away. If you wish to apply for long-term residency, fellow deist, you still need to go to the ascending Immortal Pavilion on King Yun Mountain on the island. With your cultivation, it's unlikely anyone would deliberately make things difficult for you, but... The old man showed a hint of hesitation, seemingly unsure how to speak. Seeing this, Liu Yun subtly raised an eyebrow and said with a polite smile, "Fellow deist, please speak your mind without reservation." Only then did the old man give an embarrassed smile and pointed towards the center of Kuei-Sing Island. "Fellow deist, you may not know, but although most of King Yun Mountain on Kuei-Sing Island is situated on a spiritual vein, the places with the most abundant spiritual qi are the 36 highest peaks in the mountain. Generally speaking, with your cultivation, fellow deist, occupying one of these peaks is absolutely no problem. However, you are not from this island, and currently all 36 peaks already have owners. You might only be able to choose a cultivation spot in a slightly less favorable area on the mountain." Liu Yun's nodded expressionlessly. He understood, this old man was probably intentionally trying to induce him to join Kuei-Sing Island and take on some position. However, Liu Yun still had quite a few medicinal pills in his storage pouch, enough to push his cultivation to foundation establishment perfection. Thus, his demand for the spiritual qi concentration of an immortal cave was not high. Moreover, Liu Yun still had some other items that could make up for the lack of spiritual qi in an immortal cave. Han Li's demand for spiritual qi concentration was also not high. For him, as long as there was enough spiritual qi to cultivate spiritual plants, it was sufficient. The old man's efforts were thus rendered futile. Liu Yun's exchanged a few more polite words with him, then transformed into a 5-colored escape light, carrying Han Li as he flew towards King Yun Mountain. The two circled King Yun Mountain a few times, finally finding a 2-story small pavilion on a not-so-high peak. The exterior of this pavilion was dilapidated and extremely old, with only a plaque hanging above the door, on which the 3 large characters "Ascending Immortal Pavilion" were crookedly written. Looking at its appearance, Liu Yun's and Han Li couldn't help but exchange a glance, both a little incredulous. "This place certainly has character." Liu Yun's shook his head, somewhat helplessly walking ahead and pushing the door open. The scene inside, however, was completely different from the outside. The floor was covered with luxurious crimson silk, the red brick walls were inlaid with gold and jade, and several vibrant spiritual plants were arranged around. As far as the eye could see, it was a dazzling expanse of luxurious crimson, so bright that Liu Yun's eyes ached. He finally managed to spot a middle-aged cultivator, also dressed in red, amidst this fiery hue. "Oh, a fellow deist with an unfamiliar face." The middle-aged cultivator stood up and bowed neither humbly nor arrogantly. "Fellow deist, have you come here to handle residency procedures?" Han Li's expression was slightly solemn. This middle-aged cultivator was actually a late foundation establishment stage cultivator, just like Liu Yun's. The cultivator's strength on Kuei-Sing Island seemed to be quite formidable. Liu Yun's returned the bow with a cheerful smile. "Precisely so. Do I need any proof to handle the residency procedures?" The middle-aged cultivator smiled strangely upon hearing this. "Fellow deist, you jest. If others come here, they naturally need various complicated procedures and a guarantor to settle down. But with your cultivation, fellow deist, all these messy things can naturally be omitted." As the middle-aged cultivator spoke, he took out a golden page, transcribed their names onto it, and then handed them a blue jade token as proof. "With your cultivation, fellow deist, you could originally choose a mountain peak as your cultivation place. However, currently all 36 peaks already have owners, and the best locations on the peaks have already been taken. You might have to make do with choosing an immortal cave in a slightly less favorable area." The middle-aged cultivator said apologetically, while also taking out a silver scroll and opening it before them. "Please look, fellow deist. Anything flashing with golden light is already occupied, while those flashing with white light are unoccupied. You may choose freely." The middle-aged cultivator smiled proudly, pointing to an area dense with both golden and white lights. King Yun Mountain on Kuei-Sing Island is a famous spiritual vein area in the nearby sea. Even if you cannot temporarily cultivate in the most concentrated spiritual qi areas, the effect of cultivating in other places will not be much slower, and still far superior to other ordinary spiritual veins. Liu Yun's and Han Li merely glanced at the area of concentrated spiritual qi before quickly shifting their gaze, beginning to search elsewhere. This, in turn, left the middle-aged cultivator a bit bewildered. "Liu. Junior Martial Uncle." Han Li spoke somewhat awkwardly, reaching out to point at a white light spot outside Kuei-Sing Island. "How about here?" Liu Yun's looked down. Lesser Heaven Island. Chapter 179, Establishing an Immortal Cave. Lesser Heaven Island is a small island affiliated with Kuei-Sing Island, roughly 60 to 70 li long, with a small spiritual vein a few li long at its center. The island only has a small town of a few hundred ordinary fishermen who make a living by fishing. Kuei-Sing Island built a small defensive formation on it to resist the twice-yearly heavenly wind attacks. However, because the island's spiritual vein was too small and its quality wasn't good, and there were no notable special products. For many years, the island's output didn't even cover the spirit stones Kuei-Sing Island spent on the formation annually. For Kuei-Sing Island, it was an awkward place, too much of a pity to abandon, but continuing to keep it would only result in losses. Therefore, Kuei-Sing Island simply opened the place to the public. If any cultivator disliked dealing with people and only wanted to cultivate alone, they could try it. As long as they could bear the annual spirit stone consumption of the island's formation, they would be a genuine island master, absolutely undisturbed, and wouldn't even need to pay any tribute to Kuei-Sing Island. Of course, the annual spirit stone consumption for this formation was substantial, at least more than what an ordinary low-level cultivator could afford, and regular foundation establishment cultivators had better places to go. Thus, it remained vacant until today. A 5-colored escape light illuminated the sky above Lesser Heaven Island, circling the island rapidly a few times before stopping in front of 2 mountain peaks at the very center. The escape light dissipated, revealing Liu Yun's and Han Li. "Are you sure you want to choose this place?" Liu Yun's asked, stroking his chin in confusion. Han Li nodded, looking somewhat helpless. "You need time and space to prepare for core formation, and I also need to recover my cultivation as quickly as possible. This place is the most suitable for us." Liu Yun scratched his head and looked at the 2 mountain peaks indifferently. "All right then, I'll take the shorter one." Han Li looked at him in surprise, then turned his head to resense the spiritual energy of the 2 peaks, somewhat puzzled. "Are you sure?" Han Li asked. Of the 2 peaks, one was tall and the other short, and the taller one clearly had more concentrated spiritual energy than the shorter one. When did Liu Yun's learn to be so modest? "I still have many things to research recently. This mountain peak is clearly larger, enough for me to tinker around with," Liu Yun said, rubbing his hands excitedly. Upon hearing this, Han Li couldn't help but roll his eyes, secretly vowing to build his immortal cave as far away from him as possible later, lest Liu Yun's immortal cave explode one day and affect him. Liu Yun's looked at the small town on the east side of the island from a distance. Although Liu Yun's knew the place was very poor before coming, he truly hadn't expected these townspeople to be so impoverished. This so-called small town was merely a dilapidated fishing village built with stones by the harbor. The most impressive building in the entire town was just a 2-story small building at the center of the island's formation, which looked incredibly old and run down. He had already visited once before, getting acquainted with the mortals on the island, at least letting them know who to receive spirit stones from each year. Liu Yun's also asked how many spirit stones they could hand over each year, and the number he received was so small that he was somewhat astonished. But then, looking at the fishermen's shabby clothes and dilapidated houses, he roughly understood that even that small amount of spirit stones was squeezed out from these mortals' teeth. Liu Yun's was very wealthy now. In terms of spirit stones alone, some poor nascent soul cultivators might not even have as much as him. Therefore, there was no need for these impoverished fishermen, who didn't even have proper clothes, to hand over any spirit stones. So he simply exempted these fishermen from their annual tribute. For him, it was merely a trivial matter of raising a hand. That small amount of spirit stones was negligible to him anyway. But for the fishermen on the island, this meant too much. The excited crowd even knelt down and kowtowed several times to Liu Yun's on the spot. This stunned Liu Yun's, who quickly transformed into a 5-colored escape light and flew away. Speaking of which, most mortals in the chaotic Star Sea region were unusually respectful of cultivators, but unexpectedly lacked the trepidation that low-level cultivators in Tianese felt towards high-level cultivators. Nor did they have the habit of kneeling and kowtowing upon seeing a cultivator. There were naturally reasons behind this. According to the information he had gathered during this period, the entire chaotic Star Sea was actually ruled by a powerful force called the Star Palace. Many islands, including Kuei-Sing Island, were theoretically assets of the Star Palace. Although there were many other forces in the chaotic Star Sea besides the Star Palace, unlike the various sects in Tianese who acted independently, these forces in the chaotic Star Sea at least outwardly submitted to the Star Palace's rule and abided by the rules set by the Star Palace. It was somewhat similar to the relationship between various companies and the official government in Liu Yun's previous life. The rule against wantonly slaughtering mortals was also set by the Star Palace. Thinking about it, if there weren't such a strong official power protecting them, mortals like Manager Gu would probably have long become cultivators' piggy banks. While Liu Yun's was still sighing, Han Li had already quickly found a spot and began digging a hole with several magical artifacts. Liu Yun's, on the other hand, went directly to the short, stout mountain peak, patted his storage pouch, released dozens of puppet people, and began carving out his immortal cave. Han Li could simply dig a hole, set up a medicine garden, excavate a few small rooms, and at most add an alchemy room, which would be sufficient. Liu Yun's, however, couldn't. Places like the formation room, artifact refining room, and library, which were frequently used, needed to be meticulously crafted and equipped with corresponding formations and restrictions. This was a massive project. Liu Yun's estimated that even with these puppet people, this immortal cave would take several months to complete. Leaving aside other things, just the various corresponding formations alone would be enough to keep him busy. Automatic screening, classification, and protection for the library, heating, isolation, and equipment matching for the artifact refining room, and for the formation room, all sorts of miscellaneous things surged towards Liu Yun's, making his head swell and his temples throb, causing him to become irritated. The many things he originally had no clue about seemed to instantly become even more complicated. Liu Yun's angrily kicked a nearby pebble, watching it roll to the feet of a busy puppet person. For some reason, his previously agitated mood suddenly calmed down. Speaking of which, this was his first time establishing his own immortal cave. Before, he had always lived directly in Qiang Wuji's immortal cave, where all facilities were readily available, whatever he needed, he simply reached out and it was there. Now he could only rely on himself, and he suddenly realized how difficult everything he once had so easily had been to obtain. Had. Lu Yun's chuckled softly, silently suppressing the vexation in his heart. He took out a blank jade slip and began to design his immortal cave, bit by bit. The road ahead is difficult, let's walk slowly. Chapter 180, 10 years. Several months later, Lu Yun's immortal cave was finally completed. During this period, Han Li even came to take a look. After seeing it, his expression was quite complex. He went back and added several secret chambers to his own immortal cave, and even installed several rows of luminous pearls on the walls. During this time, Lu Yun's also calmed down and thoroughly pondered the issue of core formation. His current magical power realm was not very far from the false core realm of Foundation Establishment Peak, at least, the medicinal pills he had on hand were definitely enough for him to use. So, the next thing to consider was how to increase the chances of core formation. For others, this problem would undoubtedly be harder than ascending to the heavens, but for Lu Yun's, the difficulty was actually not that significant. The essence of cultivation was nothing more than dual cultivation of body and spirit. Core formation was just a stage on the path of cultivation, representing that cultivators could begin to mobilize a large amount of heaven and earth spiritual chi to comprehensively strengthen their true essence and primordial spirit. The essence of the golden core was actually a highly pure solid true essence, which, under the management of a powerful primordial spirit, combined with a large amount of heaven and earth spiritual chi to form an acquired organ that replaced the Denshin. Taking this step not only meant an increase in the magical power that cultivators could mobilize, but also that a powerful primordial spirit could manage true essence and magical power in a more direct way. After all, unlike the Denshin, the golden core was in existence closer to the essence of energy than an organ composed of flesh and blood. Lu Yun's had learned about the process of core formation countless times from various ancient texts and the oral accounts of core formation cultivators, so he was already very familiar with it. First, a false core cultivator, after 3 to 5 years of accumulation, gradually increased the purity of the true essence in his body and began to solidify it. When the true essence solidified to a certain degree, he could draw in heaven and earth spiritual chi, which would flow down the meridians from the top of his head directly to the Denshin, combining with the solidified true essence to ultimately form a golden core. In this process, the early accumulation was for the purity of true essence, while the later stage of drawing spiritual chi into the body and controlling the combination of heaven and earth spiritual chi with true essence tested the cultivator's primordial spirit strength. Lu Yun's was exceptionally talented in the aspect of primordial spirit. Later, he also had an ancient jade treasure that could slowly strengthen divine sense and nourish the primordial spirit. Coupled with the enhancement of the great evolution art, his primordial spirit was already unnaturally strong for a foundation establishment cultivator. Even his spirit-gathering physique had a unique advantage in drawing heaven and earth spiritual chi into his body. It could be said that in terms of heaven and earth spiritual chi, Lu Yun's would not have any problems. Just this point alone made Lu Yun's feel that his chances of core formation could be at least 50%. 50%. Lu Yun sat cross-legged in the secret chamber, holding a translucent emerald jade stone in his hand, while the white jade platform beneath him was half submerged in a huge spring eye. Both the jade stone and the spring eye were emitting astonishing spiritual chi. This was naturally Qiang Wuji's spirit eye spring and spirit eye jade. Lu Yun's had also found them in a box full of artifact refining materials, which was the basis for Lu Yun's not being picky about the immortal cave's location. With the blessing of 2 spirit eye items, any desolate place could be transformed into a blessed land. 50%, the success rate is still a bit too low. Lu Yun stroked his chin, uttering a sentence that could drive Han Li mad. For Han Li, his core formation could only rely on a large number of spirit pills and some methods left by predecessors to forcibly raise the chances of core formation. But for Lu Yun's, core formation was just that. His brain wasn't useless, it wouldn't be too difficult for him to come up with some methods to increase the purity of true essence. However, Lu Yun's patted his storage pouch, and 3 jade slips shot out, opening before him. These 3 jade slips included a demonic path secret art from Emperor Yu, a partial incomplete manual of the myriad spirit true scripture, the foundation of the ghost spirit sect, which he found in Wang Luo's storage pouch. And one more was Nangang Wan's reincarnation true art. Looking at these 3 secret manuals before him, Lu Yun's couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The blood sacrifice method obtained from Emperor Yu, the soul sacrifice method recorded in the myriad spirit true scripture, and Nangang Wan's overbearing secret art of forcibly absorbing true essence to replenish herself. All of these were secret arts related to true essence, and they were also the source of Lu Yun's inspiration. The first 2 were relatively simple. For example, the blood sacrifice method, in essence, was to forcibly absorb the true essence within a cultivator's body and apply it to oneself, thereby achieving rapid progress in cultivation. However, although this method could enhance true essence to an incredible degree in a very short period, others' true essence was not cultivated by oneself. Once this secret art was cultivated, it meant that one's own true essence would be contaminated by others' true essence, causing a permanent decrease in true essence purity, thus naturally making core formation impossible. Compared to that, the soul sacrifice method was clearly superior. It was not simply limited to a cultivator's true essence, but instead focused on the primordial spirit. Compared to true essence, the primordial spirit, while more elusive and difficult to grasp, was also more unstable and lacked the severe specificity and exclusivity of true essence. The cultivator's primordial spirit, processed through methods more complex and profound than the blood sacrifice method, had effects somewhat similar to medicinal pills. Although it did not achieve rapid progress like the blood sacrifice method, it ensured the independence of one's own primordial spirit and true essence. These two methods each had their advantages and disadvantages, but they were undoubtedly quite advanced and profound secret arts of the demonic path. However, if they were compared to Nangongwan's reincarnation true art, they instantly became trash. At first glance, Nangongwan's secret art seemed to have too many limitations. Not only could it only be used passively when severely injured, but it could also only restore true essence cultivation to its original realm, unable to bring about any improvement, making it incomparable to the two demonic path secret arts mentioned above. But upon closer consideration, forcibly absorbing a cultivator's true essence to quickly replenish oneself, with almost no side effects. This kind of incredibly heaven-defying effect directly shattered the theoretical foundations of the two methods mentioned above. How could Liu Yun's not be curious about such an outrageous thing? Looking at the jade slip before him, Liu Yun's face showed obvious excitement. He directly picked up the middle jade slip and began to delve into it with his divine sense, carefully comprehending it. Images and texts unfolded within Liu Yun's divine sense, and his expression changed accordingly, from initial surprise to later shock, and finally to deep contemplation. It took a full day and night for Liu Yun's to raise his head. His brows showed a hint of fatigue, but it couldn't hide his excitement. This thing, he really got it right. True essence activation, activating the body's emergency switch, forcibly operating under high load, the person who created this secret art is definitely a genius. Liu Yun muttered excitedly to himself. Normal people, whether refining true essence or primordial spirit, could only think of using the danshan. But the creator of this cultivation technique was terrifyingly brilliant, she actually thought of directly using activated true essence itself to refine true essence. First, a spiral-shaped true essence creates suction, forcibly drawing a cultivator's true essence into the body, but it does not enter the danshan. Instead, it uses the emergency effect produced by the body when true essence is severely depleted to forcibly assimilate and devour others' true essence. This ingenious idea was truly brilliant, and the cold indifference revealed behind this way of thinking, almost treating one's own body as nothing, made one's spine subtly chill. If Liu Yun's guess was correct, the creator of this secret art should be a demonic path cultivator, and even the entire reincarnation true art might have originated from some demonic path cultivation technique. However, these were all irrelevant matters, as they had nothing to do with Liu Yun's. Most importantly, inspired by the ideas in this reincarnation true art, Liu Yun's already had some vague inspiration on how to improve the purity of his true essence. After a long period of contemplation, Liu Yun slowly closed his eyes. Spring passed and autumn came, the door to the secret chamber remained tightly shut for 10 years. Over the past decade, the fishermen on the small island had grown accustomed to the presence of the immortal master on the island, and also to the sight of the island's center being perpetually shrouded in mist. Until this day, a five-colored escape light pierced through the sky and departed. Chapter 181, Dark Fire Island. Above the southwestern sea of the chaotic Star Sea, a five-colored escape light streaked across the sky, rapidly disappearing into the distance. Within the escape lights, Liu Yun pouted, his face full of impatience. We've flown far enough, haven't we? If we fly any further, we'll be out of the southwestern sea. That's even better, Han Li said expressionlessly from beside him. At least this way, the commotion you cause when you form your core won't attract too much attention, and I'll have time to restore my cultivation to its peak. At this moment, Han Li had already restored his cultivation to the early foundation establishment stage realm, while Liu Yun's, beside him, was filled with spiritual qi, clearly having reached the false core realm of foundation establishment peak, ready to begin core formation at any time. It can't be, Liu Yun's mouth twitched. He always felt that Han Li had a bit of persecution paranoia. We don't have any enemies in this chaotic Star Sea. Once I form my golden core, the people of Kuei-Sing Island will be eager to win us over. Is it really necessary to run this far? Han Li glanced at him, saying somewhat helplessly, we too are unfamiliar with this chaotic Star Sea. What kind of person is the Kuei-Sing Island master? What forces are in the sea near Kuei-Sing Island? Who is the cultivator with the highest cultivation? How high is their cultivation? What is their attitude towards newly advanced core formation cultivator? We don't know any of this. Core formation doesn't mean invincibility. Even if we're going to reveal ourselves, we should at least wait until you've stabilized your cultivation, and then wait until either I or Chu Han advance to core formation. Han Li sighed somewhat helplessly, besides, are you so sure you can succeed in core formation? Can you at least have some confidence in me? I've been preparing for this core formation for 10 years. If I still fail, I'll... Liu Yun immediately stopped. That was close. He almost said the one thing he absolutely couldn't say. Anyway, it's no problem. I've been ready for a long time. Han Li pondered for a moment, then nodded silently. The two of them flew on, covering another 100 li, until they reached a small island, only about 10 li long, from above. This place was called Dark Fire Island. Hundreds of years ago, it was a thriving island because it not only had a decent spiritual vein but also a considerable underground fire vein. With this advantage, during that period, this place attracted many low and mid-level cultivator, making it a small but significant landmark island on the fringes of the chaotic Star Sea. However, good times didn't last. Submarine geological activity caused the underground fire vein to shift, and without this crucial fire vein, Dark Fire Island rapidly declined. Now, apart from a few hundred mortals with nowhere to go and some low-level cultivator, there was no one left on this island. After carefully comparing it on the map, Han Li and Liu Yun's both nodded in satisfaction, then urged their escape lights to land. Do you really not need those medicinal pill I prepared to increase the chances of core formation? As soon as they landed, Han Li asked with some unease. At least you should buy a portion of snow spirit water and heavenly fire liquid, right? They're not very expensive. Liu Yun's chuckled proudly, don't worry, whether it's snow spirit water, heavenly fire liquid, or those medicinal pill you found in ancient texts, their purpose is only to increase the strength of the body's true essence. Essentially, there isn't much difference from the medicinal pill needed by mortals when cultivating martial arts, which is why this type of medicinal pill, like those in the mortal world, can be prepared with simple concoction. And the method I've devised offers a leap in the purity of true essence. It doesn't need the slight increase in true essence strength that medicinal pill can provide. Liu Yun's waved his hand, and with a yellow light, the rocks in front of them automatically split left and right, without making a sound. You'll understand what I mean when you see it with your own eyes later, Liu Yun said, swaggering ahead with a very proud tone. Han Li moved away from him in disgust, casually releasing a speck of light to illuminate the air. Since you're so confident, why did you insist on dragging me along? Han Li asked grumpily. Mainly for contingencies. After all, my method is quite demonic path, and the risks are not small. If anything unexpected happens, bringing you along can at least serve as a safeguard. As Liu Yun and Han Li spoke, they continued to use their abilities to part the rocks, gradually entering the mountain belly. All right, this place should be big enough. Liu Yun surveyed the surroundings, nodded in satisfaction, then raised his hand and released several talisman. The talisman stuck to the stone wall, emitting a faint yellow spiritual light. In an instant, a series of low rumbling sounds echoed within the mountain belly. The surrounding rocks began to recede rapidly, quickly opening up a huge space, dozens of jong in diameter, within the mountain belly. Old Han, help me with some light. Han Li nodded, raising his hand and sending out several specks of light, which bloomed into a strong but not dazzling white light in the air. Liu Yun, on the other hand, took out a talisman brush full of spiritual qi and began to outline interconnected runes on the ground. This drawing took 3 days and 3 nights. Profound and mysterious talisman gradually filled the space until Liu Yun drew the last stroke, and a huge talisman array had taken shape. Seal, imprison, transport, store, reverse, Liu Yun muttered softly, his powerful divine sense meticulously checking the talisman array several times until he confirmed there were no omissions. During these 3 days and 3 nights, Han Li was basically in a state of confusion the entire time. Initially, he tried to infer the effect of the talisman array from the runes Liu Yun was drawing. But soon, the complex runes made Han Li dizzy, his temples throbbing. Helpless, Han Li simply gave up thinking and took advantage of the free time to meditate and cultivate qi. Now that Liu Yun stopped drawing, Han Li immediately opened his eyes. Are you done? Han Li asked curiously. Liu Yun pondered for a moment, then slowly nodded. I suppose so, there's one last step left. After Liu Yun finished speaking, he solemnly retrieved 3 white spherical beads from his storage pouch. They were about the size of a fist and showed no spiritual qi fluctuations, appearing unremarkable. He carefully embedded the 3 spherical beads into 3 pre-reserved, regularly triangular blank spaces within the talisman array. In an instant, Han Li wasn't sure if it was his imagination. The talisman array beneath his feet seemed to have come alive. Faint spiritual lights began to circulate over the talisman array, emitting an eerie blood light. Under Han Li's horrified gaze, Liu Yun patted his spirit beast pouch and released 3 tightly bound Yao beast. Han Li's divine sense swept over them, discovering that these 3 Yao beast were all genuine level 4 Yao beast. In the white light, Liu Yun's eyes became somewhat strange. Chapter 182, Disintegration Great Art. Between Green Origin Master and Liu Yun, 2 geniuses from different eras, whose talent was superior. This question is probably difficult to answer. Both were outstanding individuals of their respective eras, but their ways of thinking and temperaments were completely different. For example, Green Origin Master could create the Qing Yuan sword art, but if Liu Yun had that time and energy, he would rather build a Gundam to play with. A main cultivation technique was only good enough if it worked. And similarly, after discovering the immense improvement in core formation success rate due to the purity of true qi, their methods of handling it were also completely different. With Liu Yun's personality, he would never create a slow and steady cultivation technique like the 3 revolutions heavy origin art. His ideas were always more radical, direct, and dangerous. Liu Yun was sitting in the center of the formation at this moment, surrounded by 3 tightly bound level 4 Yao beasts. It was fortunate that the chaotic star sea never lacked Yao beasts. If he were still in Tianese, Liu Yun wouldn't know where to find even these 3 Yao beasts. After carefully observing the state of the 3 Yao beasts, Liu Yun took a deep breath and slowly began to circulate a secret art recorded in an incomplete manual of the myriad spirit true scripture. Han Li watched intently from the side, unwilling to miss any detail. According to Liu Yun, the method he used would be very difficult for Han Li to employ, but it wasn't completely unusable. At the very least, it could demonstrate the detailed process of core formation to Han Li. Just this point alone was enough for Han Li to emerge from his seclusion and follow him to this remote little place. In Han Li's divine sense, the aura on Liu Yun's body began to gradually become violent, and wisps of seemingly substantial blood light began to swirl around him, emitting an unsettling aura. Liu Yun's magical power became increasingly powerful, gradually spreading out and stirring up an astonishing gale within the entire mountain cave. However, while his magical power increased, Liu Yun's own aura rapidly declined, quickly falling out of the late foundation establishment stage realm. Disintegration Great Art. Han Li was stunned. The reputation of this demonic path secret art, like its powerful effects, was deeply ingrained in the cultivation world. According to legend, this secret art could exchange the burning of a cultivator's true chi and vital blood for a rapid increase in cultivation in a short period. But once the continuous effect of this demonic technique passed, the massive loss of true chi by the user would cause his cultivation to plummet, even falling 1 or 2 realms was entirely possible. Now, Liu Yun's situation was clearly the use of a similar demonic technique. What was he trying to do? Just as Han Li was in doubt and wondering whether to interrupt Liu Yun's spell casting, Liu Yun himself suddenly opened his eyes. He pressed his hands down, and the powerful magical power gained from burning true chi instantly poured into the talisman array. In an instant, blood light erupted. The 3 previously restrained level 4 Yao beasts began to struggle violently, letting out mournful roars. However, the talisman array had already activated, and threads of blood shot out from the talisman array, instantly piercing into the bodies of the 3 Yao beasts. The powerful bodies of these 3 Yao beasts, comparable to those in the late foundation establishment stage, trembled violently, then fell limply to the ground. The blood light seemed substantial, filling every inch of space in the mountain cave, and the powerful Yao beast bodies of the 3 Yao beasts gradually melted away in this blood light. Flesh, bones, spiritual energy, all these things, under the illumination of the blood light, turned into 3 viscous, disgusting black-red liquids. Liu Yun raised his head, his originally rosy complexion had become extremely pale, and the magical power throughout his body flickered like a candle in the wind, his cultivation having fallen to the early foundation establishment stage. But at this moment, his brows were filled with excitement. He suddenly formed a hand seal, and 3 round beads immediately emitted a faint humming sound, beginning to tremble violently. The 3 masses of black-red liquid suspended in the air seemed to be summoned, rushing towards the 3 round beads like birds returning to their nest. The 3 masses of liquid, each more than a jong in diameter, strangely seeped into the round beads. When the last trace of liquid was absorbed by the round beads, the originally white beads had turned an ominous black-red color. Seeing this, Liu Yun suddenly formed several more hand seals and spat out 3 masses of vital blood. His face immediately became even paler, and his cultivation directly fell out of the foundation establishment stage. The 3 masses of vital blood merged into the talisman array on the ground, flowing along the brightly glowing spiritual patterns, and separately poured into the 3 black-red round beads. The dazzling blood light began to gradually recede, and Liu Yun also began to sit cross-legged, chanting incantations. The blood light converged into the talisman array, flowing like liquid along the spiritual patterns, and finally merged into the 3 round beads. When the light dissipated, Liu Yun opened his eyes with a solemn expression. The black-red round beads had turned a pure red, like beautiful jade. Old Han, pay attention, Liu Yun said in a hoarse voice. Next, if anything happens to my body, like suddenly swelling irregularly, or growing a few extra arms, then immediately reverse the talisman array, understand? Han Li forcibly suppressed the doubts and shock in his heart, nodding with a solemn expression. Good, let's begin. Liu Yun took a deep breath, and the talisman array lit up again, but this time it was no longer dazzling blood light, but gentle white light. Under the illumination of this white light, Liu Yun's pale face seemed to regain a hint of color. But his expression showed no sign of relaxation. Liu Yun suddenly slapped the talisman array on the ground, and the 3 red round beads immediately shot out, hovering in the air around his body. One of the red round beads trembled violently, then suddenly shattered into countless red dust particles, spreading towards Liu Yun's. The dust seemed to have a life of its own, automatically drilling into Liu Yun's 7 orifices, and his cultivation realm also rapidly recovered with it. From the chi refining stage to the early foundation establishment stage, then to the middle stage, the late foundation establishment stage, in the blink of an eye, Liu Yun's magical power was fully restored. This was not the end, as Liu Yun's cultivation recovered, the other 2 blood-red round beads also burst open one after another, and 2 identical streams of blood-red dust poured into Liu Yun's 7 orifices. For a time, Liu Yun's cultivation soared, but it suddenly got stuck at the foundation establishment peak. The blood-colored dust was still pouring in frantically, but Liu Yun's cultivation could no longer advance even an inch, and his body also began to swell strangely with the inhalation of the dust. Under Han Li's gaze of doubt and uncertainty, Liu Yun swelled several circles, and finally, when all the dust had been absorbed into his body, Liu Yun had transformed into a giant man more than a jong tall. Han Li wanted to act several times but forced himself to endure. The prerequisite for reversing the talisman array, as requested by Liu Yun's, was irregular swelling, but now Liu Yun's body was clearly proportionally enlarged, and no extra limbs appeared. This also meant... All right. Liu Yun's muffled voice echoed through the mountain cave. Chapter 183, Heavenly Phenomenon Anomaly. Feeling the powerful and abundant true essence within his body, Liu Yun nodded in satisfaction. Ever since he obtained the reincarnation true art from Nangongwan, he had already had similar ideas, but it wasn't until several years later that he combined this overbearing secret art with the principles of blood sacrifice and soul sacrifice methods. Simply put, he first used the blood-burning technique recorded in the Myriad Spirit True Scripture Incomplete Manual to deplete his own true essence to a state sufficient to activate the body's emergency mechanism. Then, he used this powerful magic power to activate the blood transformation great art within the blood sacrifice technique, transforming 3 Yao beasts into their most primitive true essence. Subsequently, using the true essence pearls refined over the past few years, he completely sealed the true essence of the 3 Yao beasts. By forcing the true essence out of his body, he utilized the principles of the reincarnation true art to transform the 3 masses of Yao beast true essence into his own true essence outside his body, and then absorbed all of this true essence back into his body. Due to the Yao beasts' inherently strong Yao bodies, their true essence was already stronger than cultivators of the same stage. After Liu Yun's completed this set of operations, the abundance of true essence in his body even exceeded the combined true essence of 3 foundation establishment peak cultivators. According to Liu Yun's estimation, the greatest danger of this operation lay in the final step of drawing true essence into the body. Powerful true essence requires an equally powerful primordial spirit to bind it, distributing it evenly throughout the entire body. Only in this way can it be ensured that this true essence does not cause any uncontrollable anomalies in the body. For example, bones uncontrollably growing until they burst through the skin, muscles rapidly expanding and crushing bones, the head mutating, growing several extra limbs, and so on. Once such a situation occurred, if there was no one nearby to timely reverse the formation and extract the excess true essence from his body, then the artistic style might shift from Xiangxia cultivation to the adjacent Resident Evil. To prevent this from happening, Liu Yun specifically went into seclusion for 10 years, cultivating the Great Evolution art to the 3rd layer. In fact, he originally estimated that with his innate conditions coupled with the ancient jade treasure he obtained later, even if he only cultivated the 2nd layer of the Great Evolution art, it should have been more than enough to control this true essence. However, after so many events, Liu Yun still subconsciously played it safe in his actions. Moreover, he was still very young and there was no need to rush to form a core, which is why he went to cultivate the Great Evolution art. Who knew that the primordial spirit strength required after the surge in true essence would increase exponentially? If it weren't for the strong primordial spirit enhanced by the 3rd layer of the Great Evolution art, coupled with the consistently reliable effect of the ancient jade treasure, then he might have truly leaned towards the Resident Evil style. Regardless of how dangerous the process was, Liu Yun's body now contained true essence far exceeding that of several cultivators of the same stage. Next, he only needed to compress and purify this true essence, and then he could, in a short period, obtain high purity true essence that was in no way inferior to a cultivator who had cultivated the complete 3 revolutions heavy origin art. Even the step of secluding for several years to solidify true essence, which every cultivator needs when forming a golden core, could be directly skipped. After all, when he compressed true essence within his body, it was equivalent to solidifying true essence, and it also saved the painstaking effort that others accumulated bit by bit through prolonged work. It's ready, old Han. Liu Yun's voice at this moment sounded a bit muffled, and although it wasn't very loud, it inexplicably gave people a feeling of strong inner chi. Next, I will begin my seclusion. This time shouldn't be too long. Please act as my protector for a while. Han Li nodded solemnly. Whether Liu Yun's could successfully form a core directly related to whether the two of them could protect themselves in this unfamiliar chaotic star sea. Even if Liu Yun's didn't say it, he would fully assist Liu Yun's. Setting aside other things, Han Li had personally witnessed Qiang Wuji's formless escape technique. After Liu Yun's successfully formed a core, even if he couldn't compare to Qiang Wuji, it would be enough for the two of them to save their lives. Once he or Chu Hun formed a golden core, then they would truly have the foundation to establish themselves in this place. Han Li raised a hand, and a dozen puppet people, each holding a formation flag, flew in all directions to set up the formation. That was the improved inverting 5 elements formation. Its defensive and illusory capabilities were so strong that ordinary core formation cultivators would absolutely not be able to break in. Looking at Liu Yun's, who was surrounded by 5-colored spiritual light, Han Li silently closed his eyes and began cultivating the 2nd layer of the Great Evolution art. According to Liu Yun's, his method required a sufficiently powerful primordial spirit. Although Han Li might not necessarily use such a high-risk method, this did not prevent him from first mastering the 2nd layer of the Great Evolution art. After all, even with the 3 revolutions heavy origin art, it was best to have a powerful primordial spirit to assist in forming a core. Just like that, a year later. It was just after the heavenly wind season. Many precious seafood treasures hidden deep in the sea were stirred up by the heavenly wind to the nearshore, waiting for fishermen to collect them. Old Zheng, an old fisherman, steered his large fishing boat, which he had worked his whole life to acquire, and directed his 3 sons to cast and retrieve the nets, busily enjoying themselves. Another net was pulled up, and with a whoosh, hundreds of pounds of precious seafood spread across the entire deck. A giant monstrous fish, about a zhang long, happened to fly to old Zheng's feet, futilely opening its fanged mouth, trying to use its tried and true trick to intimidate enemies. Old Zheng's dark, wrinkled face involuntarily relaxed, revealing a heartfelt smile. Today's harvest from just the first few nets was so abundant. In the next few days, while these deep-sea creatures were still disoriented in the shallow waters, he should quickly make a few more trips. If he was lucky enough, old Zheng's family expenses for the latter half of the year would all be covered. Hurry up. 3rd son, don't be lazy. Old Zheng reprimanded his youngest son, then turned to look at his eldest son, who was sweating profusely, and nodded with satisfaction. Everyone, pick up the pace. The first day after the heavenly wind is the best time for harvest. After this period, these seafood creatures will recover, and then they'll be hard to catch. Old Zheng smiled, and at this moment, no one could spoil his good mood. Not even old Guo, a fellow fisherman he had competed with his whole life. Just then, the sky above Dark Fire Island suddenly changed color, and layers of dark, oppressive clouds covered the sky above Dark Fire Island. Old Zheng looked up in disbelief. What's going on? In his understanding, after the heavenly wind had just passed, it should have been clear skies for at least half a month. Where did these dark clouds come from? Before Old Zheng could recover, streaks of startling lightning suddenly flashed within the dark clouds, like a frenzy of snakes, and the deafening thunder shook the surroundings. Between heaven and earth, countless dazzling rays of light appeared out of thin air, centered on Dark Fire Island, beginning to twist and rotate, simultaneously emitting sharp booming sounds. Countless five-colored spiritual light formed a giant vortex, so vast that it encompassed the entire Dark Fire Island. Old Zheng shouted, telling his three sons to throw the seafood on the boat back into the sea. He himself, battling the sudden strong winds, struggled to steer the fishing boat into the range of the small island's formation. Immediately after entering the formation, he personally witnessed the scene of countless rays of light converging to form a giant vortex. What's going on? Old Zheng had been a sailor his whole life, only returning to his hometown to become a fisherman in his old age. He considered himself to have seen countless maritime sceneries, many of which were grand and magnificent, sights that most people would never witness in their entire lives. Yet, the scene of heaven and earth changing color still made his legs tremble and his vision blur. His three sons were even worse, directly sitting down in terror, their mouths agape, unable to close them for a long time. Not long after, a clear phoenix cry suddenly echoed between heaven and earth. The giant vortex trembled in response, and like a whale sucking water, surged towards the center of Dark Fire Island. The vortex gradually shrank before the astonished eyes of everyone on the island, until it completely disappeared. In an instant, the clouds dispersed, and the bright sunlight once again shone on the sea, creating shimmering ripples. It was as if nothing had ever happened. Old Zheng on the fishing boat swallowed hard. Amidst his trembling heart, he looked back at the deck, which was more than half empty, and felt as if his heart was bleeding. This was the last heavenly wind of the year. The next time he could catch a large quantity of seafood like this would be next year. While Old Zheng was still feeling heartbroken, a piercing shriek that resonated throughout the world suddenly entered his ears. From the center of Dark Fire Island, a five-colored escape light with an astonishing aura soared into the sky, rapidly circling a few times in the air, then suddenly turned and headed straight for Old Zheng. Ah! Old Zheng cried out in fright, as the five-colored spiritual light in front of him struck down like lightning. Bang! With a muffled thud, the entire fishing boat seemed to tremble 3 times. Old Zheng closed his eyes in despair. Just then, a young voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Old man, how much is this? Chapter 184, Core Formation Achieved. Old Zheng opened his eyes, and a handsome, extraordinary young man appeared on the deck, surrounded by 5-colored spiritual light, like an immortal from legends with 5-colored clouds gathered around him. Old Zheng was stunned for a moment, unable to recover for a long time. The young man also realized this, and the spiritual light around him receded, making him instantly appear no different from a mortal. Then, he pointed excitedly at something on the deck and eagerly asked, Old man, how much is that thing? Old Zheng also came back to his senses at this point. Following his finger, he saw that he was pointing at a piece of seafood on the deck that hadn't been thrown back into the sea yet. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, Immortal Master, that's just a common type of seafood. You can grab a handful under the rocks by the sea. We fishermen eat them ourselves. If Immortal Master is interested, this old man can cast another net for you. The young man was Lu Yun's. At this moment, he looked bewildered, staring at the abalone-like creature on the deck, blinking in disbelief. It is well known that abalone is usually measured by size, with a certain number of abalones per caddy. Such abalone is called a certain head abalone. The 2-head abalone in Lu Yun's previous life, meaning half a caddy per abalone, was considered a top-grade abalone. A 1-head abalone was the prized possession of a 5-star hotel in his previous life. As for the highest rank half-head abalone, it wasn't meant for eating at all, but rather a legendary item, usually for collection. So, the question arises, how many heads would this abalone, larger than a person, that appeared before Lu Yun's at this moment, be considered? Old man, if you don't mind, I'd like to ask a question. Lu Yun's blinked in surprise, and tentatively asked. Have you ever caught a black, cylindrical, worm-like type of seafood? Is Immortal Master talking about sea worms? Of the 3 brothers sitting on the deck, the youngest boy stood up at this moment and naturally took over the conversation. Immortal Masters buy them net after net to feed their spirit beasts. They're not worth anything at all. The young boy seemed to feel that just speaking wasn't convincing enough, so he deliberately used his foot to push aside a strangely shaped fish and picked up a sea cucumber larger than himself from the ground. Immortal Master, look, is it this? Lu Yun's was speechless for a moment, unsure what to say. He could guarantee that this was absolutely not the common situation in the human realm. At least, he had never seen pigs weighing over 1,000 caddies or cows weighing several thousand caddies in Tianese. After much thought, he could only sigh with emotion, the resources of the chaotic star sea are truly abundant. Just then, a green escape light broke through the sky from afar and landed on the fishing boat. Han Li revealed himself and asked through gritted teeth, why are you running? Old Han, look. Such a big abalone. Lu Yun's excitedly held up the abalone and waved it in front of Han Li. Bao fish. Han Li looked at this round thing in confusion. Forgive his ignorance, but from childhood to adulthood, he had never heard of such a fish. Could it be a special product of the chaotic star sea? While Han Li was still pondering, Liu Yun's had already turned to old Zheng and asked, "Old man, these 2 items, and 1 of each of the other aquatic products, how many spirit stones in total?" Old Zheng quickly waved his hand. Immortal Master is joking. They are not valuable items to begin with. It is this old man's honor that the 2 Immortal Masters fancy these seafood items. How can I possibly accept spirit stones? Liu Yun's tilted his head, his eyes darting slightly, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he looked at the seemingly bold young boy. "Alright, then we won't give spirit stones," Liu Yun said, patting his storage pouch and tossing a small booklet to the young boy. "This item will suffice for these seafood items." Liu Yun's chuckled a few times, then turned and vanished into thin air. Han Li and the boatload of seafood also disappeared with him. The young boy took the booklet with a bewildered look and glanced down at it. "Forging flame art? What is this?" Old Zheng's gaunt body trembled violently. He snatched the booklet from the young boy's hand, flipped through a couple of pages, then turned to look at the young boy. His old, dark eyes stared unblinkingly at his third son, until a few large tears rolled down his cheeks. "Father! What's wrong with you?" His other 2 sons quickly gathered around, looking at a loss. In their memories, their father should have been a towering hero, someone whom even the vast sea couldn't make shed a single tear. What was wrong today? "Father! Don't worry." The third son was even more anxious, quickly reaching out to wipe away old Zheng's tears. "It's just 1 boatload of seafood missing, isn't it? We'll go fishing again, catch a few more boatloads. This time I definitely won't be lazy." "Catch." Old Zheng blinked his moist eyes, his mouth curving upwards in a wide smile, and he burst into laughter, kicking each of his 3 sons. "Catch what? Hurry home." The eldest son stumbled back a few steps from the kick, and upon hearing this, he quickly came closer again. "Father, we're not fishing anymore." "Fish what? Our family is going to have an immortal master." Old Zheng kicked him again, unable to help but laugh uproariously, his laughter echoing far and wide. At the same time, dozens of miles away from Dark Fire Island, high in the sky, Liu Yun's was driving his 5-colored escape light, humming a tune and experiencing unprecedented speed. "You're really something. The first thing you do after core formation is to go buy fish." Han Li, wrapped in his escape lights, said helplessly. "Are you kidding? I didn't know these things were everywhere in the chaotic Star Sea. Who knows if I'll ever encounter such a large abalone again?" Liu Yun's rolled his eyes and said self-righteously. "Besides, it's just core formation. I'll go back and stew a giant Buddha jumps over the wall, and that'll be the celebration." Liu Yun's waved his hand indifferently, happily examining the seafood in his spirit beast pouch. Han Li shook his head, unable to comprehend. If he had successfully achieved core formation, being too excited to sleep for days would be considered mild. Yet, Liu Yun's, after core formation, seemed completely unfazed, which left Han Li puzzled and somewhat helpless. Perhaps this was the difference between these incredibly intelligent geniuses and ordinary people like him. He just didn't know if Green Origin Master, that year, was also like Liu Yun's when he achieved core formation. Actually, Han Li was also mistaken. For Liu Yun's, core formation was indeed a joyous occasion, but it wasn't a surprise. After all, his chances of core formation were inherently higher than most, and he had prepared for it for a full 10 years. Under these circumstances, if he hadn't succeeded in core formation, that would have been truly bizarre. However, for him, core formation still held great significance. Aside from the increases in lifespan and magical power, the greatest joy for Liu Yun's after core formation was that he could finally refine a magic treasure that truly belonged to him. A formless needle, entirely his own. Chapter 185, Formless Needle and Spirit Transformation Talisman. Speaking of magic treasures, Liu Yun's actually possessed quite a few. For instance, the azure short sword of the Fu family old ancestor, Su Ruoking's large banner, and Wang Luo's blackbone saber, among others, were all left behind by the unfortunate individuals who had died at his hands. However, Liu Yun's didn't think much of these ordinary magic treasures. In Liu Yun's heart, the formless needle he intended to refine would undoubtedly be a powerful magic treasure with infinite potential and a unique design. Such a magic treasure could not be rushed, he needed to slowly organize a set of refining methods for it. This required time and referenceable techniques. Fortunately, Liu Yun's had both. Liu Yun's was only 42 years old this year. As a core formation cultivator with a maximum lifespan of 500 years, he was truly excessively young. The time available to him in the future was also extremely abundant, enough for him to slowly customize a magic treasure that satisfied him. As for referenceable techniques, he had long since learned everything Qi Yung Xiao knew. However, these techniques were not of much help for the refining of special magic treasures. Luckily, when emptying the Fu family's secret vault, Liu Yun's had found quite a few jade slips inside. Upon careful examination, he discovered that the jade slips recorded advanced methods of artifact refining, including many powerful and uniquely functional magic treasure refining techniques. According to the information revealed in the jade slips, the Fu family seemed to be a branch of a prominent family in Tianese known for its artifact refining. However, after many years of development, it had already become independent. Nevertheless, the artifact refining techniques brought from the main family back then were still treasured and preserved by the Fu family. With these artifact refining methods as references, Liu Yun's had no doubt that he could completely create an astonishing magic treasure refining method of his own. However, this would still require a considerable amount of time. Before that, Liu Yun's planned to first refine 2 items he had coveted for a long time into his body. Inside his immortal cave on Lesser Heaven Island, Liu Yun's patted his storage pouch, and a faint, ethereal 7-colored glow and a golden streak of light radiating spiritual chi simultaneously flew out. They intertwined and danced in the air with great sentience, neither giving way to the other. Liu Yun's chuckled softly and silently beckoned. The 7-colored glow immediately shot down, obediently landing in Liu Yun's palm, revealing a several-inch long, 7-colored small needle. The other golden streak of light, however, spun in place, abruptly transforming into a small golden sword and attempting to escape towards the immortal cave entrance. Whoosh! Before Liu Yun's could even give an order, the 7-colored small needle in his palm suddenly vanished from its spot. A barely audible sound of air being torn seemed to emanate from the air. The small golden sword had already flown to the immortal cave entrance. A golden flash appeared on it, and the formation restriction at the entrance was easily cut, forming a small crack. With another flash of golden light, the small sword transformed into a several-inch long fine needle and darted towards the crack. Just then, a 7-colored glow flashed and disappeared in the void realm. Before the small golden needle could fly out of the immortal cave entrance, it was repelled several feet by the 7-colored glow. A buzzing sound echoed in the air as the 2 streaks of light fiercely battled within a few feet of the immortal cave entrance. Between flashes of golden light, it transformed endlessly. From incredibly sharp flying swords and flying daggers to heavy and giant hammers and long halberds, it was dazzling and breathtaking to behold. The other 7-colored glow was ethereal and incredibly eerie. At times, it would suddenly disappear, only to reappear abruptly in another location the next second, leaving the golden light with immense, unparalleled sharpness but repeatedly striking empty air, fruitlessly wasting spiritual chi. Liu Yun's was stunned by the battle between these 2 highly sentient treasures. Then, a look of surprise and joy appeared in his eyes as he raised his hand and cast a spell. The immortal cave suddenly glowed brightly, and hundreds of illusory white small flowers bloomed within the immortal cave, completely surrounding the 2 streaks of light. The golden light let out a low hum, then abruptly transformed into a giant golden sword and slashed down. The incredibly sharp golden sword light, like a flood dragon, plunged into the cluster of flowers. But these seemingly delicate small flowers were incredibly tenacious. As their petals flickered, they firmly trapped the giant golden sword, preventing it from moving an inch. The other 7-colored glow seized this opportunity and, with a buzz, arrived in an instant, directly piercing through the immobile golden light. The golden light let out a wail and was instantly submerged by hundreds of small flowers. Liu Yun's nodded in satisfaction. With a wave of his hand, the 2 streaks of light followed, transforming into a 7-colored small needle and a golden talisman brimming with spiritual chi in his hand. These were precisely the formless needle left by Kaiang Wuji and the spirit transformation talisman of Venerable Golden Talisman. Liu Yun's caressed the formless needle in his hand, his eyes lowered, making it impossible to discern his emotions. After a long while, Liu Yun's took a deep breath, opened his mouth, and took both items into his body, beginning to slowly refine them with his core flame. Both of these treasures were rare and precious. The formless needle, needless to say, was Kaiang Wuji's greatest reliance for dominating Yu country for hundreds of years. Below the nascent soul realm, he was almost invincible, and even some early nascent soul stage old monsters found it extremely difficult to deal with. Although Liu Yun's could not fully unleash the power of this treasure, even if he could only utilize 70 to 80% of the formless needle's power, it would be enough for him to rampage through the core formation realm. As for the spirit transformation talisman, it was an even more extraordinary item. It was the personal talisman of Venerable Golden Talisman, a former late nascent soul great cultivator, and was later placed within the talisman array set up by Venerable Golden Talisman, nourished by heaven and earth spiritual chi for an unknown number of years. Even if a second refinement would significantly reduce its power in the short term, among core formation cultivators, it was still an incredibly sharp and exotic treasure. Not to mention, this spirit transformation talisman could, at critical moments, perform a heaven-defying function similar to the demonic path's great calamity transformation art, practically equivalent to having an extra life. Liu Yun's believed that after a long period of careful cultivation and refinement, the power of this talisman would definitely reach a higher level than before. By then, this spirit transformation talisman would undoubtedly shine brilliantly in his hands. Sitting quietly in the secret chamber of his immortal cave for a long time, Liu Yun's closed his eyes and looked inward, feeling the peculiar sensation of his core flame enveloping the 2 treasures. After a while, Liu Yun's opened his eyes and took out a jade slip, placing it on his glabella. Refining these 2 treasures was not something that could be completed in a short period. According to Liu Yun's estimation, it would take at least 7 to 8 years to completely refine them. During this time, Liu Yun's did not intend to do nothing. Artifact refining, formations, puppets. Corresponding to his abundant time were research topics and learning content that seemed almost endless. Even with his astonishing intellect, he would need a great deal of time to achieve success simultaneously in these 3 areas. Fortunately, Liu Yun's now had ample patience. At worst, he would dedicate 100 years to slowly conquer these challenges. For Liu Yun's, youth itself was a huge asset. Chapter 186, Female Cultivator. On Lesser Heaven Island, it had been quiet for a full decade and more. Sunrises and sunsets, flowers blooming and withering, the heavenly wind still arrived punctually twice a year. The formation on Lesser Heaven Island protected the island's fishermen day after day, so much so that the younger generation of fishermen had come to regard it as a natural phenomenon like the tides, as if the formation should naturally stand there. The original mayor of the fishing port town had passed away 10 years ago due to old age. The newly appointed mayor was a respected middle-aged man, who occasionally told the younger generation of little girls and young men that the formation protecting them wasn't there for no reason. The Immortal Master on the island provided a large sum of spirit stones every year, which was why they could live in peace and prosperity. Unfortunately, the younger generation of Icelanders had already stopped listening to such old clichés. On this day, a five-colored escape light suddenly lit up on Lesser Heaven Island, swiftly streaking across the sky and heading straight for Kwasing Island. Within the escape lights, 3 figures flickered in and out of view. It was Lu Yun's, Han Li, and Chu Hun. At this time, Han Li had completed the first layer of the 3 revolutions heavy origin art, and his cultivation had reached the foundation establishment peak of the late foundation establishment stage. Chu Hun, under Han Li's almost unlimited supply of medicinal pills over the years, had also cultivated to the false core level of the foundation establishment peak. So, old Han, as long as you cultivate the great evolution art to the 3rd layer, you will be able to control more than twice the true chi of a normal cultivator. With a little caution, absorbing the true chi of a 4th level Yao beast is no problem at all. You don't need those medicinal pills at all. Lu Yun spoke incessantly, quite displeased with Han Li's distrust of him. Han Li, with a complicated expression, glanced at him. Cultivate to the 3rd layer? It was too easy for him to say that. At this time, Han Li had already mastered the 2nd layer of the great evolution art, and its difficulty was far beyond his expectation. He estimated that it would take at least 10 to 20 years to master the 3rd layer of the great evolution art. In that time, he might have already completed the 2nd layer of the 3 revolutions heavy origin art. Moreover, the thought of injecting a Yao beast's true chi into his own body made Han Li's hair stand on end just thinking about it. Who knew if Lu Yun's method, which had never undergone any actual testing, had any side effects? Although Lu Yun's hadn't shown any unusual signs so far, it wasn't the 1st or 2nd year that this bastard had been mentally abnormal. What if the symptoms had already appeared, but just weren't noticeable on Lu Yun's? After much thought, Han Li still decided to go to Kwasing Island to buy some auxiliary spirit medicine commonly used for core formation, and try the normal method first. If it succeeded, that would be best, if not, then Lu Yun's method would be considered as an alternative. To be on the safe side, before leaving, Han Li specifically called out Lu Yun's, who was in seclusion researching. What exactly are you researching lately? Why did you make the immortal cave like that? Han Li looked at Lu Yun's with a strange gaze. The first moment he stepped into Lu Yun's immortal cave, Han Li thought he was hallucinating. The originally meticulously decorated immortal cave was blasted full of pits and craters, its tragic state at first glance comparable to a battlefield. The astonishing spiritual power dissipating in the air made Han Li almost believe that a double-digit number of core formation cultivators had fought fiercely here. Humph humph humph, Lu Yun's triumphantly lowered his voice, his lips curving upwards, much like a mischievous child about to show off his PS5 to a friend. It's a secret for now. I can only tell you that it's an invention capable of changing the entire cultivation world, the pinnacle of formation, artifact refining, and puppet arts. We've arrived. Let's land. Han Li unceremoniously interrupted Lu Yun's. Not far ahead, a massive and magnificent stone city stood upon the land. Lu Yun's rolled his eyes in displeasure. He also felt that the magical power required for flying was increasing, which should be due to the influence of Kwasing City's restrictions. The 5-colored escape light landed, and the 3 figures emerged from it, looking at the giant city in astonishment. From the ground, the giant city appeared even more breathtaking. Perhaps it was Lu Yun's misconception, but the people of the chaotic Star Sea seemed to have a simple but practical aesthetic. Big is good. More is beautiful. Whether it was ships or cities, or even buildings on islands, they built them as large as possible and as tall as possible. Lu Yun's expressed his full understanding of this, and gave his 12,000% approval. This place was perfectly to his taste. It would be even better if he could drive a Gundam to fight monsters one day. The two, with Chu Hun, slowly walked towards Kwasing City. Lu Yun's even had the leisure to observe the surrounding residences. It must be said that Kwasing Island truly lived up to its reputation as the largest and richest island nearby. The living standards of its Icelanders completely surpassed those of the fishermen on Lesser Heaven Island. This could be seen from the surrounding residences, which were one bigger than the next. It didn't take long for the 3 to enter Kwasing City. After inquiring about the location of Tiandu Street, which specialized in business for cultivators, the 3 walked over without any hesitation. This is a street. Han Li looked at the northern part of Kwasing City, which was enveloped by a massive formation, and rubbed his forehead in disbelief. Who could tell him why the people of Kwasing City called a huge area, almost covering 1/3 of the city, a street? Nothing wrong with it. No one stipulated that a place named street could only be a single street. It's perfectly normal for cultivator businesses to be all lumped together as one street. Lu Yun's, however, accepted it very quickly, almost instantly understanding the thinking of Kwasing City's people. This made Han Li look at Lu Yun's with a slight fright. This place, wouldn't it be full of lunatics like Lu Yun's, would it? Lu Yun's ignored Han Li's not-so-polite internal thoughts at the moment, and instead looked up, gazing at a colossal pavilion suspended in mid-air, entirely emerald green, like jade. Formation. No. This thing is a magical artifact. Lu Yun's eyes lit up, and he immediately became somewhat eager to act. It only requires a fixed supply of spiritual power to keep such a large object suspended in the air for a long time. This design is quite interesting. Han Li glanced at him, then cautiously took 2 steps back. He was a little worried that Lu Yun's might, on a whim, decide to dismantle someone's shop. Just then, footsteps sounded behind the trio, and a pleasant voice rang out from behind them. Is this senior and these two fellow deists visiting Tiandu Street for the first time? All cultivators who first see this Cloud Dream Pavilion are shocked for quite a while. The three turned around. Not far behind them stood 5 cultivators, 3 men and 2 women, all with cultivation levels around the 10th layer of the Qi refining stage. Han Li chuckled, cupped his hands, and bowed, saying, to be honest, fellow deist, we. Han Li's voice suddenly stopped, and he looked at Liu Yun's in surprise. At this moment, he was staring intently at one of the beautiful female cultivators among the 5, his gaze, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Chapter 187 Yanli and Yuanyao. Among the 5 people, 2 of the women had charming and beautiful appearances. Their clothes were simple and eco-friendly, highlighting their graceful and alluring figures. Their arms and calves were exposed. A pair of delicate jade feet were bare on the ground. Such attire would be considered scandalous in the secular world, and even in the relatively open world of cultivation, it was exceptionally bold. What was even more noticeable was that on the wrists and foreheads of the 2 women were 3 exquisite, glowing golden rings, 1 large and 2 small, giving people a somewhat inexplicable sense of eroticism. The other 3 men had more ordinary appearances. 2 of them were only about 0.9 Han Li, while the other had a face full of pockmarks, at most 0.5 Han Li. At this moment, Liu Yun's was staring intently at the golden ring on one of the female cultivators' head, his eyes filled with horror, as if he had encountered a ghost in broad daylight. He had seen this woman before. It was in the illusion that Venerable Han had once shown him. This is effing. Liu Yun's was momentarily speechless, a familiar sense of horror, identical to that in Tianese, crept up his spine. It was as if his every step was being calculated, like a puppet on a string, proudly reveling in his own cleverness, while the real puppeteer was coldly watching his every move, and then, at his most complacent and relaxed moment, presenting the cruel truth before him. This feeling was like needles on his back, making Liu Yun's feel like a small sparrow in a birdcage, without a shred of freedom. Senior Marshal Uncle Liu. Han Li looked at Liu Yun's in confusion. He had been staring at that female cultivator for a long time, making her feel frightened, wondering if she had said something wrong and offended the senior in front of her. Han Li couldn't understand. He had known Liu Yun's for so long, but he had never seen him interested in women. Besides, the look in his eyes wasn't right, it was clearly not a lustful gaze. Liu Yun's turned to look at Han Li, his rapidly running brain instantly calmed down. No. This could just be a coincidence, a necessity of the development of things. That Venerable Han has definitely been kicked out of this timeline by me. Liu Yun's took 2 deep breaths, turned his head, and looked at the 5 people with a smile. I'm really sorry, this girl looks very much like an old friend of mine, and I lost my composure for a moment. The 2 female cultivators among the 5 looked at each other in confusion. This senior, his attitude was a little too good. After a brief moment of surprise, the 2 women turned their heads, and smiles bloomed on their faces like flowers, their 2 beautiful and charming eyes never leaving Liu Yun's for a moment. Han Li frowned as he watched from the side. For this trip, he and Chu Hun had suppressed their cultivation to the Qi refining stage realm in order to prevent attracting attention. As for Liu Yun's, this person never had the habit of hiding his cultivation. Han Li also felt that having a core formation stage cultivator by his side was enough to avoid a lot of trouble and prevent other cultivators from harboring any malicious intentions, so he didn't say anything. But now it seemed that Liu Yun's, this bastard, was indeed too high profile, attracting too much attention for no reason. Looking back and thinking about it carefully, this seemed to be reasonable. After all, in the cultivation world, high-level cultivator above core formation were always few and far between, and correspondingly, young and handsome male cultivator were also rare. Most people were already very old when they formed their core formation, and although their lifespan increased after core formation, their appearance would not change easily, so most of them were middle-aged or even elderly. Someone like Liu Yun's was a particularly sought-after high-quality resource in the high-level cultivator's marriage market. For some low and middle-stage female cultivator who wanted to attach themselves to high-level cultivator, it was a precious opportunity that they could not miss. Thinking of this, Han Li took a step forward, just about to say something. But Liu Yun's, who was beside him, suddenly said, to be honest, fellow deist, my 2 junior martial nieces and I are indeed visiting Tiandu Street for the first time, and we are very unfamiliar with the shops inside. I wonder if you fellow deists can help introduce us. I will definitely reward you handsomely. Liu Yun's cupped his hands and said gracefully. Han Li almost didn't pop his eyes out. Who the hell are you? What have you done to Liu Yun's? The 2 female cultivators' eyes lit up with surprise when they heard this. The 3 men behind them were dissatisfied, but they didn't dare to show it, let alone say anything. They could only bend slightly and remain silent. The petite female cultivator quickly said, of course, although we sisters are not from Kuei-Sing Island, we have been to this Tiandu Street many times. Whether it's the shops or the landmarks, we sisters know everything. The beautiful woman who had been stared at by Liu Yun's for a long time also nodded quickly, and said with a smile, Senior, rest assured, we sisters will definitely not let Senior down. The meaning behind their words was already subtly excluding the other 3 men. The 3 of them were not ignorant people either. It was just that they were somewhat unwilling to give up the beautiful woman to others. Now, hearing the 2 women say this, how could they not know what they meant? Their eyes immediately revealed resentment. Senior, I suddenly remembered that I have an important matter to attend to, and I'm afraid I can't accompany you. Please forgive me, senior. One of the three cupped his hands and apologized, then left without looking back. The other two also followed suit, without any hesitation. Liu Yun's nodded with a smile, turned his head, and looked at Han Li with a smile, without saying a word. Han Li stared at him blankly. Liu Yun's meaning was clear, get the hell out. Han Li's meaning was equally clear, I won't. Junior Marshal Nephew Han. Liu Yun said with a smile, don't you still have something to do? What are you still doing here? Han Li looked at Liu Yun's with a meaningful look, cupped his hands, and bid farewell before walking into Tiandu Street with Chu Hun. The two female cultivator watched the two leave, not minding at all that they would be traveling alone with a powerful male senior, and even the joy in their eyes grew stronger. With their weak divine sense, they couldn't see Liu Yun's true cultivation at all. They could only vaguely feel that Liu Yun's cultivation was at least foundation establishment middle stage, or even late stage. Being able to travel with such a young, handsome, and highly cultivated male cultivator, the two women were naturally overjoyed. If this senior really had some ideas, then their sisters would be soaring to the sky in one step. Senior, my name is Yan Li, this is my junior sister Yuan Yao, I wonder what senior should be addressed as. I am Liu Yun's. Liu Yun's eyes narrowed slightly, and he couldn't tell whether he was happy or angry. Yan Li and Yuan Yao immediately showed charming smiles, walking to Liu Yun's side, one on the left and one on the right. Senior Liu, let's go this way first. Chapter 188, Premonition. Senior Liu, please look. Great Master Hu of this Hu family artifact refining shop is a renowned artifact refining master in Coexing City. Many famous top-tier magical artifacts have come from his hands, and his reputation is astonishingly great in the surrounding islands. And there's this King Yu Pavilion, which specializes in selling all kinds of intelligence. It's said that their spies are spread throughout the entire southwestern sea area of the chaotic Star Sea, and they are very mysterious. And also, the two women walked in front, one on the left and one on the right, introducing the various shops on both sides of the street to Liu Yun's. Liu Yun's listened patiently, a refined smile always on his face, giving him an extraordinary demeanor. The two women's eyes lit up, and they immediately became even more enthusiastic in their introductions. As an outstanding successor of the Unyusec's first core formation stage cultivator, there were some things Liu Yun simply disliked using, but that didn't mean he couldn't. Leaving aside other things, just in terms of demeanor and temperament, if he truly put on an act, that air of aristocratic second-generation wealth would be so strong it would sting the nose. It would make anyone immediately realize that this person had an extraordinary background. Not to mention that he had been immersed in the Unyusec since childhood, and in terms of how to please the opposite sex, he was a true professional. Han Li, that kind of straight-laced man, didn't even have the qualifications to carry his shoes. Throughout this exchange, Liu Yun's intentionally or unintentionally seduced the two women, causing their eyes to show a hint of spring, their cheeks to flush, and their hearts to stir. The three walked all the way to the center of Tiandu Street, to the square directly beneath the Yunmen Pavilion. This small square, several zhang in circumference, was paved with long strips of beautiful jade, fitted together seamlessly and precisely, appearing exquisite and magnificent. The center of the square was empty, with only the faint shadow of the tightly closed Yunmen Pavilion cast from mid-air. And around the square, 6 small pavilions of various styles stood tall, each at an equal distance from the others, subtly forming a standoff. Senior Liu, please look, this is the 6-linked hall. These 6 shops are closely connected, each selling medicinal pills, talismans, magical artifacts, spirit beasts, etc., and they usually do not interfere with each other. They are a well-known major power in the chaotic Star Sea. In terms of business scale, they are almost only second to the 4 great merchant alliances of the chaotic Star Sea, Yuan Yao introduced with a smile, her beautiful face revealing a hint of longing for great powers. Liu Yun's was not surprised. Judging from the identical golden rings on the two women's wrists and foreheads, they should have come from the same power, and this power was probably not a major power that could be taken seriously. Most likely, it was just a small school that did business with fishermen or provided protection. The basis for this was the two women's attire. To most people, such clothing was scandalous and utterly shameless. However, Liu Yun's knew that this was clearly the common attire for fishermen when fishing. At almost every port, one could see fishermen dressed similarly, moving seafood back and forth. It was just that most cultivators were arrogant beings who wouldn't pay attention to the clothing of mortals, and these two either came from a sect that was quite unconventional, or they were originally from a fishing family and felt nothing wrong with wearing such clothes. Thus, they attracted many people with ulterior motives. Liu Yun secretly nodded. Having walked this far, no illusions had appeared nearby, and there was no sense of dislocation caused by the timeline being altered. It seemed he might have overthought things. Venerable Han had already lost control over this timeline, and everything happening now was merely the inevitable development of events. Two fellow deists, thank you for your help along the way. I am deeply grateful. Since the matter was clear, Liu Yun's naturally wouldn't continue to entangle himself with these two beautiful women. He immediately took a step back, smiled, and pulled out a storage pouch. This storage pouch contains some medicinal pills and magical artifacts suitable for the chi refinement stage, as well as some spirit stones. Consider it my thanks for your hard work along the way, two fellow deists. The two women looked at the storage pouch placed in their hands, their eyes blank, standing there somewhat at a loss. Liu Yun sighed in his heart. Giving people hope only to then make them despair was truly overly cruel. If it weren't for the possible involvement of Venerable Han, Lu Yun's wouldn't have done something that toyed with others' emotions. In fact, after all these years, Lu Yun's had not been without thoughts of finding a companion for himself. Other things were secondary, the main reason was that if there was someone by his side, he could at least talk when he felt lonely. It was just that Nangang Wan's lonely figure under the moonlight was still vivid in his mind, and what she said was too reasonable, so reasonable that even a guy like Lu Yun's, who didn't believe in evil, was somewhat afraid and subconsciously kept a certain distance from these low-level cultivators. There were many good things in that storage pouch, which could be considered compensation for them. Thinking of this, Lu Yun smiled helplessly at the two women, then turned and disappeared into thin air. Only two wistful figures remained in the square. Lu Yun's, who had disappeared from his original spot, briefly browsed the shops on Tiandu Street. The introductions from Yuan Yao and Yan Li were still somewhat useful, at least saving Lu Yun's a lot of time comparing goods. After circling through several large shops, Lu Yun's walked out somewhat disappointed. He had recently hit a dead end in the design plan for his lifebound treasure and urgently needed some innovative artifact refining methods to open up his mind and inspire new ideas. However, the artifact refining techniques sold in these shops were truly ordinary. Aside from a few interesting artifact refining methods unique to the chaotic Star Sea, the rest were just common, widespread items that Lu Yun's didn't even bother to look at. As for the art of puppetry, which he was more interested in, the chaotic Star Sea unexpectedly had many records, and there were even several sects specializing in this dao, all seemingly quite famous. The dao of puppetry was quite prosperous in the chaotic Star Sea. If he had time, he could go and experience it. Lu Yun's new model wasn't fully designed yet. Of course, being in the chaotic Star Sea with a large amount of precious materials at hand, Lu Yun's could actually create several more Tiger King puppets, which would be equivalent to having several middle core formation stage guards out of thin air, a very formidable assistance. However, as a creator, Lu Yun's himself was very dissatisfied with the Tiger King puppet. Just like its name, the Tiger King puppet's design heavily referenced the level 4 giant tiger puppet recorded in the true art of puppetry. There were many problems in many places, and it only barely achieved middle core formation stage combat power by piling on a large number of precious materials. At that time, it was wartime after all, and the Tiger King puppet was a product Lu Yun's hastily made to save his life, so extensive borrowing and plagiarism in its design were unavoidable. But now in the chaotic Star Sea, Lu Yun's had plenty of time and naturally wanted to redesign his own creation. And this time, Lu Yun's also wanted to add some brand new features to the new model. Lu Yun's had a vague premonition that this new work of his would completely subvert the definition of puppets in the cultivation world. Chapter 189, Dustfall Pill. After casually purchasing some unique materials from the chaotic Star Sea, Lu Yun's returned to his immortal cave to continue researching his new inventions. However, before he could even organize the new materials, Han Li knocked on his immortal cave door once again. Dustfall Pill? What's that? Lu Yun's asked, puzzled, as he took the jade slip Han Li handed him. Inside, he found a detailed introduction to the medicinal pill, along with a review from a certain pill Dao Great Master. This was a medicinal pill that was quite helpful for core formation. It had an extraordinary effect in cleansing the impurities from the physical body, far beyond what ordinary people could imagine. Even among similar medicinal pills, its effect was considered remarkable. That 6-link hall wants you to go hunt Yao beasts. Lu Yun's looked at Han Li, bewildered. How could the people from the 6-link hall be so blind? They dared to approach just anyone. Han Li rolled his eyes at Lu Yun's symbolic and offensive gaze, crossed his arms, and said irritably. Your method is too risky. If I can achieve core formation through normal means, I still want to try. Chu Hun and I will go together then. Just in case, do you want to come along? I'm busy, Lu Yun's waved his hand dismissively. Are you kidding me? The first time I went with you to the Yan family, I was chased by 3 core formation cultivators. The second time I went with you to the Yu Imperial Palace, a nascent soul cultivator directly popped out. Who knows what will pop out if I go with you this time? Han Li frowned slightly in disappointment. As far as he knew, this time they were going to hunt a 6th level demonic beast, an existence almost equivalent to a middle core formation stage cultivator. Without core formation level combat power to back him up, Han Li always felt a little uneasy. Lu Yun's thought for a moment, then flipped his hand and tossed him an iron plate. How about this, I'll lend you the green armored beast for a while. Is that good enough? Han Li was stunned for a moment, then looked at the iron plate in his hand with surprise. The green armored beast's combat power was no less than that of a mid-stage core formation cultivator, and it was even 3 points stronger than an average 6th level demonic beast. With this trump card in hand, he no longer had anything to worry about. Alright then, I won't disturb you any further. Han Li waved his hand, called out the sleeping green armored beast from the spirit beast pouch, and left Lu Yun's immortal cave. Lu Yun's didn't take this matter to heart. After sealing his secret chamber, he began his research. This time, he found many interesting things among some of the unique materials from the chaotic Star Sea. The properties of several of these materials should be able to solve the problems he was currently facing. Amidst the dazzling spiritual light, 5 low-grade spirit stones, each belonging to one of the 5 elements, floated in the air. Illusionary spirit rune magic arrays gradually connected the 5 spirit stones, and pieces of material shimmering with spiritual light were continuously thrown into the magic array, gradually melting and converging. To Lu Yun's mixed surprise and delight, the 5-colored spiritual light began to fuse and unify, emitting a blinding spiritual light. Several months later, somewhere in the southwestern sea area of the chaotic Star Sea. Han Li looked at the subdued infant carp beast in front of him and the ugly core formation cultivator named Black Ugly who had suddenly appeared there, feeling a strong sense of unease. He watched as Elder Miao and Elder Gu, dispatched by the Six-Link Hall, spoke a few words with the man, then took out a black iron plate with a ghost head drawn on it and threw it over. Black Ugly's expression immediately changed, and he began to converse with the two. At this moment, Han Li suddenly felt a chill down his spine. It seemed he had inadvertently stumbled upon something extraordinary. Several other cultivators, also at the Foundation establishment peak, showed vigilance in their eyes, but they weren't particularly panicked. After all, even if this infant carp beast was snatched by Black Ugly, it had nothing to do with them, these outsiders, so there was no need for them to bother. Among the crowd, only the cultivator named Qing Xuanzi was sweating on his forehead. He quietly retreated a few steps, just as his eyes met Han Li's. After a bitter smile, Qing Xuanzi unhesitatingly transformed into a green light and fled. Seeing this, Han Li also turned around without hesitation, carrying Chu Hun and stepping on the cloud-piercing shuttle, transforming into a white light and soaring away. The three core formation cultivators present showed no surprise at this scene. Their eyes merely turned cold, revealing a bone-chilling killing intent. Elder Gu said grimly, "We too will be responsible for killing the few who escaped. The people left here will be silenced by Brother Wu." Without waiting for Black Ugly's reply, he and Elder Miao transformed into two streaks of dazzling light and split up, chasing in the directions where Han Li and Qing Xuanzi had fled. Han Li, stepping on the cloud-piercing shuttle, had an obscure and unreadable expression in his eyes, yet showed no trace of panic. At this moment, one hand unconsciously stroked a spirit beast pouch at his waist, while the other held a white round bead, emitting a soft, white glow. Behind him, Elder Gu had already broken through the air. At the same time, Qing Xuanzi transformed into a dazzling green rainbow, flying at extreme speed towards the horizon. His speed was so fast that it was no less than any top-tier flying magical artifact. However, Elder Miao, a core formation cultivator, was even faster than him. A blinding streak of light streaked across the sky, catching up to the green light Qing Xuanzi had transformed into in the blink of an eye. With a slight movement, it shot out a golden sword chi, slashing down towards Qing Xuanzi. Elder Miao was confident that his magic treasure's strike was something that the opponent, a mere Foundation establishment cultivator, could never withstand. As the sword chi was about to strike, Qing Xuanzi suddenly stopped his escape lights. With the spread of his hands, his entire body erupted in green light. Thick vines, like colossal pythons intertwined, surged forward to meet the sword chi. The golden light flashed, and the massive vines were easily cut in half. However, the vines seemed inexhaustible, constantly regenerating and growing, temporarily trapping the sword chi within them. "Senior Miao, why must you be so relentless? I can swear on my heart demon that I will never reveal what happened today. Otherwise, may I die by the hands of my heart demon." Qing Xuanzi shouted in a panic. Elder Miao's eyes flashed with an astonishing evil chi when he saw that his attack had actually been blocked. Too late. Although I don't know how you found out about this, do you really think I would let you continue to live? Elder Miao snorted coldly, raised his hand to form a spell, and the sword chi within the vines immediately let out a clear cry like a dragon's roar. Streaks of golden light erupted, instantly tearing the countless intertwined vines to shreds. Elder Miao shouted, "By my command." The sword chi, like a flood dragon, spiraled and shot towards Qing Xuanzi. Not good. Qing Xuanzi bit the tip of his tongue sharply, spitting out a mouthful of vital blood, which merged with the green protective divine light around him. The green light turned into a blood light, coiling up like a giant snake, fiercely colliding with the sword chi formed by the magic treasure. For a moment, golden and red spiritual light erupted, but after a short while, the sharp sword chi shattered the blood light inch by inch, heading straight for Qing Xuanzi. Qing Xuanzi's face was pale, and he closed his eyes in despair. "Die." Elder Miao's words were cut short as he suddenly stopped. Qing Xuanzi's eyes moved, and he opened them in confusion. He just happened to see Elder Miao's body falling powerlessly onto the sea surface. A handsome young man stood in midair, his face showing a puzzled expression. That's it. Chapter 190, Heaven Drying Halberds. Liu Yun's was filled with confusion, watching Elder Miao instantly killed by a formless needle. He quickly swept his powerful divine sense meticulously around, confirming that he hadn't fallen for any illusions. Then, a fireball incinerated Elder Miao's corpse into ashes. Only after confirming that he was truly dead did Liu Yun's pat his forehead with a wry smile. What a weak core formation cultivator. Liu Yun's shook his head and turned to look at Qing Xuanzi, who had a bewildered expression. With a flash of five-colored light, Liu Yun's instantly appeared before Qing Xuanzi. The speed was incredibly fast. Qing Xuanzi merely blinked, and Liu Yun's, who had been dozens of feet away, was now less than a few feet from him, almost within arm's reach. In fright, Qing Xuanzi instinctively activated the green light around him. Before he could react, a dazzling golden light suddenly erupted from Liu Yun's, instantly clearing away the green light formed by Qing Xuanzi's cultivation technique, yet not harming him in the slightest. Junior Qing Xuanzi bows in gratitude for Senior's life-saving grace. Qing Xuanzi knelt without hesitation. Liu Yun's frowned in confusion, raising a hand to pull him up from a distance. "Tell me, why were you being chased?" Qing Xuanzi lowered his head, his eyelids cast down. With a slight shift in his thoughts, he quickly said, "To be honest, Senior, the two elders of Six-Link Hall succumbed to the demonic might of Extreme Yin, ancestral master of Extreme Yin Island, surrendering the infant carp beast's inner core. Afterwards, fearing that we would leak this matter, they decided to silence us. Fortunately, Senior intervened righteously, saving this junior's life. Liu Yun's tilted his head, picked his ear, and watched him expressionlessly. Qing Xuanzi, right? Liu Yun's gaze suddenly sharpened. Do you think I'm particularly easy to fool? No, no, no. How would Junior dare? Qing Xuanzi's face changed drastically. His already pale complexion was now like that of a dead person. Everything Junior said is true. I would never dare to deceive Senior. You wouldn't dare to deceive me, would you? Liu Yun sneered, raising his hand to release a golden light that transformed into a thick golden chain, instantly binding Qing Xuanzi tightly. This. Senior, what is the meaning of this? Qing Xuanzi asked in alarm. What meaning? Can't you tell? I'm taking you to Six Link Hall, so you can say these words again in front of them. Liu Yun's friendly patted Qing Xuanzi's shoulder. Don't worry, it's just a personal issue concerning those two elders. The people of Six Link Hall will handle it for you, nothing will happen. Senior, wait. Qing Xuanzi's forehead broke out in a sweat, his eyes darting around. He spoke without pause. This matter concerns the reputation of Six Link Hall. How could they admit it? I'm afraid they might try to silence Senior as well. There are over 20 high-level cultivators in Six Link Hall, and the Six Link Hall master is even a nascent soul cultivator. If Senior gets involved in this, your life might be in danger. Please reconsider, Senior. Between life and death, Qing Xuanzi's mind raced. He spoke with logic and reason, his torrent of words even momentarily stunning Liu Yun's. Your talent, it's wasted on cultivation. Liu Yun sighed with a wry smile. This left Qing Xuanzi utterly bewildered. Forget it, I'm not good at threatening people. Liu Yun's raised a hand, and the chain reverted to golden light, returning to his palm. Just tell me directly. You have 3 sentences to clearly explain what happened with those two elders of Six Link Hall and that black ugly. If you can't explain it clearly. Liu Yun's thought for a moment, and the golden light in his palm transformed into a terrifying mace. I'll stick this thing up your rear. Liu Yun said very seriously. Qing Xuanzi was greatly alarmed by this and instinctively took a step back. Senior, you must be joking. Qing Xuanzi suddenly froze. In that instant, he saw in Liu Yun's eyes that he was serious. Qing Xuanzi swallowed, forcing out a bitter smile. Senior, rest assured, Junior will tell you everything without the slightest concealment. I just don't know how Senior learned about Black Ugly. As soon as these words left his mouth, before Liu Yun could explain, Qing Xuanzi himself realized. Right, there must have been Senior's informant among those people, otherwise how could Senior have appeared so coincidentally? Qing Xuanzi shook his head helplessly, his lips moving as he began to transmit a message to Liu Yun. Liu Yun raised an eyebrow, his expression changing several times with the transmitted message. After the message transmission was complete, Qing Xuanzi bowed deeply to Liu Yun, then transformed into a green light and flew away. Liu Yun lingered in place for a long time, his expression somewhat uncertain. He seemed to have learned something extraordinary. After a long while, Liu Yun let out a long breath, silently burying what had happened today in his heart. He turned and flew in the direction Han Li had fled. With his current escape speed, a mere few dozen miles was but an instant. When he arrived, Han Li had already finished his battle and was examining the storage pouch in his hand. The green-armored beast was still beside him, lazily sprawled on the ground, feigning sleep with closed eyes. Even sensing Liu Yun's arrival, it didn't even lift an eyelid. How was the harvest? Liu Yun asked with a somewhat helpless tone. Han Li nodded reservedly. Not bad, what about you? Reminded by him, Liu Yun then remembered that when he killed Elder Miao, he also conveniently took his storage pouch. I'm just about to. Holy crap! As soon as Liu Yun's divine sense entered the storage pouch, he suddenly discovered something extraordinary. 2 yellow rays of light shot out from the storage pouch, landing in Liu Yun's hand and transforming into 2 ancient bronze halberds. Liu Yun caressed the 2 halberds in his hand, finding 3 ancient seal characters engraved on them. Heaven-drying halberds? What an arrogant name! Liu Yun's mouth twitched, and he scratched his head with some difficulty in understanding. Judging by the spiritual energy of these heaven-drying halberds and the faintly engraved runes on them, they were probably rare treasures even among ancient treasures. Are ancient treasures worthless these days? How could even such a weak core formation cultivator possess ancient treasures of this rank, and a pair at that? After thinking for a long time, Liu Yun still couldn't figure out what was going on. He could only put the pair of heaven-drying halberds into his storage pouch specifically for ancient treasures and then took out another item from Elder Miao's storage pouch. A tattered piece of silk, seemingly depicting a map, but it was incomplete. Liu Yun, with a serious expression, took out another identical piece of silk from his person. Comparing the two, he found them to be exactly the same. This was the incomplete map he had found on Emperor Yu, seemingly pointing to a certain location. Initially, he hadn't taken this item seriously, until Venerable Han, who had already been kicked out of the timeline, showed a considerable reaction when he obtained it. Only then did Liu Yun pay attention. He didn't expect to obtain another one now, this was simply too. Liu Yun quickly shook his head, temporarily pushing aside the ominous premonition in his heart, and looked up to ask Han Li, what should we do next? Should I go silence that Black Ugly? Han Li's expression shifted. After a moment of consideration, he still shook his head. No, it's too late now. That black ugly has likely already left. We've already provoked 6 Link Hall, there's no need to provoke Extreme Yin Island as well. Han Li gritted his teeth in resentment, then sighed deeply. Let's find a place for Chu Hun and me to achieve core formation first. I'm afraid Kuei-Sing Island is no longer safe for us. Liu Yun's nodded in agreement. He didn't care much, as long as the 6 Link Hall master didn't personally intervene, it would be easy for him to escape. After all, his formless escape technique already had some of Kaiyang Wuji's skill from back then, and coupled with the powerful effects of the 5 elements escape heaven art, his escape skills were far superior to his combat abilities. Of course, this situation was only temporary. Liu Yun's believed that as long as his research on new puppets achieved a breakthrough, at that time, even if the 6 Link Hall master personally arrived, he wouldn't be without a fighting chance. Moreover, one of his crucial research projects had already achieved a major breakthrough. As long as this research was completed, then even if Venerable Han truly returned to the timeline, he wouldn't be able to stop the wheels of history from advancing. Chapter 191, Small Spirit Island. Big brother, are you done yet? This is already the 8th island. Liu Yun's hovered in the air, looking at the small island below, which contained a miniature spiritual vein, and sighed from the bottom of his heart. It's just core formation. Can't you just find any random place? Han Li glared at him when he heard this, then turned around, holding the sea chart, and continued his search. We've offended 6 Link Hall now. To be safe, we still need to find a more secluded spot. I don't want to be in the middle of core formation only to suddenly be hunted down. Liu Yun's pressed his brow in exasperation. That's why I told you, those people are probably more panicked than you are right now. What they did can't see the light of day, so where would they get the guts to conduct a large-scale search for you? They're searching for us. Han Li emphasized the last word. Everyone on Kuei-Sing Island knows you're my junior martial uncle. You can't deny this. Liu Yun's really hadn't thought of that. Damn it. I still have things in my immortal cave that I haven't retrieved. Han Li also let out a frustrated sigh. Me too. So, next, Chu Hun and I both need to fully prepare for core formation. From what I know, 6 Link Hall only has a few core formation elders on Kuei-Sing Island, and 2 of them have already been killed by you and me. As long as one of us, Chu Hun or I, forms a golden core, that will be 2 core formation cultivators, which should be enough to make them not dare to act rashly. Liu Yun's also stroked his chin in thought, slowly saying, I understand. The fact that they're still secretly causing trouble like this indicates that at least the 6 Link Hall master doesn't know about this yet, and for now, is not aligned with them. So, at most, we only need to deal with the opposing core formation cultivators. In this situation, one core formation might be underestimated, or even ambushed, but with 2 or more, they would have to consider the possibility of the matter escalating and the news leaking out. Han Li nodded expressionlessly, then continued to search the sea chart. Suddenly, an island caught his attention. Sea Ape Island. Han Li frowned deeply. This island was of average size, considered rather small among medium-sized islands. It had no island master nor any special forces stationed there. The island only had an ordinary small spiritual vein, where a small number of mortals and some low to mid-level cultivators lived. Its only special product was a type of low-level Yao beast called sea apes that lived near the island. Because of their decent intelligence, cultivators often bought them to use as servants in their immortal caves. The situation on the island was not complicated, but there were many people coming and going, especially during the sea apes mating season. Low-level cultivators from several surrounding islands would flock there, along with some merchants and ships specializing in selling spirit beasts. To be honest, even in terms of concealment alone, Sea Ape Island wasn't a good place. Compared to the previous few islands, this place had nothing special about it. However, for some reason, when Han Li saw this island on the sea chart, he inexplicably felt that it must be a suitable place. It was as if, in the depths of his being, a force was guiding him to undergo core formation on this small island. Old Liu, let's. Han Li turned his head, just about to say something. Liu Yun suddenly leaned his head over, extended a finger, and excitedly pointed at a spot on the sea chart. Old Han, how about we go here? Liu Yun's eyes seemed to be glowing. Han Li pushed him aside with one hand, then turned to look at the location Liu Yun's was pointing to. Small Spirit Island. Han Li's mouth twitched. He had heard of this place, it was a rather peculiar spot among the nearby islands. On this small island, which was only 20 to 30 li in circumference, lived several species of first and second tier Yao beasts, all in considerable numbers, forming many large and small tribes. The cultivators living on this island, due to the environment, were mostly skilled in beast taming arts. It was said that even the mortals living on the island had the ability to raise Yao beasts for their own use. This also gave rise to the island's unique tradition of beast fighting. In the nearby sea area, it was quite famous, but apart from some merchant ships selling spirit beasts, hardly anyone went there. There seemed to be only a few small forces on the island, posing no threat to them. Han Li was a bit hesitant. He instinctively wanted to go to Sea Ape Island, but seeing Liu Yun's expression, he was also worried he wouldn't be able to convince him. After a long while, Han Li let out a helpless sigh. Let's go to Small Spirit Island. Alright. Liu Yun's excitedly clenched his fist, transforming into 5-colored escape light, engulfing Han Li and Chu Hun, and vanishing into the air. He had long wanted to go there and witness the Yao beast free-for-alls unique to the chaotic Star Sea. With the disappearance of the 3, in a certain void, a pair of cracked eyes seemed to shift their gaze away in disappointment. A few days later, the three arrived above Small Spirit Island. Although the island was not large, it had everything: dense forests, deep valleys, high mountains, and grasslands. Groups of low-level Yao beasts frolicked freely on the island. If Liu Yun's hadn't clearly sensed traces of a formation on the island when they entered, he would have thought he had come to the wrong place and ended up on a pure monster beast island. Let's go, first find a place to open an immortal cave. Han Li swallowed nervously, releasing his divine sense, meticulously searching the densest forest, which was most suitable for concealment. Half an hour later, Han Li opened his eyes with a hint of surprise. There really was a small spiritual vein here, and there were no traces of any human cultivator activity. Only a group of first-tier, mid-level green-faced apes lived here, looking utterly content. Liu Yun's also nodded in satisfaction. Not only was this place secluded, but it also had this group of low-level Yao beasts acting as free guards and lookouts. It was truly a rare and excellent spot, perfectly suited for them. This will do. I'll set up the formation, and you can open the immortal cave. Han Li nodded, raising his hand to summon several magical artifacts, and immediately began digging a cave in the ground. Meanwhile, Liu Yun's reached out and took out a dozen formation flags, setting up several illusion formations throughout the dense forest, ensuring that even if a core formation stage cultivator found this place, they wouldn't discover any traces for a while. A few days later, Han Li, carrying over a dozen types of auxiliary medicinal pills he had carefully prepared, walked solemnly into the newly excavated secret chamber. Chu Hun, carrying the blood-condensing 5 elements pill, entered another secret chamber. His method of core formation was different from Han Li's, so he didn't need those precious medicinal pills. Liu Yun's remained in the immortal cave to act as their protector. Seizing this opportunity, Liu Yun's also wanted to properly organize the items he carried. Before this, he had been busy refining the formless needle and spirit transformation talisman, and then his mind had been preoccupied with his new research, leaving him with no time. Now, Liu Yun's research had achieved a breakthrough, only one step away from success. At this point, there was no need to rush. It was better to first organize the items he carried. If he needed to fight for his life against the people from Six Link Hall, he would know which items were handy and could be used directly. Thinking this, Liu Yun's hand reached for the most special storage pouch on his chest. Chapter 192, Core Formation. This storage pouch was taken by Liu Yun's from Venerable Golden Talisman's corpse. Because its materials were sturdy, its workmanship was exquisite, and it also had a small restriction to prevent spiritual chi leakage, Liu Yun's kept it close to him to store some valuable items. These were the ancient treasures he had acquired over the years through various opportunities from unfortunate individuals. Liu Yun's held the storage pouch, and as he tilted it, various 5-colored spiritual light burst forth, and a small pile of ancient treasures lay on the ground, shimmering with unusual light. Looking at these ancient treasures one by one, Liu Yun's couldn't help but be stunned. Where did all these come from? When did he accumulate such a large pile? Liu Yun's thought for a moment and began to categorize these ancient treasures, while also pondering where he had obtained each of them. First, there was the blue fishing net, azure dragon short staff, black and white scissors, and the black bagua mirror, pitch black bagua mirror, obtained from Venerable Golden Talisman's corpse. After that, there was the hurricane pearl obtained from the skinny old man of Yuling sect. The pitch black round bowl came from the nascent soul of Black Fiend cult. The dragon phoenix twin rings and Xiangliu diagram were found on Wang Luo. The gilded ruyi was left to him by Kaiyang Wuji. And a pair of heaven-drying halberds that he had just acquired not long ago. A total of 12 ancient treasures. Liu Yun's was dumbfounded. After so many years of narrow escapes from death, he had unknowingly accumulated so many treasures. Adding to that the nearly 300,000 spirit stones and a large quantity of precious materials far exceeding the reserves of an average mid-level school, which he obtained from the Fu family's secret vault, Black Fiend cult, and Kaiyang Wuji's secret immortal cave. Liu Yun's current net worth even surpassed that of a considerable number of nascent soul old monsters. I'm rich. Liu Yun's felt a little dizzy. For so many years, he was either busy escaping or busy cultivating and researching, so much so that only today did he start to organize his net worth, and only now did he realize that his previous predicament of often lacking spirit stones was a thing of the past. In an instant, Liu Yun's mind was filled with inspiration. Freed from the shackles of poverty, many operations he wouldn't even dare to dream of before could now be attempted. Liu Yun's immediately felt a surge of ecstasy, his brain rapidly operating due to excitement. Many problems that had previously troubled him now had solutions. Taking advantage of his current good state, Liu Yun's quickly patted his storage pouch, and a copper plate, 1 foot square, appeared before him. The copper plate was engraved with spiritual patterns, interconnected to form a complex 5-pointed array diagram. At each of the 5 corners of the array diagram, there was a small groove. Liu Yun's took out 5 low-grade spirit stones from his storage pouch, each shining with a faint spiritual light. The colors of the spiritual light were all different, belonging to the 5 elements, reflecting each other and appearing exceptionally harmonious. The 5 spirit stones floated before Liu Yun's, and under his control, they were carefully embedded into the array diagram. In an instant, 5-colored spiritual light lit up, slowly flowing and merging within the array diagram, transforming into a pure white light. However, this white light was flickering unsteadily, as if it could extinguish at any moment. Liu Yun's gazed at the formation plate, his eyes seemingly holding infinite changes and cycles of creation and destruction. Possibilities surged through his mind, transforming into numerous feasible plans. A moment later, the white light dimmed slightly. Lu Yun's raised his hand and took out the spirit stones from the array diagram, then took out a talisman brush and began to delete runes and modify the direction of the spiritual patterns on the array diagram. After the modifications were complete, the 5 spirit stones were embedded again. This time, the white light appeared pure and more integrated, but its glow remained dim. Lu Yun's thought for a moment, then took out several pale yellow crystals and began to melt and purify them. Just like that, time flew by. 4 years later, dark clouds gathered over Small Spirit Island, and streaks of startling lightning danced like a frenzy of snakes, causing the heavens and earth to tremble and all living things to wail. Streaks of spiritual chi gathered like wind and clouds, forming a massive vortex of spiritual chi, churning ceaselessly in the air. Under this powerful might of heaven and earth, the Yao Beast groups on Small Spirit Island gathered together, forming a rare Yao Beast tide, fleeing desperately towards the direction of the storm's center. The light of a formation lit up on Small Spirit Island, and more than a dozen escape lights shot into the sky, revealing cultivators standing on various magical artifacts in the air. At this moment, these Foundation Establishment cultivators, the highest level cultivators on Small Spirit Island, all looked at this anomalous celestial phenomenon, their eyes filled with doubt, shock, and unconcealed envy and jealousy. Someone has formed their core. This news quickly spread to every corner of Small Spirit Island. A moment later, almost all the cultivators on the island swarmed over, wanting to meet this newly advanced senior. Not long after, a high-pitched whistle resounded between heaven and earth. The spiritual chi vortex let out a mournful cry and dispersed. In an instant, the clouds parted, the fog dissipated, and the wind and waves calmed. Even the furious Yao Beast groups calmed down and returned to their territories. On Small Spirit Island, it was as if nothing had happened. But these cultivators knew that from this day forward, one more person had joined the ranks of high-level cultivators in the chaotic Star Sea. The Foundation Establishment cultivators in the air looked at each other, then quickly urged their magical artifacts underfoot, breaking through the air towards the location of that core formation senior. Just then, a 5-colored spiritual light abruptly blocked their path. Scram! A roar, like a clap of thunder, resounded in everyone's ears, startling them into changing expressions and quickly turning back. It seemed this core formation senior's temper was not very good. At the same time, Lu Yun spread his hands helplessly and said to Han Li. Isn't it just a failed core formation? Is there a need to be like this? Han Li glared at him fiercely. Was he angry because of a failed core formation? It was clearly because a certain bastard who was watching the show was here, grinning playfully. Being sarcastic. And making cynical remarks. Really, your temper is too great. Always being so fiery, be careful of a heart demon backlash. Lu Yun's turned to look at Chu Han, who had successfully formed his core, and smilingly took something out of his storage pouch. Here, Chu Han. This is a core formation gift, keep it safe, and don't let old Han see it. Han Li rolled his eyes in annoyance. That's my evil core clone. Not my son. Han Li simply had Chu Han stand behind him, keeping a distance from a certain lunatic who was clearly having an episode. At the same time, he also saw what was in Chu Han's hand. It was a pitch-black ancient blade, about a foot long, made from the bones of some vicious beast. Even though Chu Han merely held it, it emitted an astonishingly fierce and malevolent chi. Magic treasure. Han Li's heart skipped a beat. This magic treasure looked far from simple, at least, it was much stronger than the mixed yuan bowl he originally intended for Chu Han to refine. That is Wang Luo of Ghost Spirit Sex Lifebound treasure. I don't know what demonic technique he used to refine it, but it can only be used by demonic path cultivators. I saw that you had Chu Han cultivate blood refining divine light, so this magic treasure is perfect for him. Han Li's mouth twitched, and finally, he let out a helpless bitter smile. Thank you. You're welcome. I have another gift for you. Chapter 193 The Belt. I have one too. Han Li was a little stunned, feeling a touch of emotion in his heart for a moment. That's right, to celebrate your core formation failure. Lu Yun's chuckled, stuffing something heavy into his hand. Han Li suddenly realized with sadness that he wasn't surprised at all. He sighed and looked down at what Lu Yun's had given him. It was a uniquely styled metal belt, inlaid with a large copper plate. Smack! Han Li backhanded the thing onto Lu Yun's face. At that moment, a series of unbearable past events flashed through his mind. He remembered every detail clearly, recalling them as if they were yesterday. This was the first time Han Li felt sad about his excellent memory. What are you doing? Lu Yun's touched his face in confusion. Such a large piece of metal hitting his face didn't seem to bother him at all. Han Li looked at him and thought carefully. Every embarrassing past event he had involved Lu Yun's. No. He was clearly the culprit. Thinking of this, Han Li took a deep breath, extended his hands, and placed them on Lu Yun's shoulders in a posture that could strangle him at any moment. I'm sorry, I just remembered some unpleasant things. Your apology is quite scary. Lu Yun's innocently held up the belt in his hand. Old Han, do you know what this is? Han Li looked at him expressionlessly. He wanted to say that even if this thing could make him achieve immortal ascension on the spot, he wouldn't be interested in the slightest. But after thinking about it carefully, Han Li still suppressed his temper and, giving him face, asked, what is this thing? This is the future. Han Li calmly shifted his gaze. This lunatic was starting again. Old Han, what lies before you is a great creation that is about to change the world, the first spark of the cultivation world's productivity revolution, a great key that is about to open a new era. It is. Han Li nodded expressionlessly, acting as a qualified hype man robot. After all these years, he had grown accustomed to Liu Yun's crazy moments and knew very well that nothing he said at such times would be useful. He only needed to silently agree with all his statements, and it wouldn't be long before Liu Yun himself grew tired of it. However, this time the situation was a little different. Liu Yun clearly had no intention of stopping, instead, he spoke with increasing relish, and his spirit became even more excited. Old Han, you absolutely won't believe what I've achieved. Even I can't believe that I actually completed this step. From today onwards, you will witness the end of an old era and the arrival of a new era. This thing is about to change the entire world. As Liu Yun spoke, he took out 5 middle-stage spirit stones, each belonging to one of the 5 elements, and embedded them in the belt. As we all know, spirit stones are one of the important ways for a cultivator to replenish his magic power. This mineral, rich in spiritual energy, can be refined by a cultivator into his own magic power in a very short period of time. However, this method of refining external spiritual energy to replenish magic power is ultimately limited. First, the cultivator himself needs a certain amount of time to refine the spiritual energy, and second, the cultivator also has his own upper limit for refining spiritual energy. These two conditions determine that in a confrontation between high-level cultivators, even with advanced spirit stones, the magic power that can be replenished is still just a drop in the bucket. So the question is there any way to shorten the time it takes to refine spiritual energy and break through the upper limit of spiritual energy refinement? Liu Yun turned his head, staring at Han Li with an expectant look. Han Li looked at him and sighed deeply. Is there a way? Han Li asked cooperatively. No. Liu Yun answered decisively. The cultivator's meridians and cultivation technique already determine the upper limits of these two. After realizing this, I shifted my attention to another matter that greatly interested me. Liu Yun suddenly pointed at Chu Hun. Han Li was stunned for a moment, then thoughtfully stroked his chin, tentatively asking, blood condensing 5 elements pill. That's right. Liu Yun snapped his fingers excitedly. As we all know, the method of increasing one's cultivation by plundering and fusing others' essence into oneself is called the blood sacrifice method. Once this demonic path spell begins to be cultivated, one can never achieve core formation for life. The reason is that everyone's true chi is unique, and different true chi cannot be perfectly fused except through some very special methods. The powerful true chi obtained through the blood sacrifice method is merely a fusion monster of different true chi forcibly fused together. Although it appears powerful, it has forever lost the unique purity of true chi, and thus has no chance of core formation. However, the blood condensing 5 elements pill, as a high purity true chi aggregate of a single attribute, can actually perfectly fuse and sublimate, thereby forming a fiend core very similar to a golden core. This phenomenon made me start to think, is this the uniqueness of true chi, or the universality of the world's rules? Han Li felt a dizzy spell, he was already starting to lose track of Liu Yun's thoughts. A cultivator refines the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, sublimating life. True chi, to some extent, is also a special variant of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth produced in a biological body. There should be a commonality between the two, so I speculate that just as the 5 elements true chi can perfectly fuse and sublimate into a fiend core, the 5 elements spiritual energy is also very likely to perfectly fuse and produce a special energy after some kind of sublimation. As Liu Yun spoke, the belt in his hand flashed with white light, faintly emitting a peculiar spiritual energy fluctuation, which actually reached the strength of the middle core formation stage. After nearly 20 years of research and trial and error, I finally did it. I discovered the basic operating rules of this world. I discovered the key to opening a new era. Liu Yun threw the belt to Han Li. Try it. Use any spell. Han Li took the belt, then somewhat helplessly raised his hand and conjured a fireball. At that moment, Han Li's magic power decreased slightly, but then, an incredible scene unfolded before Han Li's eyes. An inexplicable spiritual energy from the belt automatically flowed into his body, instantly replenishing the missing magic power. This. Han Li's eyes widened suddenly. This thing can instantly replenish magic power. This time, Han Li was truly shocked by Liu Yun's. As far as he knew, there were also some spiritual items in the cultivation world that could achieve similar effects, the most famous of which was the legendary 10,000-year spiritual milk. But that was a legendary spiritual item. And Liu Yun's creation was nothing more than 5 middle-stage spirit stones, plus a belt made of ordinary materials. After his initial surprise, Han Li showed an uncontrollable look of ecstasy. The value of this thing was simply too great. How much advantage could one gain in a confrontation with someone if they had such a belt? Moreover, the spirit stones on this belt could be replaced. This meant that as long as there were enough spirit stones, his magic power would be almost inexhaustible. Chapter 194 Future. Do you understand, old Han? This thing can change the world. Liu Yun excitedly shook Han Li's shoulder. Han Li, dizzy from the shaking, quickly broke free from Liu Yun's grasp. All right. I get it. This thing is incredible. If any cultivator had this. Cultivator. Liu Yun looked at Han Li in confusion. What are you talking about? Hey. Han Li looked back at him with equal confusion. Old Han, no matter who it is? No matter what cultivation technique they cultivate? As long as they wear this, they can instantly replenish their magic power. Do you know what that means? Liu Yun's eyes widened in excitement, his expression extremely agitated. This means I've discovered the origin of spiritual power. Those so-called devilish qi, spiritual power, all kinds of magic power, their essence is the same, this special spiritual qi. Do you understand what this discovery means? Han Li looked at him blankly. However, Lu Yun's, completely carried away, continued excitedly. This means there will no longer be technical barriers in the cultivation world. It means the possibility of widespread popularization of certain cultivation techniques and secret arts. It means that anyone, regardless of who they are, can use this powerful force, which will lead to a complete revolution in productivity. Old Han, imagine this, even a mortal without a spiritual root, with this item, could possess magic power equivalent to a middle core formation stage cultivator, and through specific talismans, formations, and other methods, have the possibility of using almost all types of secret arts and spells. Can you imagine? What kind of changes will this bring to this world? I can't. Han Li suddenly stepped forward and kicked Lu Yun's to the ground. But I know that if you keep going like this, you're damn near death. Lu Yun's fell heavily to the ground, his head making intimate contact with the cold, hard surface. The intense pain instantly pulled him out of his extreme euphoria. He looked up blankly, just in time to see Han Li looking down at him, his body trembling slightly from fear. Do you know what my first thought was when I heard you talk about the use of this thing? Han Li asked coldly. I wanted to kill you. Even I couldn't believe it, but I wanted to kill you. And then destroy this thing. Han Li pulled Lu Yun's up, his sharp pupils fixed on Lu Yun's eyes. Even I had such a thought. Can you imagine what others would think? Once the use of this thing is leaked, all the cultivators in the entire human realm will want to kill you quickly. Han Li clutched the belt in his hand tightly, his fingertips pale from the excessive force. Lu Yun's, forget about this. Just pretend you gave me a priceless ancient treasure. We've been through so much life and death over the years. I don't want to one day want to collect your corpse, but can't even find it. Do you understand? Lu Yun's looked at Han Li, the corners of his mouth curving slightly upward, looking very happy. What are you smiling at? Han Li gnashed his teeth in annoyance. Don't play crazy this time. That trick won't work anymore. Lu Yun's looked at the belt in Han Li's hand. If nothing went wrong, it would be his greatest work. I understand, Lu Yun said in a low voice. Han Li suddenly let out a sigh of relief, only then realizing that he was drenched in cold sweat, as if he had just been pulled out of water. Don't scare me like this all the time in the future, Han Li glared at him irritably. Don't worry, I'm not stupid. Lu Yun's grinned, burying some thoughts in his heart. Han Li was right, it wasn't time for this thing to officially appear yet, but that day would come. When that day arrived, a faint smile appeared on the corner of Lu Yun's mouth, making Han Li's heart tremble with fear. Let's go, old Han, we've been in this place long enough. Lu Yun's turned around and walked out of the immortal cave as if nothing had happened. Han Li looked at his back, then lowered his head to look at the belt in his hand. His face struggled for a few moments, but in the end, he put the belt on. Just treat it as a treasure, Han Li thought. Amidst the complex gazes of the cultivators on Small Spirit Island, a streak of escape lights shot into the sky, heading straight for the horizon. Han Li and Chu Hun were carried by Lu Yun's escape lights towards Lesser Heaven Island, their hearts also a little uneasy. Neither of them had made any preparations when they left this time. Too many things were left in the immortal cave, and it was hard to guarantee that everything was still in its original place. Aside from anything else, the Six-Link Hall would not easily let go of their immortal cave. If they broke in, the mechanisms he had set up inside might not be able to hide from the divine sense of a high-level cultivator. Lu Yun's was also very anxious. Among other things, more than half of his valuable materials were left in the immortal cave. If they benefited the people of Six-Link Hall, Lu Yun's would definitely go crazy. As the two were anxious, Lesser Heaven Island was already in sight. With the newly invented belt, Lu Yun's didn't have to worry about the consumption of magic power, and his escape speed was astonishing. It took him less than a day to reach the skies above Lesser Heaven Island. However, what they saw made both of them somewhat disbelieve their own eyes. The immortal cave's formation had not changed at all. Everything was exactly as it was when they left, as if no one had ever been there. Lu Yun's divine sense swept across, and his expression immediately shifted. He looked at a certain spot with some surprise. Immediately after, his figure instantly disappeared. Han Li floated in the air, his expression unchanged, as if he was pondering something. A few breaths later, Lu Yun's appeared out of thin air beside Han Li, toying with a spiritual fire-red flying fork and an earthy yellow crystal ball. 2 early core formation stage cultivators, a dozen foundation establishment stage cultivators. Six-Link Hall really put in a lot of capital, Lu Yun said with a smile. Han Li finally breathed a sigh of relief and quickly flew towards his immortal cave. Lu Yun's also opened the formation and impatiently walked into the collection room, confirming that all the items were still in their original places. Only then did he feel the heavy stone in his heart lift. It seemed that, as they had previously guessed, only a portion of the Six-Link Hall was involved in this matter. They also didn't dare to make a big fuss, which was why they didn't choose to forcefully attack the formation, but instead set up a trap here, waiting to ambush the two of them. If Lu Yun's were just an ordinary core formation cultivator, such a lineup would have been more than enough to deal with him. At the very least, it could have stalled him until the people of Six-Link Hall got wind of it, at which point he and Han Li would naturally be fish on a chopping block, to be slaughtered at will. Unfortunately, Lu Yun's formless escape technique already had some of the essence of Qiang Wuji's skill back then. Coupled with the formless needle and spirit transformation talisman, silently eliminating 2 early core formation stage cultivators and a dozen foundation establishment stage cultivators was no difficulty for him. After collecting the items in the Immortal Cave and casting a spell to collect the Spirit Eye Spring, Liu Yun's headed straight for Han Li's side. Chapter 195, Tianxing City. The moment Liu Yun's entered Han Li's Immortal Cave, he immediately felt that something was not quite right. The interior of the Immortal Cave was empty and desolate, appearing very cold. Although Han Li's Immortal Cave had always been like this, now even the faint aura that used to linger in the Immortal Cave had vanished without a trace, like a deep, silent haunted house. Liu Yun swept his divine sense and found Han Li's whereabouts deep within the Immortal Cave. Immediately, his figure flickered with yellow light, and he mysteriously appeared beside Han Li. What's going on? Did people from Six Link Hall come in? As soon as he appeared, Liu Yun asked cautiously. Han Li shook his head, a hint of excitement on his face. He pointed to a silver sphere hanging on a spirit tree not far away. Liu Yun, have you heard of gold-devouring insects? Liu Yun shook his head in confusion. He had already scanned the sphere with his divine sense just now, and apart from a faint, malevolent aura, there was nothing else unusual about it. It seemed to be just a uniquely shaped ore. Han Li directed Chu Hun to raise his hand and release a deep red blood light, enveloping the silver sphere in layers. At the same time, he flicked a jade slip to Liu Yun's, then focused intently on observing the changes in the silver sphere. Liu Yun's probed it with his divine sense in confusion and quickly found the records of the so-called gold-devouring insects. Gold-devouring insects, a ferocious swarm, rank 12th, adept at devouring 5 metals in heaven and earth spiritual chi, impervious to water and fire, difficult to harm with magic treasure, can be trapped by jade and wood, mutually exclusive with spider-like exotic insects. Liu Yun looked up, gazing at the fiercely abnormal exotic insects described in the records with a bewildered expression, then turned to look at Han Li, letting out a long sigh. As expected, it's you. I was wondering why you, the protagonist, have been so unlucky for so many years? Turns out all the opportunity was waiting for you here. At this moment, the deep red blood light, under Chu Hun's control, had transformed into a sheet of purple demonic fire, burning fiercely on the silver sphere. Under the scorching of this demonic fire, the gold-devouring insects, which had been motionless, finally reacted. With a whoosh, they scattered into hundreds of silver-armored insects, moving their visibly large fangs and rapidly devouring the demonic fire. Liu Yun's eyelids twitched. In Han Li's astonished gaze, he suddenly took out a ball of spiritual chi emitting a soft white light from his belt and threw it towards the gold-devouring insects. In an instant, the hundreds of gold-devouring insects seemed to freeze collectively, then unhesitatingly abandoned the purple demonic fire and swarmed towards the white spiritual chi, quickly devouring the entire ball of spiritual chi. Adept at devouring 5 metals in heaven and earth spiritual power, devouring, transforming, absorbing, Liu Yun's eyes widened, his body trembling slightly with excitement. Han Li was startled by him and quickly summoned the blood jade spiders, spraying out a large expanse of snow-white spider webs to collect all the gold-devouring insects. Liu Yun didn't care. At this moment, his inspiration was gushing forth like a wellspring, completely oblivious to anything happening in the outside world. Old Liu, old Liu. Han Li quickly called Liu Yun twice, placed a hand on his shoulder, and shook him vigorously. Liu Yun suddenly snapped back to his senses, looking at Han Li in confusion. Han Li was already used to his behavior, and with a calm expression, he pointed outside the Immortal Cave. Let's go. We need to leave the sea area quickly to avoid being blocked by the people from Six Link Hall. Liu Yun pondered for a moment, then patted his spirit beast pouch, releasing the majestic green armored beast. Let's ride it. I have some things to think about on the way. Also, can you spare me 2 of your gold-devouring insects? I want to dissect them to see their internal structure. Han Li rolled his eyes and turned to leave. What do you mean by that? Can't you give me a definite answer? Liu Yun followed him relentlessly. Han Li ignored him. After exiting the Immortal Cave entrance and collecting the formation at the door, he and Chu Hun sat on the green armored beast's back. Get off! Liu Yun kicked at him, which Han Li easily dodged. Do you really think the green armored beast can cross the entire sea area like this? It's not a perpetual motion machine. Liu Yun pouted, somewhat displeased with Han Li's stinginess. At the same time, he patted his storage pouch, and metal plates flew out, automatically attaching themselves to the green armored beast. Accompanied by a crisp sound of mechanical parts shifting, a majestic armor, imbued with a heavy metallic feel, was draped over the green armored beast, completely enveloping its entire body. Embedded within it were more than a dozen spirit stones, continuously supplying spiritual power to the armor's interior. Liu Yun then took out 3 cushioned armchairs from his storage pouch, placed them behind the green armored beast, and several metal pieces automatically popped out, firmly securing the 3 chairs. All right, you can sit now. Han Li blinked, then shook his head with a wry smile, sat on a chair, and began to silently cultivate the great evolution art. The green armored beast, clad in armor, treading on auspicious clouds, with a faint silver glow shimmering beneath its 4 feet, looked like something from the immortal realm at first glance. As the 3 sat upon it, the green armored beast immediately rose into the clouds, soaring towards the northeast. With the enhancement of the spiritual runes attached to its armor, its escape speed, was nearly half faster than before. At this extreme speed, the 3 of them reached the boundary of the southeastern sea area in less than 10 days. Liu Yun used his escape technique, chose a relatively prosperous small island, and purchased a complete sea map of the chaotic Star Sea on the island. The two carefully studied it, comparing the information they had obtained from various channels during this period with the records on the sea map, one by one. In fact, this sea map did not depict the entire chaotic star sea, but rather the sea areas that had been explored and fully controlled by human cultivators, which only constituted a small portion of the entire chaotic star sea. Beyond this, a large part of the sea area belonged to undeveloped wilderness, and no one could say for sure what exactly was there. It could be ferocious Yao beasts, or undiscovered treasure lands. These unexplored outer sea areas were commonly referred to as the Outer Star Sea. The sea map currently in their hands recorded the Inner Star Sea, which was completely controlled by human cultivators. Although the Inner Star Sea was home to many forces, the only legitimate official power was the Star Palace, which Liu Yun's had once heard of. The Star Palace had ruled the Inner Star Sea for countless years, standing firm. The headquarters of the Star Palace was located on a giant island in the center of the Inner Star Sea, where there was a supergiant city that surpassed the entire chaotic Star Sea, Tianxing City. The city had two city lords, known as the Twin Saints of Heavenly Stars, who governed the entire Star Palace organization. According to legend, these Twin Saints of Heavenly Stars were a pair of Dao companion who practiced dual cultivation, and their cultivation had reached the peak of the human realm. For hundreds of years, they had dominated the entire Inner Star Sea, and even the universally acknowledged foremost figures of the righteous and demonic factions in the Inner Star Sea dared not confront their sharp edge. Besides Tianxing City, the Star Palace also established directly administered sub-islands in 8 outer regions and 4 central regions of the Inner Star Sea, selecting the 3 largest islands in each. These were known as the 24 Outer Star Islands and the 12 Inner Star Islands, forming an arching posture around Tianxing City. Kuixing Island was one of the outer islands under the Star Palace's jurisdiction. The island masters of these Star Islands were not all members of the Star Palace. Except for the 12 Inner Star Islands, whose masters were appointed by the two saints selecting 6 people each from within the organization, the 24 Outer Star Islands held public challenge selections in Tianxing City every 100 years. The final victor automatically became the island master, enjoying the treatment of holding great power in a region. Therefore, the assembly held every 100 years in Tianxing City to select the masters of the outer islands was called the Star Plucking Assembly by many cultivators who wished to leap over the Dragon Gate. Whenever the assembly was about to convene, almost all high-level cultivators in the entire chaotic Star Sea would gather there. Its fierce intensity could be likened to a civil service examination for the cultivation world. However, as long as one successfully landed ashore, they would immediately become a high-ranking official with significant authority. Looking at it this way, it's so unreasonable. But in this world, it seems to make some sense. Such a great temptation made it no wonder that it could attract almost all high-level cultivators from the entire chaotic Star Sea. Indeed, even in a different world, all roads lead to civil service exams. The ancients truly did not deceive me. Liu Yun's thoughts had completely diverged, while Han Li silently pointed to Tianxing City in the center of the Inner Star Sea. We'll go there. Chapter 196, Design Blueprint. Over the next few months, the three sat on the green armored beast's back, flying towards Tianxing City while cultivating on their own. Han Li was still diligently cultivating the Great Evolution art. It seemed it would take at least 1 or 2 decades of hard work to master the 3rd level. Meanwhile, Liu Yun's was still struggling with his formless needle design blueprint. He had been designing this item for a long time. The current version had already been updated to 3.05, and its functions were becoming more numerous and powerful. However, it never quite satisfied him. He always felt that his ideal formless needle shouldn't look like this. But if he were asked to describe the specific appearance of his ideal formless needle, he couldn't articulate it. Thus, he could only contend with himself, furiously updating versions, trying to find inspiration within them. With the design blueprint drawn to this extent, the artifact refining classics treasured by the Fu family could no longer push him to the next step. After all, no matter how powerful or feature-rich those magic treasure refining methods were, in Liu Yun's size, they were merely conventional magic treasure, too far from his imagined formless needle. What he needed now were some entirely new and unconventional artifact refining methods. Only then could he gain new inspiration. And so, Liu Yun's updated the formless needle design blueprint to version 3.15, and then temporarily put it aside. This wasn't because his inspiration had completely dried up, but because the three were now very close to Tianxing City. In the distance, a small, blurry black dot had already appeared. The green armored beast let out a long breath, its speed suddenly increasing by half. After several months of full-speed travel, even an ancient exotic beast with innate talent like it was a bit exhausted. If it weren't for its armor helping to bear some of the pressure, it would have given up long ago. The black dot in the distance gradually grew larger, revealing a massive outline that seemed to pierce the heavens and earth, like a colossal pillar reaching almost to the clouds. The three flew a little closer and finally saw the appearance of the chaotic Star Sea's foremost giant city. It was a colossal city that occupied the entire island, built upon a towering mountain at the island's center, with layers of spiral-shaped houses densely packed together. Within this vast mountain, these originally huge houses appeared as tiny as insects. When the green armored beast approached within 100 li of the island, the surrounding sea area suddenly became bustling. As far as the eye could see on the sea surface, countless ships were moving back and forth. Even the smallest of these ships was no less impressive than Manager Gu's large vessel. The largest of the ships were like giant beasts of the sea, exuding an astonishing aura. Even the giant fish pulling the ships were tens of feet or even dozens of feet in size, looking like colossal whales with fearsome tusks, occasionally letting out deafening roars. Besides these ships, the most striking sight was the numerous cultivator flying across the sea. Some trod on small boats, sailing swiftly across the sea, while others sat atop Sea Yao Beast, riding the wind and waves as they sped past. Of course, more cultivator flew on magical artifact or soared through the sky on giant sea birds. Among them were even high-level cultivator riding escape lights, flashing across the sky and leaving a faint streak of light. Of course, Liu Yun's and the others were equally eye-catching. After all, not everyone had the ability to subdue a 6th-level demonic beast as a mount. Moreover, the green armored beast's armor, resembling an impenetrable fortress, made it appear even more majestic and full of aura. The aura of the two-core formation cultivator deterred countless petty individuals. Wherever they passed, most people either chose to steer clear or cautiously stopped, watching the group speed away. Han Li pressed his forehead, a headache brewing. He knew things would turn out this way. Liu Yun's, however, was unconcerned. His attention was completely focused on Tianxing City in the distance. From afar, the city had already felt imposing, but now, upon closer approach, a powerful sense of oppression immediately washed over him, as if facing the immense power of the entire world. Solid stone walls, dozens of feet high, wrapped around the entire island along the coast, extending endlessly into Liu Yun's vision. The city walls had dozens of large and small gates. The largest ones were dozens of feet high, almost occupying an entire section of the wall, seemingly designed specifically for the docking of giant ships and some overly large Yao beast. In addition, there were many smaller, normal-sized gates, with cultivator coming and going, making them very lively. The three descended, and after putting away the green armored beast, they walked towards the gate. After queuing for a while, the three stepped forward in order. A white-robed cultivator, as if by muscle memory, subconsciously spoke words that had been repeated countless times. Are the three of you staying temporarily, or residing in this city long-term? Another cultivator quickly and discreetly pulled him, then turned with an extremely respectful attitude and a welcoming smile, saying, "Welcome, to Senior, to Tianxing City. According to our city's regulations, all core formation senior may reside in this city permanently for free. This is your identity ring, please accept it, Senior." Liu Yun's and Chu Han took the red finger rings handed to them by the white-robed cultivator and curiously examined them. "How do you use this thing?" Liu Yun's asked curiously. "This is an identity spirit ring. The blue ones are worn by cultivator temporarily staying in this city, requiring a payment of 3 spirit stone. The red ones indicate permanent residence, which usually costs ordinary cultivator 800 spirit stone. This spirit ring will recognize its owner and glow after a drop of essence blood is dripped onto it, so there's no need to fear it being stolen," the white-robed cultivator, who was only at the early foundation establishment stage, said with a calm and confident expression despite facing two core formation cultivator, Chu Han and Liu Yun's. Liu Yun's and Chu Han very readily dripped a drop of essence blood onto them, and the spirit rings immediately emitted a faint red glow. Upon seeing this, Liu Yun's became very interested and began to examine it. Although the manufacturing technology of this item was not complex, it was surprisingly advanced. Even with Liu Yun's current artifact refining skill level, he might not be able to fully replicate it. While Liu Yun's was still pondering the core technology of the Star Palace, Han Li had already paid 800 spirit stone and also obtained a permanent residence identity ring. Turning his head and seeing Liu Yun's like that, Han Li quickly pulled him into Tianxing City before the two white-robed cultivator could react. The city surprisingly didn't have too many cultivator. A rather spacious bluestone street stretched far into the distance, reaching the end of their sight. The shops on both sides of the street were almost all mortal establishments, and there were no cultivator among the pedestrians, only ordinary mortal. However, they all seemed accustomed to cultivator, not casting any strange glances at the three. Liu Yun ceased his study of the identity ring and thoughtfully stroked his chin. It seems that even in the chaotic Star Sea, the number of cultivator is extremely small. It's no wonder that Tianxing City, as the capital of the chaotic Star Sea, only requires 800 spirit stone to obtain permanent residency. 800 spirit stone was a significant amount in Tianese, but in the chaotic Star Sea, even an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator could save up that much in a few years. The two curiously looked around, and at the same time, glanced upwards. In the sky, streaks of escape lights flashed by, and various colored lights and flying magical artifact flew back and forth, making it even livelier than the ground below. Tianxing City actually had no restriction on flying. Liu Yun's eyes showed a hint of excitement. He immediately transformed into a 5-colored escape light, enveloped Han Li and Chu Han, and flew into the sky. The 5-colored escape light circled a few times in the air, then flew towards the giant mountain in the center. Chapter 197, Ling Yuling. A 5-colored escape light streaked across the sky, rapidly flying towards the central giant mountain of Tianxing City. Its speed was so astonishing that the other cultivators in the sky secretly felt shocked, instinctively stopping their escape lights to clear a path for this 5-colored escape light. Although they didn't know the origin of this person, both the 5 elements colors displayed by the escape light and its speed, which far exceeded that of an ordinary core formation cultivator, indicated that this person's cultivation technique was extraordinary. It was better not to provoke him if possible. In this manner, Liu Yun's, along with Chu Han and Han Li, arrived at the foot of the giant mountain unimpeded. As the escape light dissipated, Han Li and Liu Yun simultaneously looked up, gazing at the colossal mountain. Upon closer inspection, the sheer size of the mountain was even more breathtaking, as if an invisible, immense force was pressing down on their shoulders, making them feel heavy. For a moment, both of them were stunned. It seems both seniors and this fellow deist are visiting Tianxing City for the first time. A voice, tinged with a hint of a smile, echoed from behind them. They turned their heads, and a face as white as jade, with delicate eyebrows extending to the temples, phoenix-like eyes, a refined nose, and soft, red lips, a breathtakingly beautiful countenance came into view. After a moment of stunned, Han Li couldn't help but feel a little confused. He couldn't tell if this person was male or female. If she was female, her every gesture carried a masculine charm, like a wanderer roaming the world. If he was male, not only was his appearance exquisitely beautiful, but there was also a faint hint of allure in his eyes and brows, making anyone who looked at him fall deeply under his spell. Liu Yun's, however, showed no particular reaction. To him, it was merely a cultivator whose gender was hard to distinguish. What was there to be surprised about? Had he not seen enough strange people in his previous life? Even without mentioning his previous life, this wasn't the first time he had encountered someone whose gender was ambiguous, or even someone who appealed to both men and women. Immortal Master Yunlo was a prime example. Compared to him, the person in front was still very green. This person, dressed in the distinctive white robes of the Star Palace, smiled brightly at the three of them and cupped his hands in greeting. I am Ling Yuling of the Star Palace. I greet both seniors and this fellow deist. This person already possessed a late foundation establishment stage cultivation. It was unclear if he was naturally so young or if he had some other method of preserving his youth, as he appeared even younger than Liu Yun's and Han Li. At this moment, while bowing to Liu Yun's and Chu Han, he also nodded kindly to Han Li, not showing any special attitude due to his lower cultivation. This alone made a favorable impression on both of them. To be honest, fellow deist, the three of us are indeed visiting Tianxing City for the first time. Liu Yun's rubbed the identity ring on his hand and said with a grin. Ling Yuling's white robes fluttered, appearing somewhat loose, making it difficult to discern his specific physique. Upon hearing Liu Yun's words, his smile became even more amiable, and he said to the three of them, I see. Do the three of you need a guide? I grew up in Tianxing City and can say I know this city like the back of my hand. If the three of you don't mind, I'd be willing to lead the way. Liu Yun's eyes lit up, and he quickly said, in that case, we'll trouble fellow deist. To be frank, the three of us are looking for a long-term residence for cultivation, but we don't know where to go and are quite troubled. Han Li frowned slightly but said nothing. Although he felt that this person's coincidental appearance at such a moment was a bit suspicious, they were unfamiliar with the place and indeed needed a guide. Once they found a place to settle, they would bid farewell to this person. Han Li thought to himself and also nodded kindly to Ling Yuling. Upon hearing this, Ling Yuling smiled freely. I see. If the three of you are merely looking for a place to stay, you can rent a residence on this holy mountain. This holy mountain itself is one of the top spiritual veins in the entire chaotic star sea, so even if you just rent any random place, your cultivation speed won't be slow at all. However, judging by your appearances, you must be diligent cultivators. If you wish to avoid being disturbed by others as much as possible, then you will need to rent an immortal cave on the holy mountain. Ling Yuling turned slightly, pointing at the giant mountain that resembled a heaven-reaching pillar, and continued, the spiritual vein of this holy mountain spirals upwards, with each full rotation forming a layer, divided into 81 layers in total. Each higher layer has a few points more concentrated spiritual qi. The first 50 layers are open to outside cultivators. As long as the three of you have spirit stones, you can rent a place to cultivate. The latter 30 layers are only for those from the Star Palace. As for the highest layer, that is the residence of the two holy lords. The pavilion at the foot of this mountain is the place specifically for handling such matters. Please follow me, all three of you. Ling Yuling turned around and transformed into a faint white light, flying towards a certain direction at the foot of the mountain. Liu Yun's and Han Li exchanged glances, then directly rode their escape lights to follow him. Within the white light, Ling Yuling looked back at Liu Yun's five-colored escape light and asked with some curiosity, Senior's cultivation technique seems quite extraordinary, capable of possessing such pure 5 elements power simultaneously. I was born and raised in Tianxing City and have seen much since childhood, yet I have never witnessed such a miraculous cultivation technique. May I ask where Senior comes from? Does he have a master? Just a mere loose cultivator, where would I get a master? This cultivation technique was something I obtained through a stroke of opportunity, I didn't even know its name when I started cultivating it. Liu Yun spread his hands and said with a chuckle. I see. Senior is truly blessed with profound fortune, no wonder he could advance to core formation at such a young age. Ling Yuling said with a smile, as if he truly believed Liu Yun's words, appearing completely without suspicion. Young? That's not necessarily true. Liu Yun smiled, his gaze subtly sweeping over Ling Yuling, and said nothing more. Ling Yuling was also very tactful and did not try to probe further. Instead, while flying, he pointed out several markets in Tianxing City and introduced them, even thoughtfully recommending a few powerful and reputable large shops to the three of them. For a time, there was laughter and conversation, and the atmosphere was exceptionally harmonious. After flying for a short while, they arrived in front of a grand and elegant giant pavilion at the foot of the mountain. The pavilion's luxurious grandeur was secondary, the main thing was its astonishing size. Even the steps in front of the pavilion were nearly 2 feet high. It was unclear whether this was because they assumed no cultivator would be so down and out as to walk up the steps, or if it was specifically designed for something particularly tall. As soon as Ling Yuling saw they had arrived, he immediately cupped his hands to the three of them and politely bade farewell. Liu Yun's and Han Li did not try to persuade him to stay, watching as he transformed into a faint white light and disappeared into the sky. You're pretty good. I was worried you'd spill all our secrets. Han Li said with a faint smile, glancing sideways at Liu Yun's. Do you have some misunderstanding about my intelligence? Liu Yun's glared at him unceremoniously. Han Li chuckled, said nothing, and directly led Chu Hun to fly into the pavilion. Liu Yun's shrugged and followed him. Just now, I discovered that the monthly votes have already exceeded 200, and the rewards are not few. I've specially added an extra chapter to express my gratitude. Chapter 198, New Immortal Cave. As soon as the two entered the door, they saw more than a dozen cultivators lining up. The cultivators at the front of the line were talking to several white-robed cultivators at 5 or 6 stone tables. Some of these people had joyful expressions, some looked distressed, and others seemed to be pleading earnestly for something. Please grant me a few more days. In 7 days, I will definitely gather enough spirit stones. The white-robed cultivator, with an impatient look and rolling his eyes, repeated something over and over. Finally, he lost his patience, and several other white-robed cultivators appeared from somewhere, escorting the person out of the pavilion. This scene gave Liu Yun's a strange sense of déjà vu, much like a bank from his previous life. Seeing that the person had been dragged out, a stone table became available. Several cultivators in line showed a hint of joy on their faces and immediately wanted to walk over. Some even had spiritual chi flashing around their bodies, looking at the others with a threatening gaze. Just then, astonishing spiritual chi erupted from Liu Yun's and Chu Hun, revealing their core formation stage cultivation without reservation. The few people were stunned for a moment and quickly returned to their queue obediently, resuming their wait. Liu Yun's and Chu Hun, on the other hand, strode over. Seniors, are you looking to rent a residence on the Holy Mountain? Which floor would you prefer? The white-robed cultivator behind the stone table immediately showed a respectful expression and enthusiastically began to introduce options to the two, completely ignoring Han Li. Do you have an immortal cave? We want a high-level one, Chu Hun said expressionlessly. Liu Yun's also nodded from the side, while not forgetting to look around at the formation layout of the pavilion. Senior, please wait, I'll look for you. The white-robed cultivator's spirits lifted upon hearing this, a flash of pleasant surprise in his eyes. He hastily pulled out a jade slip and began searching. Senior, there are 3 on the 31st floor, 4 on the 39th floor, and 2 on the 47th floor. Here are the prices, structures, and functions of the immortal caves. The white-robed cultivator took out several jade slips and placed them on the stone table, looking at the two with enthusiasm. Liu Yun's and Chu Hun naturally grabbed them without ceremony and began to examine them one by one. As he watched, Han Li's expression behind Chu Hun grew increasingly grim. These immortal caves were truly terrifyingly expensive. For just a 100-year lease, they actually cost 2 or 3,000 spirit stones. This was even more profitable than robbery. Liu Yun's also raised an eyebrow but quickly calmed down. Although the price was high, if he thought about it carefully, the immortal caves they chose were all high-level ones, which in his previous life would be equivalent to a detached villa with a 100-year property right within the 3rd or 4th ring road of the capital. Thinking this way, Liu Yun's instantly felt that the people of the chaotic Star Sea were truly honest. These immortal caves were sold too cheaply. Excuse me, I'll take this one on the 47th floor. Liu Yun's handed over a jade slip with a cheerful smile, his good attitude startling the white-robed cultivator. This immortal cave was also carefully chosen by him. Not only was it high up, but it also came with several practical restrictions. It was large in area and had multiple secret rooms that could be converted into an artifact refiner's workshop, a collection room, etc., as desired. The white-robed cultivator looked down at the jade slip in his hand with some disbelief, then with excitement in his eyes, he quickly said, Senior, the 100-year rent for this immortal cave is 4,000 spirit stones. Please pay it all at once. Liu Yun's nodded and directly waved his hand, throwing 40 mid-grade spirit stones to him. Han Li, on the side, gave him a subtle glare and, controlling Chu Hun, said with a hint of pain, I'll take this one on the 39th floor. Senior, the cost for this immortal cave is 2,700 spirit stones. The white-robed cultivator's lips couldn't help but curve upwards, and he was uncontrollably excited. Today was truly lucky, he had just completed 2 large deals, and he would earn a lot from the commission alone. Chu Hun took out more than 20 mid-grade spirit stones from his storage pouch and handed them to the other party. Then, he and Liu Yun's received the Immortal Cave's restriction token and flew towards the upper levels of the Holy Mountain. Half an hour later, Liu Yun's put down his belongings and flew onto the bed, stretching lazily. He was now in his newly rented Immortal Cave. This Immortal Cave was truly not bad. It lived up to its reputation as one of the best Immortal Caves open to the public by the Star Palace. Not only was it quite spacious and fully equipped with restrictions, but the spiritual chi was so rich that Liu Yun's had never seen anything like it in his life. Putting everything else aside, just the speed of cultivating here could increase by nearly 1/3, almost equivalent to the effect of a spirit eye spring. And this was only the lower 50 floors that the Star Palace opened to the public. He wondered how dense the spiritual chi would be on the upper 30 floors and the highest floor within the Star Palace itself. Perhaps that spiritual chi would be so dense that it would surpass any spirit eye spring in this world. This holy mountain truly lived up to its reputation as the location of the highest grade spiritual vein in the entire inner chaotic Star Sea. After lying down for a while, Liu Yun sat up, placed the spirit eye spring and spirit eye jade he carried with him. With these 2 spirit eye springs nourishing him, plus the abundant spiritual chi in this place, even without any external help, Liu Yun was confident that he could break through to the middle core formation stage within 30 to 40 years. Of course, that was for later. First, he still needed to refine his life-bound treasure, the formless needle. Thinking of this, Liu Yun's felt a headache. The design blueprint, drawn to this point, was no longer something his current knowledge base could continue with. He urgently needed new inspiration now. If someone were to tell him now that if he dismantled all the ancient treasures on his person, he would find inspiration for refining magic treasures, Liu Yun's would absolutely do it immediately without the slightest hesitation. Unfortunately, it wouldn't work. The refining methods for ancient treasures and modern magic treasures were almost two different things, and he couldn't find any points of reference. As he thought, a glint flashed in Liu Yun's eyes. It seemed necessary to have a good exchange with his fellow cultivators in the chaotic Star Sea. Perhaps he could get some inspiration from others. No sooner said than done. Liu Yun's greatest strength was his strong initiative, so he immediately flashed out of his immortal cave. As soon as he stepped out, he bumped directly into Han Li, who had just arrived. What's up? Liu Yun's looked at Han Li, whose eyes were filled with excitement, in confusion. Han Li completely disregarded Liu Yun's bad attitude and directly shoved a jade slip into his hand. Liu Yun's was momentarily stunned, then immersed his divine sense into it. It recorded information about various powerful Yao beasts in the outer chaotic Star Sea, as well as an introduction to the teleportation arrays connecting the Star Palace to the outer chaotic Star Sea. After reading for a while, Liu Yun slowly took away the jade slip, blinked his eyes somewhat blankly, then, under Han Li's puzzled and helpless gaze, slowly looked up at the sky, his eyes actually a little moist. Old Han. This place is too good to me. Am I dreaming? Han Li nodded and said, it's not impossible. After saying that, he kicked him. Liu Yun's quickly dodged and, holding the jade slip, said excitedly, when are we setting off? Han Li rolled his eyes and scrutinized Liu Yun's. First, let's make preparations. Otherwise, we might not get the Yao beast core and instead be swallowed alive by a Yao beast. Preparations. Liu Yun's was slightly taken aback. Chapter 199, White Dragon Mecha. Speaking of preparations, Liu Yun's couldn't help but recall the treasures and methods he could currently use. He currently possessed 12 ancient treasures, 7 or 8 large formations gifted by Xi and Ruyan, as well as formless needles and spirit transformation talismans. His formless escape technique had reached minor achievement, and his 5 elements escape technique, was exceptionally skilled, to the point where he even felt confident playing a water escape version of Speed and Passion with Yao beasts in the sea. With such a luxurious configuration, did he still need to prepare? Hiss. Liu Yun suddenly drew a sharp breath, he remembered. After all these years, being busy with the 5 elements belt and the design blueprint for the formless needle, he had completely forgotten about the design blueprint for his new mecha body. This was bad. He wanted to pilot a Gundam to fight monsters, but now he had monsters, but no Gundam. At that moment, Liu Yun's face turned ashen, as if his entire life had lost its meaning. Seeing this, Han Li couldn't help but retreat 2 steps, afraid of getting contaminated by something unclean. I plan to prepare for 2 years before going out to sea. At the very least, Chu Hun needs to refine that bone blade magic treasure first. As for you, prepare yourself. Han Li finished speaking, turned, and left, intending to return to his immortal cave to carefully cultivate his blood jade spiders and gold devouring insects, and then have Chu Hun refine the magic treasure, along with the large number of puppets he possessed. By then, with Liu Yun's assistance, Han Li felt that not to mention a 5th level demon beast, even a 6th or 7th level demon beast would never escape their encirclement. Thinking of this, Han Li's escape speed increased by 3 points. With a large number of medicinal pills refined from demon cores, his 3 revolutions heavy origin art would have a chance to be completed. Watching Han Li's retreating figure, Liu Yun's took a deep breath, looking up at the sky, as if he had come back to life. 2 years, that's enough. Liu Yun's was full of energy at this moment. He flew directly into the secret chamber of his immortal cave, took out a jade slip, and began sketching design blueprints. As ideas sprang to life on the page, a brand new, core formation level mecha, belonging to him, was slowly taking shape. Just like that, 2.5 years later. Han Li suddenly flew to the entrance of Liu Yun's immortal cave with Chu Hun. After sending out a sound transmission talisman, Han Li waited anxiously. At this moment, his eyes were filled with excitement, even with his composure, he couldn't help but feel a little restless. After a while, Liu Yun's, with disheveled hair, opened the immortal cave door in confusion, looking at him blankly. What's up? Liu Yun's asked, puzzled. Han Li looked down at his clothes, which hadn't been changed in over 2 years, and his mouth twitched uncontrollably. What have you been doing for the past 2 years? Han Li couldn't help but ask. Hey? 2 years. Liu Yun's patted his forehead in confusion, looking up at the sky with a bewildered expression. Did I transmigrate again? Han Li rolled his eyes, ignoring his strange words, and immediately stepped through the immortal cave door. He had originally intended to inform Liu Yun's of his discovery, but then he suddenly saw a tall and mighty metal monster standing in the center of the immortal cave. It was a pure white humanoid mecha, about 3 jong tall, like a majestic and extraordinary armored warrior clad in white armor. An irregular white halo floated in the air behind it, from which grew 8 white branches, 2 large and 6 small, like an immortal or a god. Its limbs and body were inlaid with several emerald green gems, subtly exuding astonishing spiritual chi. Behold! The perfect battle armor I spared no expense to create. The late core formation stage white dragon battle armor. Liu Yun's face showed deep fatigue, but his eyes seemed to glow, filled with intense pride and self-satisfaction. Han Li looked up at this colossal object, momentarily stunned. The invention of the 5 elements belt has made it possible for this mecha to be freely driven without fusing a demon soul. It just requires someone to pilot it from within. Liu Yun's took a deep breath, as if exhaling all the difficulties of the past 2 years. Han Li suppressed the shock in his heart and turned to Liu Yun's, asking, between this mecha and you, who is stronger? Liu Yun's mouth twitched sharply, and his expression instantly stiffened. To be honest, this mecha, as a phased creation of Liu Yun's puppet and artifact refining techniques, even at full combat capacity, was only comparable to an ordinary late core formation stage cultivator. So, the question arises, with Liu Yun's current strength, is it difficult to kill an ordinary late core formation stage cultivator? It really wasn't very difficult. The 5 elements belt provided magical power support, combined with his powerful divine sense, plus the formless escape technique, formless needle, spirit transformation talisman, and numerous ancient treasures. An ordinary late core formation stage cultivator simply couldn't last long against him. Of course, if that late core formation stage cultivator possessed an ancient treasure, or had powerful cultivation techniques and secret arts like mysterious fire boy back then, that would be another matter. Therefore, this white dragon battle armor was essentially a large toy that Liu Yun's had spent 2 years building. Unless Liu Yun's had the ability to mass-produce core formation level puppets, or create even more powerful mechas, his proud creation would likely only serve as a toy for a considerable period of time. Liu Yun's, suddenly realizing this, immediately became dejected. He was now in an indescribable predicament, his artifact refining and puppet techniques simply couldn't keep up with the progress of his own strength. Seeing him like this, Han Li immediately understood and couldn't help but walk forward to touch the mecha's metallic exterior. Liu Yun's, how about I borrow this thing for a while? Han Li couldn't help but ask. Since he had already decided to team up with Liu Yun's to hunt Yao beasts in the outer sea, it was natural to use all means to improve his own strength. Chu Hun had already refined the magic treasure to about 70 to 80% completion and was fully ready for combat. Liu Yun's methods were self-evident. Han Li inviting him along was precisely to have him help hold the line. After much thought, Han Li suddenly realized that the biggest weakness in this team was himself, a late foundation establishment stage cultivator. He had to admit that even with the help of puppets and formations, he would find it difficult to pose any substantial threat to high-level Yao beasts equivalent to core formation cultivators. Therefore, if he could borrow Liu Yun's mecha, he would essentially have core formation level combat power, allowing him to fully unleash his abilities and hunt Yao beasts. That's right, that's exactly it. It definitely wasn't because this thing looked incredibly cool, making him unable to resist wanting to pilot it himself. Liu Yun's was momentarily stunned by the words, then looked at Han Li with a hint of emotion. It wasn't easy. After so many years of teaching the Dao. Finally, someone is willing to play Gundam with me. For a moment, Liu Yun's feelings were very complex. What's wrong with you again? Han Li asked, somewhat helplessly. Liu Yun shook his head and patted Han Li's shoulder hard. All right. It's yours for this period. Treat it well. Han Li could only nod as if humoring a child, then turned to look at the white dragon battle armor, a hint of fervor in the depths of his eyes. No man can refuse a Gundam. This axiom holds true in any world. Oh, right, what did you want to tell me? Chapter 200, Monster Beast Island. The two of them discussed hunting Yao beasts in the outer sea for a full half an hour. After confirming every detail was considered, they decided to go out and buy some necessary supplies. Tianxing City's market has always been prosperous. It is the hub for all kinds of goods in the entire Inner Star Sea. Many legendary items that have long been extinct in Tianese can be bought in Tianxing City with spirit stones, and they aren't even considered expensive. Some ordinary items are even easier to acquire, available in almost any shop, such as large capacity storage pouches, compass magical artifacts essential for sea voyages, feed for raising Yao beasts, and many special materials. After a round of shopping, Liu Yun spent spirit stones like flowing water, not only buying several storage pouches of the largest capacity but also acquiring many rare materials that were almost impossible to find in Tianese. The smile on his face never faded. Even Han Li couldn't resist. He bought 2 identical large capacity storage pouches, and some seemingly practical spirit talismans, magical artifacts, and information about the Outer Seas Monster Beast Island, among other things. On the way, they also passed by the Fengal Auction House, opened by the Fengal Alliance, one of the 4 great merchant alliances of the chaotic Star Sea. Many good items displayed there excited Liu Yun's, and he was about to go in with his spirit stones, but Han Li forcibly dragged him away. Previously, Han Li had already researched the common high-grade Yao beasts of the Outer Sea, gaining some impression of their living habits and the divine abilities and spells they excelled at. Now, after specifically buying some items, he straightforwardly pulled Liu Yun's and headed straight for the 50th floor of Tianxing City's sacred mountain. Here stood a grand hall built with white marble. Its style, like other places in the chaotic Star Sea, emphasized grandeur. Above the hall hung a giant plaque several zhang long, with the 3 large characters Starry Sky Hall written in gold powder. The 3 calmly walked in, passed through a not-so-long passage, and arrived at a spacious white hall. Inside the hall, a white-robed cultivator sat on one side, with 3 cultivators, 2 men and 1 woman standing before him. 2 of the male cultivators actually had early core formation stage cultivation. At this moment, the 3 were conversing with the white-robed cultivator, occasionally craning their necks to look at the various teleportation arrays behind the white-robed cultivator, revealing conflicted expressions. As soon as the 3 stepped into the hall, the other 3 immediately turned to look, their faces showing surprise. Fellow deists, are you here to use the teleportation array? The leading core formation cultivator among the three, a middle-aged man, stepped forward and politely bowed. Liu Yun's and Han Li exchanged glances, then nodded along with Chu Hun. That's wonderful. Which monster beast island do the three fellow deists intend to visit? May we three accompany you? As soon as these words left his mouth, Han Li's expression subtly changed. The man seemed to realize his words were too abrupt and quickly continued, please don't misunderstand, fellow deists. I am Bai Ruxi, and these are my sworn second brother and third sister, Zhao Yushuan and Qian Feiyan. We were just discussing which monster beast island would be best to visit, but after much deliberation, we couldn't come to a decision. So, we thought of sharing a teleportation array with the three fellow deists to save some spirit stones. Liu Yun's raised an eyebrow, a look of sudden understanding on his face. Got it. Three people with decision paralysis gathered together. Han Li's brow remained furrowed with doubt. He turned to the white-robed cultivator and asked, Senior, is this permissible? The white-robed cultivator quickly nodded. It was clear he had been greatly annoyed by these three oddballs before. Of course, it's fine. The teleportation array charges by usage, not by the number of people. Each teleportation costs 700 spirit stones, and can transport up to 7 people at a time. Upon hearing this, Liu Yun's immediately asked the three, Seniors, we are going to Ningqi Island. Would that be convenient for you? The three quickly nodded, all showing expressions of relief. The 6 of them each took out 350 spirit stones, received the teleportation talisman handed to them by the white-robed cultivator, and then stepped onto the teleportation array together. Accompanied by a flash of white light, the 6 appeared directly inside a simple stone house. Inside the house, a Foundation establishment mid-stage Star Palace cultivator was sitting cross-legged in meditation. He showed no reaction when the 6 teleported in, as if they didn't exist at all. Liu Yun's and Han Li glanced around a few times, then followed the other 3 out of the teleportation array. Three fellow deists, are you willing to team up with us 3 siblings to hunt Yao beasts together? The leading Bai Ruxi enthusiastically invited. Second brother Zhao Yushuan also smiled and warmly invited him. Yes, if the 3 fellow deists join us, with the 6 of us, we can definitely hunt level 6 Yao beasts. Qian Feiyan, however, said nothing, her cheeks flushed, seemingly not very good at interacting with strangers. No need. The 3 of us have other arrangements. Perhaps another time if fate allows, Liu Yun said with a polite bow. Is that so? The 3 exchanged glances, sighing in unison. 3 fellow deists, we will be leaving now, Liu Yun said with a smile, and walked out of the stone house with Han Li and Chu Hun. Inside the stone house, the 3 siblings looked at each other. After a long moment, they suddenly remembered something. Big brother, which direction should we go to hunt Yao beasts later? Qian Feiyan asked, her round, almond-shaped eyes wide, a bit at a loss. This, Bai Ruxi's forehead beaded with sweat. He looked around and saw the Star Palace cultivator who was meditating and cultivating qi. Fellow deist, which direction is easier to hunt Yao beasts? Could you point us in a direction? The 3 simultaneously looked at the Star Palace cultivator. The man's mouth twitched, and he reluctantly opened his eyes. Meanwhile, Han Li and Liu Yun's were already walking on the streets of Ningqi Island. Calling it a street was misleading, it was actually a dirt path haphazardly constructed from a pile of irregular stones and mud, looking very crude, as if it would be washed away by the next heavy rain. The buildings on both sides of the street were even more makeshift, simply broken shacks built with stones and wooden planks, without even a basic restriction attached. On this island, they probably couldn't even withstand a slightly violent sea breeze. The street planning was even more chaotic. It looked like people had just randomly occupied a spot and built houses, completely without any regulation or control. Just looking at it made one feel that this dilapidated place would probably be torn down tomorrow. How casual, Liu Yun said with a strange tone. Han Li gave him a complicated look, then turned his gaze to the pedestrians on the street. In fact, there weren't many pedestrians here. As a monster beast island in the outer sea, the only people on the island, apart from those in fixed shops, were cultivators who came to hunt Yao beasts. Without Foundation establishment middle or late stage cultivation, who would dare to come here? With such a filter, the number of people appearing here was naturally pitifully small, not to mention that many had already gone out to sea to hunt Yao beasts. The 3 of them looked around for a bit, then walked towards a nearby general store. Chapter 201 Human, Monster. 100 spirit stones for a detailed sea chart? Why don't you just rob us? Liu Yun glared fiercely at the general store manager, who was only a qi refining stage cultivator, his gaze gradually turning sinister. Senior, you misunderstand. This price wasn't set by this humble one, it was entirely set by those above. This humble one can't do anything about it, the young-looking manager quickly complained when he saw Liu Yun's displeased expression, looking as if he was also unwilling. Above. Han Li frowned and turned to look at the small flag hanging next to the general store. Are you from the Fengal Alliance? Han Li asked. Senior has excellent eyesight. This humble one indeed earns a living under the Fengal Alliance, the manager said with a chuckle, even giving Han Li a thumbs up. Liu Yun's and Han Li exchanged glances, immediately accepting their misfortune, and handed over the spirit stones. It seems there are quite a few shops in this place. Surely they're not all from your Fengal Alliance, are they? Liu Yun's asked, somewhat displeased, as he took the sea chart. Senior is joking, how could that be? Among these shops, there are those from the 4 great merchant alliances, and also some from other sects and merchant associations, such as the Miao Insect, Sihai Association and Poison Dragon Association. There are quite a few forces, the manager said with a smile, as if inadvertently giving them a few pointers. Liu Yun's immediately nodded at him, his expression softening considerably. Just then, several escape lights flew from the horizon, revealing 5 cultivators, 3 men and 2 women. The spiritual energy of these 5 people was completely restrained, making them appear to outsiders as mere mortals without any cultivation. This concealment technique naturally couldn't fool Liu Yun's, and even ordinary core formation cultivators couldn't be fooled by it. Liu Yun's and Han Li swept their divine sense slightly, and were surprised to discover that all 5 of them were early core formation cultivators. The old man in green robes, who was leading them, patted his storage pouch, and a huge, silver Yao beast carcass, resembling a giant lobster, flew onto the ground. The manager quickly walked out, seemingly inadvertently passing between Liu Yun's group of 3 and the group of 5, and bowed with a chuckle to the 5 people in the sky. Oh my! This silver thread Yao is a 6th level demonic beast. Its abilities are not small. Only with the astonishing divine abilities of you 5 seniors could this beast be slain. The old man in green robes smiled but said nothing, turning to look at Chu Hun and Liu Yun's. Fellow deists, you look unfamiliar, you must be visiting Ningqi Island for the first time. The old man in green robes cupped his hands and said amicably, I wonder if the 2 fellow deists would be willing to team up with us 5? This humble one happens to know the location of a rare 7th level demon beast, the Azure Flame Demon. If the 2 fellow deists could join us, then our group would have 7 early core formation cultivators, and we could completely go hunt that beast. Han Li immediately frowned, just about to control Chu Hun to say something, when he heard the manager beside him say with a chuckle. Senior Wu, the spirit stones for the silver thread Yao have already been calculated. Do you want to take them directly as usual, or temporarily store them in our small shop? The old man in green robes glanced at him, and said indifferently, does that even need to be said? Of course, I'll take them. Who knows if your small shop will still be here next time I come. Senior is right, the manager still chuckled, handing over a bag of spirit stones. Liu Yun's gave him a deep look, immediately understanding, and then, without ceremony, cupped his hands towards the 5 people in the sky and said, Thank you for your kind offer, fellow deist, but the 3 of us have other plans, so we'll take our leave first. After Liu Yun's finished speaking, he directly transformed into a 5-colored escape light, enveloping Han Li and Chu Hun, and flew rapidly towards the horizon. The speed of their escape surprised all 5 of them, and then the old man in green robes' expression suddenly darkened. On the ground, the general store manager dragged the silver thread Yao carcass into the general store, a smile always on his lips. Liu Yun's flew into the distance, his powerful divine sense never leaving the 5 people. When he confirmed they had no intention of pursuing, he turned around with a slightly grim expression. Han Li also sighed and said, It seems the outer sea is truly not peaceful. Besides worrying about Yao beasts, we also have to worry about these ill-intentioned cultivators. Liu Yun's nodded with a solemn face. If it weren't for the manager's overt and subtle reminders, and if they weren't on a different plan, but merely 3 ordinary cultivators, then under the temptation of a 7th level demon beast, they would likely have agreed to this matter, and at that point, it would probably have been a near certain death. Thinking of this, Liu Yun sped up his escape light even more, while his powerful divine sense continuously scanned the surroundings. Humans were secondary, in this vast sea, the most dangerous were still the Yao beasts. One must know that this outer sea was the domain of Yao beasts. No matter how astonishing one's divine abilities and methods were, a slight carelessness here could still lead to one's demise. Without mentioning anything else, just beneath the sea where the 3 of them had just flown, there was an extremely well-hidden 6th level demonic beast. If not for Liu Yun's exceptionally powerful divine sense, he probably would never have discovered this beast. Once ambushed by this beast without preparation, no matter how many tricks he had, facing a close-quarters attack from a 6th level demonic beast would be useless, he wouldn't be able to unleash anything at all. At the same time, there were also flocks of flying Yao beasts in the sky, some of which even made Liu Yun secretly feel a chill, unsure of what strange species they were. The outer sea truly was fraught with danger. Thus, Liu Yun's was responsible for flying and scouting, while Han Li took out the newly purchased sea chart, occasionally pointing out directions for Liu Yun's. After flying like this for a day and a night, the 3 of them finally arrived at their destination. A small island covered in red coral. Liu Yun's put Han Li and Chu Hun down, and at an extremely fast speed, circled above the island a few times. At the same time, he fully unleashed his divine sense, confirming that there was no one around, before taking out several sets of formations from his storage pouch. These formation sets were Xin Ruyan's peak works, especially adept at trapping enemies in illusionary ceiling, making them perfectly suitable for this place. Liu Yun circled Coral Island, using these formation sets to tightly envelop the entire island, not leaving a single gap. Only then did he fly back to Han Li's side with his escape light. At this time, he had already planted a strangely shaped spiritual plant. This spiritual plant was only an inch long, with a single stem and 13 leaves, all curled into cylindrical shapes, looking like small trumpets. And now, this spiritual plant, rooted in the coral, was emitting a faint red glow. Han Li was holding a small green bottle, carefully dripping a drop of green liquid onto it. Liu Yun's looked at the small bottle with some surprise. Was this the legendary super fertilizer producer that could be used as a golden fertilizer? It looked ordinary. Han Li quickly put away the small bottle, looked up and glared at Liu Yun's, then began to sit cross-legged in meditation. Lu Yun's, on the other hand, watched the spiritual plant without moving, seemingly waiting for something. This plant was called Nishang grass, also known as the Yaoluring grass, which was precisely what Han Li had rushed to tell Lu Yun's about that day. The plant itself had ordinary effects, later serving as a medicinal primer in some low-grade medicinal pills. But this Nishang grass also had a hidden effect. Whenever it reached 100 years of age, it would unfurl a leaf and emit a peculiar scent. This scent had no effect on humans, but it held immense attraction for Yao beasts, making them rush towards the plant as if losing their minds, to devour it. If not for the fact that the unfurling time of this plant's leaves was truly difficult to control, then Nishang grass would probably have long become a standard item for outer sea cultivators to hunt Yao beasts and extract their cores, saving cultivators from having to spend a lot of time wandering the boundless sea, always coming up empty-handed, and needlessly wasting a large amount of time and spirit stone supplies. And when Han Li read about this interesting anecdote, he immediately thought of the miraculous effect of combining his small bottle with Nishang grass. To this, Lu Yun's expressed, "You are the protagonist, everything you say is right, when are we leaving?" As expected, he received a big eye roll from Han Li. And now was the time to test the effectiveness of Han Li's method. The two waited for a full 3 days before the first leaf of the Nishang grass finally unfurled. Chapter 202, Research on Yao Beast Meridians. The first leaf of the Nishang grass slowly unfurled, emitting a strange scent. While it could be called a fragrance, it was somewhat nauseating and certainly not pleasant. However, calling it unpleasant wasn't quite accurate either. If Lu Yun's were to describe it, the scent was somewhat similar to the smell of decaying leaves in the soil of a forest, yet much fresher, making it exceptionally peculiar. Han Li sat with his eyes closed, meditating, with the tall white dragon mecha seated behind him. Lu Yun's, on the other hand, sat casually on the ground, his divine sense enveloping the entire coral island, not missing a single detail. Initially, they thought that no matter how potent the Nishang grass's effects were, it would still take several days to attract Yao beasts. But to their surprise, after only about half an hour, several powerful auras, no weaker than the early core formation stage, began to rush towards Coral Island. Lu Yun slowly opened his eyes, several formation flags hovering in midair before him, emitting a faint spiritual glow. Accompanied by a strange bellowing sound, a yellow formation flag in front of Lu Yun suddenly burst into brilliant spiritual light. A level 5 Yao beast was already trapped within the formation, struggling violently. Neither Lu Yun's nor Han Li moved, both intently watched the other formation flags. Not long after, the green and red formation flags lit up consecutively. Only then did Lu Yun's transform into 5-colored escape light and fly towards a corner of the small island. Han Li also took a deep breath, and the white dragon mecha behind him automatically opened its cockpit, preparing for his first battle against a Yao beast. Lu Yun swiftly arrived above Coral Island, observing the two grand formations that had already begun to operate on their own. After a brief thought, he flew towards the formation that was flickering with crimson light. Within this formation, a dense black cloud was currently thrashing about, occasionally spewing out streams of blue light that seemed almost solid, struggling with exceptional intensity. However, this formation was a peak masterpiece by the genius Xin Ruyan before her seclusion. Clusters of fire clouds, flickering with red light, appeared out of thin air, effortlessly deflecting the imposing blue light. At the same time, the fire clouds continuously expanded, and in this short while, the black cloud had already been cornered, with no more space to maneuver. HOH. Lu Yun's raised an eyebrow in surprise. Judging by the situation, it seemed he wasn't even needed, the formation alone was sufficient to slay this Yao beast. Thinking this, Lu Yun's turned to check on the other formation. Just then, an unexpected change occurred within the grand formation. Two massive pincer claws suddenly struck out like lightning, instantly sending fragments of fire clouds flying. It thus gained a moment to breathe, and clusters of silver lightning began to flash within the black cloud, faintly emitting rumbling sounds. Lu Yun's eyes widened in surprise, and a golden light suddenly shot out from his hand. A furious roar erupted from within the black cloud, and then the black cloud dissipated, revealing a grotesquely shaped Yao beast. Overall, it resembled a mantis shrimp magnified countless times, but with a pair of seemingly deformed, massive pincer claws. At this moment, the Yao beast was firmly ensnared by a golden ring, unable to move an inch, only able to emit futile, furious roars. Seeing this, Lu Yun's directly flung out a white light. It swiftly circled the Yao beast's neck, then shot back into his palm, transforming into a white blade ring edged with a soaring spiritual phoenix. The Yao beast let out a mournful cry, its massive head sliding off completely, leaving only its body still faintly twitching. Lu Yun's beckoned again, and the golden ring trembled slightly, returning to his palm as if teleporting. Looking at the two rings, one gold and one white, Lu Yun's couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. These were precisely the Dragon Phoenix twin rings he had obtained from Wang Luo. Today was his first time using this pair of ancient treasures in combat, and they proved even handier than he had imagined. This level 5 Yao beast was utterly helpless before these ancient treasures, no wonder this pair of ancient treasures had such a great reputation in Tianese. Lu Yun's put away the Dragon Phoenix twin rings, and with a single wave of his hand towards the Yao beast's corpse, a golden light flashed and vanished, instantly splitting the Yao beast's massive head in two. A blue Yao core flew out on its own, and Lu Yun's drew it into his hand. The Yao core was still struggling in Lu Yun's palm. Lu Yun's eyebrows twitched as he suddenly remembered something. He quickly took out a small porcelain bottle from his storage pouch. A low incantation emanated from his mouth, and the porcelain bottle floated up. Streams of eerie green threads emerged from the bottle, seemingly invisible, and pierced into the Yao core. A moment later, a phantom image of the Yao beast, shrunk countless times, was tightly bound by the eerie green threads and slowly pulled out of the Yao core, then collected into the porcelain bottle. The Yao core finally stopped struggling and was casually put into the storage pouch by Liu Yun's. These level 5 Yao cores no longer had much effect on him, but they were perfect for Han Li's cultivation of the 3 revolutions heavy origin art. So, before coming to the outer sea, the two had already agreed that all level 5 Yao cores would belong to Han Li for refining medicinal pills. Correspondingly, Yao cores of level 6 and above would belong to Liu Yun's, and Han Li would also help him refine those Yao cores into medicinal pills. The two hit it off immediately. Liu Yun's had no use for level 5 Yao cores, and he himself didn't know how to handle a pile of level 6 and 7 Yao cores. Now with Han Li's help, it saved him a lot of trouble. Liu Yun's casually collected the Yao beast's carapace and pincer claws, and was about to leave. But looking at the exposed massive corpse, Liu Yun suddenly fell into deep thought. A moment later, realizing that a mere level 5 Yao beast shouldn't have been able to break free from Xin Ruyan's formation, Liu Yun simply landed on the ground. A golden light in his hand transformed into a sharp longsword, and he sliced open the Yao beast's belly. Electric organ, spiritual power conversion. Meridians. Denshin. Liu Yun's followed the obvious meridian lines within the Yao beast's body, searching little by little. No denshin. Liu Yun's eyes suddenly widened. No, wait. There is a denshin, but it has atrophied. After searching for a long time, Liu Yun's finally found a denshin within the Yao beast's body that was pitifully small for its size. Meridian displacement. So that's it. It directly used the Yao core to replace the denshin's function, just like a human cultivator's golden core. However, they directly transfer the Yao core into their brain, causing all the meridians in their body to shift. But why? Is it for a better fusion with the primordial spirit? But there's no need for that. Human cultivators need to shatter their core and fuse with their primordial spirit to form a nascent soul. Yao beasts don't need to do that. Wait. Liu Yun's frowned. The golden core itself is merely an acquired organ produced by the combination of heaven and earth spiritual chi and a cultivator's true essence. Its inherent composition and structure dictate that it cannot grow indefinitely. Once the golden core reaches its limit, human cultivators have developed a method of shattering the golden core and fusing the high-purity true essence produced after shattering the golden core with heaven and earth spiritual chi and their own primordial spirit, transforming into a nascent soul. This is to break through the structural limitations of the golden core, forming a true life sublimation where life and soul become one. Yao beasts also absorb heaven and earth spiritual chi to strengthen themselves. So, how do they break through the upper limit of their Yao core without shattering it or forming a nascent soul? Liu Yun's pondered with a frown, casually cutting off a hard, gourd-shaped organ from the Yao beast's body and putting it into his storage pouch. This object was the Yao beast's electric organ, the source of its lightning power, and he could take it back for further research,